Your Highness, awaken. He turned his head away, yet the voice persisted, growing ever louder. He felt a hand reaching out, gently tugging at his sleeve. Your Highness, Prince? Cheng Yin abruptly opened his eyes. The familiar screen had vanished. The office desk was nowhere to be seen, nor the wall plastered with sticky notes. In its stead lay a bizarre landscape-low brick houses, a bustling circular square, and a gallows erected at the center of the plaza. He found himself seated on a raised platform opposite the square, not upon a soft swivel chair, but on a cold, hard-iron seat. Surrounding him sat a circle of individuals, all intently gazing at him, among whom were several women clad in garb reminiscent of medieval noblewomen, stifling their laughter behind their hands. What manner of place is this? Shouldn't I be focused on completing the blueprints? Cheng Yin felt utterly bewildered. After 3 consecutive days of overtime, both his mind and body had reached their limits. He could only recall that he had finally succumbed to exhaustion, his heartbeat erratic, longing to rest his head on the desk for just a moment. Your Highness, please render your judgment. The speaker was none other than the individual who had been tugging at his sleeve. An elderly man appearing to be in his 50s or 60s, clad in a white robe, somewhat resembling Gandalf from The Lord of the Rings. Am I dreaming? Cheng Yin licked his parched lips. Judgment? What judgment? However, he quickly grasped the situation. The crowd in the square was fixated on the gallows, shaking their fists and shouting, occasionally hurling stones toward the structure. He had only seen such archaic instruments of execution in films. The 2 towering posts stood about 4 meters high, with a wooden beam spanning across the top, rusted iron rings embedded in the center, and a frayed yellow rope passing through the rings. One end secured beneath the gallows, and the other looped around the neck of the condemned. In this strange dream, he discovered his vision had become astonishingly sharp, normally unable to read the screen without glasses. He could now discern every detail of the gallows from 50 meters away. The condemned wore a hood, her hands bound behind her back, and her coarse gray garment was as filthy as a rag. She was emaciated, her exposed ankles seemingly fragile enough to snap at a touch. Her chest slightly heaved, indicating she was a woman. She trembled in the wind, yet still endeavored to stand tall. What crime could this person have committed to incite such outrage among the crowd, waiting for her execution? As this thought crossed his mind, memories surged forth in his brain as if suddenly activated, the answers materializing almost simultaneously. She is a witch, corrupted by the devil, the embodiment of uncleanliness. Your Highness? Gandalf urged cautiously. He cast a sidelong glance at the man. His name was not Gandalf, but Barov, the assistant to the Minister of Finance, dispatched to assist him with affairs of state. And he was Roland, the 4th prince of the Grey Fortress Kingdom, stationed here to govern a region. The residents of the border town had apprehended the witch and promptly delivered her to Thenno. It was not the police station, but the court of judgment. The death warrant for a witch typically required the signature of a local lord or bishop, and since he was in charge here, issuing the death warrant fell squarely within his responsibilities. Memories unfolded before him, presenting the answers he sought without the need for sifting through or reading. As if he had experienced it all firsthand, Cheng Yin found himself momentarily dazed. No dream could conjure such detail. Thus, this was not a dream? Had he traversed time to the dark ages of medieval Europe, becoming Roland? From a hairy draftsman to a bona fide 4th prince? Even though this territory appeared desolate and backward, the name Grey Fortress Kingdom had never graced the pages of history books. What then should he do next? The mechanics behind such an unscientific occurrence could be examined later. But this farce must be brought to an end. Attributing calamities and misfortunes to some unfortunate soul is a hallmark of uncivilized societies. But to execute someone to appease the morbid curiosity of the onlookers is a folly Cheng Yin simply could not abide. He snatched the death warrant from Barov's hands and hurled it to the ground, stretching lazily. I'm tired, let's postpone the judgment for another day. Everyone can disperse now. Cheng Yin's actions were not rash, but rather a deliberate emulation of the prince's known style, embodying that carefree, reckless disposition. Indeed, the 4th prince was notorious for his capricious nature, prone to whimsy. After all, what decorum could one expect from a 20-something prince, unrestrained and ungoverned? The noble seated beside him wore expressions of indifference, yet a tall man clad in armor stepped forward. Your Highness, this is no jest. Once a witch's identity is confirmed, she must be executed immediately. lest other witches attempt to rescue her. The church will not stand idly by. Carter Lannis, the seemingly upstanding knight, was his chief knight. Cheng Yin frowned. What? Are you afraid? His words dripped with open mockery. No longer merely performance, a man whose arm was thicker than most people's bodies was genuinely concerned about a witch's escape, treating her as if she were the devil's emissary. Wouldn't it be better to capture more at once? When he fell silent, Cheng Yin waved his hand, signaling the guards to escort him away. Carter hesitated, but ultimately joined the procession, walking alongside the fourth prince. The other nobles rose, bowing in deference, but out of the corner of Cheng Yin's eye, he could see their undisguised contempt. Upon returning to the palace, the castle, situated south of the border town, ordered the guards to prevent the anxious minister's assistant from entering the hall, allowing him to exhale a sigh of relief. As someone who spent 90% of his time engaged with computers, managing such a performance in front of a crowd was already an extraordinary feat. Cheng Yin located his bedroom according to his memories, seated on the bed to rest for a while, until his racing heart calmed. The most pressing matter was to clarify the situation. As a prince, what was he doing in this remote place instead of remaining in the royal city? Just as this thought emerged, he was taken aback by the answer. Roland Wimbledon's presence here was to vie for the throne. The origins of everything stem from the peculiar decree of King Wimbledon III of Grey Fortress. Inheritance of the kingdom was not granted to the eldest-born prince, but to the one deemed most capable of governing the realm. He had dispatched his 5 adult children to various territories, intending to determine who would be the heir based on their governance after 5 years. Meritocracy and gender equality sounded like profoundly progressive ideals, yet their practical implementation proved entirely different. Who could guarantee that the starting conditions for the 5 were equivalent? This was no instant strategy game. To his knowledge, the second prince had received a far superior territory than the border town. It seemed there was no place worse than the border town among the 5, a truly dismal start. Moreover, how was governance evaluated? Population? Military? Economy? King Wimbledon III had not specified any standards nor placed any restrictions on the competition. What if someone resorted to assassination behind the scenes? Would the queen merely watch her sons turn on one another? Wait, he recalled with a sinking feeling. The queen had passed away 5 years prior. Cheng Yin sighed. It was evident that this was a barbaric and dark feudal era, as evidenced by the rampant witch hunts. Becoming a prince was already a significant advantage. Even if he did not attain the throne, he remained a bloodline of the king of Grey Fortress, and as long as he survived, he could still hold a feudal title and rule a territory. Furthermore, what would it mean to become a king? Without the internet and the benefits of modern civilization, would he not be reduced to burning witches, residing in a city where refuse was carelessly discarded, ultimately succumbing to the ravages of the Black Death? Cheng Yin suppressed the tumult of thoughts within him, approaching the full-length mirror in his bedroom. The reflection revealed a man with light gray curly hair, the most distinctive feature of the Grey Fortress royal family. His features were reasonably handsome, yet his expression was disheveled, lacking any semblance of grace. His complexion was somewhat pale, a result of insufficient exercise. As for indulgences, he recalled that he had a few willing lovers in the royal city, with no instances of coercion. As for the reason behind his transmigration, Cheng Yin surmised it was likely due to the inhumane pressure from his employer, leading to a tragic case of overwork during an all-nighter. Such cases often involve programmers, mechanical hounds, and engineering lions. Well, regardless of the circumstances, this represented an extra life, and he ought not to complain too much. In the days to come, he might gradually alter this existence, but for now, his foremost task was to convincingly play the role of the fourth prince, ensuring that no one discovered his true nature and did not end up tied to the stake as if possessed by a demon. Then I shall live well. He inhaled deeply, whispering to the mirror, "From this moment forth, I am Roland." Chapter 2, The Witch Anna, Part 1. In the ensuing days, he confined himself within the 4 walls of his chamber, diligently reflecting upon this unfamiliar world. His dinners were delivered directly by the servants. Under the compelling desire to survive, Roland forcefully suppressed the fear and discomfort that accompanied his immersion in this strange environment. But he was acutely aware that acquiring more information at the earliest opportunity would mitigate the risks of exposure. It must be said that aside from mingling with those young nobles, the fourth prince's mind seemed devoid of anything of substance. despite his efforts to recall any valuable information, such as insights into nobility, political landscapes, or foreign diplomacy. He found himself at a loss. Even fundamental knowledge like city names or significant historical events eluded his attempts to connect with his understanding of European history. Clearly, this individual had no chance of ascending to the throne. Perhaps the king of Grey Castle recognized this fact, which is why he had been cast into such a desolate place, where even reckless behavior would not result in too much damage. As for his siblings, Roland pondered briefly, only to be left with a sense of helpless amusement. His elder brother was strong, his second brother cunning, his third sister was lethal, and his fifth sister was exceedingly intelligent. This succinctly encapsulated the impression left by the fourth prince. What could he possibly say? After years of companionship, his final impressions were reduced to a handful of words that he remained utterly ignorant of the factions they had cultivated, their capable subordinates, or their respective specialties. Having resided in the border town for merely 3 months, the local nobility no longer concealed their disdain, confirming that the fourth prince was indeed ill-suited for leadership. Fortunately, upon leaving the royal city, he had been assigned 2 aides, one scholarly and one martial, by Wimbledon III. Otherwise, he would have been utterly lost. The following morning, the maid Tile repeatedly reminded Roland that the minister's assistant wished to see him. It seemed he could no longer delay, so he recalled the customary practice from his memory, playfully pinching the maid's rear before instructing her to notify Berov to await him in the reception room. As he saw Tile exit, her face flushed. Roland suddenly remembered that since he was to cultivate the land, was there a possibility of a system accompanying it? He yawned and silently chanted the word system dozens of times. Yet nothing transpired. Indeed, novels often deceive. Berov, who had been anxiously awaiting in the reception room, immediately approached Roland upon his arrival. "Your Highness, why did you not issue the execution order for the hanging yesterday? What difference does it make whether it is done sooner or later?" Roland clapped his hands, instructing a servant to bring breakfast, and took a seat to converse leisurely. That it appeared that his memories aligned with reality. He mused that the chief knight was prone to confrontational questioning, while the minister's assistant preferred to discuss matters privately. Regardless, both exhibited a commendable loyalty to him, likely out of deference to the king. "A delay might invite other witches, Your Highness," Berov exclaimed. "This is not akin to previous trivial matters. We cannot afford to act on a whim. Why do you echo this sentiment?" Roland frowned, questioning that I thought you could distinguish between rumor and reality. Berov looked utterly bewildered. "What rumors?" "The wicked witches, the agents of the devil," Roland replied nonchalantly. "Isn't this merely the church's propaganda? If we wish to deter their interference, I believe the opposite approach would serve us better. They proclaim witches to be evil. Thus we shall refrain from hunting them and instead inform the people of our territory that these are nothing more than the church's despicable rumors." Berov was taken aback. But witches are indeed evil," Roland retorted. "For instance," the minister's assistant fell silent for a moment, seemingly contemplating whether the prince was intentionally teasing him. "Your Highness, such matters can be discussed later. I know you harbor a disdain for the church, but this confrontational approach will only yield counterproductive results." It seemed that altering entrenched views was not an endeavor to be accomplished overnight. Roland pursed his lips, but chose not to dwell on the matter further. That moment, breakfast was served: fried bread, scrambled eggs, and a jug of milk. He filled a cup for the minister's assistant and pushed it toward him. "You haven't eaten yet, have you? Let us discuss while we dine." According to the maid, Berov had arrived outside the palace at dawn seeking an audience, so he likely had yet to partake in any food. Although Roland had resolved to initially mimic the fourth prince's mannerisms, he understood that change must be gradual. The minister's assistant was an excellent target. He believed that demonstrating regard for subordinates would motivate them to serve with greater zeal. Initiative had always proven to be the most effective form of efficiency, had it not? Berov accepted the cup, but did not drink. "Your Highness, we have a problem. 3 days ago, a guard reported the discovery of a suspected witch encampment in the western forest. They left in haste, leaving no traces behind. The guards found this. He produced a coin from his pocket and placed it before Roland. That was not a common currency. At least, in Roland's memory, he had never encountered such a coin. It did not even resemble a metallic object. Holding it in his hand, he was astonished to find it radiating heat, certainly not from the minister's assistant, as its temperature exceeded 40 degrees, reminiscent of a warming pad. "What is this?" "I initially believed it to be some evil artifact crafted by a witch." But the situation is far graver than I had anticipated. Barov wiped his forehead. The design on it features the emblem of the Holy Mountain and the Eye of Magic. This is the insignia of the Witches' Consortium. Roland traced the uneven surface of the coin, speculating that it was likely made of ceramic. The center indeed bore a mountain-shaped motif, 3 triangles aligned side by side, with an eye at the center. The outlines were quite rough, suggesting it had been hand-carved, that he contemplated the terms Holy Mountain and Witches' Consortium, failing to find any relevant information. Clearly, the fourth prince had 0 points in the realm of mysticism. Barov did not expect Roland to be knowledgeable. He continued, "Your Highness, you have never encountered a true witch, which is why you regard them with such indifference. Indeed, they can be injured and bleed, and are no more difficult to kill than ordinary people. But those are witches who cannot resist. Witches summoned by the devil lead exceedingly short lives, yet they gain terrifying powers that ordinary individuals cannot hope to match once a witch reaches adulthood. Even an army will suffer grievous losses. Their desires are almost uncontrollable, ultimately leading them to become the devil's minions. The Church has thus formed the Inquisition army, should any woman be suspected of transforming into a witch. She may be arrested and executed. The king also endorses this, and in truth, these measures have proven effective. Incidents of witchcraft have diminished significantly compared to a century ago. The tales of the Holy Mountain, or the gates of hell, originate from ancient texts of that ERS. Roland chewed on his bread. An icy laughter swirled within him, though the backdrop of this world diverged greatly from what he knew. The trajectory of historical development remained eerily similar. The Church, once again, was at the center. He had always believed that religion was the devil's handmaiden, the true source of evil, to execute at the mere sign of suspicion. In the name of God, they consolidate law, arrest, trial, and execution into one. This in itself is a form of corruption. The memories he held of the Church's abuse of power reaffirmed his perspective. Ancient texts recorded that only by journeying to the Holy Mountain could witches attain true peace. There, they would not suffer the backlash of magical power, nor be ensnared by rampant desires. Without a doubt, the so-called Holy Mountain mentioned in those texts was the very source of evil. The portal to hell on earth that I suspect only hell would refrain from punishing these fallen beings. And what of the Witches' Consortium? What connection does it bear to the Holy Mountain? Barov grimaced. Previously, witches either fled or hid alone. But the consortium that has emerged in recent years differs, that IT seeks to gather all witches together to jointly pursue the Holy Mountain. For this purpose, those within the consortium even entice others to transform into witches. Just last year, a collective disappearance of infants occurred in by Shui Port. Rumors suggest they were involved. Chapter 3. The Witch Anna, Part 2. Roland swallowed the final piece of scrambled egg, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and remarked, "After all this discussion, you were concerned that the Witches' Consortium might hear news of her survival and come to rescue her." "Precisely, Your Highness," Barov exclaimed, stamping his foot. "They are in a hurry. They must be on the move that if that witch were dead, it would be one matter, but she is still alive. Those mad women even steal infants. They certainly won't overlook a fallen comrade." Roland felt somewhat perplexed, sensing something amiss. Why did both the minister's assistant and the chief knight regard witches as formidable foes? The woman slated for execution was indeed a witch, appearing so frail that a gust of wind might topple her. If she possessed terrifying powers, why did she stand there, awaiting her fate? No, she could not possibly have been captured. According to the Church, she was the embodiment of the devil, and even the Inquisition army would pay a heavy price against a witch. Yet this supposed devil had been apprehended by the residents of the border town, tortured mercilessly, and led to the gallows without a trace of her supposed formidable power. How had she been caught? It is said that during a landslide in the Northern Slope mine, she revealed her identity in her bid for escape and was captured by the furious villagers. Roland recalled this incident. It had occurred the day before his transmigration. How did she expose herself? That, I am not entirely sure. Barov shook his head. The situation was chaotic. Someone must have seen her using witchcraft. Roland frowned. You mean to say you did not investigate this matter thoroughly? Your Highness, restoring production in the mines is of utmost priority, protested the assistant minister, as the financial revenue of the border town heavily relies on this iron ore, and the prosecutor has also confirmed that there were fatalities on site attributed to witchcraft. What sort of witchcraft? Roland inquired with interest that it resembled the state of being melted, with the head and a significant portion of the body sprawled on the ground, evoking images of extinguished black candles. The other party wore a look of disgust. "Your Highness, you would not wish to witness such a scene." Roland toyed with the silver fork in his hand, deep in thought. Historically, most victims of witch hunts were innocent souls, scapegoated by the church and the ignorant populace, while a minority were those who courted their own doom. These individuals adorned themselves in bizarre attire, hurling an array of strange materials into cauldrons, claiming they could foretell the future and dictate life and death. They indeed uncovered certain tricks, such as employing flame tests to assert they had acquired divine powers that to modern eyes, these are merely chemical tricks. Yet in that era, they could easily be misconstrued as miraculous phenomena. As for the notion of melting a person, Roland immediately thought of chromic acid solutions, yet the preparation of such a substance is intricate, requiring complete immersion of the body, and the effect on corpses is far from that of a candle. Other strong acids would be even less suitable. How, then, did this witch achieve such a feat? If her methods were alchemical, she would be a rare chemist in the territory. If not, Roland resolved at this point. "Take me to meet her." Wait, Your Highness, you wish to meet a witch?" Barov exclaimed in a fluster, knocking over the untouched cup of milk. "Indeed, this is an order." Roland turned back to smile at the assistant minister. He found himself somewhat grateful for the fourth prince's unreasonable demeanor. As he reached the door, he suddenly paused. "By the way, I have always wondered, why the gallows?" "What? Why the gallows? Shouldn't the witch be bound to a stake and burned?" Barov's face was a portrait of bewilderment. "Is that so? But she does not fear flames. The border town possesses but a single dungeon. The barren land cannot sustain many prisoners, and most offenders face trial within days, either release or execution." Accompanying the prince into the dungeon, aside from Barov, were the chief knight, the warden, the jailer, and 2 guards. The dungeon comprised 4 levels, its walls constructed of solid granite. This was Roland's first visit to such a place. He noted that the passageways grew narrower as one descended, with the number of cells diminishing correspondingly. It seemed as though a conical pit had been excavated and subsequently built up with stone. He mused. This crude construction, of course, lacked proper drainage, leaving the ground damp and filthy, murky wastewater seeping down the stairs. The witch was confined in the lowest level of the dungeon, and with each descent, the stench in the air intensified. "Your Highness, what you are about to do is exceedingly perilous. Even if she is restrained by the chains of divine punishment, safety cannot be guaranteed." The speaker was Carter Lannis, the chief knight, who had rushed to dissuade the prince upon learning of his intention to visit the witch, offering counsel without pause. Moreover, the king's commands hold no weight with him. He refuses to accept any directives that might endanger the princess' life, and he would not allow him to leave. Why, with such a strikingly handsome visage, must he be such a chatterbox? Roland wished he could silence him. How can one possess the courage to vanquish evil without confronting it directly? "I had thought you understood this, that to battle evil must also be tempered with prudence. Recklessness is not synonymous with bravery. Are you suggesting that justice can only be pursued against weaker foes, while stronger adversaries should be ignored?" "No, Your Highness. What I mean is you feared the witch would escape, and now you fear meeting a mere girl. My chief knight is truly one of a kind." Though the knight was verbose, he was not adept at counter-arguments, and facing off against the formidable rhetoric of Roland left him utterly defenseless. Meanwhile, the group had already reached the dungeon's bottom. This level was significantly smaller than the upper ones, containing only 2 cells. The jailer lit the torches affixed to the walls, dispelling the darkness, and Roland beheld the witch curled in the corner. Now deep into autumn, the dungeon's temperature was low enough to see one's breath. Yet he, clad in a fur coat with a silk lining, felt no chill. The witch, however, wore only a single garment that could not adequately cover her, leaving her exposed arms and feet devoid of color. The sudden illumination caused her to turn her head, her eyes half closed. Yet soon, she opened them fully, locking her gaze onto him. Her eyes were a pale blue, serene as a lake before a tempest. No fear was visible on her face, nor any trace of anger or hatred. Roland felt an odd sensation, as if he were not looking at a fragile girl, but rather at a shadow engulfing flames. For a fleeting moment, he sensed that the light from the torches had dimmed slightly. She struggled to lean against the wall, her movements slow and unsteady, as if she might topple at any moment. Ultimately, she managed to stand upright, staggering from her corner into the light S embrace. This simple action caused the onlookers to collectively gasp, retreating 2 steps, save for the knight, who instinctively positioned himself in front of the prince. "What is your name?" Roland asked, patting the knight's shoulder, signaling him to ease his tension. "Anna," she replied. Chapter 4, Flames. What truly transpired during the mine collapse? Please recount the events in detail. Anna nodded and began her narrative. Roland found himself somewhat taken aback that he had anticipated silence, pleas, or curses from her, yet she merely answered his inquiries as they were posed. The tale was not overly complex. Anna's father was a miner, working inside the tunnel at the time of the collapse. Upon receiving this news, Anna immediately joined other miners' families to rescue their loved ones. The Northern Slope mine was said to have once been a lair for underground creatures, filled with numerous paths intersecting in all directions. Due to the lack of unified command among the rescuers, they scattered upon entering the cave, each searching independently. When Anna finally located her father, only their neighbor, Aunt Susan, and Uncle Ank were present. She discovered her father trapped beneath a cart laden with ore, unable to move, while a miner nearby was rifling through his pockets. Realizing her robbery had been interrupted, the miner lunged at Uncle Ank with a pickaxe, and just as he was about to strike, Anna preemptively killed him. The neighboring couple vowed to keep her actions secret, and together they freed Anna's father. However, before dawn the following day, Anna's father, leaning on a cane, reported his daughter as a witch to the patrolling guards. Why? Roland could not help but turn to ask at this point, bare of side. Perhaps it was for the bounty. Those who discover and report a witch earn 25 golden dragons for a man with a broken leg, that sum represents security for the rest of his life. Roland fell silent for a moment. The victim was a robust adult male. How did you slay him? At that moment, Anna smiled. Just as ripples spread across a lake, the flames of the torch flickered. It was the power you referred to as the devil's strength. Silence. You witch. The warden bellowed, though anyone could detect the tremor in his voice. That's so. I wish to see it. The 4th prince remained unmoved. Your Highness, this is no jest. The chief knight turned, frowning. Roland stepped out from behind the knight, advancing towards the cell. Those who are afraid may leave. I have not demanded your presence here, that do not panic. She still bears the chains of divine punishment, Bearov called out, attempting to reassure everyone. Yet it was as much a comfort to himself. No devil, no matter how powerful, could break divine protection, standing before the prison bars. Roland and Anna were separated by mere inches. He could clearly see her face, marred by dust and scars. Her youthful features suggested she was yet a child, yet her expression bore no hint of naivety. Moreover, even anger was difficult to detect. This dissonance was a sight Roland had only witnessed on television. It resembled the countenance of a homeless orphan tormented by poverty, hunger, and cold during an interview. Yet it was not entirely the same. While those orphans would often hunch their bodies and lower their heads before the camera, Anna did not. Even now, she fought to stand tall, her gaze slightly elevated as she met the prince's eyes with unwavering confidence. She did not fear death, Roland realized. She awaited it. Did I ask this your first encounter with a witch, my lord? Your curiosity may well lead to your demise, that if it is indeed the devil's power, then it should be I who perishes. Not your father, Roland retorted. The flame in the cell suddenly dimmed, and this was no illusion. The light appeared to be subdued by some unseen force, dwindling to but a small flicker that he heard hurried breaths and prayers behind him, accompanied by the muted thud of someone stumbling in a panic. Roland's heart raced, sensing he stood at a peculiar precipice. On one side lay the world of commonplace knowledge, operating with precision according to established constants and laws. On the other, an extraordinary realm brimming with mystery and the unknown. That he now stood at the threshold of this new world. That the chains of divine punishment around her neck. What a rudimentary chain it is. A segment of red-painted iron, suspended from which hangs a crystal-clear pendant. Were it not for the fact that it firmly binds the witch's hands behind her back, such a contraption could be effortlessly torn asunder. Could it not? Roland glanced back at the crowd, seizing the opportunity while they remained in a state of frantic prayer. Swiftly, he reached into the cage, grasped the pendant, and with a forceful tug, the clasp connecting the pendant to the chain snapped with an audible crack, an act that rendered even Anna momentarily speechless. "Come now," he murmured. "Are you a charlatan, an alchemist, or a true enchantress? Should you produce vials and phials now to concoct a potent acid, I shall be most disappointed," he thought to himself. Then Roland heard the crackling sound, the unmistakable noise of steam expanding under heat. The ground erupted in a misty white fog, and the temperature around him soared dramatically that he beheld flames rising from beneath the girl's feet, tenderly licking her bare calves, soon engulfing the very ground upon which she stood. The torches behind him simultaneously exploded into brilliance, as if they had received a surge of pure oxygen, unleashing a dazzling light. The entire cell was momentarily illuminated as though it were day, accompanied by the terrified screams of the onlookers. The witch stepped forward, the flames dancing along with her movements, and as she approached the edge of the prison, dozens of iron bars transformed into pillars of fire. Roland had no choice but to retreat, the searing air gnawing at his skin, inflicting unbearable pain that in mere moments. It felt as though he had been thrust from the depths of autumn back into the heart of summer. No, unlike the oppressive heat of summer, this intense warmth, birthed solely from flames, could not fully envelop him, that a wave of scorching heat surged toward him from one side, while the opposite side was steeped in an icy chill. He even felt as though he were sweating cold. "She is unafraid of flames," Roland recalled the assistant minister's words. Only now did he fully grasp the meaning behind them. She is fire itself. How could she possibly fear her own essence? Soon, the iron bars shifted from a deep crimson to a brilliant yellow, beginning to melt and warp. This indicated they had been heated to over 1,500 degrees Celsius. An astonishing feat accomplished without any insulation or heat-resistant measures, far exceeding Roland's expectations. Like the others, he had distanced himself from the cell, pressing tightly against the farthest stone wall. Had he not done so, the intense heat from the molten iron would ignite clothing even without direct contact. Like Anna, whose prison garb had already been reduced to ashes, her body enveloped in fierce flames that it was impossible to tell how long the fire raged. But eventually, it receded entirely. Only a small section of the torch remained, quietly burning on the wall, as if nothing had transpired. Yet the sweat-drenched garments, the scorching air, and the bars scorched to resemble the claws of a demon all attested to the reality that this was no mere dream. Apart from Roland and the knight who still stood, all others had collapsed to the ground, with the warden so terrified that he had soiled himself. Naked, Anna now stood outside the cage. The shackles that had confined her arms were nowhere to be seen. She made no attempt to conceal her form, her arms naturally hanging at her sides, her lake-blue eyes returning to their previous tranquility. "I have satiated your curiosity, my lord," she said. "May I be slain now?" "No," Roland replied, stepping forward to drape his coat around her shoulders, speaking in the gentlest tone he could muster. "Miss Anna, I wish to employ you." Chapter 5. The justification. The second law of thermodynamics states, "It is impossible to transfer heat from a colder body to a hotter body without some effect, or to extract heat from a single heat source and completely convert it into useful work without some effect, or the infinitesimal increase in entropy during an irreversible thermodynamic process is always greater than zero." Roland meticulously transcribed this law onto paper. Using the script of this world, at first glance, it bore resemblance to worm-like writing, and he could not fathom how the locals had come to master such convoluted characters. If one were to identify the most tedious of all physical laws, Roland would undoubtedly choose the second law of thermodynamics, that it informs us that heat invariably flows from high to low. Disorder replaces order, and entropy continually increases. Ultimately, all shall return to nothingness, and the universe will fall into a profound silence. Yet this world has escaped the burdens of increasing entropy. Magic can conjure from nothingness, a feat more magnificent than the invention of a perpetual motion machine. The power of demons. Roland scoffed at this notion. They had failed to grasp the true nature of such power, which could, on a grand scale, alter the very fabric of the universe. Of course, for now, he could start with transforming the border town. Whistling a tune, Roland tore the slip of paper from the page and cast it into the fireplace. Watching it turn to ash in the flames, a sensation akin to annihilating a prison, the assistant minister gazed at the fourth prince's inexplicable actions, utterly bewildered, yet accustomed to his unpredictable demeanor. He could tell that the prince was in good spirits. "It has been arranged. The witch was hanged at noon," Barov reported. Well, I trust no one has discerned anything amiss. Roland tapped the tip of his quill lightly. After all, they were all wearing hoods that to prevent the church and the Witch Hunting Association from knocking on his door. Roland instructed the warden to find a similarly built death row inmate to substitute for Anna. And aside from the chief knight and the assistant minister, everyone else was rewarded with 20 gold dragons as a silencing fee. This was a considerable windfall for them. Barav had also suggested whether they should ensure that witnesses would remain silent forever, a proposal that Roland swiftly dismissed. He understood that these secrets would not be kept for long. But that was of little consequence. He actually hoped someone would spread the word, just not yet that a confrontation with the church was inevitable. No one could tolerate those fools squandering resources. When other witches learned that there was a small town on the kingdom's border that allowed them to live freely and even offered them generous treatment, what would they think? Talent has always been paramount, regardless of the era. Very well then, Roland commanded, next compile a summary of a year's trade, tax revenue, and necessary expenditures for the border town, as well as the quantities and scales of workshops within the city, including ironworks, textiles, and pottery. Organizing these records would require 3 days' time, but Barav initially nodded, then appeared to hesitate. Did I ask there's something else? Roland recognized that the moment to test his rhetorical skills had arrived. The actions of the previous day would undoubtedly raise questions for Barav. Though a rogue, he was not devoid of intellect. Your Highness, I do not understand. Barav carefully chose his words. Though your past mischief has been of little consequence, why would you take such great risks to save a witch? While hunting them is a law set by the church, your father, King Wimbledon, also fully endorses it. Roland pondered for a moment before countering. Do you consider the border town to be a good place? Well, although he was unsure how this question related to his own, Barav replied honestly, it is not very good. That it is exceedingly poor, compared to Golden Spike City and Bluewater Harbor. What do you believe my chances of surpassing those siblings are? The assistant minister opened his mouth, but offered no response. Almost zero. Thus, I must find another means, Roland said, his expression impassive as he watched Barav gradually ensnare himself in the trap he had set. A method capable of leaving a lasting impression on his father. He did not approach the matter from the perspective of whether witches were inherently wicked, for that would yield little fruit. Barav had served as an assistant to the Minister of Finance for 20 years and was quite the adept politician. For politicians, self-interest is far more persuasive than notions of good and evil. Furthermore, employing an emotional appeal was equally ill-suited for him. Recalling the actions of the Fourth Prince, he found himself unable to be counted among the virtuous and orderly. Therefore, he chose to leverage the eternal conflict between secular monarchy and religious theocracy as his entry point. The church's ever-expanding influence was a thorn in the side of King Wimbledon III. The church proclaimed that the world operated according to divine will, with the Pope as God's representative. Should the people discover the fallibility of his claims, the church's dominion would be profoundly shaken. To assert, witches are not evil, thus I wish to save them, would hardly convince Barav. However, to rephrase it as, witches are not evil, I can use this to strike at the church, would deftly guide Barav toward the conclusion he had predetermined. No matter how prosperous my siblings govern their domains, they are merely the church's possessions. They have been ardently promoting the divine right of kings. If only those anointed by the Pope can be deemed legitimate monarchs. Then who truly governs this land? Roland paused, and his father could see in him a glimmer of hope. A kingdom unshackled from the church's constraints, with a royal family enjoyed all rights. Thus, his choice became clear. Transforming enemy of the world into enemy of the church rendered the notion much more palatable, especially since Barav was already aligned with the royal family. Likewise, if he realized that these individuals with extraordinary abilities could serve as a fulcrum against the church. The hunting edict would be but a farce that on one side lay impossibility, while on the other, a probability greater than zero. Do you believe I am not worth this risk? Roland fixed his gaze on the assistant minister, enunciating each word. Do not doubt my decision, Barav. You have been an assistant minister for 20 years, have you not? Should I ascend to become Wimbledon IV, the assistant can be dropped from your title to, or perhaps even further. Say, the king's hand? Watching Barav depart, Roland exhaled softly, sensing a measure of relief. It was evident that Barav did not place much weight on his promise, which was entirely understandable. Even Roland himself had not believed that this newly concocted audacious plan could come to fruition. However, that is of little consequence. The crux lies in convincing Barav of his own belief in such simplistic schemes. A plan so rudimentary, akin to that of a debauched heir, which not only aligns with the fourth prince's disdain for the church, but also paves the way for future recruitment of more witches. As for his true intentions, even if they were to comprehend them, they would remain beyond their grasp. Roland summoned a maid, requesting Miss Anna to come see him. It was time to attend to business. He thought with enthusiasm. Chapter 6. Training Part 1. In the castle's rear garden, a shed had been erected, surrounded by wooden boards that left only 2 openings for windows. At the center of the shed lay a square pool constructed of blue bricks, approximately 3 meters in length and width, filled with yellow earth. When water was added in moderation, it became not only difficult to ignite, but also possessed a degree of plasticity, allowing one to carve out desired shapes with a small shovel. Scattered atop the yellow earth were several iron ingots, procured by Carter Lannis from the blacksmith's forge. The presence of a well by the pool was precisely why Roland had chosen this location for the shed. Nonetheless, as a laboratory, it remained far too rudimentary that he shook his head. Something cobbled together in a single evening could hardly be deemed ideal. The official workshop would only be established once Bhairav had gathered all the necessary materials. "How did you sleep last night?" He turned to Anna, who appeared bewildered, and asked with a smile. The witch's current appearance was a stark contrast to her time in the dungeon. After a thorough cleansing, her flaxen hair cascaded smoothly, glistening with vitality, and although her skin lacked proper care, it was youthful, with light freckles on her nose adding to her vivacity. She remained slender, her frail form seeming as if it could topple with a mere push. Yet her cheeks had taken on a rosy hue, and the bruises and marks on her neck were significantly faded compared to the previous day. Roland suspected that the magic, in addition to granting witches extraordinary powers, also enhanced their physical well-being at least in terms of recovery. Anna appeared to surpass the average person. "Given the horrific experiences you've endured, you ought to rest for several days. However, time is of the essence. And I shall have to compensate you later," Roland remarked as he circled the young woman. "Does this outfit still fit you?" The attire Anna now wore was meticulously chosen from various designs, crafted to satisfy his peculiar tastes. The ironworker's full-body protective suit was excessively cumbersome for her, while the mage's robe from the game, though visually impressive, restricted movement and risked catching fire at the HEM.AS for the maid's uniform. Was there anything more fitting? Even if true maid outfits had yet to emerge in this world, the servant's work attire bore a resemblance to the maid uniforms of a later era. Thus, Roland had tailor one of his outfits to Anna's measurements, shortening the skirt, converting long sleeves to short, transforming a round collar into a folded one, and adding a bow. Thus, the new witch's uniform was born, paired with a pointed witch's hat custom-made, black knee-high boots ready-made, and a cropped cloak custom-made. She embodied a character once only seen in films, now vividly standing before Roland. "Your Highness, what do you require of me?" Anna found herself struggling to keep pace with the thoughts of this significant figure, feeling as if she were losing her capacity to reason. When she had been dragged away in a sack from the dungeon, she had thought that her cursed existence was nearing its end. Yet upon removing the hood, Anna discovered not a gallows or a guillotine, but a magnificent grand chamber. Then a flurry of people entered, undressing and bathing her. From her armpits to her toes, not a single spot was left uncleaned. Next came the dressing. She had not anticipated needing assistance in getting dressed, nor had she imagined that clothing could feel so comfortable, softly clinging to her, devoid of any friction. Finally, an elderly man with graying whiskers entered, commanding everyone to leave before presenting her with a contract. It was then that she comprehended that the one who had spoken of employing her in the dungeon was, in fact, the fourth prince of the kingdom, and that the offer was no jest. The contract explicitly stated that should she serve the prince, she would receive a monthly remuneration of 1 gold dragon. Anna understood what a gold dragon signified. Her father toiled in the mines, with his pay determined by the quantity of ore extracted, and during the best of harvests, he earned but a silver wolf. 100 silver wolves could be exchanged for a single gold dragon, contingent upon the quality of the silver wolves. What, then, was her task? To sleep with the prince? She had indeed overheard the maids whispering such things during her bathing, yet she did not believe herself worth that price. Corrupted by demonic bloodlines, a fallen and impure being, anyone who discovered her true identity would surely shun her. Even if the prince's curiosity ran that deep, devoid of fear towards the devil, there would be no need to offer her any compensation. That night, no one came to seek her out, and she fell asleep, On the softest bed she had ever known, so much so that she slipped into slumber the moment she lay down. When she awoke the next day, it was already noon, and lunch was delivered to her room. Bread, cheese, and a piece of steak. She had intended to embrace death. What reminiscence could one have of a world when they had resolved to relinquish their life? Yet upon placing the steak in her mouth, tears welled up uncontrollably. The juices and pepper melded and dissolved upon her palate, the rich and aromatic flavor intermingling with a hint of sweetness, repeatedly assaulting her taste buds until it lingered in her mouth. At that moment, she felt that perhaps this world still held a smidgen of beauty, that if she could partake of such sustenance daily, even in the face of demonic corruption, she would possess greater courage to resist, wouldn't she? Standing in this shed that resembled neither a chamber nor a prison, she silently resolved, if her services were needed, then regardless of donning such peculiar attire or invoking unfathomable powers, she was willing to try. Thus, she repeated her question, this time without hesitation. Your Highness, what do you require of me? For now, you must harness your power, practicing it repeatedly until you can manipulate it at will. You mean the devil's? No, Miss Anna, Roland interjected. It is your power. The witch blinked her beautiful blue eyes. Most people harbor prejudices against you, believing that a witch's power emanates from the devil and is inherently malevolent, that in truth, they are mistaken. Roland knelt to meet her gaze. And you do not believe that either, do you? He recalled Anna's light laughter in the dungeon. How could one who deemed themselves evil possibly produce such a sound, rich with mockery? I have never used it to harm another, she replied softly, except for that robber. Resisting harm is not a fault. You acted rightly. People fear you because they do not understand you. They know that rigorous training can forge a strong warrior, yet they remain clueless as to how one becomes a witch. The unknown power invariably incites fear. You are not afraid at all, Anna remarked. Because I know it belongs to you, Roland chuckled. If that robber possessed such astonishing power, I would not dare stand before him. Very well, let us commence, he said. Chapter 7. Training, Part 2. Flames erupted beneath her feet, only to swiftly dissipate. This was her 23rd attempt, another failure. Sweat beads formed on Anna's forehead, and she wiped them away with the back of her hand, causing steam to rise and sizzle. She did not pause for a moment, immediately commencing her next practice. The witch's uniform was neatly folded aside. Had she not insisted on this from the start, it would likely have already turned to ash in the flames. Fortunately, as the fourth prince, acquiring several spare outfits was no challenge. He had Teal deliver an entire barrel of robes, gathered from the maids in a hurry. At last, the 24th attempt bore fruit. The flames no longer rose from her feet, but instead manifested in her palm. Cautiously, she lifted her arm, attempting to guide it to her fingertips, but the flame flickered and suddenly leapt to her arm, igniting her sleeve and consuming the robe. Anna extinguished the flames, expressionless as she tore away the charred portion of her robe and turned to rummage for a new one that ate such moments. Roland would avert his gaze, focusing on something else. Though Anna remained indifferent to this, that in truth, had Roland not insisted, she might have practiced entirely unclothed. Yet this would render it impossible for him to observe with composure. He found it difficult to maintain his calm in the presence of a naked young girl, especially when that girl, transformed into flames, possessed a unique allure. Roland shook his head, casting aside distracting thoughts. As it stood, mastering this power was no simple feat. He had set Anna a phased goal: to release flames from her palms or fingers without harming her clothing, while maintaining a sufficiently high temperature to melt the cast iron ingots in the pool. After the 30th attempt ended in failure, Roland called for a halt. Take a break. Anna stared at him, stunned, her mind momentarily blank. Roland approached, took her hand, and led her to a chair, pressing her down forcefully. You are exhausted. When fatigued, one ought to rest. There is no need to push yourself too hard. We have ample time. That he gently wiped the sweat from her forehead. Let us have some afternoon tea first. Roland was well aware that the nobility of the kingdom of Grey Fortress did not indulge in the custom of afternoon tea. The productivity of this world was so abysmally low that it was a struggle for people to find leisure to savor exquisite delicacies. 3 meals a day were not even commonplace, let alone 4 days for the idle scions of the upper class. They typically congregated in taverns or casinos at such hours. Since the custom did not exist, why not create one? Confections were readily available. An ale could substitute for tea. Upon realizing he was bound for a remote border town, The fourth prince brought along his maid, servants, and chef. Thus, the inaugural afternoon tea gathering commenced in a makeshift wooden pavilion in the castle's back garden. Anna gazed at the array of delicate pastries, hardly able to believe her eyes. How could food be fashioned to look so exquisite? Although she could not name the specific pastries, the combination of pure white exteriors adorned with vibrant red fruits was enough to whet her appetite, especially with the fine patterns embellishing the edges, which left a profound impression on her worldview. Roland watched with pride as Anna appeared flustered. After all, it was merely a strawberry cream cake. How could this rustic girl be so easily astonished? Moreover, the strawberries were preserved in sugar, their freshness long gone. More fascinating than the food was the expression on the witch's face. Roland observed her cautiously placing a piece of cake into her mouth. Her blue eyes almost aglow, her hair swaying as a sudden illusion of watching a culinary animation washed over him. Dishes that do not shine are not worthy, he mused. Indeed, there was a certain charm in nurturing such a character. Thus, watching Anna practice and enjoying afternoon tea with her became an everyday occurrence for Roland. As for the affairs of state, he knew Berov would manage them with utmost efficiency. 3 days later, Berov delivered the meticulously organized documents concerning the border town to Roland's office. This was an event that would have been inconceivable before, for the fourth prince to exhibit such patience in perusing a mountain of tedious reports. In truth, he still possessed none. After merely 2 lines, Roland felt dizzy and instructed Berov, "Read it to me." After an hour of listening to the report from the minister's assistant, he discerned something amiss. Why was the tax revenue and trade of the border town zero every winter? It was understandable that low temperatures would result in decreased harvests, but what did it mean for it to be reduced to nothing? Did the local populace hibernate? Berov coughed twice. "Your Highness, have you forgotten? Winter is the month of evil. The border town lacks the capacity for defense, and all residents must migrate to Longsong Fortress. However, rest assured, your safety is of utmost priority." The month of evil, Roland recalled the term. Prior to this, he had dismissed tales of ghosts and wicked witches as mere fabrications of an uncivilized world. Yet now, it appeared that regardless of their moral standing, witches indeed existed. And what of the other widely circulated tales of monsters? During his studies at court, the history tutor had elaborated on the month of evil. Each winter, as the first snow fell, the sun would lose its brilliance, and the gate of hell within the Dragon Ridge Mountains would open at that moment. The malevolent aura from hell would corrupt living beings, turning them into servants of demons. Some animals would mutate into powerful evil beasts, launching attacks against humans. Furthermore, most witches were born during this season, and their powers were far greater than usual. "Have you seen it? The gate of hell?" Roland inquired. "Your Highness, how could an ordinary person possibly see it?" Berov shook his head vehemently. Not to mention that the Dragon Ridge Mountains were virtually insurmountable. Even approaching the mountains would expose one to the corrupting aura, resulting in severe headaches or even madness. Unless what? Unless the person is a witch. Only witches can perceive the gate of hell, as they have already fallen under the influence of the demons and are thus unaffected by the evil aura. At this point, Berov cast a glance toward the back garden. "And the evil beasts. You must have seen them, right?" Roland rapped his fingers on the table in displeasure. "I have not. Like your Highness, this is my first visit to the borderlands that I in the heart of the kingdom, Grey Fortress. It is exceedingly rare to encounter true evil. How can this place develop if it is to be evacuated every year?" He had initially believed the border town was merely impoverished yet still held potential for development. It now appeared to be a vast pitfall. The fact that Longsong Fortress could withstand the evil beasts indicated that they could indeed be slain and were not invincible. Then why can we not vanquish them in the border town? Longsong Fortress boasts immense walls and is garrisoned by the elite troops of Duke Ryan, an advantage that the border town simply cannot compare to, Berov explained. From the outset, the purpose of establishing the border town was to provide early warnings for the fortress, which is why it was situated between North Slope Ridge and the Redwater River. It serves as mere cannon fodder, standing in the way of the enemy's inevitable path. Roland scoffed. Chapter 8. The Month of Evil, Part 1. To develop properly. One must establish roots in this land, that if the land is poor, it can be cultivated. If the territory is too small, it can be expanded outward. However, if the people leave, everything becomes mere talk that if a territory can be abandoned at any moment. Who would wish to invest in it? And who would find solace in production? After the minister's assistant took his leave, Roland summoned Carter Lannis, his chief knight. Bring your men and find me some local guards. Hunters or farmers who have resided here for over 5 years and have experienced the month of evil. It would be best if they have fought against the evil beasts. The knight obeyed and departed, while Roland rubbed his temples and continued to peruse the compiled documents. The primary outputs of the border town were minerals and animal furs, with the main imports being grain. All transportation was conducted via the Redwater River directly to Longsong Fortress or Willow Leaf Town. The minerals included various ores: iron, copper, sulfur, crystal, rubies, sapphires. This surpassed the mere concept of companion minerals that he recalled Anna mentioning that the North Slope mining area was rumored to be the lair of unknown subterranean monsters. And even now, the depths of the mines remained largely unexplored. Upon examining the grain section, Roland furrowed his brow. Most of these minerals were sold to Longsong Fortress, yet the payment was not made in the kingdom's golden dragons, but rather in grain as barter. Logically, gems and the like could be classified as luxury goods. Yet after years of trading, the border town had not accumulated much surplus grain, nor did its fiscal revenue flourish. In other words, the annual output of mining in the border town merely sufficed for the sustenance of its 2,000 residents, considering that the lord of this land was originally from the line of the Duke of Longsong prior to the prince's arrival. Self-sufficiency was somewhat understandable. After all, in their view, any surplus grain would merely benefit the beast as for the fur trade. It constituted the local populace's own income. They ventured west into the Enigma Forest to hunt various birds and beasts, either selling them to the buyers in Longsong Fortress or to the residents of Willow Leaf Town. The border town imposed no taxes on this trade, as it was virtually impossible to regulate. Roland contemplated the situation. Since he was here, the output of minerals could no longer be bartered for grain. The branches of the Redwater River nearly traversed the entirety of the kingdom, rendering transportation far from obstructed. With this transportation artery, even if Longsong Fortress ceased grain supply, he could procure it from other regions. The prerequisite was that he could withstand those accursed monsters here in the border town. Carter acted swiftly, returning the next day with 2 guards and a local hunter, who were the leaders of the border town's patrol team responsible for igniting the signal fires each year. The hunter claimed to have battled the evil beasts and had personally severed the head of one that the 3 bowed in unison. Roland nodded, instructing them to step aside and approach one at a time. Respected prince, the first guard called forth was so nervous he could barely articulate his words. Brian and we are from here. After the snow falls, we will head to the signal tower at North Slope mining area. There, we can see the movements of the beasts in real time, that if they cross the Enigma Forest, we will ignite the signal fire, retreating via the small path to board the swift boat we prepared earlier. Since you are together, call your partner up to answer, Roland said, shaking his head in exasperation. What do the evil beasts look like, and can they be killed? The other guard, though also apprehensive, managed to speak without stuttering. Your Highness, they should be killable. They were merely ordinary forest animals, albeit driven mad and ferocious by the hellish aura, yet they can still be slain. After each month of evil, Longsong Fortress dispatches cavalry to clear the remnants of the evil beasts along the road from the fortress to the border town. How long does the month of evil last? Typically, it lasts anywhere from 2 to 3 months. It depends on the sun, Brian replied. The sun? Roland inquired, puzzled. Yes, the guard explained. Your Highness, since you have only recently arrived, you may not be aware. Once it snows in the border town, it will not cease until the sun regains its brilliance, at which point the snow will melt. So, it is not considered the end of the month of evil until the snow melts? Roland mused, recalling that the snow in Grey Fortress did not behave this way. It typically melted by the following day, with no noticeable change in the sun. Indeed, the longest month of evil I experienced lasted nearly 4 months 2 years ago, and many did not survive. Why, does Longsong Fortress not have a month's worth of grain reserves? Roland asked. At Brian's expression darkened slightly. Some do. However, at that time, the municipal officer responsible for supplies, Firenu, stated that the ore we produced in autumn would only suffice to purchase food for 3 months. For the 4th month, we would have to wait for the arrival of a new batch of ore. Yet, the month of evil had not yet passed, and our departure from the fortress was utterly impossible. So that is how it is. I understand now. What a foolish act. utterly severing ties with the people that if the Longsong Fortress were to treat these frontier dwellers with the warmth of spring, it would be no easy feat to retain them. However, it seems that those cowering behind the city walls are not particularly virtuous either. Roland, with an expression devoid of emotion, summoned the last individual to step forward to speak, all the while committing the name to memory. The third person was robustly built, towering nearly 6 feet when standing straight, which instilled a sense of pressure in Roland. Fortunately, as soon as he approached, he knelt on one knee. "You claim to have slain evil beasts?" "Yes, your highness," he replied, his voice deep and hoarse. "One of the wild boar breed, and one of the wolf breed." "Breed?" Roland repeated. "What does that mean?" "It is the term hunters use for evil beasts, your highness. The more ferocious the animal before mutation, the more formidable it becomes afterward. Moreover, they amplify the advantages of their original forms exponentially. For instance, the wild boar breed possesses an extremely tough hide. Even from 50 meters away, a crossbow struggles to penetrate it. The wolf breed, on the other hand, is even more cunning, with astonishing speed, requiring traps to be set in advance to capture it. The strong become stronger, and the swift become swifter," Roland nodded, "but they are still merely animals." "Precisely," the hunter continued, swallowing hard, "they are not the most terrifying foes. The most fearsome are the hybrids. They are the very embodiment of demons. Only hell could spawn such horrific beasts that I once encountered a hybrid that not only possessed the powerful physique of a beast, but also bore a pair of enormous wings on its back, allowing it to fly short distances that it seemed to know my whereabouts. No matter how I hid, it would flush me out that it was not hunting, your highness. It was merely toying with its prey." The hunter lifted his garment to reveal a massive scar stretching from his abdomen to his chest. "I survived only by jumping into the Redwater River before losing consciousness. Such monsters truly exist," Roland mused, feeling as though the world was becoming increasingly fantastical, that a sturdy city wall could deter all ordinary breeds of evil beasts. "But what about those that can fly? Hybrids must be quite rare, I presume." "Not many, your highness. During the month of evil, there are usually only 2 or 3 of such beasts. Otherwise, Longsong Fortress would face grave troubles." "Very well. You have observed keenly." Roland commanded the hunter to rise. "What is your name?" "You do not appear to be from Grey Fortress. I possess half Mogan blood, and the townsfolk call me Iron Axe." Mogan, the sand dwellers from the arid southwestern deserts of the kingdom, are said to be descendants of the giants of the sands. Roland searched his mind for relevant memories. He did not use the clan's name, but rather a title. Clearly wishing to dissociate from the sand dwellers, as for why he had journeyed from the southwestern border to this desolate place, it likely involved a series of bitter tales. Yet, those were not the focus. The frontier town did not concern itself with one's origins. Roland clapped his hands, declaring, "That will be all for today. Carter, grant each of them 10 silver wolves and escort them away." "Thank you for your generosity." "Your Highness," the 3 replied in unison. After leading them away, Carter Lannis returned. "Your Highness, are you inquiring for a reason? Do you intend to remain here?" Roland remained noncommittal. "What do you think? This matter is absolutely out of the question." "Your Highness," the knight exclaimed loudly. "According to the hunter, simply dealing with the wild boar breed is quite the challenge. If it cannot be pierced from 50 paces, we must wait until 30 or even 20 paces to shoot. Only the elite soldiers of the fortress can achieve that. Moreover, with their numbers being so great, without a solid city wall to rely on, if we depend solely on the local guards to hold them back, I fear casualties will exceed 10%, leading to a rout. You also expressed similar sentiments before meeting the witch. Must we not consider the brighter side of matters?" Roland sighed. "The witch may be evil. But Lady Anna, Miss Anna does not appear thus that your knight. I must adhere to the truth that that so. What if I were to provide you with a city wall?" "What?" Carter questioned, doubting his own ears. "I shall provide you with a city wall, situated between the base of the North Slope Mountain and the Redwater River," Roland articulated clearly. "Although it may not be as grand as the walls of Grey Fortress, it should suffice to deter the evil beasts. Your Highness, do you comprehend what you are proposing?" The knight laughed in disbelief. "There must be limits to such folly. If you do not leave when the time comes, I can only beg your pardon for my rudeness. There are still 3 months, are there not? I have reviewed past records. The first snowfall here typically occurs at the end of February after winter begins." 3 years would not suffice. Constructing a city wall requires a vast number of workers, starting from the foundation with mixed soil. Each 1 to 2 feet of height must be compacted, lest it risk collapsing. This is the simplest method for building an earthen wall. Carter shook his head repeatedly that a brick and stone wall would take even longer, necessitating hundreds of stonemasons to chisel the stones into square shapes before stacking them one by one. Your Highness, every city wall is built in this manner. There are no exceptions. To raise a city overnight is a tale fit for myths. Roland gestured for him to cease. I understand. You need not conclude so hastily. If by that time there is no reliable wall, I shall retreat with you to Longsong Fortress, that I have no intention of sacrificing my life in this wretched place. The knight knelt on one knee, declaring, I shall swear to protect you at all costs. In the castle garden, Roland took a sip of bitter ale, gazing at Anna, who was engrossed in devouring cream pastries, and felt his spirits lift considerably. He had resolved to stand against the evil beasts in the frontier town. What was the point of farming if their stronghold could not be defended? If he were to construct a wall connecting the North Slope and the Redwater River within 3 months, a reasonable plan and groundbreaking techniques would be essential. Roland was not acting on a whim. He had thoroughly surveyed the area surrounding the frontier town, albeit not in person, and vivid images remained in his memory. The closest distance between the base of the North Slope Mountain and the Redwater River was merely over 600 meters, a veritable natural pass. Moreover, due to years of mining, the area surrounding the North Slope mines was littered with rubble extracted from the caverns. These stones, with their grayish-white cross-sections and rich calcium carbonate content, could be crushed and utilized as limestone. With limestone at hand, it was tantamount to possessing cement. Indeed, this hydraulic material, which revolutionized human construction, is abundantly available and simple to produce, making it one of the essential tools for farming. Roland estimated that producing concrete was beyond reach, not due to a lack of technical knowledge, but rather due to the immense quantity of cement required. He was uncertain he could produce sufficient cement powder within 3 months. Additionally, concrete's poor tensile strength necessitated the incorporation of steel reinforcements to achieve its full potential, thus rendering the creation of a concrete wall impractical. To conserve cement to the greatest extent while utilizing available materials. A random stone weight wall was the most appropriate choice. Thus, random stone refers to unprocessed rock, retaining its natural form as it was mined. Such materials, with their irregular shapes and angles, cannot be built directly. They require stonemasons to be fashioned into brick-like forms for use at a random stone wall. However, utilizes cement as a binding agent, allowing any oddly shaped rock to be stacked, with the gaps between stones filled with cement, thus conserving cement and not being picky about materials. The general direction had been set, yet the actual implementation would likely require his personal involvement, Roland thought. Whether it be producing cement or constructing a random stone wall. These were entirely new concepts. Aside from himself, no one had ever witnessed such endeavors, nor did anyone know how to execute them. That it seemed the next 3 months would be filled with labor. Look, a clear voice from behind him interrupted his thoughts. Roland turned to see a small flame flickering to life in Anna's palm. Despite the absence of wind, the flame's tip danced up and down, as if nodding in acknowledgement of her presence. She wiggled her fingers, and the flame moved towards her fingertips like a toddler taking its first steps. Eventually, it settled atop her index finger, calming down. You did it, she declared. An astonishing scene unfolded before Roland's eyes, and he marveled internally. This was not an illusion or a mere chemical trick. It was genuine supernatural power. Yet, what captivated Roland more than the flame was Anna's expression. She gazed intently at her fingertip, her lake-like clear eyes reflecting the flickering flame, resembling a spirit encapsulated within a sapphire. The marks of torment from her imprisonment had faded, and though she still smiled infrequently, her face no longer bore an expression of lifelessness. That a bead of sweat trickled down the petite tip of her nose, and her cheeks glowed with vitality, radiating a sense of joy that could uplift anyone's spirits. What is it? Nothing. Roland realized he had been staring at her for too long and quickly averted his gaze, clearing his throat. Now let us attempt to use it to melt iron blocks. During these past few days, aside from eating and sleeping, she had been practicing diligently in the shed, her dedication leaving Roland feeling rather ashamed. Even during his own examinations, he had never applied himself so fervently that it seemed that before long she would master this power, Roland thought that in that case, his long-conceived new project could finally progress to the next stage. Chapter 10. The stonemason. The weather had been rather unfavorable this week, the sky perpetually gray. And Carl Vanbert's mood mirrored the dreary conditions, plummeting to an all-time low. Walking upon the damp stone-paved streets, he was occasionally greeted by passers-by. Carl operated an academy in this quaint little town. Unlike the exclusive institutions reserved for the scions of nobles from Grey Fortress, his academy welcomed the children of the common folk. Thus, he had garnered considerable esteem in this border settlement. "Good morning, Mr. Vanbert. Sir, has my son been behaving well? When you have some free time, Carl, let us go fishing together." Typically, Carl would respond with a warm smile, but today he merely nodded, uttering not a single word. Ever since witnessing Anna's execution, a fissure had formed in his perception of the world. Perhaps it had existed since his departure from Grey Fortress, but he had chosen to remain willfully blind. He busied himself with work to numb the pain, and the innocent smiles of his students served, to some extent, to obscure that fracture. It was only with Anna's demise that he realized the world had undergone no transformation. That rift had not only persisted but had widened. His memories of Anna were frozen in time, recalling her from half a year prior. Among the 30-odd children at the academy, she had not been particularly remarkable. Ordinary in appearance, reserved in speech, but one trait had left a lasting impression on Carl: her fervor for knowledge. No matter the subject he taught, be it letters or history, she was invariably the first to grasp it. Even the dry account of religious evolution, which he himself found tedious, captivated her for an entire day as she immersed herself in the text. He had also seen the young girl tending to the neighbor's sheep. Under the sun, Anna brushed the lamb's wool with care, her movements as gentle as those of one cradling an infant. That image remained vivid in his mind, the girl's sweet, serene smile wholly incompatible with any notion of evil. Then came the fire that ravaged the neighborhood, claiming Anna's mother, and thereafter, Anna ceased attending the academy. It was only a week prior that she had been branded a witch and executed in the town square. Tempted by the devil, an impure soul, a villain. Nonsense. For the first time, doubt crept into his heart regarding the church. And for the first time, he questioned the teachings he imparted. Whether or not Anna was indeed a witch remained uncertain, but the label of evil could never rightfully be applied to her. If a young girl, still in her adolescence, filled with curiosity and naivety, could be deemed wicked, then the officials of Grey Fortress were the true demons from the depths of hell, for a few hundred gold coins. They had knowingly swapped inferior stone, leading to the collapse of the new theater's construction, resulting in the deaths of over 30 members of the stonemason guild. But had they faced the gallows? Not a single one. The judge ultimately condemned the guild's leader for negligence, sentencing him to exile and disbanding the guild. To evade the fallout, Carl had been compelled to flee Grey Fortress, his family in tow. Journeying westward until they reached this border town, that he established the academy, gained numerous students, and made new neighbors and friends. Yet the sins committed in Grey Fortress remained etched in his memory. Now, he felt once more the world's mockery. What truly constituted evil? And could the gods above truly discern it? The final straw for Carl was Naneva. Unlike Anna, Naneva was vibrant and full of life, quite renowned within the academy. When not in class, she seldom paused. Whether perched in a tree teasing birds or rolling in the grass, she was always in motion. When asked what she was doing, she would first erupt in laughter before replying that she was listening to the grasshoppers and ants quarrel. A perpetual smile adorned Naneva's face, as if it were her natural state. This wretched and suffering world seemed irrelevant to her. At least within the confines of the academy, she could laugh freely and without care. Carl found himself curious. Had she ever cried since her birth? Until 2 days ago, when Naneva approached him, her face a mask of sorrow, asking, "Teacher, will I be hanged like Anna?" It was then he learned that his student, Naneva Payne, had also been accused of witchcraft. Is that not Mr. Vanbert? Come here and help us decipher what this says. Carl felt a tug at his sleeve. He looked up to find he had unwittingly wandered to the town square. A throng of townsfolk surrounded the notice board, clamoring about something. Upon hearing Vanbert's name, they instinctively parted to clear a path. "You have arrived just in time, sir. Help us take a look." Yes, it was supposed to be Meg reading it. But he said he had a stomach ache and went to the latrine, and he hasn't returned since. Under normal circumstances, he would have smiled and nodded, proceeding to explain the contents of the notice to the eager crowd. But now, Carl found himself unable to do so. These people's smiles and enthusiasm, though genuine, were far more unbearable than any mask of falsehood he could wear. The notice announcing Anna's execution was affixed there as well. And they were just as exuberant in their discussions that in a sense. They were all complicit in her death, he thought bitterly. Their ignorance and folly had slain her. Carl suppressed his emotions, inhaling deeply as he stepped before the notice board. The prince is calling for laborers to construct the border town, with various positions available, he read aloud. But was he not one of the culprits himself? Was he not the one who had declared witches to be evil? The bitterness crept to his lips as he thought of the words he had imparted to the children, reciting the doctrines of the church as if they were gospel, believing he had done well. What folly! Stonemason, male, ages 20 to 40, strong and robust, daily wage. 25 Copperhawks. Bricklayer, gender unspecified, ages 18 and above, prior masonry experience required, daily wage. 45 Copperhawks. General laborer, male, ages 18 and above, daily wage. 12 Copperhawks. No, he had to take action. If Anna's death was irrevocable, he at least could not allow Naneva to share the same fate that a voice within him cried out. He had not stood up when the stonemason guild was destroyed, nor when Anna was executed. Would he continue to remain silent, watching these dear children march to the gallows? But what could he do? Could he flee the border town with Naneva? He had his own family. They had journeyed from Grey Fortress through hardship to reach this place. And now that things were finally improving, could he abandon them again? Moreover, could Naneva, who hailed from a well-to-do family, endure a life of dislocation? Stonemason, gender unspecified, age unspecified. Anyone who has participated in civic construction, fortifications, or military works may apply. The town hall is recruiting long-term, with a monthly wage of 1 gold dragon. Supplementary clause. Those with extensive experience and outstanding performance may be granted official positions. As he finished reading the announcement, the crowd had already begun to chatter excitedly. A monthly wage of 1 gold dragon rivaled that of the cavalry at Longsong Fortress. But can you even do it? You can't even properly stack a latrine, yet you wish to build a fortress? Don't just focus on that. The earlier positions are quite reasonable too. If they pay daily, it's not much less than hunting. Indeed, hunting could be perilous. The hidden forest was no place for the faint of heart. Carl Van Bert paid no heed to their banter. His full attention was on the final stamp and signature at the bottom of the notice. It bore the personal signature of Prince Roland Wimbledon. Did the prince not realize that the month of evil was fast approaching? Regardless of his intentions for construction, this was hardly an opportune moment to commence. It seemed that His Highness Wimbledon was utterly ignorant of building matters. Perhaps he could attract his attention using the name of the Stonemason Guild. A sudden thought struck Carl. Perhaps through this recruitment, he might meet the prince himself, the highest authority in the border town. The notion sent a thrill through him, to persuade the prince that witches were not evil. Rumor had it that the prince possessed unique ideas, a character unlike others, and harbored a profound disdain for the church. Perhaps it could work. He mused, even though it was Prince Roland who had ultimately ordered Anna's execution. It was evident he had done so reluctantly. The prince himself was barely in his 20s. He might be more amenable to understanding how those still in their formative years could not suddenly transform into irredeemable villains. Of course, there was also the possibility that he would be deemed an accomplice to the witches and face the gallows alongside them. The church's laws were clear. Anyone who sheltered a witch or interceded on her behalf would be considered a willfully depraved sinner. Carl could only hope that the prince's contempt for the church would extend to disregarding its laws. He offered a silent prayer. Though uncertain to whom he should direct it, he closed his eyes and sought blessings. For the departed Anna, for the living Naneva, and for the fissure within his heart to cease its expansion. He resolved to take this risk. Chapter 11. The three princesses. The sea breeze had grown chilly, and gazing out at the boundless expanse of ocean, Garcia Wimbledon raked a hand through her wind-tossed hair, expressing a hint of regret. Winter is fast approaching, that a strikingly handsome man behind her responded. Though this is the South, it is still not the extreme South. Only the sand folk remain oblivious to the meaning of winter. Our fleet cannot set sail in winter. The currents will render them immobile. Thus, this should be our final voyage for the season. The woman turned to face him. Farron, how long has the black sail been out? 2 months and 4 days, he replied without hesitation. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, they should arrive at Crystal Bay in 3 days. Garcia burst into laughter. I hope they bring me ample surprises. Farron Coben regarded the exuberant woman before him with a sense of deep reflection. Her long gray hair shimmered with silver under the autumn sun. Her light green eyes, elongated at the corners, exuded an indescribable air of authority when fixed upon someone, having spent an extended period by the seashore. Her skin bore a slight roughness, lacking the porcelain-like fairness of the other women of the royal court. Yet Farron remained utterly unconcerned that in his eyes, the charisma possessed by Garcia rendered any conventional beauty insignificant. Unlike the foolish progeny of inbred nobility in Grey Castle, Princess Wimbledon's third daughter was a true prodigy. She possessed the intellect and pride of nobility, yet diverged from their rigid conventions, exhibiting a spirit akin to that of commoners, filled with anticipation for breaking the mundane and brimming with a sense of adventure. Naturally, no commoner could boast the height and vision she possessed. Even dukes and lords appeared short-sighted and petty in her presence. To invest all the trade revenues of Crystal Harbor into the construction of a fleet, leaving not a single coin in her treasury, was an endeavor far beyond the capabilities of those miserly guardians of wealth. These gold dragons stashed away in a cabinet hold no meaning. When not in use, they are akin to mere stones that it is only through expenditure that their true value is realized. The crux lies in the fact that spending them does not equate to losing them. If utilized wisely, the returns will far surpass their intrinsic worth. Farron still vividly recalled this profound revelation she had imparted, which shattered the long-held notions entrenched in his mind, that in contrast to the royal nobles who busied themselves counting the meager growth of their savings. Farron deemed this to be the essence of true leadership. Thus, he wholeheartedly pledged his allegiance to Garcia, following her to Crystal Harbor. Upon arriving there, Farron soon discovered that the endeavors of the third princess extended far beyond mere ideals. She possessed both vision and action. She devised the Black Sail Plan around this very core and executed it meticulously step by step. Even 5 years prior, the influence Garcia cultivated had already infiltrated Crystal Harbor, laying the groundwork for the formation of the Black Sail Fleet. Long before Wimbledon III had even broached the subject of the royal succession decree. In other words, she had long been ahead of all other heirs. Let us return indoors. The wind is picking up, Garcia remarked, tilting her head. Her palace was situated at the southernmost tip of Crystal Harbor, overlooking Salmon Bay. This tower-like structure stood sentinel along the coast, with a circular terrace atop that provided a sweeping view of the entire harbor and the merchant vessels that traversed its waters. After 5 years of industrious management, the trade at Crystal Harbor had begun to flourish. A 3-masted ship would launch from the docks every 6 months, and he had also garnered initial trust from his counterparts. Seizing the moment while the third princess appeared to be in good spirits, Farron hesitantly broached the greatest doubt that had lingered in his mind over the past few months. "Your Highness, I find myself perplexed," he said, closing the door to shut out the howling sea wind. "You said," she replied, smiling and nodding. "How could you foresee all of this before the king even issued the royal succession decree?" He had speculated whether Wimbledon III had informed her in advance, but upon closer reflection, he realized that such a notion was impossible. Everyone knew that the second prince was the king's favored heir, and the royal decree was specifically designed for him, as evidenced by the territory of Golden Spike City granted to him. Yet, to deduce all of this on her own and initiate plans 5 years prior? By the gods, she had been merely 18 at that time. "Foreseeing," she chuckled. "Do you take me for sorceress? I possess no such supernatural abilities, but I had no inkling that my father would concoct such a ludicrous scheme to pave the way for his precious second son. In truth, what difference does the royal decree make to the endeavors I have undertaken? No difference." Farron suddenly seemed to grasp something, his mouth agape in astonishment. Observing Farron's incredulous expression, Garcia laughed. "Must I wait for my father to declare that I am entitled to vie for the throne before I earn the right to do so? By the same logic, would the one who governs the city best automatically ascend to the Grey Castle throne? I had thought you would understand this upon seeing the Black Sail Plan." "I see," Farron murmured, realizing that her fleet was not solely established for the sake of wealth. This fleet belonging to the third princess would don black sails after completing their trade routes, preying upon merchant vessels from other cities or nations. Likewise, the third princess encouraged her subjects to set sail and partake in the Black Sail Plan alongside her. She promised that any plundered wealth would belong to the ship's captain, and Crystal Harbor would levy no taxes on these gains. This initiative not only brought her immense riches, but also prompted her to command the Black Sail Fleet to venture southward, plundering any vessels that traversed the endless Cape and the southern sands. Yet, these measures were not merely for the sake of riches. Garcia did not allocate the spoils of her plunder for urban development or to expand land trade. Instead, she reinvested them into the shipyard to continue constructing more grand vessels. Throughout these years, she had acquired a multitude of seasoned sailors, fierce warriors, and the unwavering support of the populace, should she cease to govern. The marauding scoundrels who had partaken in the plunder would all find themselves facing the gallows. The one who governs the city best will inevitably ascend to the Grey Castle throne. No, Farron now understood that the one destined for the throne was Garcia Wimbledon, who commanded a formidable fleet and a legion of soldiers, capable of navigating the Three-Bay River Strait to the gates of Golden Spike City. Did you foresee that you would be assigned to Crystal Harbor? That came as a surprise. It was merely a side note to a transaction. Garcia shrugged. I initially thought the church was trying to deceive me. Related to the church? Noticing that she had not elaborated further, Farron refrained from pressing the matter. Yet, he was acutely aware that even if Garcia had not come to Crystal Harbor, this place would still adhere to her will and continue along the path she envisioned. Let us set that aside for now. She poured herself a cup of red tea. It seems my earlier ruse has failed. Yes. Farron hastily recalled his thoughts, responding. Only news has emerged from the border town, reporting that the pills have failed. NO news has come from elsewhere. The NO news likely means my brothers have dealt with them, which is to be expected. They were merely pawns I had set aside, inconsequential to the grand scheme, simply meant to pass the time during this wait. However, she shifted her tone. It is quite normal for other pawns to fail, but I did not foresee that even the fourth brother would emerge unscathed. To be honest, I feel a tad disappointed. The Kingfisher reported in the missive that the pill was indeed ingested, but failure is failure. I do not wish to hear any explanations, Garcia interrupted. Before long, it will be the month of evil. And our dear prince will seek refuge at Long Song Fortress, will he not? At that time, with the invasion of the fiends, the fortress is likely to descend into chaos. Write to her and urge her to seize the opportunity. I wish to see if Lady Luck will stand by the fourth brother once more. Yes, your highness. You may leave now. Garcia waved her hand, and just as Farron was about to take his leave, the third princess called him back. By the way, did I recall that the pill was purchased from Alchemist in Bis, correct? Farron nodded. What did he say at the time? Colorless and tasteless, dissolving like water, guaranteed to be fatal. With no antidote, or was it his latest alchemical achievement? Garcia yawned. Let us strangle him. Chapter 12. The firing Roland stood in the courtyard of the firing chamber, awaiting the first batch of cement to emerge. This brick structure was specifically designed for cement production, measuring approximately 15 meters in length and 4 meters in width. That it boasted doors at both ends. The front door was as wide as possible to facilitate the movement of materials, while the back door was only wide enough for a single person, allowing Anna to sneak into the firing chamber. To this end, he had constructed a wall around the rear half of the chamber. With knights stationed at the entrances, loyal subordinates of Carter, their loyalty beyond question. The cement production process is quite simple. Limestone is crushed into powder and mixed with clay and iron powder, then calcined into clinker through either dry or wet methods, followed by grinding with gypsum for use. The raw materials are quite ordinary, and iron powder is difficult to produce in large quantities, so it can be omitted. The key lies in the calcination temperature of the clinker. Roland did not recall the specific temperature required for producing cement. Even if he did, he had no means to measure or control the temperature. Both infrared thermometers and thermocouple guns were infinitely more complex than cement. He only knew that this temperature was nearly equivalent to the melting point of iron, and the calcination process posed a significant challenge in cement production in an era where smelting technology was underdeveloped. Maintaining the high-temperature environment of a furnace had troubled everyone. Ordinary open furnaces suffered tremendous heat loss, making it arduous to sustain temperatures above 1,200 degrees. Reflective furnaces required heat-resistant linings, and he could not conceive how to manufacture refractory bricks. Traditional iron smelting furnaces were even less suitable. While they might reach the necessary temperature, relying solely on that narrow furnace cavity to calcine cement would likely result in insufficient quantities long after the month of evil had passed. Thus, the firing chamber designed by Roland had no heating measures. He relied on Anna. The manually crushed limestone particles were mixed with clay, Water was added to create a slurry, which was then evenly spread across the chamber's floor. The knights secured the main entrance, clearing out the laborers. Anna entered through the back door, allowing the flames to roast the slurry on the ground until the iron rods introduced into the chamber melted. Roland felt a sense of unease. This was his first step in safeguarding the border town, that if he could not produce cement, the plan to erect a wall within 3 months would remain mere talk. Without a wall to provide protection, it was unlikely that anyone would be willing to defend this forsaken place. Whether in historical reality or fictional literature, a stable stronghold was indispensable for successful agriculture. Your Highness, is it true that such a substance can bond stones together? Carter Lannis, standing beside the fourth prince, inquired. Though the prince had informed him that this was the latest research achievement of the Grey Castle Alchemical Workshop, he remained skeptical. After all, that group of individuals has never produced any truly reliable alchemical products. Who knows? In any case, that is what they claim, Roland remarked with a shrug, that in this world, alchemy and astrology are collectively referred to as the arts of the sages, and they enjoy considerable popularity among the nations of the continent. Royal families typically cultivate their own alchemists and astrologers for the preparation of elixirs and the prediction of destinies for the common folk. These studies are so lofty that they foster a mindset of blind faith. Considering this, Roland naturally directed the inquiry regarding the source of the cement formula towards the alchemical workshop, that is, for whether the chief knight believed it. That was entirely irrelevant. The flames emerging from the window gradually extinguished, indicating that the firing process had concluded. Roland took a deep breath, stood up, and ushered Carter out of the courtyard, standing alone before the back door of the brick house in anticipation. The iron door creaked open, and Anna emerged, completely unclothed. Roland promptly draped a robe over her shoulders and fetched her a cup of water. "How are you?" The witch's face was covered in dust. Although the wet cement process produced minimal dust, the scorching air during the firing still stirred up particulates. For someone unable to wear a mask, staying inside for several minutes was evidently uncomfortable. She coughed twice, nodded, and said, "The slurry has turned into gray powder." Unable to wait for the temperature in the firing chamber to drop sufficiently, Roland wrapped a damp towel around his head, grabbed a shovel, and entered through the back door. The hot air enveloped him instantly, making breathing somewhat difficult, and the skin on his hands felt as though it were being scorched. Fortunately, shoveling up some ash did not take much time. Otherwise, remaining in such an environment for several minutes could very well lead to heat shock. "Did I ask this what you wanted?" Anna inquired as she donned the witch's attire, leaning over to inspect. "That it looks very similar," Roland replied, spreading the powder out and feeling its residual warmth with his fingers. Only a practical test could determine its efficacy. What is it useful for? Building houses, constructing bridges, repairing roads. Its applications are numerous. If it proves successful, the dwellings of the people will be impervious to the ravages of wind, rain, and heavy snow. He patted the little girl's head with his other hand, adding, "It was you who made this possible." Anna lowered her gaze. Whether it was an illusion or not, Roland sensed a quickening in her breath. Theoretically, the fired clinker must be ground with gypsum to regulate its setting time. However, there was no need to ponder such details at this moment. After a brief rest, Roland shoveled out another 2 loads and then called Carter, who was standing outside the courtyard, instructing him to mix the cement mortar in a ratio of 3 parts ash to 1 part river sand. The chief knight was more than willing to engage in manual labor. For him, this was far preferable to brawling on behalf of the prince or courting noble ladies during his time at Grey Fortress. Since no iron powder was included in the raw materials, the resulting cement paste appeared lighter in color, exhibiting a grayish-white hue. Roland poured it all onto a stone brick and then placed another one on top. The cement would take approximately 4 hours to set, and considering the instability of the prototype, he decided to wait until the following day to assess the results. Early the next morning, Roland hurriedly brought Carter and Anna to the backyard of the firing chamber. Upon opening the door, he noticed that the cement had solidified, binding tightly with the 2 stone bricks. The hardened surface appeared uneven, with patches of white efflorescence. Kneeling down, Roland scraped away the white residue produced by the alkali reaction and pressed his finger against the hardened cement. Feeling a surge of joy, its surface was solid and unyielding, entirely distinct from the texture of compacted earth. Even with forceful fingernails, he could leave no mark upon it. After receiving a signal from the fourth prince, Carter attempted to lift the bricks, but was unsuccessful He kicked at the sides repeatedly until the connection between the cement and the ground broke, yet the two bricks remained firmly bonded. Finally, he struck them with the hilt of his sword, managing only to chip off a small fragment from the edges. Is this the effect of cement? Carter suddenly grasped its significance, utterly astonished. Just yesterday, it flowed like molten wax. And now, merely overnight, it had hardened to the strength of rock. With this material, constructing a wall could be expedited as desired, as long as there were enough stones. We could even erect a wall encircling the borders within 5 years. But what is the use of that? Roland replied dismissively. No matter how grand the wall, it cannot stop enemies that come from within. I would prefer to transform the dilapidated wooden houses of the border town into sturdy cement homes, ensuring that my subjects no longer have to fear becoming homeless after a natural disaster. The chief knight was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that the fourth prince, embodying various noble vices, would utter such words. You will see in time. Roland reaffirmed his chosen path. For many who had crossed over, technology was the primary productive force. Here, however, witches were the true driving force of civilization. Chapter 13. The wall production of cement quickly fell into a routine that to ensure that Anna received adequate rest. The firing chamber operated only once every 2 to 3 days, during the periods without firing. Roland endeavored to prepare more raw materials, issuing another recruitment notice to double the number of stone workers. However, he understood that he could not indefinitely rely on Anna for these tasks. Prolonged exposure to dust-laden environments could lead to silicosis. And with the anticipated expansion of production, one Anna would not suffice. Witches should not be utilized as expendable resources. They ought to serve as engines propelling the advancement of civilization. Although Roland was acutely aware of this, he could currently devote all his energy to the construction of the wall. Without the ability to fend off the vile beasts, all else was moot. The foundation for the wall connecting North Slope Mountain and the Redwater River had commenced excavation. Following the customary practices of his previous life, he, as the project manager, personally dug the first shovel of earth before a crowd of astonished onlookers. He had initially thought that once the cement issue was resolved, erecting a wall would be a simple endeavor. However, the reality proved otherwise. How deep should the foundation be? How wide? How could one contend with the uneven terrain? How to ensure that the more than 600 meters would remain aligned in a straight line once constructed? He had observed a group of young men using instruments and measuring rods during municipal road construction, seemingly called theodolites and levels. But here, there was nothing at all. As a mere mechanical draftsman, Roland, though often likened to the civil engineering laborers next door, had learned entirely different subjects. Moreover, none of the hired masons had ever participated in large-scale projects, rendering them less knowledgeable than himself. Consequently, progress on the wall was painfully slow. With only a shallow trench excavated over the course of a week, once a project loses control, it becomes challenging to predict the final outcome. For instance, the trench they had painstakingly dug resembled more of a drainage ditch than a foundation for a wall. Although Roland had indicated a rough width during excavation, it had clearly deviated as they dug, becoming narrower and narrower. From a distance, it resembled a serpentine line. Even so, Roland was unwilling to halt the work. Embracing the philosophy that any progress was better than none, he remained at the foot of North Slope Mountain, using his eyes to adjust the direction of the foundation pit while slowly advancing. Simultaneously, he doubled the wages for the stone workers in the recruitment notice. Fortunately, this awkward situation did not persist for long. While directing preparations for the 6th batch of cement in the firing chamber, the Assistant Minister Barov reported that stone workers had responded to the recruitment, claiming to have been part of the Grey Fortress Mason Guild, and they were already waiting outside for an audience. After a moment of reflection, Roland's heart soared with joy. The Grey Fortress Mason Guild was renowned in his memory, even known to the fourth prince. Although it seemed they had been disbanded due to a construction accident. What industry could avoid such incidents? Bring him in. Roland feigned calmness, nodding his approval. He had initially intended to ask Anna to step aside but then reconsidered. With over 2,000 people in the border town, few had ever seen the true face of a witch. Furthermore, Anna's appearance had transformed drastically from her previous state of despair. Clad in her unusual attire, even those who had seen her before would likely not recognize her. When Karl Vanberg was led into the courtyard by the knight, he felt anxious. He planned to first inform the prince that this season was unsuitable for large-scale projects and, once he gained the prince's trust, gradually alter his perception of witches. However, rumors suggested that the prince acted without restraint, and what if his counsel had the opposite effect? Distracted, he bowed and saluted, but when he raised his head, he was momentarily stunned. The girl beside the prince appeared so familiar that he felt as though he were dreaming. Karl rubbed his eyes and looked again, unable to contain his exclamation. Anna? Oh no, Roland thought to himself. This is too coincidental. How could a random recruitment bring in a neighbor of the witch? It was evident that the other party was well acquainted with Anna. Otherwise, he could not have recognized her within a single glance that he turned to look at Carter Lannis, who immediately understood and promptly barred the only exit. Teacher? Anna's reaction caught Roland off guard. What, teacher? It really is you. Anna, Karl felt a warmth rise in his eyes, followed by tears streaming down his face. He weakly knelt on the ground, repeatedly apologizing. I'm sorry. It's so good. After a considerable time, Karl Vanberg finally composed himself. Slowly rising to his feet, he bowed once more to Roland, deeply apologetic. My lord, I am truly sorry for my uncharacteristic behavior. What on earth is happening? Aren't you a mason? Karl replied, now unburdened, his responses flowing more smoothly. Your Highness did not execute Anna. It was the substitute who was hanged at the gallows. Upon realizing this, he understood what must be done, although he was uncertain as to why the other party chose to save a witch. He reasoned that even if His Highness intended to bring her into his chamber, it was far preferable to sending her to the gallows. This at least indicated that the prince did not fear the rumors of witches being the embodiment of devils. He recounted in detail his journey from Grey Fortress to the border town, including his establishment of an academy and the discovery of the student Nanawa. The fact that Payan had also become a witch was mentioned. Ultimately, he implored His Highness to conceal Nanawa within the palace to spare her from persecution should her identity be revealed. Standing by, Anna listened intently, her face betraying a desire to plead for Nanawa. Yet she remained silent. Another knew which was indeed significant news, although the surname Payan seemed vaguely familiar. Roland discreetly summoned an aide to inquire, learning it belonged to a minor noble family in the border town. You may bring her to see me. If she is indeed a witch, I assure you she will come to no harm, Roland promised. However, I cannot take her from the Payan family, especially before her family poses any tangible threat. Moreover, my saving of Anna is not as you might think. He pondered for a moment, deciding it best to clarify. I require her assistance, rather than believing in the nonsensical notion of demonic evil. I trust that the powers of witches are independent of morality and can be controlled. Therefore, whether Anna or Nanawa, any witch who has not committed unlawful acts shall not be deemed guilty in my eyes. Now, let us discuss matters of importance. You were involved in the construction of the Grey Fortress walls. The prince redirected the conversation to construction matters. Yes, Karl nodded, although the fourth prince did not accept Nanawa as he had anticipated. And the need for witch assistance remained perplexing. He was nonetheless willing to ensure Nanawa's safety, which was sufficient. Excellent. I intend to construct a wall at the banks of the Red River and at the foot of North Slope Mountain to fend off the invasion of vile beasts. This project shall be under your jurisdiction. Chapter 14. Capability, Your Highness. How high and wide do you intend to build this wall? It should be at least 15 feet high and 6 feet wide. Allowing 4 people to march side by side, Roland nodded internally, appreciating the professionalism that he first inquired about technical specifications before determining the construction plan. Then a trench at least 1 person deep will be necessary to stabilize the upper wall. Given that the top must be 6 feet wide and the wall 15 feet high, the base width should at least double, Karl swiftly replied. This means that merely digging the trench will require a considerable amount of manpower. Your Highness, if you could provide me with 150 men, I should be able to complete this trench before the arrival of the month of demons. That a mere trench will not suffice to deter vile beasts. Roland replied non-committally. Indeed, if the upper wall is constructed of stone, it will take 3 years. That if the sole purpose is to obstruct the vile beasts, the wall need not be so tall, approximately 12 feet would suffice. And the width could be reduced by 1/3, with the base narrowed to 6 feet. That'd be why excavating the trench and building the wall simultaneously, if we increase the manpower to 200. Then I can complete it before the next month of demons arrives. Karl paused for a moment and continued, if I may be so bold, Your Highness, it is not an opportune time to commence construction. If the wall is not erected in a timely manner, even if the trench is finished, after an entire winter of rain and snow, it will lose its effectiveness. You would then require even more time and manpower to clear the softened trench and deepen the excavation once more. If we proceed as you suggest, how long will it take to dig a trench for a wall 12 feet high and 4 feet wide? Approximately a month and a half, Carl replied. Then let us proceed with this plan. Excavation and wall construction will occur simultaneously, completed before the month of demons arrives. Roland interrupted Carl, who was about to speak, that I understand your concerns. First, take a look at this, the latest creation from the Grey Fortress Alchemy Workshop. He naturally had no time to apply stone again for the mason to see. He merely brought out the 2 previously adhered pieces to showcase. Fortunately, few dared to question the prince's word. When Carl learned that this substance known as cement could transform from liquid to solid within a day and exhibited remarkable adhesive properties, disbelief washed over his face. Having devoted the first half of his life to masonry, he recognized the greatness of this invention. It could not only bond stones, but also be shaped freely. Was this not akin to possessing stones of any shape without the need for secondary cutting and polishing? The time-consuming processing phase could be entirely discarded, thus accelerating the construction of any edifice to a new level. Just this alone was enough to incite excitement. Roland observed Carl's expression with satisfaction and asked once more, "What do you think? Is 3 months sufficient?" Carl Vanbert's voice trembled slightly. "If what you say is true, no, I mean if the Alchemy Workshop's description of this material is accurate, I am willing to give it a try." "Excellent. I will have someone draft a detailed guide on how to use cement for you. Should you require anything else, speak with my aide." Roland smiled at Mr. Carl. "You are now a part of the administration." Meeting Nanawa in person occurred the following afternoon. The young girl looked somewhat bewildered at Anna, clutching her garment nervously before finally managing to utter, "Am I dead?" Upon first seeing her, Roland had to admit that the powers of witches not only endowed them with extraordinary abilities, but also altered their appearance and demeanor to some extent. She and Anna were of entirely different types, yet both possessed a distinct charm. This sensation bore no relation to age or life circumstances, even as Anna awaited death in the dungeon. Her radiance remained undiminished, traversing through all his memories. Whether it be the street songbirds of Grey Fortress or the well-bred noble ladies, he had never experienced such a feeling that if one were to describe it, placing them alongside witches was akin to introducing colorful figures into a black-and-white photograph. Carl Vanbert, who had brought her, discreetly withdrew, leaving only Roland, Anna, and Nanawa in the palace garden. "You are not dead. Anna is alive and well." Roland suppressed a smile and introduced himself. "I am Roland Wimbledon, the 4th prince, and you are—" "I am Nanawa Payan," the young girl exclaimed, her expression brightening upon hearing she was not dead. She dashed to Anna's side, chattering away without regard for Roland's identity as the prince of Grey Fortress. Naturally, Roland did not mind quibbling with a girl of merely 14 or 15. He leaned against the round table, poured himself a mug of ale, and observed the 2 witches' daily life. Anna appeared somewhat unaccustomed to Nanawa's familiarity. It took several exchanges before she would respond. That said, Anna was merely 17, yet already exuded an elder, sisterly aura. Roland couldn't help but ponder how remarkable she would become as she matured. That it was only when Nanawa's chatter gradually slowed that he cleared his throat and asked, "Miss Payan, I have heard from your teacher that you have awakened as a witch." Compared to the term fallen commonly used by most, Roland preferred awakened, that he was not naive enough to believe that all witches were pure and innocent. Those harboring malice would only wreak greater havoc upon gaining power. It was akin to weaponry. It could instigate violence or resist it, depending on who wielded it. Perhaps the church's accounts of witch hunts held some truth, but to use this as a blanket indictment of the witch community was grossly unjust. Nanawa's expression faltered slightly, and she asked in a hushed tone, "Will you hang me?" "No, of course not. Those who ascend the gallows are irredeemable criminals. You are not, nor is Miss Anna, so there is no need for concern." She inhaled deeply and nodded. "I am uncertain. My teacher said that witches gain their powers through the devil's temptation. But I have never seen a devil. Have I? When did you discover you were different from others?" "About a week ago," Nanawa murmured, "that I saw a little bird that had broken its leg, and I wanted to help it. Then I felt something escape from my hand." "Something escape from your hand?" Roland probed. "And then what happened?" It suddenly enveloped the little bird like a sticky mass of water. Nana had tilted her head in recollection, and then the bird's leg healed. Could her power be of a healing nature? Roland's heart raced. He understood precisely what such an ability entailed. In an era devoid of antibiotics or modern medicine, where wounds and infections could easily lead to death, the ability to heal swiftly was akin to granting an additional lease on life. While this power might not significantly advance civilization as a whole, its implications for individual lives were monumental. He immediately approached the door and instructed the knight, standing guard, to procure a live chicken. If she could prove her claims true, perhaps he could leverage this to alter the harsh persecution faced by witches in the border town. Chapter 15. Self-Deception. As the knight departed, Roland returned to the table. You can heal small animals, yet you still perceive witches as evil. My teacher said that witches can do what ordinary people cannot. Sometimes it may not seem bad, but that is merely a trap set by the devil to entice more souls. The girl's voice dwindled. I truly have never seen a devil, I swear. You certainly have not. That is merely a lie propagated by the church, and your teacher is one of the deceived, Roland reassured her. The church deceives? Nana opened her mouth wide in astonishment. Why? Roland shook his head, offering no explanation. Even if he were to articulate his thoughts, they would remain beyond her comprehension. Such bizarre occurrences are bound to transpire when civilization has yet to reach a certain level of advancement. It does not even require the impetus of self-interest. People instinctively attribute natural disasters, man-made calamities, or incomprehensible phenomena to an imagined puppet master. Historically speaking, women have borne the brunt of this blame in a world where witches wield an inexplicable and tangible power. They become prime targets for the church's persecution. One need only consider that the church would never allow such anomalies to persist unchecked. They would either canonize all witches as saints, proclaiming it a divine boon, or hunt them down, branding them as emissaries of the devil. However, if they chose the former, the authority of monotheism would suffer a significant blow. After all, the emergence of witches has no connection to the church. Should a church that venerates other deities likewise canonize witches, declaring them all as chosen by the divine, then which deity would hold the title of the one true God? The coexistence of polytheism relies on the genuine existence of the gods, capable of mutual restraint. Given that these gods are mere constructs of rhetoric, why should they share dominion over this world? Thus, any monotheistic faith will assert that their deity is the true God, leaving only one course for heretics: annihilation. Similarly, they are left with no choice but to pursue the latter option, relentlessly attacking witches. This is not a matter of preference, but purely a question of self-interest. In the castle kitchen, live chickens were prepared, and when the knight approached with one by its wings, it flapped and kicked in protest. What transpired next left Nana in utter disbelief. Roland produced a silver dagger from his waist and urged the knight to hold the chicken steady before plunging the blade into its flesh. Afterward, he instructed Nana to heal it, only to continue the process anew after each restoration. This cycle repeated until the beleaguered chicken finally succumbed to its injuries. Through this ordeal, Roland gained a clearer understanding of Nana's abilities. She could mend damaged parts, including lacerations, fractures, and bruises. However, if a part was entirely missing, such as a severed chicken foot, she could not regenerate a new one. She could, however, reattach a severed foot and then restore it to its original state. Ultimately, she was powerless to reverse death. Once the chicken perished, her healing became ineffective. Throughout this treatment, Roland did not witness the sticky water she had described. She merely placed her hands over the wounds, and they healed at a visible pace. After a series of trials, it became apparent that Nana's physical expenditure was minimal, certainly not comparable to Anna's training, which often left her drenched in sweat. The only discontent came from Nana herself, who felt that such treatment of the chicken was excessively cruel, pouting and glaring at Roland until the end of the experiment. All right, stop glaring. Let us have something to eat, Roland said, resorting to his summon afternoon tea tactic to divert her attention. This strategy had proven effective with Anna, as he believed few girls of that age could resist the allure of delectable pastries. Indeed, Nana's reaction to the exquisite confections was scarcely better than that of her predecessor. Once they finished their treats, Roland had Nana escorted away. Anna, perplexed, asked, "Why not keep her here? She's a witch like me." "After all, she has family, and they have yet to discover her abilities," Anna whispered. "It's only a matter of time." "Yes, only a matter of time," Roland sighed, that so delaying it a little longer is worthwhile. Do you miss your father? She shook her head, her eyes as calm as a still lake, revealing no hint of turmoil. That it seemed that her father's betrayal had thoroughly disillusioned her. However, in the absence of family, she would still have friends. Nana would come frequently. In fact, Roland intended to have her practice her abilities every 2 days. Upon hearing this, Anna blinked rapidly and nodded enthusiastically. Do you wish to return to Master Carlos Academy and study alongside the other children? Anna remained silent. Yet Roland felt he could hear her unspoken desire. This situation would not last long. As long as he was present, they would eventually be able to live like ordinary people, free from the threat of being captured and led to the gallows. That day would come, Roland declared. Word by word, I promise. Since Carl Vambert took over the project, Prince Roland had found himself with ample free time. Each afternoon, he spent hours in the castle gardens, training alongside Anna or Nana. Now, Anna no longer required extra clothing for her training. Even as flames danced upon her fingertips, she could manipulate them skillfully without igniting her witch's hat, as she had in the past. Nana, too, donned a matching witch's uniform. Although she practiced with reluctance, she complied, pouting only slightly out of respect for their afternoon tea. Observing the 2 witches frolicking in the courtyard provided Roland with a peculiar satisfaction. Occasionally, he would visit the base of the northern slope to inspect the progress of the construction. After more than 2 weeks of work, the walls had risen approximately 100 meters in an era devoid of surveying instruments. Carl directed the craftsmen to utilize a wooden pole to measure distances and straightness based on the shadows cast by the sun at the same hour each day, every 10 poles. A watchtower was erected to stabilize the structure of the wall. Such a large-scale undertaking naturally attracted the attention of the local nobility, but their only action was to inquire with Berov about the situation, seemingly indifferent to the matter as if it did not concern them. Roland paid them little mind. These individuals had their fortunes tied to Longsong Fortress and would not remain here to guard the border town. He could even envision them mocking his audacity during their private gatherings. Not only the nobles but merchants, too, felt the pinch. Traders who typically purchased animal pelts in the border town began their return to the fortress. Having found little to acquire this time, their dissatisfaction with returning empty-handed was inevitably directed at the ruler, Roland. The notion that Prince Roland Wimbledon of Grey Fortress was foolishly expending resources on construction before the coming of the Month of Demons had already spread along the Red River. At this juncture, it was likely that no one believed he could defend this small town. In fact, most had not even considered the possibility. After all, the impression left by the 4th prince did not include valor in battle. Regardless of his endeavors, he would ultimately retreat to the fortress for safety. Thus, amid the cacophony of public opinion, Roland welcomed the first winter since his arrival. Chapter 16. The road ahead, the fire and the hearth blazed brightly, dispelling the chill that seeped through the cracks of the doors and windows. Hanging above the mantel was the head of a stag with magnificent antlers, casting a shadow on the wall that resembled enormous claws in the flickering light. Opposite stood a long, dark red wooden table, cluttered with parchment rolls and books, most of which awaited his signature on administrative orders. Typically, Roland would handle official matters here, ever since he converted the 3rd floor of the castle into an office. He had grown fond of this space. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows behind him, he could see the town stretching out before him, with the horizon marked by an unbroken chain of mountains. These were the Desolation Mountains, which nearly spanned the continent, separating the kingdom of Grey Fortress from the wilderness. The northern slope was merely a branch of this formidable range. Below, the garden was enclosed by a wooden fence. The wooden shed used for Anna's training had been dismantled, and the brick pool transformed into a long table for the convenience of setting out tea service during afternoon gatherings done on sunny days. He would also venture down to bask in the sunlight or recline in a specially crafted rocking chair for a nap. Though the castle was not large, it could at least be considered a medium-sized villa with a private garden. In his previous life, the idea of owning a genuine stone castle seemed utterly fantastical. Even visiting one would require purchasing a ticket. Yet now he not only possessed this castle, but also commanded a town. Your Highness, the recent expenses for recruiting artisans and laborers have been considerable, and these funds are drawn directly from your pocket that if this continues, we may not last until next spring, Berov reported, clutching a stack of parchment as he informed Roland of the financial situation. The original income and expenditure of the border town were straightforward. One line represented the trade of ore and gems, monopolized by Longsong Fortress. which exchanged the output of the northern slope mines for wheat or bread. With no taxes in between, overseen by individuals dispatched from the fortress for resource exchanges, Mateo put it more plainly, the northern slope mines were a joint venture for the noble families of Longsong Fortress. Those nobles stationed in the border town could be seen as overseers sent by the shareholders, most of whose lands lay to the east of the fortress. They were merely temporary residents, with the individuals visiting each year varying. In truth, the history of the border town was less than 30 years, a mere infant compared to the nearly 200-year-old Longsong Fortress. Originally, Duke Ryan had intended to establish a forward base here to provide early warning against the invasion of savage beasts. However, upon discovering rich mineral resources in the northern slope mountains, the pioneers decided to establish a town at this site, naming it the border town. In a sense, it was the northern slope mines that gave birth to this settlement. To prevent theft and underreporting, the Duke dismissed the proposal for each noble to send their own workers for mining. Instead, he opted to hire local residents, nearby vagrants, and even criminals as miners, distributing the output of or based on each family's investment. The fortress only needed to provide the laborers with food for the entire year and a modest commission, the amount of which remained fixed regardless of the mine's yield. Among the more than 2,000 residents of the border town, the majority were employed in service to the mines. The other line of income came from various local industries, blacksmith shops, taverns, textiles, and so forth. The meager tax revenue of the border town primarily originates from this place. And throughout the year, it is challenging to retain much. The previous lord paid little heed to this barren land, and since Roland was dispatched here by the king of Grey Fortress, he has simply remained within the confines of the stronghold. Consequently, if Roland wishes to hire individuals to repair the city walls, he must dig into his own pockets. Had it been the former fourth prince, he would have undoubtedly refused any such expenditure. But for Roland, as long as he can establish a firm footing in the border town, spending all his wealth is deemed worthwhile. After all, future mineral trade will no longer be settled in grain, but in currency, rendering this investment a mere trifle. The sole question remains whether Longsong Fortress is willing to relinquish its monopoly and engage in regular trade with the border town, an endeavor that resembles snatching food from a tiger's mouth. However, the data provided by Barav indicates that due to limited manpower, inefficient mining operations, and inconvenient transportation, the annual yield from the mines amounts to little more than 1,000 gold dragons, a mere drop in the bucket compared to the fortress's overall revenue. The only parties that would suffer losses are those noble investors. Considering the long-term development of the border town, this line of trade must be reclaimed. Roland is acutely aware that even if those investors had recouped their investments over a decade ago, they would not easily let go. Even the smallest mosquito is still a morsel, let alone such a lucrative opportunity that allows for effortless profit. He is willing to offer certain concessions and compensations to the previous investors, such as purchasing at half price. However, the occurrence of trading a shipload of minerals for merely half a shipload of grain must not be allowed to recur. Roland contemplated the list. Barav was also observing him. Over the past 3 months, and more specifically in the last month, the fourth prince has undergone some inexplicable changes. Outsiders may remain oblivious, but having been by the prince's side daily, such transformations could not escape his notice. Back in Grey Fortress, he had heard of the infamous reputation of fourth Prince Roland Wimbledon's, rebellious, reckless, devoid of noble demeanor, and so forth. In summary, while he may have avoided major blunders, his minor indiscretions were far more frequent, placing him at a considerable disadvantage compared to his 2 brothers. When dispatched here by His Majesty, he was filled with disappointment. Had it not been for the king's promise to appoint him as the official minister of finance after the conflict for kingship, he would have wished to abandon his post. In the first 2 months upon arriving in the border town, the fourth prince exhibited an extreme level of childish behavior, managing to offend every local noble he could. Fortunately, the town itself is quite small, and even if all administrative positions were vacated, he and the 10 or so civil servants he brought along could adequately fill the gaps. However, things began to change thereafter. When did the transformation commence? He mused. Perhaps it began when he saved that witch. Barav had not dismissed the possibility of demonic possession or that the prince was being manipulated by another hidden witch. Yet such probabilities were negligible. If demons and witches possess such powers, why target the fourth prince? Would it not be more prudent to directly control the king or the pope? Another point that dispelled his doubts was that he had personally witnessed the prince grasp the divine punishment lock. This object is the church's secret weapon against witches. Any malevolent force would crumble before its might. Yet Roland held it firmly in his grasp, that in other words, if he were not the fourth prince but rather a demon king unafraid of divine powers. What need would there be for exposure? Preserving his own life must take precedence. The prince's demeanor remains defiantly reckless, yet the sentiments they evoke differ vastly. No, Barov pondered, they are indeed diametrically opposed. The most significant distinction lies in purpose. He sensed that Roland was scheming something, and to achieve his goal, he must employ methods that are difficult for ordinary people to comprehend. Just as the prince attempted to justify to himself why he would save a witch. Perhaps the plan is not fully formed and riddled with flaws. Yet the prince is undeniably progressing toward his objective and is profoundly convinced of its success. This is the most perplexing aspect. The throne could emerge from any of the Roland siblings, but it would certainly not be the fourth prince himself, but he should be acutely aware of this, discussing development in a small place like the border town. Even the gods would find it a daunting task. What kind of audacious plan has Roland conceived? One so wild that it could allow a town situated beyond the frontier to flourish beyond Gold Grain City, and to make himself utterly believe in its inevitable success. If it were merely the delusions of a madman, it would be one thing, but the robust construction of the city walls indicates otherwise. He truly intends to establish a permanent presence here, utilizing cement, this alchemical product, to erect a wall deemed nearly impossible within the realm of common knowledge. The Barov's family comprises alchemists, yet he has never heard of an alchemical workshop producing such a thing. Building a wall based on something unseen by anyone. Could this be confidence or mere folly? Extending to the entirety of Roland's grand scheme, how much more remains concealed from his awareness? He finds himself subtly intrigued by the days to come. Chapter 17. The Messenger, Part 1. This place remains as dilapidated as ever. Ambassador Pero stepped out of the cabin. A waft of decaying would assaulted his senses. The air surrounding him was damp and oppressive, instilling a sense of discomfort throughout his being that he inhaled deeply, raised his gaze, and beheld a sky shrouded in gray, as though a heavy downpour were imminent. The last time you visited here was over a year ago. Right, his assistant inquired, eagerly draping a woolen coat over the ambassador's shoulders. There is nothing here aside from stones. That it was a year and a half ago, Pero corrected. The Duke rotates different individuals each season. My last visit to the border town was during summer. Moreover, aside from stones, there are also various excellent furs, as well as... What? The assistant's face reflected bewilderment. Pero shook his head, offering no reply as he stepped over the ship's railing onto the moss-covered dock. The wooden planks creaking beneath his feet, but he mused that if it endured for a few more years, the dock would inevitably splinter and collapse. The border town not only possesses stones and furs, but even land. However, voicing such thoughts would be futile. The assistant was merely a nondescript clerk from the municipal hall and could not perceive this reality. Between the border town and Longsong Fortress lies an expanse of uncultivated land, bordered by the Desperate Mountains on one side and the Redwater River on the other, resembling a narrow corridor that is a forward outpost, if it were to assume responsibility for the defense line. Vast tracts of land would fall under the fortress's control. These lands, untended, could yield multiple harvests without fallow periods, and with the natural barriers on either side, it would require minimal effort to cultivate. This could effectively alleviate a series of issues stemming from the increasing population of the fortress, allowing the border town to integrate into the fortress rather than remaining as two separate territories as it currently stands. The sole drawback is the necessity of 3 to 5 years of management and a significant upfront investment. Regrettably, when it comes to foresight and investment, most nobles are outmatched by even the most inept of merchants. Why is the yard so empty? The assistant pointed to a distant vacant area. Shouldn't they have prepared the minerals by now? Pero sighed softly. Let us proceed to the castle to meet His Highness. Wait, Ambassador. Are you not waiting for their welcoming party? He thought to himself that he was uncertain if one would arrive but chose not to voice this. Let us go. The stables are just ahead. Now, the troubles of the two independent territories had evidently arrived. The king's decree concerning the kingship had cast the fourth prince into this desolate land. What would a normal noble or royal sibling do in such a situation? Naturally, they would seize everything in this place for themselves, trading minerals and jewels for grain and bread. The prince would likely only see gold dragons before his eyes, that if it were he would undoubtedly act similarly. Witnessing the outputs of his territory exchange for such a paltry price would be unacceptable to anyone. Furthermore, the prince need not confine himself to the fortress. Most of his family had forgotten one crucial fact. The Redwater River does not only flow past Longsong Fortress. He could sell the minerals at market prices to Willowleaf Town, to the Dragonfall Ridge, or to Redwater City, and then lead his people to seek refuge in those places. Merely a longer journey. What could Longsong Fortress do then? Block the river and intercept the prince's party? That would be an outright defiance of the Grey Fortress royal family. Everyone knows that the fourth prince is not favored by the king. But even so, he is undeniably of royal blood, and that is beyond dispute. The two rode rented horses, proceeding slowly along the stone-paved path beside the river. The stables housed old horses, their coats a patchwork of colors. Thin and emaciated, even at a slow pace, they trembled with every step. For these two foolish beasts, he had to pay a deposit of 2 gold dragons. "Look, sir, is that a ship from Willowleaf Town?" Upon hearing his assistant exclaim, he turned to follow the direction the assistant pointed. There, a single-masted sailing vessel adorned with a green leaf and crescent blade flag was gliding smoothly along the river. The ship's waterline was high, indicating it was laden with cargo. Perro nodded expressionlessly, though a weight settled in his stomach. Their movements were swifter than anticipated, that if the prince had already begun negotiations with towns downstream along the Redwater River. His leverage had diminished, but he had originally intended to persuade his father to agree to purchase the minerals at a price 30% below market value, which would still yield a profit. Not to mention the luxury of jewels that could multiply in value several times once polished. Unfortunately, this monopoly business was not solely at his discretion, nor was it controlled by the Jinyinua family. 6 noble houses were involved in the border town's mining operations, and without the majority's consent, no resolution could be reached. Yet they, in their sluggishness, believed the situation remained unchanged from before, or perhaps they deemed the output of the mines unworthy of their attention. As the remaining 5 families remained indifferent, his father confidently dismissed his proposal that in truth, they are gravely mistaken. The primary reason for the low yield from the mines lies in this barter system. Should it transition to conventional trade, the more one produces, the more one earns, and by next year, the ore output is likely to ascend to new heights that if we were to engage in negotiations based on the previous monopolistic scheme. The odds are overwhelmingly against success. Nay, it is certain to be unfeasible. Pelu pondered. The desolate dockyard revealed clearly that the prince had no intention of trading these stones for inferior wheat. He was already in contact with other buyers. If he still wished to maintain control over this trade route, a 30% discount would be his ultimate bargaining chip. The distance between Liyue Town and Bianchu Town inflated the transportation costs of the ore. And moreover, Liyue Town had more than one source of ore, making their prices likely to be half that of the market rate. That is for Zhuilong Ridge and Chishui Fort. Their prices would be even lower, which might compel the fourth prince to agree to allow Chang'e Fortress to maintain its monopoly, particularly in the gem trade. The dilemma was whether he could unilaterally sign a contract. Would his father approve? What about the other 5 families? Would they perceive his actions as a capitulation to Bianchu Town, relinquishing the interests of the family? After all, in their eyes, Bianchu Town remained merely a pasture controlled by the fortress. Subject to their whims, the two gradually made their way to the castle located at the southeastern corner of the town. This was not Pelu's first visit, but this time the place had changed hands. Upon presenting the ambassadorial credentials, the guards promptly entered to notify the lord. The fourth Prince Roland Wimbledon soon summoned Pelu, and as they were ushered into the reception room, the prince awaited them at the head of the table. "Mr. Ambassador, please take a seat," Roland beckoned, clapping his hands for the maid to bring forth a lavish spread. There were roasted whole chickens, mushrooms stewed with wild boar legs, buttered bread, and a large bowl of vegetable soup. Clearly, even in this remote land, the personal indulgences of royal offspring remained undiminished. Pelu naturally did not hesitate to partake. The journey from the fortress by water to Bianchu Town required at least 2 days. Even with favorable winds, and if it were a multi-masted cargo ship, it would take 3 to 5 days, with no kitchen aboard. The usual fare consisted of dried meat strips or wheat cakes. Seeing the steaming dishes, he felt saliva pooling in his throat. Nevertheless, Years of noble upbringing ensured he maintained impeccable dining etiquette, in stark contrast to the prince's rather crude manner, especially regarding his use of cutlery. Pelu noted that apart from utilizing a knife for cutting meat, the fourth prince performed all other actions with a pair of small wooden sticks. Moreover, it appeared that the two sticks were far more convenient than a fork. "What do you think?" Roland suddenly inquired as the meal neared its conclusion. What? The ambassador momentarily lost his train of thought. "This," the prince said, waving the wooden sticks in his hand, and before Pelu could respond, he continued directly, "A single iron fork is a luxury for most people, let alone a silver one. Eating with one's hands can easily lead to ingesting contaminants. You know that old adage, illness enters through the mouth?" The ambassador was at a loss for words. He did not quite grasp the meaning of illness enters through the mouth, but inferred it indicated that consuming food contaminated with dirt could lead to illness. Yet everyone managed to survive in such a manner, and he had never heard of anyone dying from it. A pair of oak sticks. There are plenty in the mysterious forest. They are clean and easily obtainable. "I intend to promote this in the town," the prince remarked, sipping his wine. "Of course, my subjects hardly have any meat to eat at present. It will gradually improve." Pelu sighed in relief. He understood how to respond to this. After expressing his usual agreement and well wishes, he inwardly scoffed. Ensuring that all subjects have meat to eat. Such a notion was utterly fanciful. Even Grey Fort could not achieve that, let alone in this desolate corner of the world. Chapter 18. The Ambassador, Part 2. Despite his inner disdain, the banquet still required sustenance. The atmosphere during the main course was relatively cordial. The fourth prince refrained from discussing more, and Pelu felt it prudent to remain reticent. As the prince instructed the maid to bring dessert, Pelu tentatively broached the subject. "Your Highness, according to past customs, today should be the day for the ore delivery, yet I did not observe any ore at the dockyard." Roland set down his wooden sticks, nodding in acknowledgement. "Unfortunately, there was a collapse at the North Slope mine recently. My people have been attempting to restore production for the past month. However, the rubble from the collapse has yet to be cleared, and at this rate, mining operations may be delayed until next year. A collapse." Pelu paused momentarily, taken aback by the coincidence. Yet he swiftly realized that there was no need for the prince to deceive him. Otherwise, a visit to the North Slope would clarify the situation. To utter such an obvious falsehood would be akin to slapping oneself in the face. "Then, what about the previous 2 months?" "Not much. By custom, that amount of or cannot sustain my subjects." Roland emphasized the word custom. "Mr. Ambassador, you should recall the month of the evil spirits 2 years ago, yes?" Pelu certainly remembered. The severe cold that lasted 4 months had led to the starvation of nearly 1/5 of Bianchu town's populace. All due to the greed of the municipal officer, Farinal. There had been dissenting voices among the nobility, with some even calling for punishment for Farinal post-event. Yet ultimately, the matter had fizzled out, for he was the husband of the Duke's second daughter. Now, with the prince bringing up this incident, a sense of foreboding arose within Pelu. "This time is even worse," Roland sighed. "If we were to proceed with the previous method of delivery, we might only manage to exchange for 2 months' worth of wheat. My people cannot survive the winter, sir. The past trade practices must be abolished." Pelu opened his mouth, unsure how to counter. He was not a professional diplomat, and faced with such compelling reasoning, he could hardly raise an objection. All he could do was delay. "Your Highness, I express my regret regarding this matter. I assure you, this tragedy shall not be repeated. I will arrange for the 6 families to jointly lend a month's worth of grain, and your subjects can repay it gradually once production resumes next year. If I sell the Lua town, there is no need for gradual repayment." "But there is no but to be had," Roland interrupted. "They are willing to purchase stones with gold dragons while simultaneously selling wheat. Cheese, bread, honey, anything that can be bought with gold dragons. They will sell. Tio, take a step back. Mr. Ambassador, even if you were willing to lend a month's worth of grain, would the other 5 families concur with your decision?" "To my knowledge, Duke Ryan is not easily amenable to agreements." Pelu fell silent. The fourth prince was entirely correct. That it was not only the other 5 families he was uncertain about persuading, but even his own father. To maintain the monopoly, the trading scheme would have to be revised, yet he lacked the authority to make definitive decisions. Though titled an ambassador, he was merely a mouthpiece. Perhaps the Duke did not wish for anyone to reach any agreements with Bianchu town without his consent, regardless of whether the counterpart was the previous lord or the fourth prince. Nevertheless, whatever the outcome, he had to make an attempt. With that thought, Pelu laid out his final card, 30%. He extended 3 fingers. The fortress will procure the ore and gem roughs at 30% below market price, that I believe this rate should surpass that offered by Liyue Town, Your Highness. Roland raised his hands in a gesture of concession. Indeed, it is higher, but still the same issue remains. Can your words become a unanimous decision among the 6 families? I shall depart for Chang'e Fortress tomorrow. Upon reaching an agreement, I will return with a new contract. But my people cannot afford to wait that long. You must understand that reaching consensus among the nobility often takes considerable time. Your Highness, collaborating with the fortress is a far better choice for both you and your subjects. Liyue Town is too distant. Although it may provide refuge from the evil spirits, the journey there is fraught with peril. My heavens, what am I doing? He thought, his heart racing. Am I threatening a prince? Unexpectedly, Roland did not explode in rage. Instead, he burst into laughter. Mr. Ambassador, it seems you have misunderstood. I have no intention of going to Liyue Town. You mean, of course, I also have no plans to visit Chang'e Fortress. Roland replied, a playful glint in his eyes as he regarded the ambassador. I am not going anywhere. Pelu questioned whether he had misheard. Fortunately, the prince did not allow the peculiar silence to linger. Continuing to explain, this winter, I shall remain in Bianshu Town. It will become the new frontier of Grey Fort Kingdom. Do not be so surprised, my friend. This is no fanciful notion. Later, I can take you to view the newly constructed walls. Located right at the foot of the north slope. Walls? Yes, a stone wall connecting the north slope and Qishui River, 12 feet high and 4 feet wide. With this, we shall be able to vanquish the evil beasts at Bianshu Town. Pelu felt his mind struggling to comprehend. The previous season, the ambassador had returned without mentioning any walls that at that time, the lord of Bianshu Town was still a person from the fortress. How could they possibly allocate limited manpower to construct such a thing? This meant that the 4th prince had begun building the walls upon his arrival. Even so, it had only been 3 months. What could possibly have been achieved in such a short span? Wait, what did your highness just say? 12 feet high, 4 feet wide, and connecting the north slope with Qishui River. Pelu calculated in his mind, a wall of such scale could not possibly be completed without several years of work. Firstly, there were not enough stonemasons to quarry and refine the stone. Bianshu Town was not Grey Fort. Most of its inhabitants were merely laborers. Before he could fully digest this revelation, Roland's next statement left him utterly astonished. As for sales, starting next year, I am willing to reduce the price to 50%, sir, but not sell it all to Chang'e Fortress, because you may not necessarily require such an abundance of ore. I believe that rather than the low-profit raw minerals, you would prefer some finished metal products, such as shovels and spades. At this point, he paused momentarily, seemingly waiting for Pero to grasp the implications of his words. While the raw gemstones would be auctioned off to the highest bidding merchant, although I would very much like to wait until the gemstones are cut to secure a favorable price. It is regrettable that the border town currently lacks such capabilities. That you possess the ability to erect a city wall in just a few months. Pero silently screamed within, and what does it mean that you do not require that much ore? With a mere annual output of 1,000 gold dragons, even if production were to double, would 2,000 gold dragons be too much to bear? Such arrogance is simply intolerable. He stifled his indignation and endeavored to maintain the last vestiges of his decorum. I have taken note of all you have said, Your Highness, that I shall confer with the 6 families immediately upon my return. However, regarding the city wall, I wish to see it done, of course. Roland chuckled, but there is no need to rush. It would not be too late to embark after savoring these delectable pastries of the royal capital. Would it, Mr. Ambassador? Chapter 19. The lecture The First Rain of Winter finally fell, and it lasted for 2 days. Roland leaned against his desk, gazing at the misty town outside the window. The rain was swept up by the wind, crashing against the glass in waves, creating rippling patterns. Under the refraction of the ripples, the outline of the town became distorted. The houses and streets twisted and warped, losing their former symmetry. Due to the lack of effective drainage, the interlocking stone paths were flooded, resembling numerous shimmering streams from a distance. The mountains and forests beyond were shrouded in water vapor, appearing indistinct, as though one were wandering through a dreamlike realm. Such a landscape, if placed in modern times, would undoubtedly be a tourist destination. However, at present, Roland yearned to see a jungle of steel and concrete. That as the rain fell, Construction of the city wall had to be halted, dimming his previous joy at successfully dissuading the fortress envoy. Did you just mention that the air around us is composed of many different gases? Is that true? A clear voice interrupted Roland's reverie, as Anna blinked her beautiful blue eyes and inquired. Ahem, Miss Anna. You should address His Highness with the proper honorifics, the chief knight reminded her. There is no need for such formality. Roland turned to her. She is currently my student, with the rain providing an opportunity for idleness. He summoned the two witches and Carter to listen to his lecture. Indeed, he had resolved to hold a class on the fundamentals of natural science. The initiative taken by the stonemason Carl to establish a school inspired him. If even a stonecutter could open a school, why not a distinguished engineer like himself? Why should there be discrimination if it is merely born of ignorance? Popular education is the most effective means of advancing civilization in any era. He had initially wished to invite the minister's assistant, but the latter had recently been preoccupied with governmental affairs and graciously declined. For some reason, Roland felt that Barov had become particularly industrious since the onset of winter, almost single-handedly shouldering the daily management of the border town. Upon hearing that there was new knowledge to be learned, Anna immediately brightened, her eyes seemingly shimmering with excitement. Nanawa was also pleased not to have to tend to various experimental animals. While Carter approached with an expression of casual indifference, as though to say, I might as well join you in your antics. However, shortly after the class commenced, the knight's eyes began to glaze over. Nanawa appeared bewildered, staring vacantly at the words nature and science. Although Anna seemed to grasp only half of what was being discussed, she made a valiant effort to commit everything she heard to memory. Roland found it necessary to pause, allowing the three to digest the information for a moment. Regarding Anna's inquiry, he nodded with a smile. Indeed, even though they may appear identical. Your Highness, I do not understand. If they all look the same, how can you discern that they are different gases? Carter expressed a skepticism that I can demonstrate it for you. Roland replied, aware that mere words would likely leave most people bewildered by these seemingly esoteric theories. He decided to conduct a simple experiment to pique their interest at a candle, a glass cup, a wooden basin, and a bowl of clear lime water. These were the items he had prepared in advance. Although the glass cup currently appeared a pale brown and was far from transparent as modern beakers. It would suffice for this simple experiment, which did not require observing changes in the process. Roland had previously conducted the experiment, which confirmed that while magic existed in this world, the other natural laws remained the same as on Earth. He instructed Anna to light the candle and place it in the wooden basin. Combustion requires a certain gas, which is vital for all living beings. If we cease to breathe, we shall perish like this candle. Observe closely, he said, as he inverted the glass cup over the candle. The flame flickered twice before extinguishing swiftly. That it has consumed the air. Your Highness, this is hardly surprising, the chief knight remarked dismissively. Without air, we would undoubtedly perish, much like if we were to drown. Nanawa nodded in agreement. So, do you believe that there is nothing left in the cup? Roland inquired, pouring the lime water into the wooden basin. The water leveled quickly, submerging the rim of the cup, halting at the midpoint of its body. This experiment is so classic that most elementary school teachers favor it as an introductory natural science experiment. Roland still vividly recalled the profound impact the demonstration and explanation from his teacher had on him, setting him on the path of science and engineering. He gently lifted one edge of the cup, and several bubbles instantly emerged from the rim, breaking the water's surface. Subsequently, the previously clear lime water became slightly cloudy, with a few white particles gradually dispersing from the cup's opening, that if there were truly nothing in the cup, we would not observe the bubbles or changes in the water's surface. This indicates that the air contains at least two different gases, that in truth, the candle burns only a portion of the air, while another part is incapable of participating in combustion. Though it is colorless and odorless like the former, its properties are entirely opposite. It seems that way. Carter pondered for a long time before grasping the relationship between the two. But what is the use of knowing this? If we could obtain the first type of gas, we could make the flame burn longer. Similarly, if we could acquire the latter gas, we could extinguish the flame quickly. Anna exclaimed suddenly at a stroke of genius. Roland silently applauded her. Despite a slight error, her immediate connection between the differing properties of the gases and the notion of separation and purification for practical use was nothing short of brilliant. It is worth noting that she had not received any formal modern education. Her ability to arrive at this conclusion so swiftly indicated her remarkable logical reasoning, certainly surpassing that of his chief knight. Indeed, since humanity learned to harness fire, it has set itself apart from animals, and its origin was merely a matter of chance. Perhaps lightning ignited a tree, or a spark from striking stones initiated the flames. However, if no one had noticed or attempted to utilize it, we would still be akin to beasts, he gently elucidated. The purpose of this experiment is to convey to you that curiosity and contemplation are the driving forces behind human advancement. The natural world harbors many such latent powers, merely awaiting our discovery and utilization. Upon concluding his remarks, Carter still bore a look of skepticism, while Nanawa seemed to belong to the category of those who did not quite grasp the profundity of the matter. Her gaze fixed vacantly upon Roland. Only Anna bowed her head, as if deep in thought. Very well, Roland sighed. Indeed, overly advanced concepts will not elicit astonishment, only confusion. The elevation of thought determines that they cannot comprehend the magnitude of such power. Only when the tangible is presented before them will they realize the extraordinary wonders concealed within the natural world. At that moment, the kettle hanging from the mantel began to rattle, the sound of steam striking the lid resonating through the air. Ah, the water has boiled. The knight strode over to retrieve the kettle with a fork, and the clatter soon ceased. He wrapped a cloth around the handle and filled each person's cup with water. For instance, Roland reached out to grasp a cup, feeling the warmth radiating from its walls. From the very first day fire was harnessed, its principles have been established. Boiling water, countless individuals have witnessed and practiced. Yet few realize that the gentle tendrils of rising steam also contain astonishing energy. This primal force, which would not be harnessed by humanity for centuries to come, transformed human history in a remarkably brief span. Though the principle is simple, due to technical constraints, it is not the first choice for most farmers. However, he mused, his world included witches. Using magic for combat is merely a barbaric notion. Employing magic to create and replace certain key processes that inhibit the progress of civilization is the correct application. After engaging in pleasant conversation until sunset and sharing dinner with everyone, Roland returned to his chamber. In this era, there was no real nightlife. Absent the company of a partner, everyone retired early, that he had contemplated whether to use his princely privilege to summon a maid for some physical exercise, yet ultimately refrained due to his own bashfulness. Just as he lit the candle in his room, he heard a few claps behind him, followed by a voice that spoke. What an unconventional lecture. I did not expect the fourth prince to be such a learned individual. It was the voice of an unfamiliar woman, that Roland's cold sweat broke forth instantly. Who but an assassin could appear in his room without warning? He dashed toward the door, barely placing his hand on the handle when a cold wind swept past his ear. By the time he regained his composure, a silver-handled dagger was firmly embedded in the door, its blade mere finger width from his cheek. Chapter 20. Nightingale, please, do not act impulsively. Your Highness, that I harbor no intention of causing you harm. I have merely come to converse with you. Good heavens, is there such a manner of detaining someone for a discussion? Roland swallowed hard as he slowly turned around. Under the threat of a dagger, he could do nothing but acquiesce to her demands. In the dim candlelight, he beheld her, seated at the edge of his bed. Her entire form enveloped in a robe, a hood obscuring her true visage. The flickering flame cast her silhouette upon the wall behind, dominating a significant portion of it. Who are you? I have no name. My sisters refer to me as Nightingale. She rose, pulling up the hem of her robe, bending her knees in a half-squat, performing a standard noble greeting. First and foremost, I wish to express my gratitude to you. Roland, the Duke of Wimbledon. Gratitude? Roland noted the unique shimmer of the patterns on her robe in the firelight, 3 parallel triangular shapes resembling eyes, reminiscent of something he had seen before. The design on the coin. It is the mark of the Holy Mountain and the Eye of Magic, the emblem of the Witches' Alliance. A flash of Bera's words crossed his mind. You are a witch? She let out a series of light chuckles. Your Highness, you are indeed well-versed. Upon her admission, Roland exhaled quietly, relieved that she was not an assassin sent by his siblings. You have come to this remote town for the Witch of the North Slope? Though he was uncertain of how she had obtained this information, it was far too late for her arrival. If I truly intended to hang her, she would have long since perished, and I am aware of that. Moreover, if you were to do so, I would not merely wish to converse with you. Nightingale resumed her seat at the bedside. The Alliance is not particularly fond of interference in worldly affairs, especially those related to royalty. However, I have never been one to heed their counsel. Killing a prince for the sake of a witch may be excessive, but I can certainly leave a profound impression upon you. A blatant threat. Yet Roland found himself oddly reassured. She was very much alive, that I know that, besides her, there is a young girl named Nanawa. She nodded. I arrived here a week ago. I simply did not meet with you until now. I have witnessed all that you have done, though I do not quite understand why you harbor no malice towards witches as most do. Regardless, I represent the Witches' Alliance in expressing our gratitude. A week ago you have seen everything I have done. Roland wiped his forehead, realizing that this individual had been following him without his notice. Very well, you claim to wish to speak with me. But you do not intend to simply express your thanks, do you? Aren't you tired of standing while conversing with me? As she spoke, she removed her hood. Please, join me here, that I am not frightening in appearance. I shall not terrify your highness. Far from unattractive, she could be described as beautiful. The moment her hood fell, her golden curls cascaded like a waterfall, the golden glimmers in the candlelight gradually spreading. Her high nose and bright, spirited eyes, unlike the somewhat childish features of Anna and Nanawa, revealed a mature allure. Although the dim lighting prevented a thorough examination, the play of shadows across her face was sufficient to attest to her beauty. Roland slowly approached and sat beside her on the bed. It was not that he disregarded the danger due to her beauty. He simply sensed no ill intent from her. Now, you may speak. Indeed, you are not afraid of me. The woman's voice carried a hint of joy. You are unlike those I have encountered before. They loathe us out of fear, that I can see the terror in their eyes. But you, she could not help but reach out, gently stroking Roland's cheek. You are merely curious. Roland coughed awkwardly, turning his head away. Hey, let us not shift the atmosphere so abruptly. That it was just an assassin's creed. How did it suddenly transform into a domineering CO style? Fortunately, she quickly reined in her emotions. That I have come to inform you that I intend to take Anna and Nanawa with me. Absolutely not. Roland exclaimed in shock, his words escaping him before he could think. That he soon worried that such a blunt refusal might provoke her ire, and added, They are living quite well here. No one can harm them. Besides, where do you plan to take them? There is no place safer than here. The Alliance, where they truly belong. Nightingale replied, undeterred by his refusal, her tone remaining placid. The members of the Alliance are their companions. Free from discrimination and persecution, they need no longer hide their true selves. And where is the Alliance located? You have no fixed base, do you? A month ago, my guards discovered your camp in the hidden forest. The footprints indicate you were heading north. What lies to the north? Just endless mountains. Indeed, you are correct. The Alliance is currently situated somewhere within the Desolation Mountain Range, a place that is absolutely safe for witches. Living like savages in the mountains for the winter. How is that safe? Is there clean drinking water, sufficient food, warm shelter? Moreover, the month of evil is approaching. The entire Northwest will become a perilous land. What on earth are you thinking? Roland suddenly paused. Wait, what did Bearov say? Witches can only find true peace at the Holy Mountain. The purpose of the Alliance is to gather witches together in search of the Holy Mountain. Forgive me, but I cannot disclose that, Nightingale said with a wry smile, though her expression clearly indicated that he had guessed correctly. Then I shall never agree to it. Roland firmly rejected that. In 2 months, the entire outer realm will be the domain of evil beasts. Even if you can evade humans in the mountains, you cannot escape the evil creatures. How about this? The Holy Mountain can be sought at any time. Why not have you all come to the border town for the winter? It would not be too late to search once the winter has passed. Now it was Nightingale's turn to be taken aback. You wish for the Alliance to relocate here. You are quite an interesting individual. She pondered for a moment but ultimately shook her head. Your Highness, even if you are unafraid of witches, your people are. And should we be exposed to the public eye, the Church's minions will swiftly come knocking. As long as we can safely navigate the month of evil with the witch's assistance, my people will come to realize that they are not the embodiments of evil. But before Roland could voice his thoughts, she interrupted him. Furthermore, I have another reason for wanting to take them. Anna is approaching adulthood. Adulthood? Indeed, she continued, sensing his confusion. Adulthood is the first hurdle all witches must cross. Typically, the earlier a witch awakens, the more difficult it is to endure this trial. Your Highness, Do you know why we are considered embodiments of demons? Chapter 21. What you desire. Once Nightingale concluded her tale, silence enveloped the room. Broken only by the occasional crackle of the burning candles, that Roland's expression grew serious. He finally grasped a general understanding of the witch community. Most witches awaken during the month of evil, the day when the gates of hell are said to open. Generally speaking, adulthood is a dividing line for witches. Women who do not awaken by the age of 18 are unlikely to become witches, while those who awaken prior to 18 suffer the torment of the evil devouring their bodies each year on their awakening day. This agony is unfathomable to the average person. Nightingale's voice trembled as she spoke of this part, sharing her first-hand experience of the sensation of something striving to break free from within. Every vein and tendon throbbing painfully, ultimately causing Roland was momentarily overwhelmed with confusion. His plans could not proceed without the assistance of Anna and Nanawa, yet the thought of placing them in peril due to his schemes weighed heavily on his conscience. Finally, he spoke weakly. Anna is downstairs. I shall fetch her, but if she consents, you may take her away. I ask for Nanawa. I will not see her until tomorrow. Thank you for your understanding. I truly did not misjudge you. Nightingale replied, rising to pay her respects. That moment, Anna had yet to succumb to sleep. When Roland called for her, she was bent over the table, transcribing something. Upon seeing Roland, she appeared somewhat surprised. When informed of the need to visit the prince's chamber, Anna asked no further questions and obediently ascended the stairs. Upon entering the room and discovering another person present, the young girl was indeed startled. Roland grasped her hand and made a brief introduction, and the three of them seated themselves around a round table. Nightingale reiterated her previous statements. In the camp, there are many individuals just like you. They are your companions. That is the situation, Miss Anna. Although I have entered into a contract of employment with you, in circumstances that may endanger your life, I must respect your wishes. That if you agree, I will not leave. Roland was taken aback. What did you say? I said I will not leave. Anna interjected swiftly. I wish to remain here. Anna, I am not deceiving you. Nightingale said, her brow furrowed. That I can sense the surging magic within you. It is nearing maturity. The month of the evil ones in 2 months will mark your coming of age. The sooner you arrive at the camp, the greater your safety. Ignoring her, Anna turned to Roland. Your Highness, do you remember asking me if I wish to return to Master Karl's academy like Nanawa and study alongside other children? Roland nodded. That I did not respond at the time, and what you subsequently said about living like a normal person did not concern me. That I simply wish to remain by your Highness's side. That is all. Roland had thought he understood Anna's feelings, but now he realized he comprehended nothing at all. That in her eyes, he could discern no emotions, neither dependence nor affection, nothing but an unfathomable tranquility. He recalled the scene from their first meeting, where her gaze had been equally serene. The difference now was that her face radiated vitality, like a bud poised to bloom. She remained unafraid of death, yet no longer anticipated it. The evil ones cannot kill me, Anna stated emphatically. I will overcome them. Nightingale closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Very well, I understand it. So, you will depart alone? Roland inquired. No, I shall remain here as well, she said, pulling up her hood and rising to her feet. After all, the camp will not relocate before the month of the evil ones concludes. Why? Roland exclaimed in astonishment. Do you intend to monitor me throughout the winter? I believe that a fledgling who has not experienced adulthood cannot comprehend its perils. That I have struggled on the brink of death several times and have witnessed the passing of comrades. When that day arrives, I will at least be able to assist her. Nightingale shrugged. If she does not survive, I have experience in handling the aftermath. She approached the door, withdrew her dagger, and knelt once more before Roland. Then I take my leave. With that, her form gradually faded into the darkness, leaving no trace, like mist dissipating. Was this Nightingale's ability? Roland pondered. Her silent art of concealment marked her as a born assassin. Moreover, judging by her skill in throwing daggers, she had undoubtedly undergone training in this regard. Did the Witches' Assistance Society not only harbor kindred spirits, but also cultivate their own power? Or had she mastered these techniques prior to being recruited into the society? The information regarding this organization was exceedingly scarce, and Roland found little of use in his memory. However, he had a premonition that he would encounter this organization again, should he persist on the path of the witch and agriculture. It is getting late. You should return to rest, Roland said, Patting the girl's head to show his surprise, Anna brushed his hand aside and wordlessly exited the room. After closing the door, the light was severed behind her, casting her in shadow. She leaned gently against the door, her previously tranquil eyes now turbulent like a disturbed lake. Raising her head, she shielded her face with her arms and finally murmured in barely audible tones. Fool. Chapter 22. Declaration. The day after the rain ceased, the frontier town bustled once more, with many villagers gathered in the square, eagerly awaiting the fourth prince's address. In preparation for this speech, Roland had posted a notice on the bulletin board the previous day, promising a bowl of wheat porridge and half a loaf of bread to anyone who attended the speech in the square. For the townsfolk, this was akin to a complimentary lunch, thus far exceeding the attendance during public executions. As noon approached, Roland ascended the constructed platform. Facing the densely packed crowd below, it would be disingenuous to claim he felt no nerves. Previously, he had interacted primarily with computer screens, and even during meetings. He had merely clapped from the audience. This was his first encounter with such a large assembly requiring his direct presence. Yet, he had no choice. In order to encourage the townspeople to remain in the frontier town, a grand mobilization was essential. Roland waved his hand to silence the crowd. He had rehearsed this moment alone many times. Yet as he stood before them, his mouth felt why good people. Good afternoon. I am Roland Wimbledon, the fourth prince of the kingdom of Grey Castle. I have gathered you here today to convey an important message. The envoy from Longsong Fortress arrived here 4 days ago, tasked with the delivery of as you are all aware. A month ago, we suffered an unfortunate incident. A collapse occurred in the North Slope mine. As of today, the mining area has yet to fully resume production. This calamity resulted in only 2 months' worth of output for last quarter. I explained the situation to the envoy and requested that he allocate sufficient food to the frontier town, with the promise to compensate for the lacking or after winter. However, he refused without any room for negotiation. He declined to provide additional provisions. Just as he had 2 years prior, a murmur of shock rippled through the crowd. It was evident that the memory of the food shortage 2 years ago was still fresh in their minds. This time, the situation appeared even graver. The astrologers of Grey Castle have informed me that this winter will be longer than usual, with the month of the evil ones likely to extend beyond 4 months. This implies that we may face a 2-month food shortage. 2 years ago, you lost 20% of your companions. Some lost brothers, others lost children. How many must you prepare to lose this time? No, Your Highness, save us. Someone cried out from the crowd, prompting a chorus of similar pleas. Your Highness, we beg you, help us. It seemed prudent to have prepared several actors in advance. Roland raised his hand to quell the clamor. Of course, I shall not abandon my people, not a single one of you. You may be unaware that the wheat and bread transported from the fortress each year do not equate to the ore they carry away. At normal market prices, just 2 months' worth of ore is sufficient to exchange for half a year's food. I have already sold the ore to merchants in Willowtown, and their ships laden with food will soon arrive at the frontier town. In addition to bread, there will be cheese, honey wine, and jerky. Enough provisions to last an entire winter, so that everyone will have their fill. A wave of cheers erupted in the square. However, this meant severing ties with Longsong Fortress. They would not shelter a single soul. So this winter, we shall endure in the frontier town. Most have already observed the sturdy walls being constructed to the west of our town. I understand that some worry about whether we can withstand the onslaught of the evil beasts. Let me assure you, the evil beasts are not significantly more formidable than the ferocious beasts of the forest. Despite their tough hides and thick flesh, they cannot scale the walls or bite through stone. No matter how thick their skin, they remain but pitiful targets. Tell me, my people, would you prefer to cower in the shelters of the fortress and starve in disgrace, or would you stand with me to protect your loved ones and children, defending the frontier town until the very last moment? I hereby promise that as long as we endure until the month of the evil ones concludes, all townsfolk who have fought upon the walls will receive a reward of 25 silver wolves. The families of those who tragically perish will receive 5 golden dragons in compensation. We shall fight for your highness. Under the guidance of the actors, the crowd erupted in fervent cries of loyalty. Witnessing the rising fervor, Roland timely ordered the distribution of lunch, but he did not expect all would choose to remain in the frontier town. As long as half were willing to stay, he would have the confidence to halt the advance of the evil beasts. Pei Luo was naturally unaware of how the fourth prince had orchestrated things. When he returned with the news to the 6 noble families at the fortress, the response was nothing but laughter. You mean that naive prince actually thinks he can shake us off and go it alone, daring to repair the walls before winter arrives? Should I commend his bravery or mock his audacity? It was well known that the eldest prince was unmatched in courage. When had the fourth prince also acquired such boldness? Ignorance, indeed. He isn't even a stonemason. He is merely stacking unrefined stones and slapping wet mud in between. I fear that should he pile them too high, they will come crashing down on him. Regardless, this is a good thing, that if he escapes back to Chang'e Fortress, he will naturally be at our disposal. Should he perish in the frontier town, we could expedite the conclusion of this farce. The Duke, who had been deep in contemplation, suddenly spoke. Pello, what are your thoughts? Pello was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that the Duke of Chang'e would seek his opinion. Well, I had initially intended to maintain our monopoly, as long as we price our goods at 30% below the market rate. It remains a lucrative venture for us. However, he swiftly organized his thoughts. Yet, Your Highness does not plan to restrict the fortress to a monopoly on or. You are willing to reduce the selling price by 50%, indicating a strategy to significantly increase next year's production. If the output can double compared to the past, our profits could surpass previous records. Furthermore, you intend to produce iron goods for sale. Ironware is always in demand, and reselling it is relatively straightforward. But these are not the main points, Dedo. What is the crux of the matter? Pello continued. If he can hold the frontier town, it would equally be splendid news for the fortress that we would no longer need to expend our resources every year dealing with the vile beasts, which would save us a substantial amount of expenditure. That a second advantage is that the vast land between Chang'e Fortress and the frontier town would belong to us, whether for cultivation or settlement. It presents excellent options and would greatly alleviate the current overpopulation issue at the fortress. Pello articulated his vision, adding, moreover, the fourth prince will not remain in the frontier town indefinitely. The decree for the throne lasts only 5 years, after which we shall inherit a more prosperous frontier town. That time. Integrating the town into the fortress would elevate Chang'e Fortress to become the 3rd largest territory in the kingdom. Thus, my suggestion is, he glanced at the Duke, cautiously stating, the fortress should send personnel to assist Your Highness in constructing the walls and collaborate in the defense of the frontier town. Well said. The Duke smiled, but these are merely the musings of a merchant, fixated solely on profit and loss at this juncture. He straightened himself, his gaze sweeping across the other attendees, his tone growing ominous. However, my assent to this position was not solely determined by the calculus of profit. Why would I engage in business with someone beyond my control? Certain rules must be adhered to. Transgressions invite consequences. Whether the frontier town thrives or languishes is of no consequence. What matters is that it is my domain, and no one shall dare to encroach upon it, even if he is a prince. Chapter 23. The source of power come. Try to join these 2 iron plates together, Roland instructed. Anna extended her finger, pressing it against the seam of the plates. Flames erupted from her fingertips, melting the junction at an observable pace. Reduce the flame, and apply it to the back as well. She nodded and complied. The 2 iron plates, joined at a right angle, were securely welded together. Roland inspected the joint carefully, discovering it to be as flawless as he had envisioned. A perfect weld without any blemish, with a bit of polishing to erase the traces of molten iron. The 2 plates would appear indistinguishable from a single forged piece. Excellent work, Miss Anna. Simply remarkable, Roland could not help but exclaim. Next, let us attach the other 2 plates. What is this? An iron bucket? No, this is a cylinder. He corrected. A cylinder? Anna repeated, perplexed. Yes, it is designed to hold air. Roland pointed to another square iron plate. Do you see the small hole on it? Air enters the cylinder through this opening, pushing the piston. The piston is a plate slightly smaller than the internal diameter of the cylinder, allowing it to move freely within. Even Anna, faced with so many unfamiliar terms, felt dizzy. And what purpose do these cylinders and pistons serve? To create a machine that can move autonomously. The steam engine, which brought forth the primal force required for humanity's first industrial revolution, liberating human and animal labor alike. Its schematic is familiar to every mechanical enthusiast. Simply put, it is a magnified kettle. The steam generated by boiling water is directed into the cylinder, driving the piston and connecting rod, converting thermal energy into mechanical energy. The principle is remarkably simple. Yet that does not imply it is easy to manufacture. The challenge lies in the airtightness of the cylinder and piston, as well as in the fabrication of the air supply pipe. Before mastering metalworking skills, attempting to forge a competent cylinder by hand is sheer folly. However, Anna's abilities perfectly compensated for the artisanal shortcomings. Roland merely needed to design 4 plates of the same size. Have the blacksmith cast and polish them, then use a right-angle fixture to secure the shape, allowing Anna to weld them, resulting in a highly rigid square cylinder. With the witch's assistance, he need not follow the traditional production process of first constructing a bore for a cannon and then machining a round cylinder. The same principle applied to other major components. They could be fabricated in smaller segments and then assembled, enabling even a small workshop like a blacksmith's to collaboratively produce all the parts required for a steam engine. In fact, prior to the invention of welding, people could only connect small parts using bolts or rivets, while the interior of the cylinder necessitates a smooth surface, something conventional connections plainly cannot achieve. The only difficulty lies in the air supply pipe. Its fabrication method is rather straightforward. Heat a long iron plate until it glows red, then place it into a groove-shaped mold and hammer it into shape, much like the process for creating the barrel of a flintlock musket. However, the musket barrel requires subsequent straightening and chambering, which complicates matters. The challenge is that Roland cannot summon the blacksmith to his backyard. The witch cannot be exposed for the time being, and blacksmithing is not his forte. Reluctantly, he had to enlist the chief knight to assist while he directed the process. After 3 days of toil, Roland finally assembled the first steam engine in his backyard. "Is this your so-called powerful contraption?" Carter remarked, scrutinizing the peculiar machine, first assuring himself that it had nothing to do with occult ritual. Each iron component had been affixed by his own hand, resembling a sealed furnace. If a devil were to be drawn to it, that would be quite illogical. However, how could a mere pile of iron pieces move? It appeared cumbersome, lacking legs. Could it possibly fly? Yet in Roland's eyes, this seemingly rudimentary machine radiated the beauty of industry. Standing on the shoulders of giants, he did not follow the path of Newcomen's steam engine. What steam engine? Improved steam engines. His first prototype already featured a double connecting rod and sliding valve, a high-pressure steam engine. Its construction was not much more challenging than the most rudimentary steam engine. The key lay in innovative thinking. You will see shortly. Roland poured a bucket of water into the steam chamber and instructed Anna to ignite the firewood. Within minutes, the water began to boil, bubbling vigorously. Soon, the cylinder emitted crackling sounds, indicating thermal expansion. The piston's iron plate, being thinner, would expand more than the cylinder body, ultimately pressing firmly against the cylinder wall. "Isn't this just boiling water?" Carter muttered that I didn't expect it to be a furnace. As the cylinder filled with steam, the scene that thrilled Roland unfolded. The piston began to push the connecting rod outward. Upon reaching its peak, another connecting rod pulled the sliding valve, causing the steam to push the piston inward once again. The 2 connecting rods moved back and forth, spinning the wheel rapidly, and as the firepower increased, the speed quickly peaked. The machine emitted a deafening roar, the exhaust vent hissing out white steam, exuding an unstoppable momentum. "Is this what you refer to as the power hidden within nature?" Anna asked, staring in astonishment. The chief knight, his face a mask of disbelief, recalled the great effort he had expended to install the final iron wheel, which now spun as swiftly as a feather, creating a gust of air that brushed against him. This could only imply that this iron contraption possessed an astonishing degree of strength, that a sense of unease began to rise within him. The prince claimed it could replace human and animal labor. If he was not deceiving himself, when it supplanted horses and pulling chariots, its sheer brute force might overpower even 10 knights. Training a competent knight takes 15 years. Yet producing such an iron furnace requires merely 3 days. Including the time for the blacksmith to forge the parts, it amounts to just a week. That IT demands no feeding, fears neither cold nor hunger, and is impervious to arrows and blades. With a ram affixed to the front, it could charge across the battlefield. That I in that case. Is there still a need for traditional knights to exist? That evening, upon returning to his chamber, Roland encountered the nightingale once more. This time, she wore no hood, her face alight with a smile as she sat at the table, fiddling with several sheets of parchment. It seemed the rumors circulating outside could not be trusted, that it was said that the fourth prince was uneducated and of a vile disposition. Yet in reality, he rivaled the court's masters. Is this the design of that iron furnace? She inquired. You call it a steam engine, correct? Goodness, can you not leave some semblance of privacy? Arriving unannounced and departing at will. Do you think this is your home? Roland mused internally, yet maintained a facade of nonchalance. Replying, indeed, it is a design, but without Anna's assistance, it remains merely a piece of paper. And what can it accomplish? Many things. Mining, drainage, iron smelting, forging, any task requiring considerable strength can benefit from it. Then I shall accept it. The Nightingale rolled up the parchment and tucked it into her robe, for there are those in the guild who can manipulate flames. Wait, he began, but she waved her hand, halting his protests. Of course, I shall not take your belongings for free. You should first take a look at this. She placed a small clump of white substance upon the table. Roland approached, pinching it between his fingers, only to discover it was, in fact, a rolled-up note, but he gently unfurled it and scanned the contents. This is a secret message delivered by carrier pigeon, Nightingale remarked with a teasing tone, the recipient being your head maid. Teal. It appears your harem is far from stable, that I have not laid a finger on her. Roland furrowed his brow. Teal, a name that seemed to have accompanied him for quite some time in his memories, was initially of great interest to the fourth prince. Yet despite several attempts to harass her, he had met with failure. This time, upon arriving at the border town, he had promoted her to head maid, to serve him closely with her quarters arranged next door. Little did he expect that she was a spy arranged by his royal siblings. Although the letter bore no signature, the content strongly suggested it was penned by one of those familiar siblings. The letter indicated that the last failure had greatly displeased the master, and the next opportunity should be seized during the chaos at Chang'e Fortress, with no allowance for further failure. Well, in truth, you have already succeeded, he mused, otherwise he would not have become Roland Wimbledon. This letter was unlikely to be a forgery by Nightingale, for only those involved in the conspiracy would be privy to the details of the initial assassination plan. And if Nightingale intended to kill him, there would be no need for such elaborate measures. You stole it from her? Your head maid is not so foolish. She intended to burn it upon reading. Unfortunately, I happened to be right behind her. She made a switch, so what do you intend to do? Do you require my assistance in dealing with this? Roland naturally understood the implication behind her words, hesitating for a moment before finally nodding. Troubling you with this. Such matters were beyond his confidence to handle alone. If possible, please inquire for me who it is that stands behind her, as you wish. Your Highness, Nightingale said with a smile, bowing in deference. Then, this roll of parchment shall serve as compensation. Chapter 24, Development Plans. When Roland awoke in the morning, it was not Teal who attended him, but rather an older maid. Upon exiting his chamber, he found his chief knight, Carter, waiting outside. Your Highness, I must convey some unfortunate news, he said solemnly. Your head maid passed away last night. What? Roland's eyelids twitched, although he had anticipated this outcome. It still left him feeling somewhat uneasy. After all, this individual had died because of him. She fell from the balcony of her room, and there were no signs of a struggle. The guards did not witness anyone entering or leaving. Thus, it was likely an accidental fall. The knight reported the findings while casting a peculiar glance at Roland. Roland was well aware of what he was thinking. It was common knowledge that the fourth prince had attempted to forcibly claim Teal multiple times during their time at Grey Castle. In this era, it was not unusual for princes to engage with their maidservants. With few entertainment options and virtually no nightlife, the urge to procreate was only natural. Not only did they seek to create offspring themselves, but princes and high-ranking nobles would also exchange women, even holding gatherings to engage in such activities. Thus, the chaotic nature of the noble circles was not merely a jest. The fourth prince had been relatively restrained in this regard. As for Roland, he had not so much as touched a woman. Besides Teal, the rest of the maidservants were rather lacking. Furthermore, with the impending threat of the evil moon, his mind was filled to the brim with agricultural plans, leaving no room to indulge in the romantic escapades of the nobility. Truly regrettable, Roland feigned a look of sorrow. Let the older maid who attended me this morning handle Teal as funeral arrangements. She shall be the new head maid. Carter nodded, bowed, and departed. A.S. Roland stepped into his office. He encountered Nightingale seated at the mahogany desk. Have you uncovered anything? Nothing at all. she replied with a hint of disappointment. She took her own life as soon as she saw me, far too swiftly, without a trace of hesitation. You failed to restrain her. Roland circled around her and settled back into his armchair. I did bind her. Nightingale leaned closer with a sly smile, but who would have thought she had poison concealed within her teeth? I had no choice but to stage it as an accidental fall. I presumed you were quite experienced. Do you still feel justified in receiving compensation? Oh, come now, don't say that. Although I failed to extract any information from her, it does not mean I left empty-handed. Nightingale chuckled lightly, placing a folded piece of paper before Roland, which was discovered in her room. Roland unfolded the paper, revealing a letter from home, where the sender referred to Teal as sister, and the content was merely mundane chatter. However, he noted the frequent mentions of the sea, such as how beautiful the seaside scenery was, and how she loved to spend time on the beach watching the sunset. The letter concluded with a question of when sister would return, as she missed her dearly. Connecting this to the territories of several siblings, Roland ventured, the third princess of Baishui Port. That seems to be the case. Your two brothers cannot see the sea. I surmise that the third princess, Garcia Wimbledon, has taken her sister hostage, treating her as a concealed pawn. Given her decisive manner in taking her own life, it is unlikely that this was a casual arrangement. In other words, prior to being placed by your side, she must have undergone 2 to 3 years of relevant training. Roland let out a soft sigh. Indeed, the struggle for the throne would not conclude so easily. Even if he chose not to contend, it did not mean he could remain uninvolved. For the sake of the crown, his siblings bore no reservations, and similar incidents would likely recur in the future. Ah, someone is coming I must take my leave, Your Highness. Nightingale provocatively blew a kiss to Roland, then suddenly vanished into thin air. Though not the first time witnessing such a spectacle, the daylight display still startled Roland. He hesitated for a moment, tentatively extending his finger toward the now vacant space on the desk, only to be intercepted by a soft hand. Your actions may cause Anna distress, Your Highness. Very well. It appears her ability is to render herself invisible rather than to disappear entirely, Roland mused. Otherwise, it would be truly terrifying that a knock sounded at the door. Your Highness, it is Barov. Roland retracted his finger and resumed an expressionless demeanor. Come in. The minister's assistant entered the office, clutching a hefty bundle of documents, and began reporting on the affairs of state over the past week before his rear had even warmed the seat. Roland, too, set aside his thoughts and focused intently on the account. After more than a month of close observation, he found himself able to keep pace with the assistant's rhythm, as opposed to the initial confusion where he was utterly lost. Overall, the finances of the border town had improved to a certain degree, primarily thanks to the sale of ores and gemstones to Liuye town, which had netted nearly 200 gold dragons. After purchasing food and disbursing wages, there remained 90 gold dragons. Barov was also in high spirits. With surplus funds, surviving the winter would not be overly difficult. However, Roland had no intention of allowing him to rest. I need to select a group from the populace to combat the evil beasts. They must begin training immediately. The chief knight shall serve as the instructor, and I will brief him on the specifics. You are to formulate a procurement plan. This group requires sturdy leather armor and a long spear, as well as 2 sets of winter clothing for rotation. Your Highness, does this not entail a temporary conscription of the populace for combat? An untrained force sent to the battlefield is merely a rabble, relying on numbers to deter the evil beasts. Such an approach would lead to greater complications should they disperse. Do you truly intend to hold your ground in the border town? Barov asked hesitantly that if we cannot hold it, we shall certainly retreat. However, I do not believe we are incapable of dealing with a few mutated beasts. Following your plan will incur additional expenses. The frugality exhibited by Barov elicited a laugh from Roland. These are necessary expenditures. Now go and see to it that he himself still possessed over 300 gold dragons in his treasury, primarily earmarked for the construction of the city walls, that he was also footing the bill for the materials and components required to order steam engines from the blacksmith. With the first one costing nearly 20 gold dragons, and he would need at least 3 more. While it is true that steam engines propelled the first industrial revolution, it does not imply that steam engines equate to an industrial revolution. Historically, England had reached a point where a new power was urgently needed to replace human and animal labor to meet production demands in the mines. After what improved the steam engine, he immediately received a flood of orders, And this new power rapidly proliferated across various industries that at this juncture, the border town lacked the foundational elements for an industrial revolution, and one could even argue that industry itself was non-existent. Hence, Roland did not anticipate earning his first fortune through the sale of steam engines. He simply wished to introduce such machinery into the northern mountain mining area for the purposes of hauling ore and crushing stones. Once the mine's output increased, he would then expand the use of steam engines, effectively promoting industrial development from the top down. Chapter 25. Militia, is this the lot you have gathered? Roland gazed at the ragtag group of civilians before him. A strong impulse to turn on his heel and leave surged within him. Your Highness, this selection was made according to your specifications. Carter counted off on his fingers. Male, non-criminal, aged 18 to 40, with no physical deformities. I have scrutinized each detail meticulously. Very well, he had known better than to harbor too many expectations. After all, in a world where productivity was so low, even securing a full meal was a challenge. And it was only natural for attire to be threadbare as a prince. His privileges had obscured this reality. Stepping outside the castle revealed countless destitute individuals, clothed in rags and reliant on begging for survival. In fact, even the capital, Grey Castle, had individuals known as corpse collectors, whose job was to remove the starving dead from the streets and incinerate them. What, then, was the nature of combat in this world? Roland closed his eyes and carefully reflected on the matter. Perhaps it was a notch above mere brawls among ruffians. Generally speaking, when a lord decides to initiate warfare or skirmishes, Roland does not consider such conflicts worthy of the term war. He summons the vassal nobles of his domain. These vassals, in turn, call upon the lesser nobles within their territories, such as a duke summoning his earls, who then summon viscounts and barons, and so forth. Most of these nobles possess a retinue of knights and mercenaries to serve as their personal forces, the mainstay of combat, clad in suitable armor and wielding fine weaponry. Simultaneously, they also conscript peasants and farmers from their lands to assist in battle, primarily to transport supplies and serve as cannon fodder when the need arises. The greatest casualties in such conflicts are invariably these expendable troops. Among the nobles, as long as they do not perish upon the battlefield, they are generally taken captive and treated well in exchange for ransom. Roland, of course, does not expect the nobles from the border town to aid him in battle. In fact, they are of little concern to the town itself, primarily being barons appointed by the lord of Longsong Fortress. Their fiefs falling within the fortress's jurisdiction, that a force composed entirely of commoners in this era is a notion rich in imagination. They are ignorant and untrained, unable to comprehend documents or commands, and lacking in professional combat training. How could they possibly measure up to knights who have been practicing swordplay since the age of 10? Carter approached Roland and whispered, Your Highness, this endeavor is inherently unfeasible. Look at them. Which among them can wield a sword? They would likely scatter at the sight of a beast, thereby jeopardizing the stability of our defenses, that I suggest hiring professional mercenaries from Willow Leaf Town or elsewhere to guard the walls. Let these individuals attend to menial tasks instead. No, I shall make use of them. Roland asserted he held no affection for mercenaries who fought solely for coin, and besides, his aim in forming an army was not merely to confront the beasts. History has shown that a strong and vibrant force must consist of its people. This principle has been validated countless times, whether in feudal, modern, or contemporary armies. Very well, it is your decision, the knight shrugged. Shall I begin training them in sword handling tomorrow? Though it may prove of little utility. Sword handling? No. First have them line up and run. Roland suddenly recalled that these training exercises might not even be familiar to the chief knight, and promptly revised his instruction. Bring the hunter we sought last time. You too shall observe how I conduct the training. The wonders that Vanna experienced today likely surpassed all he had encountered in the past 20 years combined, and he had the extraordinary fortune of seeing the fourth prince of the kingdom, Roland Wimbledon's Highness, up close. The prince walked past him, even smiling in his direction. Goodness, was the prince intoxicated? 3 days prior, during the prince's speech in the square, Vanna had sensed that this winter would be unlike any other. For they would not be journeying to Longsong Fortress, but rather enduring a prolonged cold season right here. Most of the prince's reasoning escaped him, yet he wholeheartedly agreed with this decision that Vanna's brother had perished 2 years ago in the slums surrounding the fortress. enduring an entire month without food supplies, that he had managed to scrape together a few copper coins from unloading cargo at the docks to buy some black bread to share with his brother. However, that winter was unbearably frigid, and the shanties in the slums were riddled with drafts. The meager rations were insufficient to maintain body warmth, and after falling ill and lapsing into a coma, his brother never awakened, in the border town. At least he had a mud brick house to shield him from the relentless snowfall, but he had also witnessed the docks piled high with grain transported from afar, being moved in batches into the castle. Thus, when Vanna heard of the fourth prince's call for militia, he rushed over without hesitation. Of course, the temptation to abandon his work with gravel and immediately enlist was bolstered by the prospect of a monthly wage of 10 silver wolves. That was equivalent to the earnings of an experienced mason. He was no longer a child. Come spring, he intended to marry the tavern maid, Cheryl, and it was imperative to save up some coin. As for the duties outlined in the announcement regarding the militia, he paid them no heed. Surely, he would not be tasked with carrying burdens for those noble lords or assisting the patrolling guards. They would not expect him to scale the walls to confront the frenzied beasts. The selection process was surprisingly rigorous. The knight clad in glimmering armor cast a gaze that unnerved Vanna somewhat. Fortunately, his sturdy build passed muster, while many emaciated individuals were summarily dismissed by the knight. In the end, only about 100 hopefuls remained. However, Vanna was utterly unprepared for the revelation that their trainer would be none other than His Highness the Prince himself. Those selected were led to a grassy area west of the border town, with the under-construction walls behind them and the vast, mysterious forest stretching before them. The prince commanded everyone to stand in formation, then stepped aside to rest. Having rained a few days prior, the ground was still a muddy mess, and water seeped into his shoes, making him feel uncomfortable all over. Not to mention, the prince's required posture was no ordinary stance. Hands had to rest straight against the sides of the thighs, and the back had to remain perfectly erect. Vanna felt utterly exhausted after standing for merely a quarter of an hour. It was far more strenuous than smashing rocks with a heavy hammer. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and persevered, for the prince had previously declared that anyone who moved would forfeit a chicken egg at lunch. Goodness, it had been ages since he had tasted an egg. Clearly, those around him shared similar sentiments. Despite swaying unsteadily, most managed to endure. Only when the prince announced a break did Vanna realize he was drenched in sweat, having stood for no more than a quarter of an hour. Those who failed to hold out until the end were filled with regret, as if they could see the round, succulent eggs rolling away from them. Yet Vanna could not quite grasp the purpose of this exercise. How could merely standing enhance their ability to carry more sacks of provisions? Were it not for the esteemed presence of the prince overseeing their training, he would have protested long, to his astonishment. After a brief respite, the prince's second command was even more peculiar, that he instructed everyone to resume their formation. And this time, if no one moved, each would receive an additional egg at lunch. However, should even a single individual falter, the opportunity for the added eggs would be forfeited for all. Vanna heard the sound of several swallowing nervously. Goodness, was this some trick favored by the noble class? To dangle a carrot before them, making them dance like fools? He was no foolish donkey. But what if everyone succeeded? Would that not mean 2 eggs to enjoy? It was an utterly tempting proposition. Wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, Vanna resolved to persevere for the sake of the eggs. Chapter 26. The Lessons of History, Your Highness. What are you doing? Carter, who previously thought the fourth prince merely headstrong, now regarded him as utterly fanciful. When it came to training a warrior, the chief knight believed no one could rival his expertise. His family possessed a comprehensive training regimen capable of molding a proficient warrior skilled in various weapons within just 5 years. From the age of 10 to 15, should they train for an additional 5 years, they would emerge as knights well-versed in high society etiquette, provided, of course, that the trainees were not of commoner origin. Looking at the foolish lot before him, all he could see was their fixation on food. Moreover, eggs were quite expensive. Roland cleared his ears and replied, "Just observe, and remember that the training over the next few days will follow this format. Of course, there will be some minor adjustments, which I will detail in writing. In an age dominated by cold steel, the notion of producing a batch of competent warriors within 2 to 3 months was far from Roland's intentions. Moreover, he had no desire for Spartan warriors who could tear beasts apart in mere undergarments. The individual combat effectiveness of the army could be moderate, but it must exhibit strict discipline, with orders followed to the letter. The power of the collective would often surpass that of the individual. This was dictated by the social nature of humanity. To achieve this swiftly, adopting military training methods and adapting them to the current environment seemed a reasonable approach. Based on his personal experience, he had witnessed how, in just half a month, he could unify students from all corners of the nation into a cohesive whole. Regardless of the process, the results were unmistakable. Once this group comprehended the essence of discipline, Roland could then implement the next phase of his plan. Ultimately, Vanna did not get to savor the second egg. This time, the duration of their standing exceeded that of the previous session by more than double. It only concluded when someone's legs grew weak, unable to withstand the strain any longer, causing them to sway back and forth. The fourth prince announced a break just at that moment and ordered his attendants to distribute lunch. This effectively redirected the crowd's ire towards the transgressors, but it also led Vanna to suspect that the prince had never intended for them to receive the second reward. Lunch was served in 4 large earthenware jars, delivered to the town's outskirts by several carts. The carts carried not only food but also numerous wooden basins and spoons that as Vanna licked his lips in anticipation, ready to rush forward. The chief knight barred the way for all. The prince commanded everyone to form 4 lines, approaching one by one to collect their utensils. Any disruption to the order would result in that individual being the last to receive food. The crowd jostled to form 4 lines, and Vanna was fortunate enough to find himself near the front of the outermost line. Naturally, this drew strong discontent from others, and a commotion erupted within the ranks. Soon, knights and several guards surged into the throng, driving out the instigators. Foolishness, Vanna thought, casting a glance at the troublemaker, the town's most notorious Mad Fist, normally relying on brute strength to stir up trouble. He now found himself subdued, squatting obediently beside the sword's edge. What a pitiful sight! Vanna felt he had grasped the prince's preferences, a desire for order and uniformity. Standing in formation demands a straight posture, and the ranks must align in a single line. Even dining requires orderly queuing, as any disruption to this order is unacceptable. Vanna once overheard a well-informed merchant from a grand city proclaim that certain nobles possess a peculiar inclination. Everything must be arranged with meticulous precision, and any slight misalignment compels them to rectify in Vanna's perception. Such individuals are simply idle, with nothing better to occupy their time, resorting to creating trivial disturbances for their own amusement, to his astonishment. He discovered that Prince also shared this trait. When the lid of the pot was lifted, a rich aroma wafted forth. The enticing fragrance enveloped him, nearly intoxicating him, as a ripple of excitement coursed through the crowd. Accompanied by the bellowing of a knight at the front, it seemed they were about to queue again, he mused. Indeed, the fourth prince insisted that everyone line up to receive their food in the same order as when they had collected their wooden bowls and spoons. Although all present were swallowing hard, their stomachs growling, they nonetheless obediently formed a long queue, inspired by the example set by the knight. The pot contained steaming bowls of wheat porridge, to Vanna's surprise. He discovered that the porridge even contained bits of jerky. Though only a thin slice had made its way into his bowl, it was still meat. After filling his bowl, he was also fortunate enough to receive an extra egg. Vanna nearly devoured his lunch in a ravenous haste, licking the bowl clean, that he swallowed the egg whole. Not even pausing to bite in his eagerness, he scalded his tongue, setting down the wooden bowl. Vanna patted his belly and let out a burp. It had been ages since he had enjoyed such delectable fare. Even more astonishing was the sense of satiety he felt. The sweetness of the meat porridge was worlds apart from the dark bread, and he found himself contemplating that if he could indulge in such meals every day, what would it matter if he had to confront the malevolent beasts at the front lines? After the meal, a lengthy respite ensued as everyone was escorted back within the city walls. Making their way to the encampment where the town's patrol resided, that a burly man of foreign descent stepped forward from the ranks. Commencing a lesson on how to pitch tents, Vanna recognized him. Few who dwelled in Old Street were unfamiliar with Iron Axe. His remarkable archery skills had left even the most seasoned hunters in town in awe. Wait, Iron Axe is now serving the fourth prince. Hadn't he been seen in the company of knights before? Vanna furrowed his brow, pondering what the prince was thinking. After all, he was a Sandman. Did he truly intend to appoint a Sandman as the captain? Carter shared the same doubts. He did not belong to Grey Fortress, nor did he belong to the Continental Kingdom. The witch doesn't belong to Grey Fortress either, Roland remarked dismissively, but they all belong to the border town. Besides, aren't you overseeing things here? Yet, Your Highness, fear not, Roland reassured, patting the knight's shoulder. The border town does not concern itself with origins, as long as they do not violate the laws of the kingdom. They remain my subjects that if you are truly uneasy, you can select 2 more capable individuals as captains. After all, this team will expand in numbers, and nurturing a few promising candidates now would be beneficial. By the way, I have already drafted the training regulations. I believe you should focus more on this than on the Sandmen. Carter accepted the parchment from Roland, scanning it from start to finish, his expression turning to one of utter astonishment. The training content was utterly unprecedented, such as running laps around the border town with everyone from deer time, 2 p.m., until sunset. The regulations emphasize that everyone must complete this task, allowing mutual assistance along the way, and should no one give up, dinner would include an extra egg. Another stipulation required that as soon as the wolves howled at night, a summoning horn must be blown, commanding all to dress and assemble as swiftly as possible. That if this continued, it was likely that the team would disband within a few days. While the earlier rules were somewhat understandable, the last one left Carter utterly bewildered. After dinner each day, all must proceed to Mr. Carl's Academy for cultural training. Your Highness, what does cultural training entail? Are you truly going to teach them to read and write? I wish it were so, but time is too short. At most, I can teach them a few simple words and numbers, enough to read and write commands that I will explain this section to Carl personally. You need only escort them there. But why would you do this? This is of no assistance in battling the malevolent beasts. Who says so? Roland yawned. That a capable fighting force is inevitably a cultured one. This is a lesson learned from history. Chapter 27. The past. The weather grew colder by the day, and Roland rose later each morning than a member of the ruling class. He certainly had the prerogative to indulge in sloth, especially with the luxurious bed adorned with 3 layers of velvet blankets. Sinking into its softness only exacerbated his tendency to linger in bed. When Roland finished his morning routine and entered his office, Nightingale was already waiting there. Here is your breakfast. I took the liberty of eating half while it was warm, but now it is cooled, she said, nodding toward the plate of bread that was missing half its content, exuding an air of ownership over the space. Has no one taught you to maintain humility in the presence of a prince? Roland retorted, pushing the plate aside as he settled back at his desk. I recall you were quite respectful at first. He sighed inwardly, realizing that this girl was surprisingly familiar. Rather than remaining by Anna's side, she now wandered freely in his office, even foregoing her hood when no outsiders were present. Like this? She asked, hopping off the desk and performing an impeccable noble bow. That you've been rising later and later. Since breakfast was just sitting there, I thought I would take care of it for you. Leaning closer to Roland, she added, after all, you don't mind, right? And you don't particularly care for formalities, I can tell. Do you have a gift for reading minds? Roland mused inwardly, incredulous that she could perceive such things. He sighed, the do as you please. But in the future, if you eat breakfast, please finish it if I desire some. I will order another, as you command. Your Highness, she replied with a light smile, gathering the plate and scampering away. Roland unfurled a blank piece of parchment, preparing to complete the design he had begun the day before. To safeguard the border town, the battles that would ensue with the arrival of winter could not result in mere Pyrrhic victories. While an army that had never tasted blood was not a competent one, Roland worried that should they suffer substantial losses, these hastily trained individuals might lack the courage to stand upon the walls. That he needed revolutionary weaponry to secure an undeniable advantage against the malevolent beasts. Undoubtedly, that would be firearms. That in fact, all the conditions for the advent of firearms already existed in this era. Alchemists commonly concocted a substance known as snow powder, used for celebratory salutes in the royal court. This concoction was essentially misformulated gunpowder, burning slowly and producing little more than a sound when placed in copper tubes. That in about 100 years, the rudimentary form of firearms, the matchlock gun, would emerge. However, this weapon required cumbersome operations, necessitating the cooperation of 2 individuals to complete the loading and firing process, generally functioning only as a single-shot weapon. Its rate of fire and power would not surpass that of a well-trained archer. Roland had no desire to repeat history, Just as with steam engines, he could fully leverage the witch's abilities to create firearms of practical value. That I glanced over the orders on the table while you were away. Nightingale remarked, swallowing the last piece of bread. What do you intend to do with all that ice stone? It's winter now. If you wish to drink chilled ale, you could simply leave it outside overnight. The upper echelons of nobility enjoyed using ice stones, niter, to make ice in summer, cooling milk, wine, or juice for consumption. Thanks to the season, the price of acquiring niter was currently quite low. That I intend to make ice-cold cheese. But the temperature isn't low enough yet. It needs to freeze first, Roland fabricated. Though she was not an enemy, she was not as familiar as Anna. Unlike steam engines, firearms presented little technical barrier. Once the knowledge spread, it would evidently jeopardize his agricultural plans. Until he could ascertain her true nature, it was best to keep certain matters under wraps. With this in mind, he cautiously inquired, does the Witch Alliance also train assassins in addition to seeking the Holy Mountain? No, they are merely a pitiful group united by their dreams. Nightingale waved her hand dismissively. I only joined the Alliance in the past 2 years. That's so. You were serving someone else before. Her impressive throwing skills could not have been honed without guidance and years of practice. Roland surmised, aside from myself, is there anyone else willing to harbor a witch? Harbor? Nightingale's expression turned peculiar. How could that be? If he knew I would become a witch, he wouldn't even let me through the door. As for later, if I were not of any use to him, I would have likely been secretly executed long ago. Ditto. Can you elaborate? Nightingale shook her head with a smile, though this time her smile carried an ambiguous undertone. Your Highness, when the time is right, I will tell you that I understand your concerns. Rest assured, I gained my freedom 5 years ago and no longer need to serve anyone. The negotiation check failed. It seemed his charm attributes were not high enough. Yet her response indirectly confirmed his suspicions. At least 5 years prior, she had performed some unsavory deeds for someone. Fortunately, it appeared that his utilization of Nightingale stemmed from a mere coincidence, rather than an intention to recruit witches on a grand scale, like himself. Roland chose not to press further. Returning to his drawings, to his slight surprise, the Nightingale, who usually loved to linger nearby, had now fallen silent, leaving only the crackling of the hearth in the room. By the time Roland lifted his head to ease his stiff neck, she had vanished from the office. Not even a word of farewell, he muttered, folding the parchment in his hands and tucking it into the pocket of his clothing. After several days of toil, coupled with his blueprint, the design of the weapon, if one could call it a replica, was finally complete. He intended to create the renowned flintlock pistol. This weapon had withstood the test of time, its manufacturing complexity akin to that of the matchlock, utilizing rear-loaded gunpowder and front-loaded lead balls, achieving a firing rate close to 3 rounds per minute, more than sufficient for combating the mindless mutated beasts. Most animals were incapable of scaling walls. Thus, the effective shooting distance was approximately the height from the top of a city wall to the ground, roughly 12 feet. This distance, even aiming with one's foot would ensure hitting the target, and the bullet's initial velocity would scarcely diminish. Provided the foul beast had not evolved skin harder than steel, a single shot would suffice to bring them down. The primary drawback of the flintlock lay in its lengthy production time. Initially, like matchlocks, it was crafted by artisans hammering away, with the entire assembly, from the barrel to the trigger, taking about 3 months to complete. The barrel was particularly laborious, requiring the smith to shape iron sheets into cylindrical forms, applying iron powder to seal it, and then drilling grooves into the bore. While precision instruments were unnecessary, only skilled craftsmen could produce a satisfactory barrel. This was precisely why Roland sought to construct a steam engine first. With a steam engine, he could employ a steel drill bit to bore directly into solid iron rods, significantly enhancing production speed and eliminating the need for adept artisans. Merely a workbench to secure the iron rod would suffice. However, when Roland took matters into his own hands, he discovered that the reality was far more complicated than he had envisioned. After toiling for 4 or 5 days in the backyard, he successfully crafted a drill bit of considerable hardness. Utilizing Anna's intense flames, he could easily achieve molten iron temperatures exceeding 1,500 degrees. Without the constraints of temperature, conventional steelmaking methods could swiftly yield small batches of steel. This involved rapidly stirring molten iron with iron rods to allow excess carbon and other impurities to oxidize through contact with air. After several iterations, the cooled iron would result in high-quality steel. The challenge arose with the prototype steam engine, which produced astonishing noise and vibration. rendering the drill bit incapable of boring a complete iron pipe. Such tremors were inconsequential for rough tasks, but were clearly unfeasible for barrel processing. To rectify this, he would first need to create a centrifugal governor to regulate the steam engine's output power and employ gear combinations to minimize vibrations, adjusting the rotation speed of the drill bit. However, the fabrication of gears necessitated a basic lathe. After considerable calculations, Roland realized he was utterly incapable of achieving this goal before the arrival of the month of evil. Ultimately, he had no choice but to revert to traditional methods, relying on the blacksmith's hands to hammer out the required components. The plan for mass-producing firearms was dashed, given the number of forges in the border town. He could expect to produce at most 3 to 4 barrels in a month, and that was under the condition of halting the construction of a second steam engine. The only silver lining was that he need not worry about the quality of the barrels. The blacksmith would forge them into approximate cylindrical shapes, which Anna would then unify, achieving results comparable to seamless pipes produced by a boring tool, effectively eliminating the risk of barrel explosions in light of this predicament. Roland had no choice but to revise his earlier plans that he had initially intended to recruit hunters from the border town to form a musket team. Most of them were adept archers, whether with bows or crossbows, both of which were weapons they wielded with ease. Furthermore, the training for firearms was brief, allowing them to quickly become combat-ready. However, with only 4 flintlock pistols to be produced before the month of evil, he could only select the most exceptional hunters to form an elite group, but he resolved to entrust this task to Axe, who had spent 15 years in the border town and was widely regarded as the finest hunter. For the past half-month, Brian had not been particularly cheerful, especially when encountering the militia on the streets. His discontent would only magnify, even giving rise to a twinge of resentment deep within. He felt forgotten by His Highness the Prince that a month prior, when summoned by the chief knight, he had been filled with excitement. The prospect of engaging with the fourth prince up close, receiving inquiries directly from his lips, was a stroke of luck and honor beyond measure. Growing up in the border town, despite coming from an ordinary hunting family, he had risen to the position of patrol captain through his own merit. He understood that he could not rely on familial connections to become a knight. He had to await an opportunity to achieve merit and earn the favor of those in power. The prince's inquiries had led him to believe that his moment had arrived. Clearly, the fourth Prince Roland was unwilling to abandon his territory and was seeking ways to combat the mutated beasts. The extensive construction of walls further underscored this point. Without a doubt, they would face the month of evil in the border town this year, to fend off the beastly incursions. A brave and combat-ready force must be assembled. Brian had assumed he would be the obvious choice. Proficient in reconnaissance, swordsmanship, and horsemanship, he remained until the final moment to light the signal fire, proving his courage year after year. Yet, he had never anticipated that the prince would opt to select a force composed entirely of commoners. Indeed, a purely civilian contingent. Not a single member of his patrol, all 10 of them, had passed the chief knight's scrutiny. This was utterly absurd. Did the prince truly believe that this rabble, who had never wielded a sword, would be more adept in battle than he? Surely, upon witnessing the ferocity of the beasts, they would crumble. Yet the prince seemed earnest. He was not only training this ragtag group, but had also outfitted them in standardized uniforms. Every afternoon, Brian would see these individuals clad in brown and gray leather armor, marching in 2 neat lines down the street. Initially, the formation had been disheveled, but it had become increasingly organized of late. Meanwhile, he continued his monotonous duties, with no hope of promotion in sight. One night, as he tossed and turned in bed, he heard a commotion next door, followed by the door creaking open as someone stealthily entered. "Hey, everyone, get up," a voice whispered. Brian recognized it as one of his patrol members, a fellow known as Scar. 5 others were asleep in his room. Apart from himself and Greyhound, the other 3 quickly sprang up as if they had been anticipating this moment, not even having removed their outer garments. "Captain, wake up quickly, I have something important to discuss with you." Scar boasted a noble relative in Longsong Fortress, reputed to be quite a significant lord, which afforded him a prominent standing within the squad. Brian could not afford to ignore him, so he got up and inquired, "What is it?" Greyhound, too, had been roused. "But it's so late, aren't you all going to sleep? I have a lucrative job opportunity to offer you. Would you like to be knighted?" "Wah, what at the knight?" Greyhound exclaimed in astonishment. Brian's heart raced. He quickly asked, "What kind of job?" "You all know my uncle, Hiltai, right? He's a count bestowed by the Duke, and also the Duke's confidant." This news was relayed to me directly by him. Scar lowered his voice. The fourth prince plans to sever ties with Longsong Fortress and embark on his own, which has displeased the Duke considerably. He intends to make it known who truly rules the Western Territories. Are you suggesting assassination? Greyhound stammered, his nervousness causing him to falter over his words. How could that be? Scar scoffed. He is still a prince. If he were to die, not even the Duke could shield us from the repercussions that I assure you. This is a lucrative opportunity. Brian instinctively felt that this deal was undoubtedly more complicated than Scar claimed. Yet the allure of being knighted was too great to resist. He could not help but ask, "Tell me more food." Without food, he will have no choice but to return to Longsong Fortress. This job has been promised by the Duke. If we can successfully burn the supplies purchased by the fourth prince, he will hold a knighting ceremony for us and grant us a parcel of land to the east of the fortress. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Captain. What do you think? You must be out of your mind. Didn't the prince say that this year's month of evil could last more than 4 months, if you burn the supplies? What will everyone eat? Greyhound shook his head repeatedly. Hasn't everyone forgotten what happened 2 years ago? What does that have to do with us? Another scoffed. I never intended to stay here. Once we handle Lord Ryan's business, we can live comfortably in the fortress. Exactly. Do you really want to spend your whole life eating this dross in this godforsaken place? The others chimed in. Brian felt a chill as he realized they had evidently conspired together. Aside from himself and Greyhound, who had grown up in the border town, the rest hailed from various corners of the kingdom and had no sentimental attachment to the little town. Feeling powerless to stop them, he shifted the conversation, but those grains have been moved to the prince's castle, and there are royal guards at the entrance. How could you possibly get in? That's why I need you, Scar grinned smugly. Having lived here all your life, no one knows this place better than you. I recall you once mentioned an abandoned well in the back mountain ravine that connects to the waterway beneath the castle. Through it, we could silently reach the castle gardens. That didn't you sneak in there when you were a child? So, what do you say? Join me in this venture, and you too can become a knight. One personally knighted by the Duke. No, a knight should possess the courage to combat injustice, unafraid of tyranny, and protect the vulnerable. To disregard the threat of hunger and death faced by the townsfolk merely for the sake of the Duke's personal vendetta. Such a knight, devoid of substance, can hardly be said to embody any honor. Just as he was about to voice his refusal, the Greyhound erupted into a frenzied outburst that a pack of madmen. How dare you covet our provisions? I shall not allow you to leave this place. As he spoke, a sense of disbelief washed over him when he turned to find a former comrade standing behind him, smirking coldly that a black dagger plunged into the Greyhound's back. Embedding itself deep within his body, that he trembled twice, his mouth opening in a futile attempt to speak, but only a hoarse gasp escaped his lips. The assailant twisted the dagger before yanking it free, causing the Greyhound to collapse to the ground like a discarded ragdoll. What now? Scar approached Blake, who could even feel the fetid breath escaping the man's lips. I presume you've made your decision. Captain, Chapter 29. Fury the Lord's castle in the border town was not originally situated where it stands today. When the stone walls were first being laid, they encountered underground caverns, resulting in a sudden collapse that necessitated a relocation. Most of the previously excavated water channels were destroyed in the collapse, and even those that remained intact were abandoned due to the site change. That in his youth, Brian often scoured these tunnels, and one day stumbled upon a route that could lead from a disused well to the castle garden's water source. When he shared this discovery with his father, he was met with a severe beating for his troubles. His father warned him that trespassing into the Lord's castle was a capital offense, and being caught would lead to the gallows. Terrified, Brian never ventured down that path again, though he boasted of his ability to access the castle whenever he found himself among friends sharing drinks. Now he deeply regretted those words. There were 9 others in addition to the Greyhound, meaning the entire patrol had been swayed by Scar, serving the Lord of the Western Realm, Duke Ryan, along with the promise of substantial rewards. Was an allure few could resist. The disused well lay precisely at the site of the initial collapse, now overgrown with weeds. Brian found himself pressed between the ranks, a sword at his back. As they descended into the well, the once roomy waterway now felt exceedingly narrow, choked with vines due to years of neglect and redirected streams. The one who had stabbed the Greyhound led the way with a torch in hand. Wielding a short axe to clear the path, Brian feigned nostalgia for the route, though his mind raced to devise an escape plan. Clearly, in such a confined setting, he had no chance of evading capture. Only upon reaching the castle would a glimmer of opportunity present itself. What would he do then? Shout for the prince's guards? No, that would merely invite Scar to end his life with a flick of his wrist. He needed to create distance, or he would share the same fate as the Greyhound. The thought of the Greyhound dimmed Brian's gaze further. Before the establishment of the border town, he had lived here, having played with the Greyhound since childhood. Their enlistment in the patrol had been Brian's idea. Unexpectedly, both had been selected as the patrol leaders. Brian had reveled in his friend's success for quite some time. As the stuttering Greyhound had long been marginalized at last, he had earned recognition. At least, that was how Brian had perceived it. But after the Greyhound fell, when Brian roared in fury at Scar, he was met with derision as Scar revealed the true reason behind their selection as leaders. Fool! The patrol leaders must remain until the month of the demons, igniting beacons to signal for help. If you are not to do so, shall I risk my life instead? Those words pierced Brian's heart like a sharpened blade. All those gestures of humility, all those congratulations were naught but a facade, the real motives grotesque in their nature, but he donned a mask of shock and despair to conceal the seething rage within. Unforgivable. Brian silently gritted his teeth. Someone must pay for this. After traversing the desiccated underground waterway for nearly half an hour, they finally heard the sound of flowing water. This indicated they were nearing their destination. Turning a corner, the path opened up significantly, wide enough for two to stand side by side. The leader of their group declared, "There is no further path ahead. It's a vertical shaft. What is going on?" Scar pressed his sword against Brian, demanding an explanation. "Look up," Brian replied grimly. "We have arrived." The abandoned waterway connected precisely to the castle's backyard well, perhaps overlooked during repairs, leaving this junction unsealed. Scar leaned close to the well wall, peering inside, where rushing water flowed just 3 feet below, while a small circle of night sky was visible above. But he ordered someone to keep watch over Brian before retrieving a bundle of ropes from his pack. Securing a hook and deftly tossing it upwards, a resounding clang echoed as the hook lodged firmly at the well's edge. Scar then carefully ascended the rope. Soon he tugged at the rope, signaling for the others to follow. After considerable effort, the group finally emerged from the well. The castle, once a distant silhouette, now loomed before them. Scar seized Brian, hissing quickly, "Lead us to the storeroom." Although Brian had only been to the castle once before, and his memories of its layout had grown hazy, he maintained his composure, unlocking the nearest wooden door to the well and slipping inside. Most of the castle's denizens had already succumbed to slumber, and the oil lamps adorning the corridor walls had all been extinguished. In the pitch-black darkness, one member of the patrol ignited a torch. The feeble flicker illuminated only a few feet around them, and Brian sensed that his awaited opportunity had arrived. As the group reached a junction leading to the basement, he took aim at the descending staircase and lunged forward. The guard beside Brian, despite having kept a vigilant watch on him, was caught off guard by the sudden leap, and with a muffled grunt, both tumbled down the stairs. As they fell, they slipped out of the torchlight's reach, vanishing into the shadows. Damn it. Scar quickly drew his short sword and leapt after them. He had expected Brian to use the darkness to play a game of hide and seek, but to his surprise, Brian stood silently at the bottom of the stairs, as if awaiting him. Scar noticed that the comrade who had been knocked down lay motionless on the ground, while Brian grasped the man's weapon in his hands. "Fool, do you think you stand a chance?" Scar maintained a defensive posture, waiting for the others to descend before barking. "We are 7, and you are but 1." Brian offered no reply. He no longer needed to suppress his rage. He swung his sword in a lightning-fast arc, striking Scar's blade with a shower of sparks. Before Scar could take his next stance, Brian's thrust had driven the sword tip into Scar's shoulder. Scar howled in pain, stumbling backward, while another stepped forward to block Brian's advance. This was an ideal battleground. The narrow corridor prevented the opposition from leveraging their numbers as long as he positioned himself in the center of the passage. They were rendered helpless. There was no room for two to wield their weapons side by side. In terms of swordsmanship, Brian was confident he could match any member of the patrol, while this gang of scoundrels had squandered their time gambling and reveling in taverns. He had diligently honed his combat skills, training through wind, frost, and rain, never faltering for years. This was why he chose not to call for help immediately. He yearned to avenge the Greyhound. Chapter 30. From the mist, the replacement guard managed to parry Brian's first two strikes. But his weapon was swiftly disarmed. Rather than being members of the patrol, they resembled a band of ruffians, Brian thought in fury. What had they ever accomplished beyond extortion and thuggery? He and the Greyhound had dutifully executed the Lord's orders, only to be seen as anomalies within the ranks. Yet it was these worthless scoundrels, these traitorous miscreants, who had conspired against the town, ruthlessly slaying the Greyhound through despicable means. Unforgivable. He swung his sword toward the terrified adversary's neck. Just then, a shadow lunged from behind, thrusting toward Brian's heart in the blink of an eye. The strike was too stealthy. By the time he recognized it, it was too late to block, in a moment of desperation. He pushed off the ground, springing backward, feeling a sharp pain pierce his chest. After rolling twice, he regained his footing, immediately adopting a defensive stance. The earlier strike had only pierced his coat and skin. Thankfully, it was not fatal. The key was who had delivered that blow. He recalled no member of the patrol possessing such skill. You actually dodged, the assailant said, pushing aside his disarmed comrade and stepping forward. In the dim light, Brian realized he did not recognize this individual at all. His stature was short, yet his arms were disproportionately long, nearly reaching his knees when hanging down. The face was unfamiliar. Brian swore he had never seen such a visage before. You are not one of the patrol. Who are you? Though he had little interaction with the five beside him, one always recognized faces. This man had evidently replaced one of them, infiltrating the castle with the group. That it was not surprising that he had slipped by unnoticed during their midnight journey, but Scar and the others should have been aware. Since they were utterly unsurprised by this, there remains but a singular explanation. This fellow was deliberately arranged by the scarred fiend. You have already deduced the answer. Why bother inquiring further? He chuckled nonchalantly. For you are soon to meet your demise. Damn it. He has wounded me. The scarred fiend spat vehemently. Viper, swiftly sever his hands and feet. I intend to savor the slow drain of his blood. Regrettably, Mr. Hills, I must prioritize the task assigned by the Count. And no sooner had the words left his lips than the man known as Viper lunged forward, his angles of attack peculiar and cunning, coupled with an unnaturally long reach, leaving Brian embroiled in a fierce struggle, forced to retreat continuously, unable to find an opportunity to counterattack. How careless! A sense of urgency welled up within Brian, after so long battling in the underground corridor. Surely those above must have taken notice. He had initially intended to personally avenge Greyhound, yet now he could only hope to endure a little longer, awaiting the arrival of the prince's nightly retinue to encircle these ruffians. You seem to be anticipating something. Viper suddenly paused his assault. I surmise you wish to wait for the prince's men to rescue you. Alas, this stone fortress is unlike the taverns and inns you are accustomed to. In those wooden structures, the floorboards creak loudly with the merriment of revelers. Here, once the door is shut, even if you were to scream until your throat bled, no sound would reach the ears above. Struck by the truth of Viper's words, Brian was momentarily taken aback, and that was precisely the opportunity Viper had been waiting for. Maintaining a downward sword posture to feign vulnerability, he subtly lifted his other hand, triggering the crossbow concealed in his sleeve that a bolt, scarcely the length of his index finger, shot forth from the cuff. Brian barely heard the soft whir of the mechanism before the projectile embedded itself in his lung. An unbearable agony erupted in his chest, and he hurled his long sword at the advancing Viper before turning to flee. Yet blood seeping from his lung quickly filled his trachea, rendering him breathless, but he had scarcely made it a few paces when he stumbled over the threshold, crashing heavily to the ground. Viper hastened to catch up, intent on finishing off his opponent, but was halted by the scarred fiend. Let me handle this, he snarled through gritted teeth. I want this bastard to understand the consequences of wounding me. A flicker of coldness crossed Viper's face, but ultimately he stepped aside, urging efficiency. Do not forget our primary objective. The scarred fiend seized Brian by the hair, leaning down to roar. Trust me, you will die a most excruciating death. Brian longed to spit blood in his face, but his strength was dissipating like water through his fingers. He knew his time was short. Memories of past regrets flooded his mind, such as the wife he had yet to meet, the nightly dreams unfulfilled. Yet the greatest regret was not avenging Greyhound. Wait, what is that? He blinked, spotting a woman seated atop a box. Though her features were obscured by the dim light, her curvaceous form unmistakably revealed her femininity. Good heavens, is this an illusion? When he fell into this room, there had been no sign of anyone inside. Had the gods above heard his lament and conjured a fantasy to console him? Hey, you lot are causing quite the commotion in someone else's territory, and you intend to kill right before my eyes. I dare say that is rather inappropriate. Brian felt the scarred fiend's grip falter, abruptly releasing his hair. The sounds of weapons being drawn echoed around them, followed by a chorus of shouts. Who are you? Their reaction was excessively. Wait, Brian hazily pondered. Could it be that what I am witnessing is not an illusion? Of course, I belong here. The woman leapt down from the barrel, dusting off her robe that I in the dim flickering firelight. Brian discerned an unusual emblem embroidered on her garment. 3 adjacent triangles, with a large eye set in the center. The eye's outline glimmered with hints of gold in the fire's glow. And you? Are you the rats that scuttled in from the sewers? Her voice was crisp and melodious, yet devoid of emotion. This is illogical. Any individual witnessing such a scene of slaughter should not remain so composed. Viper also recognized this peculiarity. His expression turned grave as he slowly circled to her side, suddenly thrusting his sword. The woman did not even turn her head. With a mere flick of her wrist, she dismissed his attack, and Viper did not even glimpse her weapon before feeling a chilling breeze sweep past him. A scream erupted. The scarred fiend gaped in disbelief as he saw Viper charge forward only to retreat in haste. The sword that had once been in his grasp now vanished. His arm, along with the sword, plummeted to the ground. Fear seized the scarred fiend by the throat. While others might be ignorant, he knew full well Viper's capabilities. Swift and vicious, cunning and dangerous were the Count's words regarding this individual. To be favored and recruited by the Count was no trivial matter. Even Brian had struggled to withstand his onslaught for more than a quarter of an hour. Yet now, he was effortlessly disarmed by a mere woman. What are you all waiting for? Go, kill her, Viper cried. Clutching his wound, that Brian lost more blood. His vision began to blur. He heard the chaotic sounds of footsteps, clashing weapons, and the dull thud of bodies hitting the ground. What on earth is happening? He strained to turn his eyes forward, and then the patrol captain witnessed a scene that defied comprehension. The woman's figure moved like a specter, gliding through the throng that surrounded her. Now here, now gone. With each strike, she pierced her enemy's vital points. Rather than a battle, it resembled a dance. He had never seen anyone wield a weapon with such rhythmic grace, the shadows of her blade carving astonishing arcs through the air. The surrounding individuals were nothing more than a troupe of clumsy jesters in comparison. Their futile counterattacks led only to their inevitable collapse. Ultimately, she stood alone, regal in her solitude, the last vision Brian beheld before losing consciousness. Chapter 31. Friends of us. Roland sat at his desk, lost in thought, astonished that someone had dared to infiltrate the castle. If it weren't for Nightingale's timely discovery, he would likely have met a grim fate. Who could it be this time? Sister San Wang? Or perhaps another sibling? Must they be so hasty? The royal decree for the throne had only been in effect for a few months, and Roland, exasperated, pounded his fist on the table. It was utterly preposterous. Would he ever be able to enjoy a peaceful winter again? Footsteps echoed from outside as the chief knight, Carter Lannis, entered. Your Highness, we have identified the deceased. Of the 8 bodies, 7 were former patrol members, with 1 unidentified. The 2 who yet live. 1 is being treated by the witch, by Miss Prynne, and remains unconscious. The other is imprisoned in the dungeon under strict guard. The patrol? I knew this contingent, raised by the former lord, was untrustworthy. Roland thought bitterly. 8 out of 10 betraying us. It was indeed the right choice to prevent them from joining the militia, that he added. Keep a close watch on the one in custody. Do not let him poison himself as last time. Last time? Like that? Carter hesitated, then shook his head. It seems I was roused too early by Nightingale. And my thoughts are muddled. In any case, I need to learn everything from him. Who masterminded this? Who contacted him? Who bribed him? Entrust that investigation to you. Yes, Your Highness, Carter responded, but did not immediately depart. Instead, he knelt on one knee to why failure to prevent the assassin's infiltration of the castle warrants your punishment. Enough. You were not present at the castle. This is not your fault. Then, Carter hesitated. Could you tell me who thwarted this assassination? I observed at the scene that the knights swallowed hard. It seemed they were all slain by the same individual, and without any means of resistance. You discerned that much? Roland inquired, intrigued if it had been a fair fight. The scene would not have been so pristine, and the injuries would have varied, Carter murmured. All fell within a small warehouse. Aside from blood and corpses, nothing was disturbed. The large boxes used for curing meat bore not a single scratch from a blade. Thus, this individual moved unhindered amidst a compact space. Forgive me for saying so, Your Highness, but this is simply incredible that I see. Roland nodded, grasping Carter's implication. Theoretically, even the strongest would find themselves at a disadvantage when surrounded. Real combat does not unfold like in films, where one charges and one after another. Attacks from blind spots are particularly lethal. Therefore, in a one-against-many scenario, the correct strategy is to leverage terrain and environment, ensuring one always faces the foe head-on. Yet Nightingale was no ordinary person. Regardless, you should proceed with your duties. This individual cannot reveal themselves just yet. I will inform you when the time is right. Although the chief knight was loyal and trustworthy. Aware of Anna and Nanawa's identities as witches, Roland chose to conceal Nightingale's existence. Unlike the other two witches, she was not aligned with his side. Her presence in the town was solely for Anna's sake. Behind her lay the witches' cooperative, and inevitably, she would depart from here. Carter left with a crestfallen expression. Roland understood his sentiments. As a swordsman, one dedicates oneself to honing the swordsmanship distilled and accumulated over centuries, holding it as a truth. Yet when confronted with the incomprehensible, doubt is bound to arise. If swordsmanship can reach such heights, what then is the worth of his own skills that he once held in such esteem? I thought you would summon me. Nightingale revealed herself, still seated in a corner of the desk, legs crossed. That I share your sentiments. Why not consider settling here permanently, serving as my shadow guard, with a monthly salary of 2 golden dragons? Which is double that of Anna's? Roland began to advocate again, mentioning a house with a garden, a 2-day weekend each week, and annual paid leave. Meaning compensation while resting. To his surprise, this time the other party did not categorically refuse, but smiled and noncommittally remarked, I cannot abandon my companions. Then let us summon them all. Once winter passes, the border town will undergo extensive development, and there will be ample space for everyone. Moreover, witches shall be able to walk freely in the streets without discrimination, and no one will regard you as malevolent beings. Let us discuss this once you've accomplished that. Nightingale replied with a shrug. Very well, the appeal must hinge on the product. Such matters require a gradual approach. Roland shifted the topic. Nana was safely returned, I presume? Indeed. She was quite frightened. The prince sighed, recalling how he had been awakened by Nightingale at midnight and nearly lost his composure upon seeing the scene. She briefly recounted the events, after which Roland instructed her to discreetly bring Nana out. The young girl, who had only tended to the injured fowl before, fainted at the sight of a bloodied living person. After a chaotic flurry, she managed to heal the patrol captain, her face brimming with tears to prevent his family from noticing. Nightingale also had to ensure her return, but by the time everything was settled. Dawn was approaching. What is your perspective on this matter? Can you deduce which of my dear siblings is responsible? Nightingale shook her head. They are all members of the patrol. The only exception bore no evidence related to their identity. If it were a case of bribery, anyone could have orchestrated it. Yet I believe this incident may not involve your siblings. Why is that? Because it lacks rigor. In a multi-person operation, there arose internal conflict. After failing, they did not choose immediate death, leaving at least 2 survivors. Furthermore, their conduct at the time was utterly unprofessional, akin to street thugs. This does not align with your siblings' style, but rather resembles the scheming of amateurs. I believe that even in my absence, this assassination would have had little chance of success. Let us not forget that Anna is sleeping just below you. Nightingale lifted Roland's cup, casually sipping some water before continuing. Regardless, your knight has already gone to the dungeon to interrogate for testimonies. I wager he will soon uncover the truth. Far inferior to the pieces your sister has laid, that fellow was even begging me not to kill him earlier. That severely injured patrol captain. I believe I have summoned him before. Did I ask that so? Nightingale tilted her head. I think you ought to express your gratitude to him. Had he not single-handedly detained the others, I would not have discovered the rat sneaking into the basement so quickly. Although I am not entirely sure why he chose to do so, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Is it not? Indeed, Roland mused. Yet the crux lies not in whether he is friend or foe, but rather in the words spoken by Nightingale, our friend. Chapter 32. The night when Brian awoke, the first sight that greeted him was a gray-white ceiling. The sunlight streaming through the window was somewhat blinding. He squinted and then opened his eyes again, finding the scene unchanged. That it was not a dream, he thought. I am still alive. He attempted to move his body but found he could only shake his fingers, as if all his strength had been siphoned away. Then he heard someone calling out, "He has awakened. Go inform His Highness. His Highness." Brian felt as though his mind was muddled with thick paste. His thoughts considerably slower than usual. How did I lose consciousness? It seemed he had been pierced in the chest by a venomous serpent, on the brink of death, when a ghostly woman suddenly appeared and astonishingly vanquished all foes. Soon a maid extended her hand to assist him to sit up against the headboard. Another brought a basin of water to cleanse his face. Brian, clearly unaccustomed to such thorough and intimate service, felt somewhat flustered amidst the presence of so many young maids. Fortunately, this awkwardness did not last long. When the fourth prince entered the room, everyone bowed deeply. Brian felt a surge of warmth within him. He had countless questions to ask, yet upon opening his mouth, he was at a loss for where to begin. Roland nodded and said, "I am aware of your deeds, Brian. You are a hero in every sense." The moment the word hero escaped his lips, Brian's eyes welled with tears. His voice choked. "No, Your Highness, my friends are the true." Roland patted his shoulder in a gesture of comfort. Just as Nightingale had predicted, Scarface was dragged to the torture chamber, and before the warden could act, he divulged everything he knew, like a bamboo tube spilling beans. The mastermind behind the scheme was not his royal siblings, but rather the Elk family from Longsong Fortress. The Count of Elk had contacted Hill's maid, a distant relative, and through bribery and division, controlled most of the patrolmen. Additionally, he had dispatched a skilled operative to infiltrate the ranks as insurance against unforeseen circumstances during the operation. Their intent was not to assassinate him, but to burn the grain stores, compelling him to return to the fortress. This conspiracy resulted in the death of an innocent Greyhound, but he attempted to thwart Scarface's criminal intentions, but was stabbed to death by a patrolman with a dagger. The replaced member, who had taken the place of the serpent, was now missing, likely having fled upon realizing the castle was not ablaze and Scarface had not returned on time. Once Brian regained his composure, Roland continued, "Your friend Greyhound will receive a funeral befitting his status. His family will also be properly cared for, and they shall no longer need to worry about food. Thank you, Your Highness." Brian inhaled deeply. "May I ask if Scarface, has he also perished?" "He is currently still alive." The patrol captain painfully closed his eyes, wishing he had not been saved if it meant allowing Scarface to escape his fate. However, this hope had now become exceedingly faint. Undoubtedly, Scarface was guilty, yet the sins of nobles can often be atoned for with gold. As long as his uncle was willing to protect him, Scarface had a significant chance of survival. Indeed, he might not even enter prison. Roland could naturally guess his thoughts. Hill's maid, whom you refer to as Scarface, is a member of the Elk family from Longsong Fortress. The head of the family is Locken Maid, an earl conferred by Duke Ryan, and also his distant uncle. Here, he paused slightly, but none of this will affect the final judgment. Scarface has been sentenced to hanging, to be executed in 3 days. If your health allows, you might want to witness it. Brian's eyes widened in shock. "But, Your Highness, nobles can atone for their sins with golden dragons. Will your actions not provoke?" Roland waved his hand, signaling him to calm down. "Nobles? Perhaps for you. He hails from the Elk family, a status vastly superior to yours. But in reality, he holds neither title nor land and cannot be deemed a noble at all. Secondly, even if he were a noble, invading a prince's palace with the intent to incinerate grain stores, disregarding the lives of over 2,000 residents of the border town. These 3 heinous acts combined are unforgivable." If there was still a hint of hesitation in Roland's heart regarding Till's demise, Scarface belonged to the category of utterly irredeemable. Had he succeeded, my foundations in the border town would have been utterly destroyed, leaving no chance for resurgence. Far more despicable than a direct assassination. As for whether this reaction would anger Longsong Fortress, who cares, since they refused to engage in business amicably and opted to maliciously harm the border town. I shall not retreat. This incident served as a warning to Roland. The political strife in this world is unlike what I once knew. largely centered around subtle maneuvers beneath the table, but rather leaning towards more primal and bloody tactics. Rest well. You have lost too much blood and should not leave the castle. I have delegated the patrol's duties to others, and once the month of evil concludes, I will hold a ceremony to honor you. Your Highness, upon hearing the latter part, Brian gazed at the prince in disbelief. Are you saying, "Indeed, you shall become my knight, Mr. Brian"? Roland replied with a smile. Preparations. Thrust. Vanna gritted his teeth and thrust the long wooden pole, exerting the same force and angle as before. This was the 100th thrust he had executed. His arm tingled with fatigue, and Vanna felt he could not endure any longer, even though he had thought so at the 50th thrust. The reflexes developed over a week of training compelled him to obey the command that, to be honest, he was surprised he had managed to last this long. All, rest. Iron Axe called out the command, and a wave of exhalations filled the air. Vanna also sighed in relief. Lowering the pole and plopping down onto the ground at this point, he finally understood that his militia unit was not merely a lackluster team running errands for guards or knights. After a week of peculiar training, their exercises had begun to take on a semblance of seriousness. For instance, now they stood atop the city walls, executing thrusts and retractions of their long poles at the hunter's command, though these poles were made of wood. Vanna quickly grasped the role he was to play. The logistics team would never partake in such drills, indicating that they would be confronting the vile beasts head-on atop the walls. The mere thought of such matters is terrifying enough. Vanna initially planned to sneak away, but for some inexplicable reason, upon seeing his comrades training beside him and reflecting on the sumptuous meals and generous remuneration he enjoyed daily, he found himself unable to make that decision. Chapter 33, Gunpowder Stand Up, the fourth prince is here. Iron Axe exclaimed, clapping his hands. Vanna swiftly returned to his position. The special training he had undergone conditioned him to obey commands reflexively and almost instinctively. He raised his wooden pole, assuming the preparatory stance for thrusting, that as the prince and his entourage ascended the city wall, passing behind the ranks. Vanna caught a glimpse of the prince slowing his pace as he approached Vanna's position. Roland sighed inwardly, recalling the saying that a late rise ruins the morning, while an early rise spoils the entire day. How true it was, having just dealt with the aftermath of a night raid on the castle. He now had to rush to assess the militia's recent training achievements. He lamented his sleepless night, fatigue weighing heavily upon him. Yet he could not afford to miss this. The troop had now entered a phase of combat training, and as the supreme commander, his prolonged absence would diminish his presence, unsettling the hearts of the men. What should one typically say during a review? Roland pondered. Comrades, greetings. Thank you for your hard work. If no one responded to the latter half, it would be rather awkward to shout that slogan. Perhaps it would be better to casually engage someone in conversation, showcasing his humility and enhancing his reputation. With this thought, he patted a robust-looking young man. UV trained hard. Are you feeling tired? Are your meals satisfactory? Based on his past experiences gleaned from the news, he expected an enthusiastic response of not tired, very good. Instead, the young man turned and knelt on one knee. Startling Roland, Vanna felt as though he had been favored by the heavens. The prince had actually inquired about his training fatigue in such a warm tone. Typically, not even ordinary nobles would deign to speak a word to them. He instinctively imitated a knight, bowing to the prince, disregarding whether such etiquette was appropriate for him, that in his heart, one thought resounded. Upon returning to the old street, Vanna would also be considered a person of significance. After being urged to stand, Vanna's mind remained a whirlwind, and he could scarcely recall how to respond. Finally, when the prince asked if he had any opinions or thoughts regarding the training, Vanna suddenly felt more alert. This was a splendid opportunity. If he could persuade the prince that the militia alone could not bear the heavy responsibility of guarding the city walls, perhaps he would no longer need to fret about whether to stay or flee. He carefully crafted his words in his mind. Respected prince, the current number of militia is simply too few. Given our current formation, when the vile beasts attack, we could at most defend only a third of the city wall. He thought, even if the prince were to recruit a few more batches, the training time would likely be insufficient. Moreover, the weaponry for these men was a considerable expense. It would be exceedingly difficult for the border town to assemble 300 long spears within 2 months. And even gathering 100 would be quite challenging. Hence, they were still training with wooden poles that if the prince could grasp this, Perhaps he might recruit a batch of mercenaries from other towns to serve as the primary defensive force. At least they would not require training and could head directly into battle, bringing their own weapons and armor, albeit at a higher cost. Roland pondered for a moment before nodding. You are correct. It is indeed unrealistic to rely solely on a militia to guard the entire city wall. Vanna's heart leaped with joy. Did the prince agree with his perspective? However, the fourth prince did not articulate the words Vanna hoped to hear next. Instead, he summoned Iron Axe to his side, remarking, in a sense, Vaal beasts are merely mutated beasts. They do not possess the capacity for thought, do they? Indeed, your highness. Common varieties of Vaal beasts are no different from wild animals. Their habits are fundamentally the same. However, I have little experience with hybrids and cannot be certain. Then that will suffice. Although it is nearly 1,800 feet 600 meters from the Red River to the foot of the northern slope, we can lure them to attack specific areas. Are you suggesting we set a trap? Iron Axe inquired. That IT is a trap, but not one like those commonly used by hunters. Typical traps rely on concealment to capture prey, whereas I intend to do the opposite. Establish pocket-like obstacles away from the city wall, such as fences, earthen slopes, and ditches, compelling these mindless Vaal beasts to divert their path that a continuous series of obstacles will guide the prey toward designated locations, ultimately concentrating them in the defensive area we have prepared. Roland turned to Iron Axe, adding, as for how to lure these monsters, I believe no one is better suited than you. Iron Axe contemplated for a moment and replied, guiding them should not pose a problem. That wolf types avoid water, wild boar types fear light, and other Vaal beasts each have their peculiar habits. However, your highness, this would cause all Vaal beasts to concentrate within that 600-foot range, which seems rather perilous that if we rely solely on long spears and bows. That is indeed the case, Roland confidently asserted. However, we now possess new weaponry that as they prepared to depart, the prince approached Vanna from behind once more, patting him on the shoulder. You have keen observation skills. What is your name? Vanna. Your highness, that I will propose to my chief knight that you be appointed as the vice-captain of the Long Spear Unit. Vanna.dol. Roland had constructed a new single-story building in the backyard of the cement segment burning room, designated for the production of snow powder, namely gunpowder. This approximately 300-square-meter facility had only one entrance. With the strictest security measures in place, 2 knights guarded the entrance. Anyone wishing to enter had to register and undergo a thorough search to prevent the introduction of any incendiary materials. No fire sources were permitted indoors. Thus work could only commence during daylight hours to deter nightingales from sneaking in. A gauze curtain was also hung at the doorframe. This what you refer to as the new weapon. Carter summoned over, pinched a small amount of black powder, and brought it to his nose to sniff. Isn't this snow powder? Iron Axe might not be aware, but Carter, having frequently attended royal ceremonies, certainly recognized that the ceremonial barrels contained this very substance. That is snow powder, but not entirely. Roland explained that it is the latest improved product from the alchemy workshop, which I have termed gunpowder. Gunpowder is indeed an essential tool for any time traveler's agricultural endeavors. Its materials are widely sourced. As long as one knows the optimal ratio of sulfur, charcoal, and saltpeter, 1, 1.5, 7.5, it can be produced with no technical barriers whatsoever. The snow powder of this era consists of 60% charcoal, 20% sulfur, and 20% saltpeter, along with other odd materials such as mercury, grease, honey, etc., resulting in a substandard product that burns slowly, releases minimal gas, and fails to perform the functions expected of gunpowder. However, Roland was aware that alchemists were continually experimenting with alternative ratios. Within 30 years at most, a formulation closer to standard black powder would emerge. Historically, gunpowder took a considerable time to completely replace cold weapons after its invention, primarily due to formulation issues and the corresponding weapon manufacturing processes lagging behind. Yet many overlooked that even without relying on firearms, gunpowder itself is an exceedingly fearsome weapon. Chapter 34. Test explosion. Long before the construction of the cement segment burning room, Roland had laid out plans for subsequent experimental facilities, most of which were built around the northern slope mining area to ensure effective centralized supervision. The construction of these earthen brick walls with wooden roofs proceeded swiftly, without hindering the progress of the city wall's construction. The saltpeter procured in large quantities from Willow Leaf Town was transported to nearby warehouses for storage, ground, weighed, and sent in batches to the facility only when needed. Charcoal and sulfur were treated similarly, with the transportation and mixing of the three raw materials handled by different groups to minimize the risk of leaks. Roland measured out 20 pounds of prepared black powder and slowly poured it onto a piece of cut sheepskin. This powder had undergone soaking, compression, drying, pounding, and sieving processes, resulting in uniformly sized granules with excellent combustion properties that prevent accidental ignition from sparks. Not a single metal vessel was used throughout the entire production process. Most items were made of ceramics or raw wood. After pouring the powder, Roland layered the sheepskin, wrapping it in 3 layers and binding it tightly with rope. "Did I ask this all?" Carter asked. "Can this be considered a weapon? While it is an improved version of snow powder, what good is it based solely on sound? It may intimidate farmers who have never seen battle, but any trained warrior or mercenary would not think much of it." However, the chief knight pondered for a moment. "Recently, Your Highness's actions may seem nonsensical, yet they often yield astonishing results that if the intelligence of the vile beasts is akin to that of wild animals. Perhaps this could prove unexpectedly effective. For instance, a loud bang might frighten them into fleeing, thereby alleviating the pressure on our defending troops." Roland stuffed the wrapped powder into Carter's arms, then took a bag of finely ground powder for igniting. "That should suffice. Let us head to the outside of the city wall. Iron Axe should have everything prepared by now." Approximately 2 miles west of the city wall, between the hidden forest and the abyssal mountain range, lay the open area designated for the test explosion. Iron Axe and several other hunters had been waiting there for quite some time. Except for Iron Axe himself, all were locals and among the best archers in the region. Upon hearing that the prince had a task for them, they eagerly followed Iron Axe over. Now, it is widely acknowledged that the new lord of the border town is exceedingly generous when it comes to hiring fees. Following Roland's instructions, they erected long wooden poles around the perimeter, fastening ropes to form a nearly half-mile radius of vigilance. Knights were stationed near the city walls to patrol and prevent any unexpected approaches. Roland conducted a thorough inspection of the defensive circle, nodding in approval. "Have the prey been brought?" "Your Highness, they are all here." Iron Axe stepped forward, dragging a cage, and Carter noticed it contained several wild chickens and rabbits. "Excellent. Place them at distances of 5, 10, 15, and 30 paces from the center, tying one to each stake." Carter discreetly shook his head and ventured a suggestion. "Your Highness, the animals you have chosen may not yield effective results. They are inherently timid and will scatter at the slightest noise. Even if they are frightened, it does not guarantee that they will deter the vile beasts." Deterrence of the vile beasts? Roland paused slightly, then recollected himself. "I had no intention of driving them away. Although the explosion spectacle is indeed astonishing," he, accompanied by the chief knight, made his way to the center of the circle, laying down the powder keg and using a dagger to create a small opening to allow some powder to spill out. He then retrieved a pouch filled with gunpowder and sprinkled it from the breech while retreating. The still weather today was ideal for this primitive detonation method, after backing away nearly 100 meters. Roland finally stored the pouch away. "All right, let us ignite it here." After meticulously calculating the distance and confirming its accuracy, he instructed Carter, "Go summon the hunters at this moment." Roland felt a surge of excitement. He had previously conducted small-scale flash tests and was not concerned about the outcome. What mattered to him was that this would be a monumental moment, as from today forth, firearms would officially take the stage. And he would be etched into the annals of history as its architect. Once everyone had gathered, Roland ignited the gunpowder. Carter lay on the ground, watching the rapidly receding sparks with a hint of skepticism. Given the distance and the absence of a bronze barrel, he questioned whether the sound of the explosion would even reach them. That it was rather peculiar for His Highness to have everyone lying down. However, since the fourth prince had taken the lead, he felt it inappropriate to voice his doubts. The winter ground was chilling, and even through chainmail, the cold seeped in. As Carter shifted his position, preparing to turn his chest aside, a thunderous explosion suddenly erupted. Due to the close proximity, the sound and shockwave reached him almost simultaneously, causing a ringing in his ears, and the world abruptly fell silent. The earth's tremor was fleeting. He lifted his head to witness a dark cloud slowly rising, followed by debris and mud raining down like a deluge. Roland, shielded from the brunt of the impact compared to the chief knight, had prepared himself for the noise after igniting the powder. The explosion did not produce the immense fireball depicted in films. The flash of light was ephemeral, and a significant amount of debris was lifted by the shockwave. soaring approximately 10 meters into the air. When the dust settled, Roland's sole impression was that the sound far surpassed that of firecrackers to AS for Iron Axe and the other hunters. They were left utterly dumbfounded. Only Iron Axe understood that this endeavor was to test a new weapon, but he had not anticipated the magnitude of its display. Surely, only the thunder of divine retribution could rival it. Roland rose, leading everyone back to the explosion site, where a crater half a meter deep had formed. The rabbit closest to the epicenter had vanished without a trace, leaving only a short stump of the wooden stake. He examined the other animals. The wild chickens placed at 10 and 15 paces lay motionless on the ground, evidently deceased. Although there were no visible injuries, Roland recognized they succumbed to the shockwave of the explosion. The sole survivor was a gray rabbit positioned 30 paces, approximately 15 meters away, with thin trails of blood seeping from its ears. Upon seeing someone approach, it ceased to struggle, as if the recent thunder had stolen its very soul. Carter swallowed hard, his ears still ringing but gradually returning to normal that moment. He grasped the true meaning behind His Highness's assertion of not intending to scare them away. Was this truly a product of the improved gunpowder? With such results, the alchemist would surely eclipse the astrologers. Iron Axe's gaze towards Roland transformed entirely. Your Highness, if the militia could possess such weaponry, the border town would no longer fear the threat of vile beasts. I wonder if it can be produced in large quantities? Roland shrugged. Probably not. When the month of the demons arrives, it is estimated that only 20 or 30 can be made. The main issue lies with the saltpeter. The methods of saltpeter production in this era are still quite primitive, relying on the collection of potassium nitrate crystals from a mixture of lime poured into human and animal waste. Aside from the alchemical workshops and the upper nobility, there is little other demand, so such refining facilities are scarce that if used solely for explosives, they would quickly be depleted. As a trump card, this weapon must be used in conjunction with firearms and crossbows. Chapter 35. Homecoming. The Nightingale traversed the mist. From this vantage point, the world was reduced to shades of black and white. The lines that once defined objects became indistinct, the boundaries between straight, zigzag, and curved lines blurred, resembling a child's scribbles. It was a sensation difficult to articulate. The Nightingale took considerable time to learn how to discern these boundaries as long as she wielded her skills adeptly. She could navigate freely through the mist, unbound by the mundane. The seemingly contiguous wall, with a slight shift in perspective, revealed entrances that were utterly non-existent in the real world. Within the mist, concepts of up and down, forward and backward ceased to be fixed. They interchanged and even overlapped. For instance, as she now did, stepping into the castle under the watchful eyes of the guards, following the ever-changing lines to ascend into the ceiling. Arriving at Anna's chamber, for her, this was a realm of complete freedom. Only within the mist could the Nightingale truly relax. Despite its silence and solitude, she cherished the feeling of being unthreatened. Most of the time, the surroundings were monochromatic, yet she occasionally glimpsed other colors. For instance, before her was Anna. Unlike ordinary individuals, witches were embodiments of magical energy. The Nightingale could perceive the flow and ebb of this force. The sole hue amidst the mist, she had never encountered a color as rich and vibrant as Anna's. Emerald green radiated around her, the center approaching a white-hot intensity that was nearly blinding. This baffled the Nightingale. Typically, the color of magical energy closely correlated with its ability. She had observed many witches with the power to manipulate flames during her time in the coven, most exhibiting orange or deep red hues. Resembling dancing fireballs, none could compare to Anna's brilliance. That if this was merely perplexing, another aspect was utterly astonishing. With such a vast reserve of magical energy coalescing within her, how was Anna still alive? Throughout the entire coven, the Nightingale could find no one with such power. Even amongst mature witches, they paled in comparison. If Anna were to reach adulthood, no, she would not have that opportunity. The Nightingale sighed. The stronger the magic, the more potent the backlash. She could scarcely fathom the horrific torment Anna would endure when the demon devourer descended. The agony of being torn apart from within would not render one unconscious. Until the moment of surrender to death, they would repeatedly endure unrelenting suffering. Stepping out of the mist, she temporarily set aside her heavy thoughts and perked up. "Good morning, Anna." Anna had grown accustomed to the uninvited and sudden appearances of the Nightingale. She nodded without responding, continuing her practice of flame manipulation. The nightingale touched her nose and sat down beside the girl's bed. She had witnessed this exercise countless times. Initially, Anna would inadvertently set her own clothes ablaze, preparing a full barrel of replacements in the garden shed. Eventually, she became adept at making the flames dance at her fingertips, to the point where even Roland no longer urged her to practice. The garden shed had been repurposed into a space for enjoying afternoon tea and basking in the sun. Nevertheless, Anna still adhered to the prince's previous instructions, practicing for 1 to 2 hours daily, right in her own room. I brought fish cakes. Would you like some? The nightingale produced a cloth pouch from her bosom, unfolding it and presenting it before Anna. Anna sniffed and nodded to go wash your hands. The nightingale smiled. Thankfully, Anna did not dislike her. She merely struggled with conversation. Ironically, she seemed genuinely concerned about Nanawa, yet spoke little as well. In truth, aside from her interactions with Roland, she hardly spoke at all. In stark contrast, Roland was quite loquacious. He always had an endless supply of reasoning. Even while dining, he had numerous rules, such as washing hands before meals, not eating too quickly, and refraining from picking up food that had fallen on the floor, among others. He could elaborate on each rule at great length. Initially, she found his lectures exceedingly irksome. However, given that he was the lord of this place, the fourth prince of Grey Castle, she begrudgingly endured listening. Over time, she had gradually acclimated to these customs, for reasons unknown. When vying for the order to wash hands with Anna, Nanawa, Roland, and Carter, she inexplicably found a semblance of amusement. Anna dipped her hands into a bucket of well water to wash, then ignited a flame to dry them before returning to the table to nibble on the fish cake. "Are you really not coming back with me?" the nightingale asked, seeking conversation. "There are many sisters there. They will take good care of you. Here, you can only move within the confines of the castle. Do you not find it stifling? Although the abyssal mountains lack resources, everyone is family, gathered for a common purpose. Your power is so formidable that they will undoubtedly welcome you. This winter, I fear you may not endure." As she spoke further, the nightingale's voice dwindled. Perhaps it was already too late, she thought. Even if she returned to the camp with her immense magical prowess, it seemed nearly impossible to survive until adulthood. All that remained for her was to witness her own demise. Before joining the Witches' Alliance, where did you reside? The nightingale paused, rarely asking herself such questions. I once lived in a grand city to the east, not far from the royal capital. Were you happy there? Happy? No. That was a period I would rather not reminisce about. Living under someone else's roof, belittled and mocked upon discovering her transformation into a witch. She was further confined like a mere pet, chains shackled around her neck, forced to serve them. The nightingale shook her head, softly inquiring, "Why do you ask this?" "I previously resided in the old district." Anna recounted her experiences succinctly. My father sold me to the church for 25 gold dragons, and it was His Highness who freed me from my cage. Here, I am quite content, but you cannot leave this castle. Aside from Roland Wimbledon, others still harbor hatred towards witches that I do not mind, and besides, he said he would change all of this, did he not? That is quite a challenge, as long as the church stands. Witches will forever be seen as malevolent beings. Anna did not dispute this. The silence stretched on for what felt like an eternity, long enough that the nightingale thought Anna would never speak again. When she suddenly asked, "Are you happier in the Alliance or here?" What do you mean?" The nightingale was caught off guard by the question. Of course, it is the Alliance. To be honest, her interest in seeking the Holy Mountain was minimal. Yet there were friends there she could not bear to part with. At the frontier town. Had it not been for the news of a witch in peril, she would never have come here. The answer should have been evident, so why could she not voice it immediately? At that moment, Anna smiled, a rare sight for the nightingale, her eyes reflecting the tranquility of a dawnlit lake, instilling a sense of peace, despite not being enveloped in the mist. "I heard Roland say that you were searching for the Holy Mountain in the northern mountains. If the Holy Mountain signifies stability and belonging, I believe I have already found it. This place is her Holy Mountain." The nightingale realized, though her life was waning, her spirit would reach the other shores sooner than most witches. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the door. The nightingale listened closely, and it indeed sounded like Nanava's approach. The door swung open, and in rushed Nanava Payan, her face streaked with tears. "What should I do?" "Sister Anna, my father discovered that I am a witch." Chapter 36. Negotiation Roland was dragged from his bed by the nightingale. Upon learning that Naneva Payan's father had come to the castle, he was initially taken aback but quickly realized it presented a rare opportunity if he wanted the young girl to stay and assist in combating the malevolent forces of the Month of Darkness. He needed to find a reason for the Payan family to remain in the frontier town for the winter. Originally, this would have been an exceedingly delicate matter. The reputation and standing of the fourth prince had plummeted among the nobility. And given the tense relations with the fortress, it was clear that the nobles from the eastern district of the fortress would be unlikely to stay in a small town from the beginning. Roland had not considered collaborating with the nobility. While they might excel at vying for power, they were ill-suited for fighting alongside him. He quickly dressed, tidied himself up, and made his way to the reception room. Tiggo Payan, who had been kept waiting by the guards, was seething with anger. Upon seeing the prince, he immediately stood up. "Your Highness, where is my daughter?" This was Roland's first encounter with Naneva's father, that he was stout. Not particularly tall, with a bushy beard lending him a rugged appearance. His attire, a tightly fitted cotton coat with large pockets and leather trousers, resembled that of a hunter rather than a nobleman. "She is well, Mr. Payan. Why did your guards allow her in but keep me outside?" Tiggo interrupted with a booming voice. "I demand an explanation. Your Highness, please bring my daughter out to see me. What is this?" Roland was momentarily stunned. He had envisioned a scene where the other party would plead for him to keep the unfortunate news of his daughter's fall into witchcraft a secret, or simply ask him to resolve the issue. However, Tiggo's aggressive demeanor, completely disregarding noble etiquette, caught him off guard as for why the guards allowed Naneva in. It was entirely due to his prior instructions. She visited Anna often, and the guards were familiar with her. After a moment's consideration, Roland summoned a maid to bring Naneva over. Regardless of Tiggo's rudeness, he was still Naneva's father, and it was best to let them meet before discussing further if he displayed even a hint of intending to hand the young girl over to the church or abandon her. He could take measures afterward. Naneva emerged alongside Anna. The instant Tiggo saw his daughter, his impatience vanished, and he opened his arms, calling out to Naneva, "Come to Daddy." Yet the little girl merely hid behind Anna. Peeking out, "Will you sell me to the church?" Cough. "What are you saying, silly child? The church wouldn't take someone like you. Come back home with me." This reaction left Roland perplexed, according to the Nightingale. Naneva had been seen using her powers by her father, who had panicked and fled to the castle to find Anna, while her father had pursued her here in a fit of rage. But now, Tiggo's gaze towards his daughter was filled only with concern and affection, entirely devoid of the usual disdain for witches. Had he misunderstood something? Roland hesitated, deciding to address the situation openly to Mr. Payan. "Your daughter is a witch, and I trust you are aware of this." "What did you say, Your Highness? I don't understand." Tiggo stomped his foot, stepping forward to grasp Naneva's hand, but was blocked by Anna. "Father, I have become a witch." "I'm sorry," Naneva whispered. Tiggo's demeanor shifted to one of urgency. "Stop talking nonsense. What witch? It must be that Carl fellow's doing, that I should never have let you attend the academy. The church's rhetoric is all nonsense." Upon hearing this, Roland suddenly grasped the underlying issue. Tiggo's frantic attempts to shield Naneva stemmed from a misunderstanding of his intentions. Thus, before seeing his daughter, he had been so agitated. "Anna," he winked at the witch, who nodded in return. That as Tiggo attempted to bypass her to take Naneva, Anna extended her right hand. Flames erupted from her palm, soaring past his head. Tiggo's eyes widened in shock, taking a few steps back. And Naneva clung to Anna's arm in panic. "Sister Anna, don't! Your Highness, this is... As you can see, she is also a witch, just like your daughter," Roland stated, spreading his hands. "The reason Naneva can freely enter the castle is not as you might think. Can we now have a proper discussion?" At that moment, Tiggo seemed to awaken from a dream, uttering a couple of stunned sounds. "Your Highness, please have a seat." Roland gestured towards the table. "Let us have some tea first." Indeed, he sighed inwardly. "My reputation is so poor that it has reached a point where even children are not spared." Roland now fully understood Tiggo's earlier rudeness, a concerned father seeing his daughter rush into the Lord's castle. While the guards appeared unfazed, what did that signify? If he were in Tiggo's position, he might have considered storming the castle himself. That as for Tiggo's continued denial of his daughter's witchhood, his intentions were all too clear. He was worried that the prince might use the phrase "Naneva has fallen and needs purification" to coerce him, while he himself was indifferent to whether his precious daughter was a witch. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, Tigger finally sat down heavily, drained his teacup in one gulp, wiped his mouth, and appeared somewhat embarrassed. Then why apologies for my rudeness. May I ask when you became aware that my daughter had become a witch before winter set in? The first to notice her awakening was not me, but her teacher, Carl Van Bert. Due to his friendship with Anna, he entrusted Naneva to me, hoping I could provide her protection. Roland explained in detail. During the past month and a half, she has frequently come to the castle to practice her abilities. By the way, your daughter's power is healing. That's so. Tigger scratched his head. I wondered how that cat suddenly became so spry. Cat. Ahem. It's nothing much. When I returned home, I saw this child holding a cat that had been hit by a cart at the door. I intended to sneak up on her, but she ran away upon seeing me, and so did the cat, which had clearly suffered a broken leg. But he glanced at Naneva and Anna. Are you friends? Before Anna could respond, Naneva nodded vigorously. Tigger's expression softened somewhat. Noticing this, Roland inquired. You don't seem to believe that witches are evil beings enticed by demons, that my daughter is certainly no evil being. He declared firmly. Regardless of what she has become, that is beyond doubt. In stark contrast to Anna's father, Roland couldn't help but marvel. He now understood why Naneva always seemed carefree, her face often adorned with a smile. Such a family environment was akin to a warm cradle for a child. That I do not share your sentiment, Mr. Pine, Prince Wong said frankly. The capabilities of your daughter hold immense significance for the wounded. I hope she can remain in the border town to assist me in combating the malevolent moon. Tigger hesitated. Your Highness, please forgive my refusal. When the malevolent moon descends, this place will become exceedingly perilous. I cannot leave her in the town. That Tigger's domain did not fall under the jurisdiction of the border town, and thus, despite being a prince, he could not issue direct commands. However, Roland mused that as long as they were willing to sit down for a discussion, persuading him should not be an insurmountable task. Chapter 37. Family history. Danger is relative, Mr. Pine, and danger also signifies opportunity. The fourth prince flipped through the relevant materials collected by the minister's aides in his mind. I have heard that your title is inherited from your father. He was once a knight, who was later bestowed the title of baron and granted a fief for his meritorious service in battle. Indeed, Tigger nodded. That battle was an honorable fight for the innocents, occurring during the malevolent moon, that a small portion of the malevolent beasts unexpectedly traversed the fortress's defensive line via the Redwater River and infiltrated the western territories. At that time, your father was patrolling the area. When confronted by the remaining malevolent beasts, he did not, like most, choose to evade and notify reinforcements before engaging. Behind him lay an unprotected town, though the town had no ties to him. Roland narrated, observing Tigger's expression. You should be more familiar with the subsequent events than I. Your father rallied the town's militia and, accompanied by his retainers, faced the malevolent beasts head-on, ultimately achieving victory. Yes, Tigger's tone grew fervent. Clearly filled with admiration for this chapter of his family's history. One of the beasts was colossal, resembling a blend of a deer and a cow, or perhaps a fusion of both. Its legs were thicker than my father's torso, and when it ran, the ground trembled beneath its weight. That if it were me, I would scarcely know how to defeat such a monster. Yet he did that. My father stood near a shallow gully, luring the enraged beast toward him. At the moment it charged, he lay down in the gully, propping his broad-bladed sword against a stone at the bottom. The seemingly invincible brute charged directly into the sword's tip, its belly sliced open, spilling intestines and black blood that nearly engulfed my father. A massive horn from that malevolent beast still hangs above our fireplace. Roland took a sip of tea, speaking leisurely, a battle worthy of admiration. He adhered to the knight's code, embodying compassion and courage. The title and fief he received were granted by Lord Joy Cole, then an Earl of Longsong Fortress, who was elevated to Duke by my father. Wimbledon III, 25 years ago, simultaneously taking on the role of protector of the Southern Territories, with domains spanning the entire southern region. Regrettably, after the mountain became independent, Old Pain, remaining east of the fortress, became a thorn in the Duke of the fortress's side. Your Highness, you seem well informed. Tigger sighed, exhaling. The Duke of the fortress and Lord Joy have always been at odds. Joy Cole is not an earl bestowed by the Duke of the fortress. His lineage can be traced back to a royal branch, his family and bloodline rivaling that of Lord Ryan. Such as politics, Roland pondered, recognizing the intricate balance that Wimbledon III wielded Tio comprehended this convoluted relationship. He had summoned aides for a full day of explanations. The feudal hierarchy among nobles was exceedingly chaotic. Theoretically, a higher-ranking noble could issue commands to lower-ranking ones within their domains. Yet the practical application was far more complex, as exemplified by Joy Cole and Duke Ryan. As a directly bestowed earl by the king, despite his territory lying in the western regions, he possessed prestige and influence comparable to that of Duke Ryan. Naturally, with Joy's ascendance to Duke of the South, new pawns would be placed within his territory, a common tactic employed by the Grey Castle royalty to maintain political stability. Thus, as you inherited this territory, trade and agriculture have gradually declined, and your family business has diminished day by day. Roland said slowly, "Now a new opportunity lies before you." "That a new opportunity?" Tiggu inquired. "You have likely heard of the famine 2 years ago, in which the fortress withheld food supplies under the pretext of insufficient mineral trade. This year, we face a similar predicament. The unexpected collapse of the North Slope mine has left the people of the border town with no retreat. We must defend against the malevolent beasts behind the newly constructed walls. This battle may not proceed smoothly. Yet, as I previously mentioned, danger simultaneously signifies opportunity." Tiggu began to grasp the prince's intent, furrowing his brow without immediate response. "You do not seem like a typical noble," Roland remarked with a smile, "that no one would venture out dressed as you are, and your hands bear the calluses of hard labor. Mr. Pine, you have not abandoned your father's legacy, have you? The combat skills inherent to a knight." He had certainly not relinquished it, Roland surmised, for otherwise he would not be frequenting the mysterious forest. According to Bear's intelligence, Tiggu had spent at least 3 days a week in the forest during his time in the border town. Moreover, each visit was fully equipped. Lacking the means to maintain retainers, he directly hired hunters from the town for assistance. Some individuals possess an innate inclination for battle, and Tiggu Pine was evidently one of them. "If you are willing to stay in the border town, I can present you with an opportunity to reclaim your father's glory, earning honor through sword and bravery as he did. Should you excel in your deeds, I will demarcate a piece of land east of the border town as a reward for you, a tract suitable for a viscount." While such situations were rare, the promise held validity as a fully grown prince. He possessed the legal authority to bestow titles of viscount, baron, and knight, though it was uncommon to grant honors to the retainers of others. This was partly due to the loss of noble decorum in undermining another's standing, and partly due to the potential awkwardness should the recipient decline. Yet Roland cared little for decorum. He merely sought the mobile healing station that was Inanawa as for rejection. He felt little concern. For the fact that Joy had not taken Tiggu's father to the south after becoming the protector indicated that the former had already abandoned the Pine family. Tiggu finally relented. "Then, Your Highness, may I send Nanawa back to Longsong Fortress? No one has ever repelled malevolent beasts here, and should we fail, I would not wish for my daughter to perish in this place that I have told you from the outset. Mr. Pine, danger is relative. Have you considered the potential consequences if Nanawa were to be discovered as a witch at Longsong Fortress? It is unlike the border town. The church has long established its roots there, with their followers and spies present everywhere. Once exposed, not even I could save her." Roland paused for a moment before adding, "The border town will not fall. When the malevolent moon arrives, I will stand upon the walls, fighting alongside the townsfolk. Our adversaries are merely a group of mutated beasts, not invincible demons. Your father once defeated them in an open field with no cover, and we possess formidable walls that are hard to breach. If an unforeseen event were to occur, I shall ensure that Nanawa departs first, that he hesitated, and Anna, that I will leave a small boat at the docks. I promise they will be safe. Then I trust you." "Your Highness." Tiggu Pine rose, kneeling on one knee, chest out and abdomen in, offering the prince a standard knightly salute. "I am willing to fight for you." Once Tiggu and Nanawa departed, Anna shot Roland an incredulous glance. "Are you dreaming? I'm not going anywhere." Chapter 38. The Age of Firearms. Iron Axe was aware that he was under supervision. Those hunters who participated in the test explosion that day were gathered and relocated to a 2-story building near the castle. Gazing out the window, he could see a circle of stone walls, with guards stationed at the entrances, but he paid this little mind, even thinking that it was overly lax of the prince to assign merely 2 personal guards as watchmen. Even now, the thunderous roar from the test explosion lingered in Iron Axe's mind. Never had a weapon delivered such an overwhelming shock that in the far southern lands, he had witnessed the orange flames erupting from the earth, capable of burning for decades. He had also encountered the monstrous winds and towering waves that obscured the sky at the endless sea. Yet the wrath of the heavens was inscrutable. Those were the manifestations of the Earth Mother or the Sea Goddess will. Divine instruments used to punish all living beings. However, the prince had, through sheer personal strength, usurped the authority of the three deities, obtaining powers akin to divine retribution, though still far from the true might of the Heavenly Father's thunder. It was no realm achievable by mere mortals that in Iron Sand City. Participants who still served a purpose would typically have their tongues cut out. Of course, this was not the most foolproof method. Only the dead could keep secrets eternally. As for foreign tribes, just a glance would be deemed blasphemous. It was inconceivable for any outsider to join the core ranks of the Majin tribe. The prince was aware of his half-foreign bloodline, yet still permitted him to witness the fires of divine punishment, even intending for him to lead the formation of a hunting team. Such trust stirred Iron Axe's blood in Iron Sand City. He had endured countless betrayals and schemes. Fleeing to the southern territories of Grey Castle, the mixed heritage of sand dwellers and mainlanders subjected him to discrimination. Ultimately disheartened, he had come to the border town, hoping to survive through hunting, only to find himself favored by the prince. He had no doubt that with this new weapon, Roland Wimbledon would undoubtedly secure victory in the contest for kingship. Everyone assembled downstairs. Upon hearing a sound, Iron Axe craned his neck to peer outside, only to discover that the visitor was none other than Carter Lannis, the chief knight of the Fourth Prince. Without delay, he straightened his attire and descended the stairs with haste, standing at attention before Carter. Having participated in the training of the militia, he was well aware of His Highness's preference for disciplined and orderly troops. The other hunters, however, lagged considerably, taking about 15 minutes to form a proper line. To the usual place. "Follow me," Carter remarked nonchalantly, leading the group outside, heading straight for the city walls. They arrived once more at the site of the previous test explosion. Though this time no warning line had been drawn, aside from Roland, for knights, Carter's subordinates were present. Iron Axe noticed that the prince was fiddling with a uniquely designed metal rod while explaining something to the knights. Upon seeing Iron Axe and his group, Roland approached and inquired, "So, how do you find your new residence?" "Thank you for your concern, Your Highness," the group replied with deep bows, expressing their satisfaction with the new accommodations. In truth, Iron Axe mused, the new dwelling was vastly superior to the old one, for it was free from drafts and leaks, with a roof made of neatly arranged tiles rather than the translucent thatch of before. "That is good to hear," Roland nodded. "The current arrangements are made with safety in mind. Once the month of demons concludes, you shall be able to return to your former residence. Furthermore, I have already delivered the first month's wages to your families. And you will also have the opportunity to meet them every weekend, of course, accompanied by guards." "Thank you for your benevolence, Your Highness," the hunters exclaimed with great enthusiasm. This genuinely surprised Iron Axe, aside from the ironclad laws of the Sand People. Even the management of the Grey Fortress army should not be so lax. Could it be that this was a reflection of the prince's personal leniency? A sense of unease crept over him. In the pursuit of the throne, one must be ruthless, a lesson he had witnessed all too often in Iron Sand City. However, when the Fourth Prince announced that they would be testing a new weapon developed from gunpowder, Iron Axe swiftly cast aside his worries, but he fixated his gaze intently on the prince as he presented two oddly shaped iron rods to the group. "This contraption is called a gun," Roland declared. "And I shall now instruct you on how to wield it. In just half an hour." Iron Axe had completely mastered the use of this new weapon. He poured the black powder, capable of summoning the wrath of heaven, into the barrel, inserted a lead ball, rammed it down with a rod, added more powder to the rear chamber, aimed at the target, and pulled the trigger. Although he believed himself inherently gifted in the art of killing, adept with sword, knife, hammer, axe, and spear, such skills had been honed through years of rigorous training and combat. That to grasp a weapon within half an hour was a feat that perhaps only the crossbow could rival. The other gun was handed to Carter, who exhibited a keen interest in the novel weapon, reluctant to put it down after a few simulated operations. Roland then instructed both men to conduct a live-fire test to observe its effectiveness. The target, a half-length suit of armor propped up by wooden sticks, had been set up by two other knights at a distance of approximately 30 feet, about 10 meters. Iron Axe and Carter followed the prince's shooting instructions, leveling their aim and pulling the trigger. The thunderous roar of the first shot startled everyone present, Iron Axe included, but soon expressions of astonishment replaced the initial shock that a small hole appeared in the half-suit of armor, the lead ball cleanly penetrating the thickest part of the chest. Before firing, Iron Axe had scrutinized the armor, noting that it was clearly not crafted from inferior materials by a makeshift workshop. The markings of the forge and anvil on the collar indicated it was standard armor from the Grey Fortress Blacksmiths Guild, with the thickest edge measuring about half an inch, sufficient to withstand a crossbow's direct shot at close range. To deal with such an iron can, the wisest choice would be a heavy crossbow, warhammer, or polearm. In comparison, the gun, equally easy to operate, far surpassed the crossbow in terms of power. Its loading speed equaled that of the crossbow. While as for accuracy, the 30-foot distance revealed little. "Your Highness, what is the production capacity of this weapon?" Carter inquired. "Currently, we have just these two. By the end of the month of demons, we may produce a maximum of 2 more. Iron Axe observed as Carter visibly exhaled in relief that he could roughly guess Carter's thoughts. If this weapon were easy to manufacture, a simple few days of training could yield a large number of hastily trained warriors wielding guns. They would be unrestricted by age, profession, or even gender. Indeed, even frail women could pose a significant threat to knights. Though it did not impact him as profoundly as the wrath of heaven, Iron Axe considered it a commendable weapon, one potent enough to easily dispatch resilient and robust large demonic beasts from the city walls. Had he possessed a gun when confronting the hybrid creatures years ago, the outcome might have been far less dire. Only Roland understood the true significance of this weapon. He had personally ushered in the age of firearm warfare. Chapter 39. The winter's respite. Roland stood atop the city walls, gazing northward. Over the past month, he had been diligently repeating his rounds between the castle, the mine, and the city walls, scrutinizing every potentially overlooked detail. The militia's thrusting maneuvers had grown increasingly polished. Under Carter's repeated drills, they could now steady their guns until the designated hunter called out the attack command. Behind them stood the hunters. Those who remained in the border town and excelled in archery and crossbow usage had been incorporated into this unit. These seasoned hunters formed the backbone of the effort to slay the demonic beasts, shooting down from the 12-foot-high walls with near certainty of hitting their targets. Lastly, a finishing team composed of Iron Axe, Carter, and 2 other elite hunters had been formed. The blacksmiths crafted the necessary components, while Anna assembled 4 front-loading flintlock guns, which were now ready for use, only to be deployed against troublesome creatures or hybrid beasts that even bows and crossbows could not penetrate. Their positions were quite flexible, able to roam along the 200-meter stretch, appearing where needed to AS for the explosive charges. They were stored in a heavily guarded warehouse below the walls, to be brought up separately during emergencies. After all, should something go awry, the destruction caused could outweigh that of the demonic beasts. The teeth of the beasts could not damage cement and stone, but explosives could easily send entire sections of the walls skyward. Thus far, Roland had organized 2 live drills, including the use of explosives. Thanks to these exercises, they had averted the embarrassment of militiamen discarding their weapons in panic at the thunderous roar of the explosives during the actual defense. Another benefit was that when the troops realized their prince wielded such a powerful weapon, their morale surged. "Your Highness," Barov tightened his collar, "the revenue from the ore trade has already been largely spent. If the month of demons is as long as the astrologers predict, I fear we may not last until winter's end." "Then let us drain my treasury entirely," Roland replied without hesitation, "and do not halt trade with Willow Leaf Town. The steam-powered prototype has been delivered to the mine, and the debris cleanup is nearly complete. We shall still manage to yield some production throughout the winter. Particularly with the raw gemstones, there's no need to emphasize their value. We should sell them as quickly as possible, that it's always prudent to stock up on food and jerky." Barov nodded. "I will attend to that, Your Highness." However, noticing the assistant minister's hesitance, Roland understood his unspoken concern. "Rest assured, I have arranged for a small boat. Should the situation truly deteriorate, I will leave the town. Then I can rest easy." Barov sighed in relief. Roland smiled at him. "You go on with your tasks. I will take a moment to reflect." Once Barov departed, the prince slowly ascended the watchtower. This was the highest point in the center of the walls, from which one could overlook the vast expanse of the forest and the undulating mountains beyond. The cold wind howled fiercely against him, yet he paid it no mind. Only in this lofty, open space could he find solace amidst the tension of impending conflict. "You are deceiving him," someone beside him remarked. "You have no intention of leaving. Life has already proven so arduous. Some truths are better left unspoken. I do not comprehend your ramblings that if being a prince is a trial, what are we?" Nightingale materialized. "Even if you cannot become king, surviving the 5 years of the royal decree would still make you a sovereign in your own right. Rather than worrying about that, you should spend more time with Anna. I fear she may not have much time left." Roland fell silent for a moment. "I do not believe she will succumb to the month of demons." "Why?" "She said she would not yield to the demon devourer." He paused. "I believe in her." "You actually trust a witch?" Nightingale shook her head. "We are but cursed by devils that I ask that so." "I trust you as well." Brian, dressed in casual attire, stood before the gravestone of the Greyhound. He gently caressed the pristine stone, where a single line was inscribed: "Nameless, yet forever in the hearts of men, that a hero who sacrificed for the border town. Greyhound, I have realized my dream. Once the month of demons concludes, His Highness the Fourth Prince will hold a coronation ceremony for me. But I do not wish to languish in a sickbed awaiting my wounds have healed, and the walls are where I belong. The month of demons approaches. The beasts may be formidable, yet they shall crash against the defenses we have unitedly erected, unable to advance another step, that I shall wield my long sword to protect this small town. Even if it means sharing the burden with you. This ordeal is far from over. Those who conspired against you still draw breath. Yet their time is limited, as promised by His Highness. When we next meet, I shall bring tidings of good fortune." Brian bent down, placing a bouquet at the foot of the gravestone. "Until we meet again, my friend. Sister Anna, are you not afraid?" Nana was perched on the bed, her little legs crossed. "Afraid of what?" "The malevolent spirits that devour the flesh," Nightingale remarked. "They say winter is upon us, yet I became a witch only in autumn, and this is my first experience." "The first time indeed," Anna pondered. "It will be painful. At times, you may even wish for immediate death." Nana gasped, quickly covering her mouth. "But you will survive, just as I have. That I don't know." Nana murmured softly. "I am not as strong as you." "I am not particularly strong." Anna closed her eyes, the memory of her first encounter with Roland surfacing in her mind, that I in that dim and chilly dungeon. He had draped his cloak over her and gently offered her a position. Even now, it seemed inconceivable. "You too shall encounter things that inspire you to cling to life, even if it means struggling to do so, such as a meat pie drenched in sauce," she sighed. "How am I to know what you desire?" Gazing at Nana, who was fixated upon her, Anna wiped her face. "That I asked there's something dirty on my face." "No." The latter shook her head. "I was merely surprised. You have never spoken so much to me before. Sister Anna, the way you closed your eyes to think just now was beautiful." Anna rolled her eyes, leaping off the bed and striding to the window. Nana followed closely. "What are you looking at?" "The hide-and-seek forest." "The forest lies to the west." Anna retorted. "All that can be seen here is the Redwater River." "Sister Anna, look quickly." The girl pointed to the sky. Anna paused, then opened the window. A gust of cold wind mingled with delicate snowflakes rushing into the room. She extended her hand, catching a crystalline snowflake, a chill coursing through her fingers. "That it is snowing." After a prolonged silence, Nightingale finally spoke. "You truly did not lie." "Of course not." Roland chuckled. "I seldom speak untruths." Nightingale fell silent once more, turning her head away, her eyes clouded with inscrutable emotions. Suddenly, she felt a chill at her neck and instinctively recoiled. Raising her gaze, she noticed that snowflakes had begun to fall from the castle walls, drifting softly through the gray sky, as if countless white spirits were dancing on the northern winds, swirling amidst the shouts of the malicious training. The month of malevolence has commenced. Chapter 40. A letter home. The bonfire blazed brightly, yet Golan Wimbledon's body felt naught but frigid, although the tent was crafted from leather and reinforced against the ground. Ensuring minimal drafts, he still felt a chill permeating his bones, especially in his toes, which were on the verge of losing sensation. This cursed place, even relieving oneself, could result in freezing, he spat, rising to his feet. Gripping the edges of the table, straining to lift it, the veins on the back of his hands bulging as he hoisted the solid wooden table from the ground. Setting it near the fire pit offered him some comfort. He removed his shoes, placing his feet near the flames to warm them, unfurling a sheet of parchment in his hands to continue penning his unfinished letter. "To my dearest Livia, I have been in Hermes for over a month now. Of course, the church folk prefer to refer to this place as the New Holy City. Were it not for the Accords of Malevolence, I would not wish to remain here a moment longer. Longing instead for the warmth of your abode, sharing the coziness of your bed. Thanks to the Accords, the army monitoring the church's every move has become their unwitting ally. A bitter irony, is it not? Speaking of the church, I must concede that their achievements are indeed astounding. That I recall my first visit here, 20 years past, when Hermes was nothing but mountains and stones. The towns established by the church now rest at the mountain's base. Yet now, they have not only carved a path for carriages to ascend the mountain, but have also erected a colossal fortress city atop it. Had it been summer, you would have truly enjoyed joining me to witness it. The so-called New Holy City is more magnificent than Grey Keep. Do you remember the theater in the royal capital of Grey Keep? We attended the performance of The Prince's Revenge together, and you marveled at the theater's exquisite design and spacious interior. However, should you gaze upon the training grounds of the New Holy City, you would find the Grey Keep Theater utterly insignificant. To call it merely a building would be an understatement. It resembles a masterful piece of art. The space is equivalent to 5 theaters, yet not a single stone pillar supports it. The outer walls extend 8 colossal protrusions resembling monstrous bones, intertwined with numerous branches and ropes, suspending the roof in midair. Akin to a hanging rod. How did they conceive such an idea? And those bones, if they were indeed stripped from a malevolent beast, I wager that creature must have exceeded 100 feet in size. Such monstrosities could only be encountered in Hermes. But my dear, fret not. No matter how formidable the malevolent beast, it is merely a minion of the infernal devils before the stone of divine judgment. All evil shall face divine retribution, be it malevolent beasts, witches, or the devils themselves. Their fate is nothing but utter obliteration. At this point, Golan Wimbledon set down his pen, shaking his somewhat numb hands. Oddly enough, he could wield a 15-pound longsword for an entire day without fatigue. Yet after writing only a few lines, he felt exhausted that he chuckled at himself, realizing he was indeed better suited for rough work. Speaking of malevolent beasts, it suddenly occurs to me that my 4th brother has been assigned to a destitute border town. He has likely scurried into Longsong Fortress by now, though the beasts there pale in comparison to those along the Hermes line of defense. One cannot blame him. Were I in such a place, I would only seek refuge as well. This highlights the injustice of my father, simply because my 2nd brother has always exhibited exceptional cleverness. He is destined for the throne? Father seems to forget that it was not cunning that secured the Grey Keep throne for him. Since mother passed, I find it increasingly difficult to fathom his thoughts. The ensuing content left Golan hesitating, uncertain whether to reveal his true intentions to Livia. After a moment's pause, he chose to continue writing that if his plans unfolded favorably, by the time this letter reached her, he should be at the royal palace of Grey Keep. My dear, Scholar Ong is correct. If I do nothing, the throne shall never belong to me. He has observed this in the stars. The apocalypse star is drifting away from the blazing sun, and in no more than 4 months, it will completely depart from its orbit. The scholar conveyed to me that time is of the essence. I can no longer afford to wait idly. Following today's battle, I shall quietly return to the royal capital, accompanied by my loyal warriors. Coldwind Ridge may not match the wealth of Golden Ear City, yet it is not lacking in valiant fighters. With a few coins and promises, they will pounce upon my objectives like hungry wolves. Naturally, I do not wish to resort to such measures, that I simply desire to confront my father personally and inquire why he issued such a farcical decree for the claim to the throne, and what has led him to forget that I am the rightful heir. Scholar Ong has arranged everything for me. Livia, my beloved, please endure a bit longer. The day I ascend to the throne shall also be the day I take you as my queen. Should I be unfortunate enough to fail, do not return to the royal capital. Live well in Coldwind Ridge. Yours in love, Golan. That he carefully folded the letter and placed it into an envelope, sealing it with wax. After several checks, he rapped the table, and a loyal soldier soon entered the tent. Deliver this letter to the Rose in Coldwind Ridge. You need not travel day and night, nor ride. Disguise yourself as an ordinary traveler and join the merchant convoy that shuttles between the two places. Just one thing to remember. This letter must be delivered by hand. Yes, Your Highness. Very well. You may go. Golan waved off the guard and settled himself at the table, both feet resting near the fire pit. Thus, he found himself with no retreat, that he closed his eyes, recalling childhood memories. Back then, he would play hide-and-seek in the royal garden with his second brother and third sister. When the latter fell, they insisted on falling alongside her before they would relent. When did the three of them begin to feel so estranged from one another? Golan shook his head, casting aside the tumultuous thoughts. Sentimentality was ill-suited for him, but he mused that these confusions would ultimately yield an answer, once he took his place upon the throne. Just then, a deep horn sounded from outside the tent. Oh, it has begun. He leapt from the table, slipping on his shoes. Stepping out of the tent, the entire camp was already in motion. Running soldiers and fluttering banners converged like torrents toward the designated battlefield. From the distant mountains came a murky echo, relentless and reverberating. The horn blared. The malevolent beasts were upon them. "Follow me." He mounted the steed his guard had brought and jogged toward the castle walls. Only by personally standing atop the walls of the holy city can one truly appreciate its grandeur. It resembles an insurmountable chasm, standing resolutely at the precipice of the fractured mountains. The summit is flat and expansive, allowing dozens of individuals to traverse side by side. That in front lies a cliff formed by glaciers, while the rear offers a flat highland. This geographical advantage is precisely why the church is so determined to construct the new holy city atop the mountain. They have ingeniously built an almost impenetrable line of defense, capitalizing on the disparity in elevation. However, Goran Wimbledon's vision extends even further. The mere act of transporting such an immense quantity of stone and timber from the foot of the mountain to its peak and establishing a stronghold in Hermes within a mere 20 years demonstrates the church's astonishing prowess. Yet, despite his disdain for these zealots, Goran must concede one point. Without their support in safeguarding Hermes, every nation on the continent would face calamity. This forms the very foundation for the signing of the Accord of the Sinister Moon. When the month of the Dark Beast descends, the four kingdoms bordering Hermes must dispatch troops to aid the church. Fighting alongside the church's Inquisition, four banners fluttered defiantly atop the walls. The Dawn with its serpent staff, the Wolf Heart with its crossed sword and shield, the Eternal Winter adorned with ice roses, and the Grey Castle brandishing its tall spear. As Goran gazed at the black specks appearing in the distant sky, he tightened his grip on the great sword. Chapter 41. The initial emergence of the Dark Beast, as Brian had foretold. Once it snows in the border town, it does not relent. By morning, a shroud of white has enveloped the town. As the snowfall waned, only a few scattered snowflakes occasionally graced the sky, which remained shrouded in a gloomy haze. The thought of not seeing the sun for several months left Roland in disbelief. It seemed utterly illogical. Although seeking reason in a world imbued with witchcraft was already peculiar, how could dark beasts influence the weather? Regrettably, he lacked meteorological satellites to inform him of the current distribution of clouds in the world. As he walked towards the western city walls, Carter remarked on the noticeable decline in the town's vibrancy, noting that a group had departed alongside the nobility. "This is for the best. At least they won't hinder our efforts." Roland exhaled a puff of white breath. "That I have arranged for Barov to conduct a census this winter." "What is that?" Carter inquired. "That it involves going door to door to gather statistics. How many people remain, their names and occupations, which will then be recorded," Roland explained. "This way, whether it's for wartime mobilization of human resources or post-war compensation, implementation can be swift and effective." Human resources? Carter blinked in surprise, then laughed. "Your Highness, you truly are not the same as before." Roland replied, intrigued. "In the past, you would say things I did not understand and engage in inexplicable actions, but ultimately, they were not befitting of a prince. Yet now—" Carter paused, seemingly weighing his words. "Whether it's the peculiar training regulations you've established or the novel experimental items brought from the alchemy workshop, the results have been remarkably effective. Perhaps this is what my grandfather meant when he said that the extraordinary see what ordinary people overlook. I have a feeling you might very well become the next king." That's so. A warm sensation surged within Roland. What could be more fulfilling than gaining the recognition of one's subordinates through hard work? In that moment, he felt invigorated, and the dreary sky seemed less bothersome. Upon reaching the city walls, the militia was diligently clearing the accumulated snow from the pathways. Upon seeing the prince, They all bowed in respect. They ought to be taught how to salute, Roland mused. How was the situation last night? There were no signs of dark beasts, Iron Axe replied. Based on past experience, we usually enjoy a relatively calm period following the first snowfall. During this time, the number of dark beasts is sparse, and the mutated creatures are primarily weak animals. Roland nodded. Then let us maintain our vigilance. The area behind the walls had been transformed into a barracks. And without the sounding of the alert horn, most would rest in the camp to conserve energy. The alert system operated on a rotation basis. Considering the cold winter temperatures, each team would patrol for only 2 hours before being replaced. These measures were all instituted by Roland, that he had inquired with Brian and learned that Longsong Fortress had no viable plan for defending against dark beasts. The most unfortunate recruits would be assigned to monitor dark beast movements, spending entire days on the walls. Consequently, instances of laziness and desertion were frequent, with as many as 20 or 30 individuals hanged for dereliction of duty or defying military orders over the course of a winter. As for tracking dark beasts, it was utter chaos. There were no designated defensive zones, nor was responsibility assigned to individuals. Reflecting on the state of warfare in this era, Roland understood that IT was a time that emphasized individual valor, honor, and plunder, where even knights might charge recklessly in the heat of battle. Thus, it was best not to set expectations too high. After patrolling the walls, everything appeared to be in order, yet Roland realized he had overlooked one critical issue: the guiding obstacles. These barriers currently directed dark beasts towards the center of the walls. But if Brian's assertions were accurate, the accumulation of snow over 2 to 3 months would inevitably bury all obstacles. At that point, any segment of the 600-meter defense line could become a pathway for the dark beasts, and his personnel would be hard-pressed to cover such an extensive area. Dispatching individuals to clear the snow seemed unlikely, as a few agile wolf-like dark beasts could inflict heavy losses on the team. Perhaps they would still have to rely on the witch's powers, for instance, letting Nightingale and Anna stealthily exit the city, ignite a fire to melt the snow, and then return, much like she had when she stealthily procured Nanawa from the Pine household. Just then, an observer from the left side of the wall shouted, "Look ahead!" Roland and Carter turned to where he was pointing, spotting a small black shape emerging from the snow, slowly making its way towards the walls. "Your Highness, should we?" The hunter responsible for that section of defense turned to ask. "According to previous drills, you should determine whether to sound the horn," Roland replied, "and in this regard, you possess more experience than I." He hesitated briefly, but ultimately merely drew back the crossbow string, standing at the wall's edge to continue observing. Roland nodded in satisfaction. The order on the walls remained commendable thus far. However, he wondered if they would be able to swiftly organize their defenses according to the drills once a multitude of dark beasts assailed the border town. As the dark shape approached, roughly 50 meters from the walls, Roland could clearly discern the appearance of the dark beast. It seemed to be a variant of a fox, its fur a dark gray, eyes of vivid red, exhaling white vapor as it neared the wall. This creature appeared to have been recently corrupted, posing little threat. Deus Iron Axe readied his bow. He remarked, "You mentioned they are all infected by the stench of hell and have been driven westward." "Not just to the west," Carter interjected. "When the gates of hell opened in the wilderness, any region unprotected by the fractured mountains would be susceptible to dark beast attacks, particularly the Great Gap to the north. The fractured mountains here seem as if they have been severed, with the gap extending for over 10 miles, serving as the primary route for dark beast incursions." This frenzied creature lingered beneath the walls for a moment, raising its head and letting out a low growl towards the individuals atop the walls. Just as it prepared to leap, Iron Axe released a bowstring, and an arrow accurately pierced its neck, pinning it firmly to the ground. Roland noted that the blood it spilled was black. Why is it that while both witches and beasts are tainted by the power of darkness, witches retain their sanity upon awakening, while beasts descend into madness and undergo physical mutations? If given the opportunity, he resolved to explore what lay beyond the fractured mountains, to eye in the prince's memory. That realm was a forbidden territory, one that humanity could not tread, marking the site of the opening of the gates of hell. However, as no one had ventured there, the rumors, largely derived from ancient texts, remained unverified and dubious in credibility. Chapter 42. Workplace Accidents. What happens if one is bitten by a dark beast? Roland inquired. Will they become like them? He hoped it was not a version of a bioweapon crisis from another world, for current technology could not extract viral antigens. That of course not, Iron Axe replied. His expression one of incredulity, that if bitten, one would merely become a lifeless corpse. What about their flesh? Is it edible? Carter gasped. Your Highness, how could one consume such foul creatures? They are all tainted by the stench of hell. Roland turned towards Iron Axe, who nodded in affirmation. Your knight speaks the truth that I once severed the flesh of a dark beast to feed to hunting dogs, and they quickly perished after consuming it. Is that so? What a pity, Roland sighed, that I in this age. Food sources are exceedingly scarce that if dark beasts were consumable, winter would be a veritable season of plenty. Just imagine, all the animals of the forest rushing madly towards the border town. We wouldn't even need hunting tools. After finishing his patrol of the walls, he decided to visit Nanawa. Now, the closest noble residence to the walls had been requisitioned by Roland for use as a field hospital. Although it was officially referred to as a medical center, to be on the safe side, this was the most heavily guarded location in the town aside from the city walls. The owner of this residence had taken all transportable possessions when returning to Longsong Fortress. And since the border town was inherently a place that could be abandoned at any moment, the house, though spacious, lacked any decorations such as murals, carpets, or porcelain, were it not for the relatively tidy state of the premises. One might have mistaken it for a long-abandoned, unclaimed space. Roland had demolished all the wooden partitions on the ground floor, unifying every room into a singular entity aside from the corridor and the foyer. With the addition of 10 beds, a rudimentary hospital had taken shape. There were no nurses, no doctors, and it was unlikely that all 10 beds would be occupied. Nana's treatment did not necessitate bed rest. Rather, it was immediate in its efficacy. During the day, she stood ready on the second floor of this makeshift hospital, while Anna would occasionally come by to keep her company. Tigu, Pine, and Brian were tasked with guarding the first floor, and 2 personal guards were stationed outside, making for a seemingly foolproof arrangement. However, Roland was unprepared for the fact that the first casualty to be admitted to the field hospital was not a militiaman defending the walls, but a worker from the northern mines. Nail felt his hands trembling. Hearing the hoarse cries of Ironhead behind him, he quickened his pace, wishing he could take flight, that it was all due to his negligence. He thought, cursing himself for forgetting the knight's admonitions. Had he known, he would never have accepted the responsibility of operating that colossal machine, ever since the installation of that ominous contraption at the mine entrance. The miner's workload had lightened considerably. Previously, the most arduous task was transporting the mine or out of the cave. Once the baskets were filled, it would require 3 to 4 men to drag them. Typically, 2 would push from behind while the others pulled from the front. The once uneven tunnel floor had been smoothed over years of mining, and the iron sheets at the bottom of the baskets needed to be replaced frequently. A week ago, the chief knight had instructed Ironhead and his men to haul a pile of oddly shaped metal parts up the mountain, which they had spent days assembling into a furnace. Nail could never have anticipated that this furnace would, once ignited, become animated, exhibiting immense strength. The knight had declared it a creation of His Highness the Prince, referring to it as a steam engine. By merely securing the basket with hemp rope and igniting the furnace, the machine would emit a rumbling sound. Operating the winch to swiftly draw the basket from the mine, that was simply astonishing. After demonstrating it several times, the knight had instructed Ironhead to select someone to operate the steam engine. When Nail was chosen, he felt a surge of joy. Just think, as long as he remained by this machine, he would no longer need to descend into the mine to dig or push baskets. The previous incident of collapse had frightened him terribly. Thus, he committed the knight's instructions to memory, that wasn't difficult. To engage the machine, one merely needed to lift the green lever and then press the red lever. The knight explained that the green lever controlled the intake valve, while the red lever managed the exhaust valve, allowing steam to flow through the pipes into the cylinder. Once the basket was raised, to halt the machine, one would reverse the process, lifting the red lever and pressing the green one, causing steam to be expelled from the side pipe of the boiler. Each cycle required replenishing the water in the furnace. Though Nail did not fully grasp the meanings of valves and cylinders, he nodded in agreement. However, the knight had emphasized 2 crucial points. First, the sequence must not be reversed. The green lever must be engaged before the red lever to start, and the red before the green to stop, lest the machine be damaged. Second, when expelling steam, He must ensure that all miners were cleared from the vicinity and continuously shout warnings until the red lever was fully raised. Nail had memorized the first point so thoroughly that he could execute it with his eyes closed. But it was the second point that proved to be his undoing. Today, as he routinely shut down the machine, there were no bystanders in sight, that he felt that shouting warnings alone made him appear foolish. So he plunged ahead to pull the red lever. The lever was somewhat stiff, and he gritted his teeth, exerting himself for a considerable time before finally moving it to TO his shock the moment he lifted it. Ironhead appeared in front of the furnace. Nail swore he hadn't seen where Ironhead had come from, and the machine's thunderous roar drowned out his footsteps. White steam erupted from the exhaust, blasting directly into Ironhead's face. Nail was frozen in terror as Ironhead collapsed to the ground, rolling and clutching his face, emitting a chilling scream. Such a sound sent shivers down Nail's spine. Soon, other miners rushed over, restraining the writhing Ironhead and forcibly uncovering his hands. What they saw was a ghastly sight. Ironhead's face was a blurred mess, blood seeping from the raw flesh, his eyes turned into white beads. Those present realized that Ironhead was beyond saving. Regaining his senses, Nail's tears spilled forth. Ironhead had always looked out for him, assigning him lighter tasks due to his youth, yet never shortchanging him on wages. Now, it was his carelessness that had led to this calamity that in the depths of his anguish and desperation, Nail suddenly recalled the knight's words. If anyone were to be injured in the mines, they could be taken to the new medical facility near the city walls. Though he understood that such grievous injuries were likely beyond remedy, the wounds too extensive and herbal remedies ineffective, merely festering further, leading to high fever and imminent unconsciousness, he nonetheless hoisted Ironhead onto his back, ignoring the astonished gazes of those around him, gritting his teeth as he ran toward the base of the mountain. If he did nothing and merely watched Ironhead die, he feared he would never forgive himself. Chapter 43. Resilience. Where is Sister Anna? Nanawa, hearing the thudding footsteps on the stairs, hurried to the door to peek out, only to be disappointed to discover that it was His Highness the Prince who had arrived. She was still working. Perhaps she would come by later. Working. Nanawa had been hearing the term frequently from the prince lately. Are you referring to burning that gray clay powder? For now, that is indeed the case. Nanawa pouted as she returned to her desk, thinking, I have work too, standing guard here to treat those injured in defense of the town. What, is Anna not here, and you feel bored? Roland chuckled as he pulled out a chair and sat by the fireplace. Well, Nanawa propped her chin on her hand and replied honestly, it's not that she didn't want to treat the injured. It was just too terrifying. She vividly recalled the first time she treated Brian, who was soaked in blood, clots of dark red congealed on his chest, his mouth gasping like a dehydrated fish, expelling foamy red and white blood. Then, she had fainted. It was utterly humiliating. Nanawa glanced up to steal a look at Roland, only to find him leaning back in his chair, snoring. It seemed the prince was also weary, she thought, building walls, training soldiers, protecting this town from the onslaught of evil beasts. These were also his responsibilities, right? When he had entrusted her to come here, she had hesitated for a long while but ultimately did not refuse. You will encounter things that make you wish to live, even if it is merely a struggle to survive. Nanawa did not quite grasp the meaning of this statement, but whenever she closed her eyes, the image of Anna would surface in her mind, those azure eyes, akin to a serene lake, slowly enveloping her. This was also the reason she had agreed to Roland's request. She wished to become as strong as Sister Anna. Suddenly, footsteps echoed again from downstairs. Nanawa jumped off her chair, eager to see if Anna had returned, but an invisible hand halted her. Wait, there is more than one person. Nanawa patted her chest in annoyance, exclaiming, You startled me, Nightingale. The door swung open swiftly, revealing Brian, who was stationed on the first floor. Miss Pine, please come down. Someone has been scalded. This means it's time to work, right? Nanawa took a deep breath and replied, I understand. She descended the stairs, where two guards were busy lifting a wailing individual onto a bed, while a small figure stood nearby, panic etched on his face. Brian approached, deftly securing the patient's hands and feet to the sides of the bed, while the guards carried the small figure out of the room, casually drawing the curtain that served as a partition. What happened? Roland, rubbing his eyes, descended to inquire. Your Highness, a severely injured person has been brought from the northern slope mine. It appears he has suffered burns. The prince stepped forward to glance at the patient. The ITS steam burns. The first model hasn't malfunctioned, has it? Where are those who brought him? In the foyer. Brian gestured toward the entrance. That I will inquire about the situation. I leave this to you. And with that, Roland made his way toward the exit. Nanoa cautiously edged closer to the injured man, stealing a glance. His facial features were a grotesque blur, his once reddish skin now a ghastly pale, hanging in tatters. His neck was covered in large blisters, some of which had already burst, oozing a mixture of mucus and blood that soaked the pillow beneath him. In the flickering light of the furnace, he appeared far more terrifying than any nightmare. She took a step back, closed her eyes, and upon reopening them, saw her father looking at her with concern. "Are you all right?" Nanoa nodded, recalling Roland's words, "Treat the injured as you would small animals," and returned to the bedside, extending her hands that an incredible sensation welled up within her, pooling in her palms. She watched as a stream of pale, green luminescent liquid flowed from her hands, dripping onto the injured man's face. Though this glow was strikingly apparent, those around her seemed oblivious to it. Then, the wound began to change. The burned skin peeled away, new skin forming at a visibly rapid pace. The man's agonized groans gradually subsided, his breathing steadied, as if he had fallen into a peaceful slumber. Nanoa exhaled, feeling that her performance this time was a significant improvement over the last. Goodness. Is this what His Highness referred to as healing ability? "It was my first encounter with you, Taigu," exclaimed Payan, "my dear daughter. You are truly remarkable. It is as if you possess the strength of the divine." Brian, equally astonished, added, "Indeed, it was Miss Nanoa who came to my aid when I was injured. I am immensely grateful to you, Dada." "That fool," Nanoa said, covering her face. "Does he not realize that it was Nightingale who secretly brought me out that day?" "When did that occur?" Taigu inquired, perplexed. "How could I possibly be unaware? Ahem. Her power is in no way related to the divine. It belongs solely to the witch herself," Roland interjected, lifting the curtain as he re-entered the room. He cleared his throat to shift the topic. "How is the condition of the person you sent?" "He is nearly healed," Brian exclaimed excitedly. "It is as if he had never been injured at all. Your Highness, with Miss Nanoa's assistance, our chances of survival in the battle during the month of evil have significantly increased. As long as one does not perish on the spot, preserving one's life should not be too difficult." The prince nodded, gesturing for Brian to awaken the man. "You are called Ironhead, correct?" The man known as Ironhead sat up, his expression one of confusion. "That am I dreaming?" "No," Roland replied. "You are indeed alive." "You are," the man suddenly remembered. "I saw you in the square. You are the fourth prince. Did you save me?" "It was this young lady from the Payan family who saved you. She is a witch with healing abilities." Nanoa felt a pang of anxiety. Was it truly appropriate to so openly declare her identity as a witch? As expected, the gaze directed at her shifted. "Witch, Your Highness, they are not devils. What nonsense are you spouting?" Taigu interjected, raising his voice in discontent. "That my daughter has no connection to devils. She is the one who saved your life. Do you truly believe that a devil would offer you assistance?" No. Please forgive my rudeness." Ironhead quickly lowered his head. "Thank you for saving my life, Miss Payan." Nanoa suddenly felt an inexplicable discomfort. She yearned to flee from the room, but was reminded by a voice within her. "Be strong." After Ironhead was escorted away, Taigu voiced his concerns. "Is this truly the right course of action, Your Highness? If this continues, my daughter may never lead a normal life. Consider it from a positive perspective." "Mr. Payan," the prince consoled, "only by breaking the deadlock during this period can Nanoa potentially attain true freedom in the future. Otherwise, as she ages, she will inevitably reveal herself. And at that point, she may be condemned to a life of isolation." "True freedom?" Nanoa pondered. She felt quite free at present. But if what the prince said could be realized, then perhaps Sister Anna could also emerge from the castle and return to Master Karl's academy. Just as she had. Chapter 44. Hidden answers. When Roland returned to the castle, night had already fallen, and the snow outside was falling heavily once more. He entered his bedroom, shed his coat, shook off the snow that had accumulated at the collar, and hung it on the rack by the fireplace. "Your Highness, do you not think this matter has been rushed?" Nightingale manifested before the prince, and Nanoa. Roland poured himself and her a glass of ale. Although this brew was far more bitter than the beer of later times, he had gradually grown accustomed to its flavor. Nightingale accepted the glass, cradling it in her hands without drinking, awaiting the prince's response. "There is no more opportune moment than now," Roland declared, downing the drink in one go and refilling his glass, "that in order to harness Nanawa's abilities during the month of evil, it is impossible to conceal her identity as a witch any longer. The ability to instantly heal life-threatening injuries is not something that ordinary herbs or bloodletting can achieve, and this is evident to all. Thanks to this town, which lay beyond the western borders and was, in itself, expendable, the church's influence here is quite limited. Were I in their position, I would not wish to squander gold dragons on a place that could be abandoned at any moment," Roland continued. "There isn't even a small chapel in the town, and the missionaries returned to Longsong Fortress early along with the nobility. What does this border town resemble to you? An island severed from the outside world. Was this your plan all along?" Nightingale inquired. Roland nodded. "The heavy snowfall would obscure the roads leading to Longsong Fortress, and I control the shipping at the docks that we have at least 3 months to alter the perception that witches are malevolent. If it were merely a matter of publicity, the effect would be greatly limited. We must rely on close contact to swiftly dispel this misunderstanding. This is why he was determined to keep Nanawa at all costs. He aimed to create a version of Nightingale in this world. This legendary nurse had so devotedly cared for the wounded that the mortality rate plummeted from 42 to 2, earning her the title of the Lady with the Lamp and elevating the entire nursing profession to a revered status. Nanawa's abilities were even more extraordinary. Through her magical powers, she could heal wounds, and as long as one did not die on the spot, they could be brought back to life. This would likely boost the morale of the militia more effectively than any weapon. Furthermore, thanks to her father being a fallen nobleman, she often interacted with hunters and farmers, maintaining a cordial attitude towards commoners, and even allowing Nanawa to study at the academy run by Master Carl. Other nobles, even those of the lowest rank, such as barons, would be reluctant to have their daughters associating with such people. In their eyes, these individuals were mere commoners. This truly achievable. Even Nightingale felt particularly powerless in the face of such a colossal institution as the church. Without taking this step, we will never know the answer. Roland did not expect everyone in the town to change their views as a result, but at the very least, he intended to firmly hold on to this newly formed troop. Relying on these seeds from within the populace to spread his ideology, 3 months is ample time to bring about significant change. Nightingale fell silent for a moment before softly asking, "Why are you going to such lengths for a witch?" "To liberate productivity, to acquire greater power for myself, and to secure a place in the future struggle for the throne, of course." These answers were not suitable to be revealed at this time. Although Roland was a mechanical dog, he had played enough gal games to be considered battle-hardened and had seen much. The experiences of over 20 years in 2 lives reminded him that he was currently confronting a pivotal question. He carefully chose his words and slowly replied, "Did I not tell you before? In this border town, lineage does not matter. That I hope that one day, even witches can live as free individuals within my domain." Nightingale remained silent for a long time. Only the crackling of the burning coals filled the room. Her profile, illuminated by the flickering flames, resembled a breathtaking painting. When she spoke again, Roland felt as though time had resumed its flow. "In truth, you need not go to such lengths." Her voice was distant and gentle. "Please forgive me for lying to you earlier. The Sisters of the Mutual Aid Society have been adrift for too long. They harbor few extravagant hopes and only desire a place to call home, even if it is within this castle. Then what difference is there from a cage?" Roland shook his head and then suddenly seemed to comprehend something, his eyes widening as he gazed at Nightingale. "Wait, are you saying you would be willing to bring them here?" Nightingale sighed, averting her gaze from the prince. "That if you do so, you will be at odds with the church. Their influence has already extended too far," Roland replied dismissively. "Once the divine right of kings is invoked, it is only a matter of time before the church clashes with the nations of the continent. As for this border town, if we can smoothly navigate these 3 months, there is little they can do. It is 1,000 miles from here to the church's stronghold. Would the bishop lead a brigade of inquisitors across the entire Grey Fortress to attack me? My father would never allow such an event to transpire. It would be a severe provocation to the royal authority." After Nightingale bowed and departed, Roland lay back on his bed, releasing a sigh of relief. There were certain things he had not fully articulated. The church was far away, and given the speed at which news traveled in this world, it would likely be spring before they even responded. Coupled with the long distance and his princely status, the most probable course of action would be to send a delegation to ascertain the situation. This back and forth could take half a year. By that time, he should possess the strength to sever ties with them. Thus, the greatest threat did not lie with the church, but rather with the witches themselves. Only Roland could see this, although witches were currently at a disadvantage. This situation would not persist indefinitely. Witches do not rely on bloodline inheritance. Instead, their powers awaken randomly and unpredictably, which means they cannot be completely eradicated. Their numbers will only continue to grow, while the church may maintain an advantage over witches through the use of divine punishment stones. This advantage can only counteract magical powers. Presently, the awakening of witches not only grants them a diverse array of abilities, but also enhances their physical fitness, cognitive responses, and even their appearances beyond those of ordinary individuals. Essentially, they can be considered new humans. The more brutal the oppression, the more intense the resistance. When a purely witch-led uprising occurs, what kind of devastation could it wreak upon Grey Fortress? The hatred fostered by the church, if left unchecked, could easily transform into indiscriminate animosity towards all subjects of the kingdom. Roland wished to prevent such a scenario from unfolding. Therefore, he needed to begin constructing a framework that could accommodate both parties. Starting from this border town and extend it throughout Grey Fortress and even the entire continental kingdom, that a world where a witch and an ordinary person can coexist. Chapter 45. Conspiracy, Part 1. As the moon began its descent in the western sky, Gorin Wimbledon beheld the faint outline of the capital's walls emerging from the night. After several months, he thought to himself, he had finally returned. The fatigue from his long journey dissipated significantly, yet he remained vigilant, reining in his steed and signaling his aide to scout the surroundings that if the plan had not changed, Master Ong should have replaced the city guards with his own loyal followers. Upon receiving the signal from his aide, the side gate's drawbridge would be lowered. He widened his eyes, fixating on the distance, fearful of missing that dim flicker of light. This brief wait felt interminable to Gorin, and just as his eyelids grew heavy with fatigue, he finally discerned the distant flashes. 2 below the wall, 3 above, precisely as agreed in the plan, that he exhaled a sigh of relief and waved his men forward. Thus, he was but a step away from the throne. Riding through the side gate of the city walls, Gorin advanced alongside his aide. Behind him followed over 20 cavalrymen, all silent, gripping their reins and guiding their mounts forward at a slow pace. The walls of Grey Fort were constructed from the stones of Dragonfall Ridge, and under the torchlight, these gray-brown stones exuded a dark crimson sheen, as if steeped in blood. The walls were a staggering 20 feet wide. During their construction, over 1,000 laborers, slaves, and stone masons perished on sight, that a fortress that could withstand an army of thousands was now easily traversed by him. Gorin mused. Every vulnerability begins from within. For reasons unknown, he recalled the new holy city, with its seemingly more grand and impregnable walls. Would they also succumb to an internal breach? Your Highness, I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. Upon passing through the city gate, Master Ong and a small contingent awaited by the entrance. Upon seeing Gorin, the scholar promptly dismounted and bowed respectfully. Gorin cast aside his distractions, attributing his overexcitement to mere nerves. You have performed admirably. Have the palace guards been replaced? Your Highness, there has been a slight complication. The silver-handed knight, who had previously pledged his service to you, was reassigned to the southern territories 3 days ago. We have only managed to replace the guards in the sleeping quarters. Gorin furrowed his brow. This meant he could not bring all 20 men into the palace. The guards would not obstruct him. But they would not allow such a heavily armed contingent into the royal precincts. Very well. Just ensure that 2 from the sleeping quarters accompany me, while the rest guard the entrance and prevent any outsiders from disturbing me. He decided after a moment's hesitation. Although the plan had changed, he still felt the situation was under control. His father's personal guards typically remained in the outer chamber overnight, as long as someone could hold them off for a moment. He could be assured of striking them down. Entering the inner city felt as though everything had returned to the state it was in when he had left. Even in the night, he could recognize every street. This was undeniably his domain. All dismounted swiftly, hastening towards the palace. Upon reaching the entrance, the 20 men dispersed according to the newly established plan, lurking outside the palace, just as Master Ong had indicated. The gatekeepers were taken aback by the prince's late return to the capital. Yet when Goran feigned urgency, they opened the door without hesitation. After all, he was the eldest son of Grey Fort's king, the rightful first heir. The prince and Master Ong traversed the gardens and Great Hall, moving towards the castle that served as the residence of Wimbledon III. The scholar raised his torch, swaying it from side to side, prompting guards to emerge from the shadows. Kneeling before the two, "Your Highness, please follow me." Goran inhaled sharply, catching a whiff of blood. Hadn't all the guards in the sleeping quarters been replaced? He scrutinized the guard in the firelight and recognized him, a knight loyal to a count who supported his claim to the throne. This offered him a slight sense of reassurance. What transpired? Has someone entered the castle? "Your Highness." The king summoned a maid in the evening. "She witnessed our replacements upon her exit," was the reply. "Rest assured. We have handled it," did a maid. His father had not been with a woman for quite some time, since his mother's passing. Goran felt a flicker of surprise, but this was not the moment for trivial matters. He nodded and refrained from further comment, following the guard into the castle, with the others trailing behind. Goran could navigate this castle with his eyes closed. He had lived here for over 20 years and was intimately familiar with its secret passages and concealed doors. However, his purpose in this venture was to persuade his father to bequeath the throne to him. Sneaking into the sleeping quarters was of no consequence. He needed to eliminate the guards stationed outside. Ensuring his father understood his predicament before they could sit down and earnestly discuss the rightful succession. Should he fail to convince him, Goran Wimbledon took a deep breath, signaling his companions to halt. Drawing forth his two-handed sword. The bronze door at the end of the corridor was the sole entrance to the sleeping quarters, behind which lay the outer chamber, the last line of defense for the sleeping quarters. Typically manned by 2 or 3 personal guards who could rush in to protect the king in case of an emergency. Goran pushed the door open, just a crack, then shouldered it open with force, swiftly entering the room and taking up a defensive stance with his sword, only to find the outer chamber eerily silent, devoid of anyone. Simultaneously, a strong scent of blood assaulted his senses, that a sense of foreboding washed over him as he made a beeline for the sleeping quarters. What he encountered next was beyond belief. Wimbledon III sat at the head of the bed in his nightgown, leaning against the pillows, the robe gaping open, a sword hilt protruding from his chest. Blood cascading down his swollen belly, soaking the sheets. Standing beside his father was none other than his brother, Tyfkor Wimbledon. How could this be? Goran was rooted to the spot. "Just like you, brother," Tyfkor sighed. "I had no intention of this outcome." He clapped his hands, and a group of armored warriors surged in from behind the door, encircling the elder prince. "This is a game of chess. I intended to play by the rules. Brother, do you know? Our third sister never planned to engage in this game, and neither did you. Otherwise, how could you have traveled such a distance to the capital upon hearing Master Aang's astrological predictions? Truthfully, had you not come, I would have been at a loss." "Scholar!" Goran gritted his teeth, glancing back, but Master Aang took a step back, palms raised in surrender. "That I did not deceive you. The star of revelation retreats from the burning sun signifies that the seeker has strayed from the correct path. Yet it also implies a fall." Now Goran comprehended fully. From the very beginning, he had fallen into a meticulously crafted trap. The scent of blood at the castle entrance was likely not left by a maid. And the claim of the Silver-Handed Knight's reassignment was also a ruse. Yet what plunged him into despair was the realization that Master Aang, who had cared for him for over a decade and taught him to read and write since childhood, had ultimately chosen the second prince, just like his father. "Tyfkor Wimbledon, you are the same son, yet you alone received his utmost devotion, had the finest lands allocated to you, and yet you were the first to bite the hand that fed you. You are nothing but a devil from hell." A flicker of anger flashed in Tyfkor's eyes, only to vanish swiftly. "Do you truly believe that, dear brother, if you fail to persuade him to bequeath the throne to you? Do you genuinely intend to cease your efforts? Don't deceive yourself." Chapter 46, Conspiracy, Part 2. Goran realized he had no path of retreat left. All he could do was drag his brother down to hell with him. At this moment, he found himself oddly calm. "Was your intention to lure me here solely to eliminate me? Eliminate you? No, that would serve me no purpose." Dear brother, de Tyfkor's tone remained tranquil, as if stating an undeniable fact. "If I were to wait patiently for 5 years, I would inevitably face our sister's pirate army. Do you know what she has been up to lately?" Goran shook his head, calculating the distance between himself and the second prince. He recalled that his brother had always been clever, yet not particularly skilled in horsemanship or combat, that if he could just seize the opportunity to charge forward and strike, she is amassing her own army. Brother, frankly, I admire her for taking this step even before the royal decree was issued. I, too, did not foresee this, that we shared such harmony in our childhood. How did we arrive at this point where we must kill one another? As he spoke, he took 2 steps back. For instance, you likely wish to cleave me in 2 right now, don't you? I know everything, brother. You remain as you were. Your eyes grow terrifying when you wish to kill. Typhekor sighed. Let me be straightforward. I intend to terminate the royal decree. Otherwise, in 5 years, I shall face Garcia's fleet. She has controlled Bluewater Port for years, and Golden Ear City may breed merchants, but it cannot nurture warriors. I need an army capable of resisting our sister's fleet. This cannot be achieved through a mere trading city. Gorin Wimbledon, tomorrow you shall be tried for abandoning your territory and attempting to assassinate the king. I must return to Golden Ear City tonight to prepare before the news of our father's misfortune reaches the Eastern Territories, that I will express my profound sorrow and dutifully crown myself as king in my capacity as the second heir. As for you, you shall be sent to the guillotine for the crime of regicide. Ew. Gorin bellowed as he lunged toward his brother, but the distance was insurmountable. His great sword was intercepted by 2 armored guards simultaneously. Suddenly, his calf went numb as a dagger pierced his leg, causing him to lose his balance and topple to the ground. The crowd surged forward, pinning him down and binding him tightly, rendering him immobile. A trial. You believe you have the right to judge me. I shall reveal everything, exposing the true nature of the monster you are to your supporters. Of course, you shall not, brother. Typhek said patiently that I end the alchemy workshop. There exists a potion known as Forgetful Silence, concocted from the venom of lizards in the southern sands mixed with mare's milk. Once consumed, you will be rendered mute. Fear not, it will not cause you any pain. Rather, it has a rich and intoxicating flavor that if you must assign blame, direct it toward our prodigious sister. Were it not for her, I would not have taken this step. That he gestured to the captain of the guards, who nodded in acknowledgement and dragged the crown prince out of the chamber, followed by the other armored guards, leaving only the second prince and Scholarong behind. Your Highness, the throne is already within your grasp. I should now address you as your Majesty, Scholarong said, bowing deeply. You have performed admirably. Once I ascend the Grey Castle throne, I will fulfill our agreement. However, witnessing my brother's tragic state today, I feel it prudent to add a clause of assurance to our pact. The scholar's demeanor immediately shifted. Your Highness, do you mean? Rest assured, I merely wish to avoid betrayal, Typhek said, producing a wax seal from his pocket. You are no stranger to this item. The wax will completely dissolve in 7 days. Approximately the time it will take me to travel between the Royal City and Golden Spike City, that I have lured you in with the promise of becoming the kingdom's chief astrologer. And I would prefer that no one else offers you a higher price to take you away. Your Highness. You jest. The scholar's face turned pale, and he clenched his teeth, ultimately consuming the wax seal. A wise choice, Typhek nodded in satisfaction. You may leave now. When the chamber was finally empty, the second prince's expression darkened, but he seized a porcelain vase from the low table beside the bed and smashed it against the ground, shattering it into pieces. Immediately, a guard rushed in. Your Highness, leave, he bellowed. Yes, my lord. The guard quickly bowed his head and exited the room, closing the door behind him. Damn it, this was never meant to happen. His plans had not included the murder of his father. Thanks to the favoritism of Wimbledon III, he merely needed to draw attention to Garcia's actions and halt them, with the pawn in his scheme being the crown prince, Gorin Wimbledon. Typhek had considered his plans to be flawless. He had enticed Gorin's mentor, Scholarong, who held a low position in the Astrologers Association, to write a letter to the crown prince on his behalf. The crown prince had quickly taken the bait. This aligned with Typhek's assessment. His elder brother was strong in battle, but lacked foresight, unwilling to relinquish the throne. That a series of letters had gradually stoked the crown prince's ambition, and Typhek had prepared for the ensuing events. When the final letter, containing astrological predictions, was dispatched, he secretly returned to the royal capital and disclosed the news of the crown prince's potential coup to his father. Undoubtedly, once this became evident, the father would be enraged and imprison the crown prince, either for life or in exile. Then, the father would turn his attention to his other children, and the militaristic Garcia would inevitably become a thorn in his side. But How had it come to this? Upon hearing the news he had revealed, his father had exhibited a peculiar smile, drawing his dagger and plunging it into his own chest. Everything transpired too swiftly for Typhek to intervene, leaving him helpless to watch his father perish. He sank slowly to the floor by the bed, for the first time feeling as though he too were merely a pawn in some grand design. His father's final smile haunted him like a nightmare, sending chills down his spine. He replayed the entire incident countless times, even examining the corpse, yet found no clues. Why would his father act in such a manner? He had even entertained the notion that this was a ruse. Yet he could find no flaw, not even a hidden wound on the back that did not match his memory. That A.S. Gorin approached the royal capital, he forced himself to maintain a facade of calm, completely overhauling his plans, shifting the blame for Wimbledon III's demise onto the crown prince, and utilizing his position as the secondary heir to ascend the throne prematurely as long as he could be crowned smoothly. He would no longer be constrained by the territories and could directly mobilize the forces of the Duke of the South to coerce Garcia into relinquishing her claim to Bluewater Port. In this scenario, the outcome would not be significantly different, yet Typhek felt an unsettling sense of unease, as if an invisible hand had unknowingly intervened in the upper echelons of Grey Castle's power struggle. And he remained oblivious to it all at this moment. He had no choice but to firmly grasp the throne. Typhek Wimbledon vowed within himself that if he uncovered who orchestrated this scheme, they would know the dire consequences of provoking a king. Chapter 47. Market and cycle. For the past week, the border town had remained relatively tranquil. According to Iron Axe and Brian, the strength and numbers of the evil beasts would gradually increase with the continuation of the Demon Moon. Seizing the opportunity during this period of manageable defensive pressure, Roland dispatched a single-masted ship laden with or to Willow Leaf Town once more. Following the deployment of the steam prototype, the workforce at North Slope Mine had been halved. Yet production was steadily rising, now restored to pre-collapse levels. With machines performing the labor, human effort had been greatly conserved. Concurrently, Roland initiated preliminary reforms to the mining production system, shifting from fixed wages to a variable pay structure based on output. He instructed Barov to calculate the daily average output from the previous years as a standard. Any increase in production would yield additional compensation, with extra rewards for discovering gem veins. This initiative effectively boosted the workers' productivity, creating a vibrant atmosphere throughout the mining area. With surplus or in hand, Roland naturally sought to put it to good use. In addition to incorporating the steam prototype into production plans, he also intended to manufacture a batch of manual machine tools. Machine tools have a long history. Fundamentally, they serve as workbenches for processing tools. Thus, an anvil can be considered the most primitive machine tool, manually fixed and handcrafted. While manual crafting was manageable, manual fixation proved exceedingly inconvenient, leading individuals to incorporate clasps or grooves onto surfaces to secure the components being worked on. For instance, the barrels of early matchlock and flintlock firearms were forged by hand on notched anvils. Eventually, solely relying on manual hammering was insufficient to meet processing needs, and machine tools diversified, employing various fixation methods and processing tools depending on their intended use, effectively improving the inconsistencies of manual output. Roland's consideration was for a manual milling machine. Although milling machines served diverse functions, his primary aim was to produce involute gears, allowing for a simplified design that required only a pair of slots to secure the gear discs and a rotating steel grinding wheel. With Anna's assistance, he could easily manufacture specifically shaped grinding wheels for cutting gears by heating the tapered top of the grinding tool to a red-hot state and using an iron bar to create impressions before quenching it in water. He could achieve high-stiffness custom grinding wheels. With the critical issue resolved, Roland promptly summoned Carter, instructing him to hire 2 carpenters to construct the milling machine's base, while Anna continued fabricating other metal components in the castle's courtyard. It must be said that with Anna, metalworking had become as easy as molding clay, especially after she had mastered the control of flame. Now, the initial processing of small components was primarily handled by her hands, shaping them into rough forms. Watching her melt iron ingots into a viscous iron liquid and mold them was a source of constant amazement for Roland, without the which these plans in his mind might have been delayed by a decade. 2 days later, the first rudimentary milling machine appeared in the courtyard. During this period, Roland had not been idle. Designing gears was one of his specialties, and he devised a set of gear assemblies to regulate speed and stabilize the steam engine's output. The corresponding gear discs had already been cast, awaiting the completion of the milling machine to commence the milling process. Gears were not a novel invention. In this world, most mines relied on livestock to drive wooden gears and winch mechanisms for drainage. The chief knight finally felt a sense of satisfaction. After so many efforts on behalf of the prince, he could finally grasp what the prince intended to achieve. Roland also had him bring 3 blacksmiths and their apprentices to learn the milling machine's operation together in the courtyard. He could not operate these machines personally every day, so he needed to cultivate a group of skilled workers. After everyone respectfully completed their greetings, Roland began demonstrating how to use the milling machine to process gears. He did not mind taking on the role of a skilled machinist before them. In fact, in this era, there were all types of princes with diverse interests, and given his previously established reputation for eccentricity, he felt no pressure in operating the machine. The chief knight stood beside him, assisting by pouring warm lard. Though somewhat wasteful in an age without machine oil, it was certainly better than having no lubrication at all. The lard poured over the grinding wheel would collect in the porcelain basin below for repeated use. Roland first marked the tooth patterns on the gear disc at the designed angles. Then stood the gear disc upright and secured it to the workbench. Next, he brought the grinding wheel over the gear disc, aligning it with the marked lines, and pressed down on the pedal. The pedal activated the wooden wheel, transmitting power to the grinding wheel's spindle through a belt. Subsequently, he steadied the milling machine's handle with his hand, gently pulling it down, as the rotating millstone slowly engaged with the gear plate at a 90-degree angle. Given that the gear plate was made of cast iron, while the millstone was crafted from tempered steel, the process of cutting the gear teeth was not particularly laborious. The air was filled with the fragrant aroma of lard, causing the blacksmiths and apprentices who had long been deprived of the taste of meat to swallow in unison. After the demonstration, the time came to sign the contract. The commerce in the border town was still in its infancy, and industrial ventures were hardly a topic of discussion. Whether it be steam engines or machine tools, there was no immediate frenzy of shops vying to purchase them upon their creation in this era. Most individuals were oblivious to the immense significance of such inventions and their potential commercial value. Thus, Roland had to take the initiative to promote the use of machinery that he stipulated in the contract that the blacksmith shop utilizing the milling machine must produce at least 1 set of gears each week, with all necessary materials provided by the castle, and a processing fee of 10 silver dragons. Additionally, a weekly mechanical usage fee of 2 silver dragons was mandatory. This arrangement was not a gift of the machine to the blacksmith shop, but rather more akin to a rental agreement. As the month of evil approached, the business of the blacksmith shop had diminished considerably. Thus, the opportunity to earn money through an order personally handed down by the prince was met with unanimous agreement. Simultaneously, Roland informed them that this was merely the first milling machine, and that several more would be produced in due time, inviting those interested to submit applications to the municipal hall. Your Highness, why not simply state in the contract that the processing fee is 8 silver dragons? After the blacksmiths departed, Carter inquired, perplexed. Although the 2 figures were the same, their implications were not equivalent, Roland explained. For this was likely the first commercial rental contract in the border town, and he needed to establish an industry standard. The chief knight wiped his forehead. It seemed that the 4th prince had begun to ramble once more. Yet he had learned from experience that as long as he maintained an appearance of earnest attention, the prince would continue to elaborate. With a good beginning, a virtuous cycle could be established. Currently, only he required gears. Hence he provided the machinery while they supplied the labor, receiving compensation akin to a wage. In the future, when others found themselves with similar needs, they would realize that purchasing the machinery for their own production would yield far greater profits than mere wages. Roland paused. Thus, when confronting new phenomena, they could initially mitigate risk through substitute production, while he could derive returns through rental, and the subsequent development of these new inventions would be dictated by market demand. This constituted a virtuous cycle. Chapter 48. The call to arms. Just as Roland was becoming increasingly enthusiastic, preparing to expound on the establishment of a reasonable market, the distant blare of a horn resounded. The call to arms was only sounded when the patrol could not cope with the situation. Roland and Carter exchanged a glance and promptly hastened out of the castle's rear courtyard. The guards had already prepared the horses, and he mounted swiftly, leading Carter and his men towards the city walls. Upon ascending the walls, the militia had taken their positions, a row of firearms standing resolute, which brought a modicum of solace to Roland. So many eggs had not been laid to waste after all. He gazed northwestward, where a group of dark figures was approaching the border town. The prince estimated their number to be around 20. Iron Axe jogged over from his defensive position, saluting before reporting, "Your Highness, this group of fiendish beasts is behaving rather peculiarly." "Odd. Are you suggesting they do not typically act in unison?" Roland queried. "That is not the case," Iron Axe clarified. "If they were pack animals before their corruption, they would retain that trait even after becoming fiendish beasts, like wolves, for instance. However, this cluster consists of different species and should not be acting in concert. Previously, hunters observed them battling amongst themselves. Fiendish beasts are, in essence, aberrations of their former selves, often exhibiting the primal instincts of wild animals, with an even greater appetite for predation. In a sense, their intellect is lower than that of ordinary beasts, as their frenzied nature causes them to forget the principles of self-preservation." Roland scrutinized the gathering for a moment longer, noting the varying sizes among the beasts. At least he could discern the presence of both wolves and wild buffalo. Yet, this could not serve as evidence of their newfound intelligence or their understanding of the importance of unity, for they were still being guided by the obstacles and traps set by Iron Axe. Gradually converging upon the city wall, Vanna felt his palms dampen, the grip on his spear becoming somewhat slippery. Seizing the opportunity when no one was watching, he discreetly wiped the sweat on his clothing. The observing hunter repeatedly urged, "Relax, take a deep breath." Vanna complied countless times, yet his racing heartbeat persisted. Having lived in the Western Territories for over a decade, he had heard the most harrowing tales of the ferocity of fiendish beasts. Since the month of evil commenced, the sporadic sight of hunters shooting down fiendish beasts beneath the walls had eased his fears, leading him to believe he was a seasoned warrior. However, facing so many monsters for the first time still left his legs trembling. Remembering that he had been chosen by the prince as the vice-captain of the spear squad, Vanna endeavored to maintain an appearance of composure, keeping his weapon at the ready. The menacing creatures drew ever nearer, and he could finally distinguish their forms. Leading the charge was a wild buffalo, its two dark, formidable horns thick as his own arms, with a coat of fur draping over its body like a cloak. When it was merely 30 feet from the city wall, Vanna felt as though the ground itself trembled. He licked his dry lips, awaiting the hunter's command to strike. Then, a resounding crash echoed. The fiendish beast maintained its speed, colliding directly with the wall, its head shattering upon impact, black blood splattering the surface. Before Vanna could exhale in relief, two wolves followed closely behind, leaping onto the back of the wild buffalo. Stab! The hunter's roar pierced the air, and Vanna instinctively thrust forward his spear, despite the fact that the wolves were not leaping in his direction. The effectiveness of this coordinated attack was evidently lacking compared to their training. The line of spears on the wall jabbed out one after another, with some individuals thrusting their weapons out as soon as they saw the wolves leap, while others took too long to respond to the call. As a result, only one wolf was forced back, while the other slipped through the gaps of the spears and landed atop the wall. "Maintain formation," the hunter shouted, although Vanna longed to turn and see which way the fiendish beast would attack. The warnings that Iron Axe had repeatedly emphasized during training rang in his mind. When your attention is diverted by movements behind you, the front becomes the most perilous area. He fixed his gaze on the next wave of fiendish beasts approaching, gripping his spear tightly. The hunter's experience clearly surpassed that of the spear squad. Before the wolves even touched ground, the hunters had drawn their curved blades. Iron Axe was particularly agile, taking 2 swift steps towards the fiendish beast, raising the butt of his spear and striking it forcefully in the side, sending it tumbling through the air. The aberrant fiendish beast, enhanced in both physical capability and defense, was evidently not significantly harmed by such an attack. Upon landing, it swiftly rolled over and sprang to its feet, bearing its sharp fangs. Unfortunately for it, Iron Axe's spear was already poised against its forehead that a gunshot rang out. The fiendish beast's head flew off entirely, its brainless body staggering back 2 paces before collapsing, convulsing on the ground. "This beast is dead. Hold your positions." "On my stomach," a voice cried out in agony. Vanna glanced with his peripheral vision and saw a team member leaning against the wall, clutching his abdomen tightly, his hands stained with blood. His intestines have spilled out. It was when that wolf lunged at him. "Help me, damn it, bring a cloth to bind it." the scene erupted into chaos. Fortunately, the next few fiendish beasts that if one could tenuously accept that the mutation of the malevolent beast lay within the realm of biology, the creature before them was so absurd that it seemed to have leaped from the pages of a horror film. From a distance, it resembled a gigantic turtle with two heads. Yet upon closer inspection, it became apparent that those were, in fact, the heads of wolves. Was this a creation of some scientific madman? Roland pondered, noting that the behemoth stood nearly as tall as the city walls, measuring approximately 6 meters in length, and possessed 6 legs reminiscent of those of a rhinoceros, short and stout. Indeed, the size of a single leg was comparable to that of an adult human torso. As for its head, the two wolf heads bore no resemblance to the typical two-headed monsters of cinema. They neither roared in succession nor engaged in a vicious struggle to assert dominance. Instead, they hung low, their eyes vacant and devoid of life, advancing with the sluggishness of the undead. Most striking, perhaps, was the beast's shell, which bore a dull, grayish-brown surface encrusted with algae, exuding an air of formidable hardness. It enveloped the creature from head to tail, and if it could retract into its shell like a turtle, vanquishing it would prove quite a challenge. However, Roland felt no trepidation. A creature that moved at such a languid pace was destined to be an easy target. Even if their firearms could not penetrate the shell, they could surely strike the exposed wolf heads. Should it retreat into its shell, they could simply resort to explosives to send it skyward. "Your Highness, this is a hybrid," Iron Axe said, drawing closer with a tense expression that I believe I understand why different species of malevolent beasts are moving in unison. They must be driven by this hybrid. Much like lions driving a herd of sheep, Roland nodded, acknowledging the stark contrast to the creature encountered previously. This is my first encounter with such a hybrid. Though it appears clumsy, do not underestimate it. All hybrids are likely to be formidable adversaries that it is nearly within range, Roland declared. Let us first test our arrows. Snowflakes drifted down from the sky, accompanied by the unpredictable gusts of a northwesterly wind. Not ideal conditions for archery. Nevertheless, the two hunters selected by Iron Axe appeared resolute. They ascended the watchtower, gauged the momentary wind direction, and launched their arrows into the air. The two arrows, seemingly guided by an unseen hand, soared to their apex before plummeting towards the target shell at an almost vertical angle. Influenced by the wind and gravity, as anticipated, the arrows ricocheted off the shell, prompting Roland's mind to register the sound of deflected projectiles. Undeterred, the two hunters swiftly nocked another set of arrows and released them in rapid succession. The final volley proved effective, landing in the creature's frontal area. One arrow struck true upon the wolf head, while another embedded itself within the target's neck. Yet, the beast did not react with an enraged roar or a furious charge. It merely paused for a moment before retracting its head and limbs into its shell, continuing its slow advance. This unexpected development left the onlookers in stunned silence. The creature now resembled a tank with a lowered chassis, its shell nearly grazing the ground, rendering it impossible for even the most skilled archer to pierce its body. "Load the firearms," Roland commanded, with the target a mere 50 feet from the city walls. Even a smoothbore flintlock posed no risk of missing. Carter and Iron Axe immediately positioned themselves against the barricade, leveling their barrels over the wall, taking aim, and firing that a cloud of white smoke billowed forth. And Roland could distinctly see the shards of the shell flying as the bullets impacted that a small fragment of the shell shattered away. Yet the hybrid remained unfazed. Maintaining its previous speed, that appears the strength of this armor still falls within the category of carbon-based life forms. He mused, lamenting the soft nature of the lead pellets, which were prone to deformation, rendering them ill-suited for breaching thick armor. It seemed unrealistic to expect these 4 guns to shatter the hybrid shell. They would need explosives. Iron Axe's assessment aligned with the prince's. He promptly instructed the deputy of the spear squad to retrieve explosives, while the malevolent beast pressed against the city wall. Upon realizing it could advance no further, its shell began to vibrate rapidly, striking the wall with the frequency of a jackhammer, sending stone fragments flying and causing cracks to rapidly spread along the cement joints. The rough stone wall possessed remarkable compressive strength, but was woefully inadequate against tension and shear forces, meaning its resistance to vibrations was virtually non-existent. Those atop the wall felt a resounding tremor, soon followed by a piercing grinding noise as the hybrid shell carved a gash into the wall. The onslaught continued unabated, the creature embedding its entire front within the wall. The militia fled from the now-cracked section, while Roland was hoisted by the invisible Nightingale, leaping down from the wall's edge, were anyone to observe the prince at that moment. They would see him land with both feet suspended, akin to a wraith. When Vanna cautiously arrived with a bundle of explosives, he was astonished to find that a nearly 9-foot-wide breach had been created in the wall. The malevolent beast, having breached the wall, ceased its violent shaking and continued its slow march forward. "Hurry!" Iron Axe bellowed. "Ignite it and place it beneath that beast's feet." Although Vanna's hands trembled, his mind remained unexpectedly clear. Each detail of operating the explosive pack during training vividly resurfacing. Unlike the experimental specimens, the official product featured reduced charges, encased in wooden boards, with waste mineral fragments filling the space between the charge and the boards. The ignition design had also been optimized, employing a flint and copper wire pull ignition. Should it fail, the tail end of the pack retained a conventional ignition fuse that he hurriedly tore away the oil-soaked fabric covering the box. Gripped the exposed copper wire, and with all his might, yanked it sharply that a series of rapid hissing sounds emanated from within the wooden box, followed by a plume of smoke, an unmistakable sign of successful ignition. This fuse, soaked in salt, burned slowly, requiring approximately 10 seconds that A.S. Vanna observed smoke billowing from the box. The surrounding world seemed to fall into silence. He had witnessed the power of this device, should it detonate in his hands. He feared he would be reduced to nothing more than a mere 0.9 seconds. Thus, Vanna listened to the pounding of his own heart, counting down the seconds as he stepped closer to the malevolent beast. Placing the explosives in its path 0.5 seconds that IT pressed forward, unstoppable 0.3 seconds. Vanna turned and fled 0.2 seconds 0.1 second. A muffled explosion reverberated, and Vanna felt a violent tremor beneath his feet, the world erupting into chaos once more. He turned to see a white shockwave erupting from beneath the shell, a cloud of snow displaced by the explosion, resembling a burst of fog. The malevolent beast finally halted its advance, as if unable to bear the weight it carried. Its massive shell crashed to the ground. Black blood surged forth from beneath the shell's edge, saturating the ground around it. Oh, a wave of cheers erupted from the crowd. Vanna sank to the ground. Only then realizing that his cold sweat had soaked through his clothing, IT was finally over. Yes, everyone shared this sentiment. The high-pitched blare of a horn once again echoed across the border. Another wave of malevolent beasts emerged from the horizon, charging toward the border town. Chapter 50. Wall of Flames, are you feeling better? Anna patted Ninava's back, her own stomach churning, yet she managed to endure. As the wounded were brought in, maintaining their consciousness, they repeatedly pleaded, "Help me, save me." The despair and desperation in their eyes were heart-wrenching. Upon seeing a segment of intestine hanging outside a patient's abdomen, Ninava retched violently. Nevertheless, she was determined to complete the treatment. After Brian assisted in returning the intestine to the wounded man's body, Ninava extended her hand, closing her eyes to heal his wounds. The young girl appeared somewhat listless. Leaning against Anna's side, she whispered, "Today was the first time I heard the horn sound. Has His Highness encountered trouble?" "I don't know." Anna shook her head, longing to see what was happening on the wall, yet fearing she might complicate matters for Roland. She found herself somewhat envious of the Nightingale, whose silent and stealthy capabilities were incredibly convenient. Just then, a dull thud resonated from the direction of the wall, and everyone felt a slight tremor. Brian stood up, pacing restlessly within the room. "Calm down, lad," Baron Payne advised, polishing his longsword. "Losing your composure before the battle even begins will only exacerbate the situation. Moreover, it is far from dire at this point." "I apologize, my lord," Brian replied, "that I simply cannot find peace of mind, knowing that others are fighting for their lives on the wall while I waste time here, that it is my duty to protect this town." "Perhaps," Payne shrugged, "but guarding the town is not solely your responsibility, that I've heard that His Highness plans to knight you after winter. You should understand that the first principle of knighthood is loyalty. Since he requires you to protect Anna, you must fulfill that duty." "You make a valid point." Brian hesitated before returning to his seat. However, they soon heard the horn's second blast, more urgent than the first, rolling through everyone's hearts like thunder. Payne furrowed his brow. "Anna!" Ninava exclaimed. She turned, only to see the witch striding towards the door, prompting Brian to quickly intercept her. Did you not say you wish to guard the wall? Now is the time, Anna stated calmly, that as long as you accompany me, it will not be considered defying His Highness's orders. Brian was momentarily taken aback, lifting his gaze to Payne. What a formidable girl. The Baron thought, realizing that her words were unassailable, for the prince had not explicitly forbidden her from remaining in the infirmary. Moreover, as Nanawa mentioned, she possesses the ability to summon flames that if the situation becomes dire, the addition of a witch could potentially turn the tide. With this thought in mind, he nodded, resolved to protect her. Yes, Blaine responded with renewed vigor, his voice booming. Observing the two departing, Nanawa inquired, Father, are you not coming? My battlefield lies here, my dear daughter. The Baron replied with a smile, whether it be a vile beast or a demon, I shall not allow them to harm you. Not far from the medical facilities stood the city walls, and Anna and Blaine hurried along the stone path on the wall's edge towards the east. Upon reaching the central watchtower, they discovered that the situation had become exceedingly grave, that a massive breach had been torn in the walls. And Roland's guards were valiantly holding their shields aloft, yet several had already been knocked to the ground. Among them was a tusked aberration resembling a wild boar, which charged with an unstoppable force, sending the guards standing in its way flying, shields and all. Hey, it's dangerous here. You need to leave quickly, someone shouted upon seeing Anna, clad in peculiar attire. Ignoring the warning, Anna strode directly towards the breach. After breaking free from the throng, the aberration turned its sights on Anna and charged directly at her. Blaine, taking on the role of her protector, rushed forward, lowering his body as he swung his sword in a sweeping strike. The frenzied beast showed no intent to evade. Its forelegs collided with the blade, sending the long sword flying and shattering the bones in its legs with its momentum. It let out a piercing scream, toppling to the ground and thrashing like a fish out of water, causing all to hesitate in approaching. Anna approached the fallen beast, placing her hands on the ground, and flames erupted from beneath it, quickly engulfing it in a charred inferno. Roland also took note of the sudden blaze. Upon realizing it was Anna who had taken to the fray, cold sweat broke out upon him. This was not part of his plan. He had intended for Nanawa to win over the militia's favor. And once the majority accepted the witch, he would reveal Anna's presence. But it was too late for any of that. He turned sharply and commanded, Forget about me. You must protect her. Anna could not be harmed. As a pivotal figure in the development of critical industrial processes, her injury would yield immeasurable losses. Understood, Nightingale replied, Please ensure your safety as well. As Anna reached the gap in the city wall, most of Roland's guards, having seen the strangely dressed girl before, made way for her. Standing within the shield wall, she extended her arms to the sides. Flames surged forth from her palms like creeping vines, climbing upward along the jagged edge of the wall. All who witnessed this astonishing spectacle gaped in disbelief, watching as a wall of fire slowly rose, filling the breach. This was no illusion. The intense heat from the flames made the guards at the breach retreat, the surrounding snow rapidly melting in a swirling white mist. The aberration sensed the searing heat of the fire wall, fleeing in panic to the sides, though a few charged blindly into the flames, only to meet their doom moments later. Everyone, onto the wall! Roland seized the opportunity to shout, Pike formation, regroup. Hunters, fire at will. With that, he snatched Carter's firearm and ascended the wall, personally shooting at the cornered aberrations. The prince's actions immediately rallied the spirits of all present. It must be noted that in this era, such acts of nobility were exceedingly rare. Roland, the fourth prince of the kingdom, was willing to fight alongside the militia drawn from the common folk, significantly boosting morale. The crowd erupted with cries of defend the frontier town. Fight for His Highness the Prince. Maintaining their defensive formation as if the wall had never been breached. The battle raged on until dusk. And finally, no living aberrations remained before the walls. The flames gradually dissipated, and Anna wiped the sweat from her brow as she stepped out from the breach. Then, Roland witnessed an extraordinary scene. The guards clenched their fists to their chests, bowing their heads in respect towards her. Subsequently, the militia seemed to be infected by this newfound reverence. No one uttered the words monster or sorceress, instead silently gazing at her, and a brief tranquility settled over the battlefield. An unprecedented power could indeed be terrifying. Yet when such a force stood alongside one, combating the evil adversary, fear gradually dissipated, replaced by trust and gratitude. Containing his inner excitement, Roland approached Anna, only to find her pallid and staggering, on the verge of collapse. "Are you all right?" he asked with concern, gripping her shoulders, to which she managed a faint smile before fainting into his embrace. Chapter 51. Her Majesty the Queen through the narrow, high windows of the terrace. The setting sun cast its golden rays upon the ground, painting the walls with deep crimson stripes. Few places within the kingdom still enjoyed the sight of the sinking sun, and among them was the harbor city of Baishui. Legend has it that the accursed month of demons, shrouded in snow and bitter winds, had little impact here. Aside from the black-sailed fleet unable to set sail, the city remained as bustling as ever. The mistress of this harbor metropolis, Garcia Wimbledon, sat at a square table beneath the window, intently reading a letter in her hands. Her gray hair shimmered with a golden hue in the sunlight, and the interplay of light and shadow accentuated her sharp features, exuding both charm and vigor. Farron had been standing beside her for quite some time, despite the letter taking longer to read than usual. Farron opted to remain silent, unwilling to disrupt the tranquility. "At last," Garcia sighed softly, placing the letter down. "My father is dead." Farron was taken aback. "What? My father, Eileen Wimbledon, King of Grey Fortress, is dead?" She rarely repeated her words. He thought, had he asked her normally, she would have simply brushed it aside. But she was not jesting. "The king is dead." Farron opened his mouth, intending to offer her some comfort, but found himself asking instead, "How did he die?" Fortunately, Garcia seemed unfazed by the inquiry. "As the third princess of the kingdom, Lord of Baishui, and supreme commander of the Black Sail Fleet, she required no consolation. The letter states that my brother Goran killed our father, and was subsequently captured by the guards. He did not take his own life in fear of the crime, and thus was subject to a public trial led by the king and several ministers, where he has been sentenced to execution by beheading. That is abnormal." Farron instinctively remarked that of course it is abnormal. Garcia replied impassively, "Though my brother is rather foolish, he is not so inept as to seek his own demise. Without guidance, he would not commit such an act. Someone set him up? Let me guess." The third princess closed her eyes, contemplating that it seemed someone orchestrated a detailed plan, tempting him with promises of assistance in seizing power. If one wishes to bring someone into the royal inner courtyard, prior arrangements must be made, including rooting out, replacing, and bribing. But that is not Goran's forte. Rather, he is too lazy to engage in such trivialities. The rest is simple. The planner earned his trust, only to betray him in the end. Farron remained non-committal. These were ultimately conjectures, and the process was of little importance. The outcome was what mattered, that he believed the third princess shared this sentiment. Indeed, Garcia opened her eyes and continued, "Such individuals abound among the first prince's circle, 9 out of 10. Filled with brute strength yet lacking in intellect, easily manipulated." However, her tone turned slightly irate. "My second brother's methods are far too crude." "You mean, it was Tefiko Wimbledon's doing? Who else knows Goran so well? Who stands to gain the most from this incident?" Garcia's fingers unconsciously drummed on the table, as if it were glaringly obvious. Yet with the king's favoritism towards him, he had no need to resort to such extremes. "Your Highness is angry," Farron noted, realizing that it was rare for the third princess to exhibit such emotion. It seemed that despite her constant complaints about Wimbledon III's favoritism, she ultimately did not wish for her father to meet such a fate. Farron could somewhat empathize. Within a large family, the head of the household often looms as a mountain to be surpassed, evoking both reverence and resentment that if she was correct, and this was indeed the work of the second prince, then his actions could indeed be deemed brutal. But why would he do such a thing? "Because he fears me," Garcia inhaled deeply, seemingly striving to control her emotions. "That he fears the black sails." Noticing Farron's silence, she elaborated, "Tefiko has eyes and ears in Baishui, which is hardly surprising, just as I have my informants in Jinsui City and the royal capital." Upon learning of the black-sailed fleet's existence, it was easy to deduce my next move. Jinsui City could not possibly muster a force to contend with the black sails. Thus, he employed the most foolish method, using Goran as bait to obtain what he desired. "You mean he seeks an army?" "He seeks the throne," Garcia replied. "After Goran's death, he becomes the first in line to inherit. With our father deceased, he is likely on his way to the royal capital as we speak. Once he is crowned Wimbledon IV, he can summon vassals and armies without territorial limitations." She shook her head. adding, however, as I mentioned, being our father's most beloved son, he had no need to resort to such measures. Then this is dire, Farron said with concern, that if the second prince successfully ascends the throne and declares the royal succession, what will happen to you? Jyaxia dismissed with disdain, asserting that such a blatant step was overly simplistic. Her father's favoritism did not guarantee the support of all the ministers, especially in light of actions aimed at the king. Though Typhike had shifted the blame onto Galang, this could only deceive the common folk of the kingdom. To fully seize control of Huibao's authority would likely require an extensive period. Thus, she cast a glance at Farion, indicating a need to slightly alter her plans. Farion immediately knelt, declaring, "I am at your service." Jyaxia rose and approached the window, her back to Farion, that he would undoubtedly seek to deal with me at the earliest opportunity upon ascending the throne. However, the only means at his disposal would likely be to command Duke Joycole to exert pressure upon me. The latter would probably use the excuse of the king's recent passing, asserting that it was inappropriate to mobilize forces during a time of national mourning. After all, that old fox was never one to engage in unprofitable ventures. At most, he would summon his vassals to gather near the borders of Bishiport for appearances sake. The third princess paused momentarily, but such actions would only bring us unnecessary troubles. Therefore, we shall set sail tomorrow. Set sail? Your Highness, do you intend to? Eagle City, being situated in the heart of the kingdom, was virtually an unfortified city that be why navigating the tributaries of the San Juan River, one could reach Qingchuan town, from which it would only take a day to proceed to Eagle City. Once I capture Joy, the entirety of the Southern Territory will fall under my dominion. The IT is an intriguing temporal discrepancy. When he ascends the throne and attempts to command Duke Joy, he will find that the entire southern region has already become my domain. I wonder what expression he will wear. But, as you mentioned, Wimbledon 3 has just passed away, and thus, what? Must I first shed tears? Jyaxia turned, illuminated by the setting sun at the horizon, cloaked in a sheer purplish-red veil. Her features faded into the shadows, with only her eyes radiating a subtle glow. Those eyes were as steadfast as rock. Farion mused that even if they harbored anger or regret, they would never reflect sorrow. Sorrow was unbefitting of a ruler. No, you need not, he replied earnestly. Jyaxia nodded in satisfaction. Go, summon all the captains to my presence. Since Typhike is unwilling to wait for 5 years, I shall not disappoint him either. Once we secure Eagle City, the entire Southern Territory will be independent. Whether or not Typhike orchestrated this was irrelevant. She always managed to carve a path for herself amid the ever-shifting circumstances. And once she resolved to act, she would press on with unwavering determination. This was precisely her charm, and the reason for his unwavering loyalty. At your command, your highness. No, queen, Farion replied solemnly. Chapter 52, The Fire of the Heart, Part 1. Roland knocked on the door. And upon hearing Nightingale's response, he pushed the door open and entered the room. Thick curtains adorned the windows, only drawn open during the morning and evening for ventilation. At all other times, they remained closed to retain warmth and block out light. The only source of illumination came from 2 candlesticks at the foot of the bed, their flames quietly burning, casting intertwining shadows upon the furnishings that he approached the bedside, gazing at the woman nestled within the soft velvet pillows and blankets. Still oblivious to the world, and sighed gently, did I ask the situation along the border stable? Nightingale stepped forward, offering him a cup of warm water. All is relatively well, Roland replied casually, taking a sip and returning the cup to her. Since that day, we haven't encountered any significant swarms of malevolent beasts. With the injured militiamen back in ranks, everyone's fighting spirit has become somewhat heightened. What are the damaged sections of the wall? Carl utilized logs to shift the shell of that hybrid malevolent beast to the breach. Suspending it with a winch and wooden frame to integrate it into the wall, Roland knew Nightingale posed the question to distract him from excessive worry. Yet, the moment he stepped into this room, all his awareness would inevitably converge upon the sleeping woman in the bed, that if the last time they faced a large-scale invasion of malevolent beasts had yielded a victory to boast about. The foremost contributor was undoubtedly Anna. Had she not sealed the breach in the wall with flames, the consequences would have been dire. However, she had fainted in his arms and had yet to awaken. It has been a week, Roland murmured. Theoretically, a person in a comatose state without food or water for a week and lacking external nutrient supply, such as injections, would succumb to bodily decline, and the brain would gradually perish in shock. Yet, Anna exhibited no signs of weakness or critical illness. At least, she appeared far better than when she first collapsed. Her cheeks were flushed, her breathing steady. Placing a hand on her forehead, one could feel a temperature akin to that of a healthy individual. All indications suggested Anna was in a healthy state. Merely unable to awaken, that I, too, have never encountered such a situation, Nightingale remarked, shaking her head. The magic within her was entirely expended during that battle. Yet now it has become saturated. Even more potent than ever before, that if my calculations are correct, tonight at midnight marks her coming of age. Are you saying she will come of age while in a coma? No, she shall perish in her slumber. Nightingale stated bluntly. The suffering endured on the day of maturity must be overcome with willpower. Once one relinquishes resistance, the backlash of magic will irreversibly ravage the witch's body. Roland pulled a chair beside the bed. But I recall you stating that when malevolence devours the body, no matter how agonizing, consciousness remains alert. One either perseveres through this trial or chooses to end their life. Indeed, there have been those within the Alliance who sought to navigate the malevolence by falling into a coma. But that was not on the day of maturity, merely the annual torment that must be endured. Nightingale hesitated before continuing. She relied on alchemical potions to induce her slumber, yet it proved futile. Upon the backlash of magic, she would awaken instantly, having lost the ability to resist. Isn't this suffering supposed to escalate gradually? Not at all. When that moment arrives, the pain descends like thunder, yet its duration varies from person to person. My sister is not lacking in strength. It's just her voice trailed off. Roland understood her implication. This uncertain judgment, bound by time, was torture in itself. Uncertain of how long one had endured, unaware of how much longer one must persist, like a solitary vessel adrift upon stormy seas. Easily sapping the will to survive, did I end the silence. He felt a hand rest upon his shoulder. I end the years of tumult. I have witnessed far too much death. Witches treated like livestock, hanged, burned, or slowly tortured to death as playthings for the nobility. Those fortunate enough to escape could only distance themselves from the crowd, leading sequestered lives. And the sacred mountain, an unattainable aspiration in their hearts. Nightingale's voice was softer than ever. But Anna is different. Apart from her sisters in the Alliance, I have never seen anyone care for a witch so deeply. She is needed, valued, treated like a normal person. Your Highness, even if Anna does not survive to see her coming of age, she has already found her sacred mountain. Yet this was not the outcome he desired. Roland closed his eyes, recalling the moment they first met. She stood barefoot, her clothes tattered, ensnared in a cage, yet there was no trace of fear upon her face. Her eyes were as clear and tranquil as an untainted lake. She was fire, yet she did not flicker like flames. The images spun in his mind like a revolving lantern. That I have satisfied your curiosity. My lord, may I now be killed? I have never used it to harm another. I merely wish to remain by your side. That is all. The malevolence cannot kill me. I shall conquer it. Are you dreaming? I am going nowhere. Roland suppressed the tumultuous thoughts swirling within him, whispering, I will stay with her until the very last moment, that so shall I, and thank you. After dinner, Nanawa also arrived, upon hearing that Anna was nearing her coming of age. She insisted on staying. Roland had no choice but to arrange for an extra room on the second floor for the accompanying Tig, paying to spend the night. Thus, Roland and the two witches gathered by the bedside, quietly awaiting the arrival of midnight. For Nightingale and Nanawa, they too would endure the torment of malevolence this winter. Fortunately, each person's awakening day did not coincide, or else all three witches would face the uncertain trials at the same moment. And Roland surmised he would be unable to maintain his facade of calm within the room. The town lacked a clock tower, and within the dimly lit room, the passage of time grew increasingly ambiguous. The cold wind battered against the windows, occasionally punctuated by the shrill wails of air slipping through the cracks. Just as a sense of weariness began to creep upon Roland, Nightingale suddenly spoke. It has begun. Only she could perceive the turmoil within Anna's magic, the green flame growing more intense, its core shifting from incandescent to dim. The frantic magic converged at the center, as if pulled by some unseen force. It struggled and writhed, yet to no avail. Roland could not see these changes, but he sensed something was amiss. The flames atop the candles began to flicker, and yet the room was devoid of wind. The light emitted by the flames dimmed, as if being consumed by the surrounding shadows. Before the color of the flame shifted, the orange-red glow transformed into a ghostly emerald green. He turned his gaze to the woman in the bed. Anna remained in slumber, her visage unchanged, as if all of this bore no relation to her. At this moment, the candle's flame had nearly faded entirely, not extinguished, but rather consumed bit by the green fire that devoured the orange-red portions, until all illumination vanished, plunging everyone into darkness. Yet soon enough, the light rekindled. This time, however, the flame upon the candlestick transformed into a pure, vibrant emerald hue. The three individuals, bathed in this verdant glow, exchanged bewildered glances, struggling to comprehend the unfolding situation. At that moment, a soft moan from Anna drew their attention back to her. She slowly opened her eyes. Anna, Roland was taken aback. Had she awakened? The woman blinked and smiled at him, then extended her right hand. Palm open, towards the prince that a wisp of green fire leapt from her palm, burning quietly. For reasons unknown, Roland felt he understood her intent. After a moment's hesitation, he cautiously inserted his fingers into the flame. And to his surprise, the anticipated searing heat did not assail him. Instead, he felt a gentle warmth, reminiscent of being enveloped in tepid water. Chapter 53, The Fire of the Heart, Part 2, The Day After Anna's Awakening. The nightingale bid farewell to Roland. Though the reason remained unclear, she was likely the first which to have safely navigated the day of awakening. Before departing, the nightingale excitedly declared, having followed Roland for some time. I have grown accustomed to using the term awakening to describe the transformation of witches that I shall bring the sisters from the Convergent Society. I hope you will welcome them, as you did Anna. Roland could hardly contain his eagerness. Anna alone had transcended the craft of forging, illuminating the dawn of the industrial era for the town. What might a congregation of witches signify? Naturally, considering safety concerns. He attempted to persuade her to delay their journey to the Wasteland Mountains until the month of malevolence had passed. However, the nightingale was clearly impatient. This winter, many more will face this ordeal. If I can inform them sooner, perhaps we can prevent a few from leaving us. Rest assured, ordinary malevolent beasts cannot detect my whereabouts. And what of your awakening day? When is it? Roland inquired at last. The nightingale mounted her steed, and as winter yielded to spring, she waved her hand, offering the prince a glimpse of her retreating figure. Do not worry about me. The suffering I once endured has faded considerably in recent years. This revelation left Roland in contemplation, but he had also been pondering the reasons behind Anna's smooth passage through her awakening day, especially since she subsequently claimed to have felt no pain at all. This completely contradicted the nightingale's beliefs, that the power of witches derives from demons. They are the unclean, the malevolent. Such notions arose from the gruesome spectacle of blood evaporating at death and charred flesh, which became irrefutable evidence of fallen power. However, from the outset, Roland had not considered this perspective. He had scoured the memories of the Fourth Prince, finding no proof of the existence of true gods or demons in this world. If power was not bestowed by divinity, it should not serve as a criterion for distinguishing good from evil. Indeed, even in worlds where gods frequently intervened in mortal affairs, it was the believers who first chose their allegiance, thereby receiving divine power, not the other way around. According to the nightingale's description, witches were vessels of magical energy. Could it be that the inability to release this energy resulted in the deterioration of the vessel? Roland deemed this possibility highly plausible. Witches, faced with widespread hostility and oppression, would inevitably choose to conceal their abilities, masquerading as ordinary individuals, living in trepidation. This led to their rare opportunities to wield magic before reaching adulthood. Roland certainly did not believe that his castle was a fortuitous haven. He had inquired of Anna, learning that she too had endured unbearable suffering prior to this, that if there were any differences this year, it was that since her arrival at the castle, she had nearly every day been exercising this newfound power. The nightingale's final answer subtly corroborated his hypothesis. Her ability to remain invisible, even when frequently employed, would not attract attention. Coupled with her past experiences of being coerced into training this ability, she could now wield it with abandon, which explained why the backlash on her awakening day affected her so little. Upon returning to the castle, Roland immediately intensified Nana's training that if no injuries occurred along the front lines, they would treat various small animals. Should he confirm this hypothesis through Nana, it would radically alter the significance for witches. The curse of demons would transform into a divine blessing, that as long as he could ensure that his territory maintained an open attitude towards witches, they would flock to him in droves. Regardless, after this upheaval, everything returned to its previous course. Roland accelerated the production of the steam-powered machine number 2, simultaneously allowing Anna to familiarize herself with her new abilities that in the castle's backyard. A canopy was erected, not for warmth, but to shield against wind and snow. As an experimental base, he deemed it safer to construct it on his own land. According to the Nightingale, once witches reached adulthood, their abilities would stabilize, potentially branching into new manifestations. Although he had yet to witness Anna display any new powers, her manipulation of fire was already markedly different from before. Didn't know whether it could still be classified as fire remained a question. Roland mused that if the previous flames were within the realm of common understanding, the now emerald ethereal flames transcended conventional explanation, that he named it Heartfire, for it could exist independently of Anna while also changing form under her will. Just as she was doing now, a small flame danced upon a metal plate 2 meters away, swaying gently as if greeting her. Yet Roland knew that Anna was the one controlling it. In ordinary circumstances, it could maintain a temperature close to her body heat, only intensifying when Anna desired, transforming in color from emerald green to deep green. Similarly, it could shift from a single flame to a large cluster of fire, and move at a measured pace. Regrettably, it could never stray too far from Anna. Repeated tests revealed that if it exceeded 5 meters in distance, the Heartfire would vanish. Another characteristic of Heartfire was that Anna could summon multiple flames, though she could currently only manage to operate 2 at a time. Recently, the borders had been remarkably calm. Malevolent beasts continued to appear outside the walls, yet no hybrids existed, making it difficult for ordinary malevolent creatures to breach the defenses that A.S. Roland had stated. The strong grew stronger, the swift swifter. Yet they remained mere beasts that a substantial stretch of wall was effectively guided towards the center, allowing the militia, numbering only a little over 100, to manage the situation adequately. Thus, aside from daily patrols, Roland had ample time to devote to construction. He had designated a plot of land to the south of the castle, intending it to serve as the residence for the witches upon their arrival. As the project's investor, he appointed Carl as the overseer, tasked with erecting a series of double-story brick houses that he also needed to consider aesthetic layout, ease of access, and efficient drainage, striving to create a model community. He had once contemplated whether to disperse the witches throughout the old and new districts, blending them with the townsfolk, but ultimately dismissed the idea, while such an arrangement could expedite the locals' understanding of the witches. Any issues arising before misunderstandings were fully resolved could lead to irreparable consequences. After all, witches currently held a limited influence solely within the militia. Moreover, Roland could not guarantee that the witches brought by the Nightingale were entirely benign. Most had endured significant hardships and suffering in this world, and could not simply be characterized as innocent. Witches like Anna and Nana were but a rare exception. Thus, concentrated living would facilitate centralized management, necessitating the establishment of relevant regulations and rules before their arrival. In this regard, Roland had no experience to draw upon. After all, he was neither a member of the National Security Bureau's Superpower Office nor the creator of the Vengeance Alliance, who would know how to manage a group of individuals with extraordinary abilities. He had no choice but to adopt a rudimentary system based on standard corporate personnel management practices, intending to refine it gradually as he navigated the complexities ahead. Roland was acutely aware that this plan was fraught with flaws. Yet as a pioneer, who else could undertake such a task if he did not? Crouched within this remote border town, perhaps spending decades would allow him to barely reach the threshold of industrialization. But he was no immortal sage. How many decades could he afford? To lead the march of progress and stand at the forefront of reform, one must possess the spirit of adventure. Just as he meticulously documented these thoughts on a parchment, Barav entered, shaking off the snowflakes from his attire. After bowing to the prince, he announced, "Your Highness, a messenger from Longsong Fortress has arrived." Chapter 54. Grim Tidings. Pei Luo had not anticipated returning to familiar ground so soon. He had originally wished to avoid leaving the warmth of his abode during the frigid winter, particularly amidst the rampage of malevolent beasts. Yet Duke Ryan had specifically tasked him with delivering this delicate document to the fourth prince. He was well aware of its contents, Indeed, the upper echelons of Grey Fortress were abuzz with discussion regarding this astonishing news. The king of Grey Fortress had perished due to an assassination, the perpetrator being Golan Wimbledon, the king's eldest son. Subsequently, the second son traveled to the royal capital, proclaiming that a kingdom could not be without a sovereign for a single day. He intended to ascend the throne as the second-in-line heir. However, this action was not universally accepted. Some contended that Golan's trial had been highly suspicious, as he had only appeared briefly during the proceedings, bound and unable to speak. They hoped to determine the rightful claim to the throne only after a thorough investigation. Others speculated that this was merely a performance orchestrated by the second son, Tefiko Wimbledon, the true murderer masquerading in grief while eagerly awaiting his coronation. Regardless of who was right or wrong in this debate, the second son, with the staunch support of the prime minister, had temporarily seized the highest authority in Grey Fortress, acting as the de facto king. Simultaneously, he issued a recall order to all competitors. The contest for kingship had concluded. Upon receiving the decree, all princes and princesses were to return to the royal capital before the end of winter. The new king would officially confer territories and titles based on their governance over the past 6 months. Pero, of course, discerned the urgency within this command. Whether Tefiko Wimbledon's reign would be secure depended entirely on the reactions of the other princes and princesses, that if they all obediently relinquished their claims to the throne and returned to the capital, he would undoubtedly become the undisputed Wimbledonian. But the documents dispatched to the border town would first be forwarded to Longsong Fortress. While Duke Ryan himself scoffed at this recall order, while the king was alive, he maintained considerable control over the local lords. As for the second prince, his forceful ascension had been exceedingly awkward. Given the precedent of Goran being sent to the guillotine, it seemed unlikely that anyone would willingly return to the capital alone. Nevertheless, in the eyes of the 6 families at the fortress, this was a timely command. Over 2 months ago, the Earl of Elk's unauthorized schemes had greatly displeased the Duke, particularly as they ended in failure. The response from the prince's side was equally fierce, resulting in the immediate execution of Hills Mead. With this, the 2 factions had publicly torn apart their facade of civility. The Duke had originally intended to wait until the month of demons concluded before addressing this troublesome affair. But now, with this official document, he could act with greater legitimacy. Roland Wimbledon's return to the capital would naturally mean that the border town belonged to Duke Ryan, if he chose not to return. He could coerce compliance under the banner of the newly appointed king, Darius, for who ultimately claimed the crown. The Duke was not particularly concerned. However, Pero, as an ambassador, found himself in a rather uncomfortable position. Previously, he had vowed to bring forth a new trade agreement, yet he now arrived bearing the dark hand of the Earl of Elk. Now that he was here, he brought equally grim tidings, whether it pertained to the death of Wimbledon III or the new king's recall order. Pero believed that the 4th prince wished to see neither. The journey had been relatively smooth. Grey Castle was situated in the southern part of the continent, where even in winter, the rivers did not freeze. Pero periodically glanced out the window towards the riverbank, observing that he encountered neither the corpses of the starved nor the fleeing populace, indicating that the border town had yet to fall. This surprised him somewhat, as he had witnessed firsthand the construction of the city walls during his last visit, and had little faith in these walls made of mere mud and stone. However, what astonished him even more was the sight of a sailing vessel flying the flag of Willow Leaf Town, gliding smoothly down the right side of the river. This scene seemed eerily familiar. Yet it was the month of demons. Were they truly conducting trade while battling the demonic beasts? How could they possibly withstand such brutal monsters without deploying all mining workers to the front lines? 3 days later, the ship arrived at the dock of the border town. It remained the same dilapidated wooden dock, though an additional makeshift wooden shelter had been erected nearby. Upon the ship's arrival, 2 guards emerged from the shelter, scrutinizing the actions of the boatmen. Pero immediately understood Roland's intent in stationing sentries here. The 4th prince clearly did not wish for anyone to sneak away from the town via the waterways. He disembarked, identified himself to the guards, and one of them brought forth a horse to accompany him to the castle. Following the same procedure as last time, Prince Roland Wimbledon received him in the reception hall. Not only that, despite it not being mealtime, the prince instructed his attendants to lay out a lavish spread: charcoal roasted pork leg, slices of dried fish, a bowl of unidentifiable cold wild vegetables, and the ubiquitous buttered bread and vegetable soup found at any feast. It seemed this prince preferred to dine before discussing business. Pero mused as he ate, relishing the rare opportunity for a hearty meal. Even the Jean Inhua family typically dined on little more than potato bread with salted meat when not entertaining guests. After finishing the main course, as dessert was served, Pero respectfully presented the documents. Roland took them, sliced through the wax seal with his dining knife, quickly scanned the scroll, and then froze. The king was dead. Roland felt no pangs of emotion for this nominal father. By the time he had traversed here, he was already in the border town, having never laid eyes on him, and all he remembered were grievances and discontent regarding his father. Because of this, he found himself ensnared in a peculiar awkwardness. Should he display sorrow or grief? The subsequent content only hinted at a whiff of conspiracy. Was Wimbledon III murdered by the eldest son? The second prince, in his capacity as the new king, declared an end to the contest for kingship and commanded his immediate return to Grey Castle. Roland coughed twice and lifted his head, only to meet Pero's apologetic gaze. So it was, he thought. The Duke of the Fortress likely welcomed this turn of events, regardless of whether he complied with the new king's orders, leaving him in a bind. Arriving without the promised contract, but bearing dire news akin to a death warrant, he surely felt a pang of guilt. Roland smirked inwardly, refolding the document. I see that, Your Highness, so what do you intend to? Even if I wish to leave, I must wait until the month of demons concludes that I end this frigid, icy weather. What would become of the townspeople if I departed? Typically, Pero would have assured others with a perfunctory phrase like, Do not worry, the fortress will handle the situation appropriately, or other diplomatic platitudes. However, before this fourth prince, whom he had only met twice, he found it difficult to speak so readily. For the first time, Pero felt a dislike for his role as an ambassador. Ultimately, he simply nodded. I understand. Would you like me to relay a response for you? Roland summoned a servant to provide pen and paper, quickly drafting a reply, sealing it with his own stamp, and handing it to Pero. The latter glanced at the envelope, which clearly bore the address to Tafico Wimbledon, second prince of Grey Castle, rather than King Wimbledon IV. He had made his stance clear, Pero thought. Chapter 55, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Roland pushed open the door to his office, where Berev had already been waiting for quite some time, that he tossed the document to the aide and reclined in the armchair, propping his feet upon the desk. Were there no outsiders present, he would have hummed a little tune. Your Highness, please accept my condolences, Berev said, quickly perusing the document and frowning, the unfortunate demise of the king. And the culprit being the eldest prince. This is truly a tragedy. I wonder what your plans are next, Your Highness. The circumstances surrounding Goran's death are exceedingly suspicious. I intend to wait for the decisions of my third sister and fifth sister before making any plans. Roland replied, but regardless, there are certain matters we should preemptively guard against. Berev gazed at the prince, waiting for him to elaborate. The capital may very well become unstable due to this shift in royal power. The first step is to evacuate your relatives and family members. Of course, it is even more crucial to prevent the second prince from using these individuals to threaten your subordinates. For now, maintaining the normal operation of administration and finances in the border town requires the aide's indispensable role. Roland sipped his tea and continued, You and Carter, along with your subordinates, should write letters to your families. I will have my guards deliver them to the capital, arranging for them to seek refuge in other towns. Not to the border town. Berev was no fool. Over 20 years of political experience had made him instantly grasp the prince's underlying intent. Not to the border town. Roland sought neither to allow his subordinates to be threatened with their families, nor to have them think he was using their families as leverage against them. Thus, he chose a compromise. To first relocate them to other safer towns, and later, when the border town had stabilized, to move them back. That I understand. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. The aide nodded in agreement, which relieved Roland. After all, he had too few capable individuals at his disposal. Another matter pertains to your trade. Recently, iron ore exports have been suspended, only selling gemstone roughs to Willow Leaf Town. He instructed, I need to retain some of this iron ore for personal use. Such a decision will lead to a decline in fiscal revenue, Your Highness. However, it will not drop significantly. The miners have discovered a new gem deposit, which can offset some of the loss, Roland stated. Moreover, business is typically slow in winter. No one wishes to venture out during the days when demonic beasts may appear at any moment. That I end the lengthy 4 months. There may only be 2 or 3 rounds of trade. For a light single-masted sailing vessel, transporting gemstone roughs is evidently a more profitable choice that I understand, Bearov noted, recording this information. After the aide departed, Roland summoned Carter Lannis that I need to expand the militia's ranks. Once the recruitment process begins, you will handle the arrangements. Select a few quick-witted, capable members to serve as captains in the new unit. Training should follow the previous methods. Your Highness, if we adhere to the previous training methods, it may take a considerable time before the new unit can be deployed. That is still better than a disorganized rabble. Roland waved his hand, instructing him to proceed as he suggested. Although the unit formed through such training would hardly qualify as a proper army, likely only reaching the level of college students post-training. Sometimes, measuring combat capability is relative to the opponent. Apart from the mindless demonic beasts, the most probable adversaries he would encounter would be a motley assembly of private armies, mercenaries, and serfs hastily cobbled together into a mixed army. Provided they wielded weapons from an advanced era, even a college-level force could suffice. Once Carter had left, Roland couldn't help but chuckle. He never anticipated such a fortuitous occurrence. It was like receiving timely aid in a snowstorm or a pillow when one was drowsy. Was this dire news for him? Dilemma. Far from it. He knew little about Garcia Wimbledon, but she was certainly not someone who would allow herself to be easily manipulated. The eldest prince had been sentenced to death in such a short span of time. Even without any underhanded dealings, she would likely not return to the capital without considerable hesitation. He merely needs to follow suit and adhere to the prescribed actions, that as long as he remains steadfast in the border town. It is inevitable that someone will emerge. Most likely the Duke of the Fortress, who is unlikely to sit idly by. Otherwise, he would not have so urgently delivered the recall order to his hands in this wretched weather. The Duke wishes to see the situation resolved sooner, to the point that it disrupts his peace of mind. Should he choose to remain in the border town, it would equate to defying the new king's decree. Once the month of malevolence passes, the Duke will almost certainly raise the banner of Tafico, Wimbledon's flag, seeking to impart a profound lesson upon himself. This is precisely what Roland requires. When asked what industrialization lacks the most, the answer is unequivocally manpower. IT demands a substantial workforce to engage in this grand production, transforming individuals into mere cogs that drive this colossal machine. That IT is no exaggeration to assert that Britain's enclosures, which forced multitudes of peasants off their land, creating a class of free laborers, laid a robust foundation for the Industrial Revolution. The industrial era is inherently ruthless, as long as educated laborers are continuously fed into the furnace. Substantial rewards will follow. The more specialized the industrial classifications become, the greater the required population expands exponentially. Roland has long been troubled by the issue of population. With just over 2,000 residents in the border town, even with the advent of new machinery, production remains artisanal. Without a large pool of available labor, many projects cannot be initiated. But where can he procure so many individuals? Purchasing slaves, setting aside the challenge of acquiring thousands of slaves at once. Adult slaves command a hefty price, and they have little potential for further training. Those under 10 years of age require a lengthy training period, even if he were to disregard moral considerations and employ child labor. Years would pass before they could be of use. Recruiting talent. How many individuals would be drawn to such a remote area? Moreover, the costs would surpass those of slave acquisition. Encouraging higher birth rates? Mandating marriages? That seems far-fetched. He has not overlooked the idea of targeting the Longsong Fortress. Yet given the kingdom's current stability, taking action against the surrounding lords would be tantamount to jesting with his future. The Duke of Lyon would likewise not dare to overtly oppose him, resorting instead to subtle sabotage. However, the circumstances have shifted. With Tafico ascending to the throne, he is fervently eager for his competitors to vanish, as evidenced by the urgency in this recall order. The Duke of Lyon is clearly aware of this. Once liberated from the constraints of the old king, it would be peculiar for him, as the sovereign of the Western Territories, not to take action. This presents the opportunity Roland has awaited for so long. The Longsong Fortress, a pivotal stronghold on the kingdom's border, has been in operation for a century and boasts nearly 10,000 permanent residents. Beyond the fortress lies vast expanses of land and towns with no defenses. By defeating the Duke of the Fortress and seizing this city, he can acquire a significant number of free citizens while simultaneously achieving the initial accumulation of wealth. What could be easier than obtaining population through annexation? What could amass wealth more swiftly than plunder? This revelation is akin to a lighthouse dispersing the fog, illuminating Roland's path forward. He will not let such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity slip away. Chapter 56. Between the mountains, the Nightingale ambled along the narrow mountain path. The trail beneath her feet barely spanned shoulder-width, flanked by towering stone walls, while steep cliffs loomed opposite, separated by a chasm whose depths were unfathomable. She carefully navigated alongside the stone wall, taking care to avoid slipping into the abyss. Raising her gaze, only a faint, glimmering line remained in the sky, akin to a thread of silver suspended in the night. Yet she knew it was just past noon. Despite the daylight, she needed to raise her torch, for the meager light filtering through the rocks was insufficient to illuminate the path ahead as time passed. She almost succumbed to the illusion that she was traversing the innards of a mountain. The sole advantage of this location was that, despite the howling winds and swirling snow outside, the canyon walls remained unaffected. Occasionally, a few snowflakes would drift down from above, landing on the rock face or the path, quickly melting into vapor. Here, the temperature stood in stark contrast to the outside world. She could even see wisps of steam rising from the abyss below. Were it not for this warmth, she would not dare to venture alone into the desolate mountains during the month of malevolence. The fog could conceal her presence, but it could not shield her from the cold. If she were to brave the biting winds on foot, she would likely succumb to the frostbite within the hour. Yet the Nightingale was unwilling to linger here a moment longer. She always felt as though something in the darkness was watching her, sending chills down her spine that if given the choice, she would prefer to navigate the entirety of the journey through the fog. But alas, her stamina would not permit such a feat. Prolonged exertion would soon leave her utterly fatigued. The Nightingale raised her torch, the opposing rock face flickering in and out of view. In the dim light, she occasionally discerned shadows of varying sizes on the opposite wall. She knew they were caves, their depths preventing light from penetrating, rendering them mere clusters of darkness. The stone wall she leaned against mirrored this, featuring corresponding hollows. This reminded her of rumors surrounding the North Slope mine, said to have once been a lair for subterranean monsters, riddled with countless passages carved by these creatures. And the North Slope mountain is merely a fragment of the desolate mountains. Could it be that these caverns are connected to the mine? This notion sent a shiver through her. West of the desolate mountains lies an untraveled wasteland. If countless tunnels could be excavated within these majestic mountains that stretch for hundreds of miles, only creatures dwelling in the wild could possibly achieve such a feat. She dared not ponder further and focused her energy on moving forward. At last, the path ahead diverged, splitting into two. One inclined gently upward, while the other plunged downward into the depths, quickly vanishing into darkness, leading to an unknown destination. Standing at the fork, the sensation of being watched intensified, as if countless eyes in the shadows were fixed upon her, rendering her parched and causing her scalp to prick with unease. The Nightingale gritted her teeth, summoned the fog, and hastened upward. Soon, that peculiar feeling dissipated as she ascended. The surrounding temperature gradually dwindled, and the silver line above widened. A quarter of an hour later, a vast cave appeared to her right, the entrance slightly elevated above the path. She stepped inside, faint glimmers of firelight visible deeper within. This was the hideout of the Mutual Aid Society. As the Nightingale emerged from the fog, she was instantly spotted by the Sentinel, which, a wall of black mist materializing before her, only to quickly dissolve into nothingness. Did I end the darkness? The delighted voices of her companions rang out. You're back. Finally returned, she thought, but upon noticing the white cloths wrapped around her companion's arms, the elation that had surged within her moments ago plummeted. Two more sisters. Their voices faltered for a moment. It's Aining and Aishi. They didn't survive adulthood 5 days ago. She managed a strained smile. That happens often, doesn't it? Let's not dwell on it. We should hurry to the camp. Winnie has been asking about you for ages. Aining and Aishi, a pair of twins from a wealthy family in the Dragonfall Ridge, had met their end in these deep mountains at times. The Nightingale questioned whether her actions were indeed correct. Had she not taken the two with her, they might have enjoyed a life of abundance before death approached, rather than enduring the nomadic existence shared with the others. Yet thoughts of Wendy ignited a warmth in her heart. Had it not been for her outstretched hand, she might still be like a puppet, used as a disposable tool by others. Right? She needed to inform her of the good news soon, to tell all the sisters that they need no longer scurry like mice. For someone is willing to accept them, and they may even pass through each year's awakening day unscathed. Upon entering the camp, the nightingale spotted a familiar figure crouched by the campfire, preparing food. Before the person had fully turned, she could not resist calling out, "Wendy, I'm back." The other paused, lifting her head, and soon revealed a smile that was all too familiar to the nightingale. "Veronica, welcome home." Wendy is an exceptionally kind woman, one of the earliest members of the Mutual Aid Society. Now in her 30s, her face bore not a single wrinkle. Her chestnut hair flowed nearly to her waist, and her features were mature and captivating, embodying the essence of an elder sister to all. She cared deeply for each sister in the society, offering assistance in daily life and emotional guidance to the best of her abilities. Without Wendy, the society would not have been able to gather so many witches so swiftly. It was because of her that the nightingale resolutely severed ties with her family and embarked on the journey to find the sacred mountain. She was also one of the few who knew the nightingale's original name. That I have said it countless times, I am no longer that timid girl of the past. The nightingale laughed and shook her head. I am now a powerful witch. Veronica no longer exists. The former you is still you. Escaping past nightmares does not mean severing ties with your history. Wendy said softly, "Of course, as long as you are content." "Nightingale, I've been waiting for your return. You've had quite the journey." Yes, the nightingale stepped forward and embraced her. "Thank you." After a moment, when he finally spoke, "What about that girl? You couldn't save her." Speaking of this, the nightingale suddenly became animated, seizing Wendy's arm, excitedly exclaiming, "No, she didn't need saving. On the contrary, she saved us all." She then recounted her experiences in the border town in detail, revealing that the Lord was named Roland Wimbledon, the fourth prince of the Grey Castle Kingdom, who was willing to take them in. Moreover, he has pledged that one day the witches shall live within his domain as freely as the common folk. Chapter 57. The Serpent Sorceress Hakura. However, Wendy did not share her excitement. Instead, she inquired with a tone of skepticism, did he truly say that, indeed, even before my arrival, he had already rescued Anna and Nanawa? The prince has never believed that the witch's powers stem from the devil. He claims that this strength belongs to us alone. The nightingale suddenly fell silent, realizing that her words had not convinced her companion. Well, she thought, it is not Wendy's fault. Were she in my position, she too might not feel enamored merely by the account of a single witch. The witches have endured oppression for far too long. Traversing from the eastern region to the desolate mountain range, witnessing too many living examples before them of betrayal and abandonment, making it impossible for them to trust others, this thought crossed her mind. Her exhilaration gradually subsided. Perhaps this journey would not unfold as smoothly as she had envisioned. "Wendy, you are aware of my branch ability. Aside from perceiving the flow of magic, I can also discern whether others are lying." The nightingale stated earnestly that I asked him why he would take such a significant risk for the witches, and he replied, "The border town does not judge by origin. He hopes that all witches can become free folk. By doing so, he will become a thorn in the church's side." Wendy frowned. "Even if the prince is unaware of the implications, do you not know?" The nightingale could not help but chuckle softly. "My initial thoughts were nearly identical to yours," I asked him. "Is this truly achievable? And do you know how he responded?" She paused, articulating each word. "Without taking this step, one shall never know the answer." "No lies, no lies," the nightingale affirmed. It sounded almost unbelievable. Wendy's tone softened slightly. For a friend of many years, she could hardly conceive a motive for deceit. Indeed, the nightingale agreed wholeheartedly that if I had not witnessed it myself and had not the capability to verify, I doubt I would have reached a decision so swiftly. Reflecting upon it now, just as Roland had said to me atop the city walls, he indeed seldom lies. In the 2 months we have spent together, aside from his lack of candor regarding the purpose of the ice radiance, everything else has been thoroughly satisfactory to me. Of course, I do not hold that minor deception against him. It would be peculiar to fully disclose secrets to a witch one has only recently met. This evening, once everyone returns, I shall convey this crucial news to our sisters." She spoke to Wendy in a hushed tone. "I hope you can assist me in persuading them." But as evening fell, the busy witches began to return to the camp one by one. Upon seeing the nightingale return safely, everyone was filled with joy and bombarded her with questions. Noticing the white cloth bands wrapped around their arms, the nightingale felt a heavy weight in her heart. After casually answering a few inquiries, she raised her hand to silence the crowd. What followed was an extended narrative, beginning with her infiltration of the border town, her encounters with Roland, Anna, and Nanawa, the construction of the walls, the assembly of the steam engine, and finally, the resistance against the evil beasts, culminating with Anna coming of age. The Nightingale produced the forcibly acquired designs for the steam engine to demonstrate that she was not speaking falsely. Most of the witches, having joined the cooperative, led isolated lives, making it difficult for them to envision the outside world. They listened intently. When the Nightingale revealed that Anna had suffered no harm and had safely celebrated her coming of age, the crowd erupted in excitement. This was a matter that had plagued witches for a lifetime. They had endured hunger and the cold, journeying to the desolate mountains in search of the legendary Holy Mountain. If, as the Nightingale claimed, there was a Lord willing to accept them and possibly spare them from the torment of evil beasts, would that not be more perfect than residing in the Holy Mountain? At that moment, a path parted in the crowd, and a witch with green hair and half a serpentine visage approached the Nightingale. "Esteemed mentor, greetings." The Nightingale bowed respectfully. The newcomer was none other than Hakura, the serpent sorceress, the founder of the cooperative. Within the circle, the sisters referred to her as Mentor. "That I have heard your stories." Her voice was hoarse and hollow. "Are you suggesting that what we are doing now is all wrong?" "No, Mentor. Those are not mere stories. What I mean is, enough." She waved her hand in annoyance. "That I know not what you encountered in the border town to make you speak thus to a prince, showing sympathy towards witches? It is as ridiculous as pitying frogs." She turned with a sneer, raising her arms and loudly questioning, "Sisters, have you all forgotten how the mortals have treated you?" Before the Nightingale could explain, she continued her tirade. "Indeed, mortals, the incompetent beings who masquerade as gods, wielding blades and whips against us. Without the stone of divine punishment, how dare they trample upon witches? Our powers do not derive from demons, but are a gift from the divine. It should not be the church that acts on behalf of the divine, but us, sisters of the cooperative. The Holy Mountain recorded in ancient texts is indeed the dwelling place of the divine." What? The Nightingale could scarcely believe her ears. Although she had previously thought the leader of the cooperative somewhat eccentric, with an obsessive quest for the Holy Mountain, she had never imagined her to be mad. While Hakura was not as approachable as Wendy, her concern for her sisters was genuine and sincere. But now, it was shocking to see her harbor such animosity toward ordinary folk. Had she been suppressing her hatred and anger all these years? Was her so-called disengagement from worldly affairs merely a means to accumulate strength for a future thunderous revenge? The Nightingale pondered. What could have prompted her to abandon her facade now? We had discovered the clues to the opening of the Holy Mountain. Just as recorded in the ancient texts, in merely 20 days, when the night sky reveals the blood-red moon, we shall pass through the enormous stone gate that rises from the earth and reach the final shore. She turned to face the Nightingale. "You have been deceived by mortals. We have lived in a grand illusion since birth. The suffering of coming of age is a test from the divine for our spirit and flesh. Only those with unwavering will and resilience deserve to attain true power. As for the church," she scoffed, "a group of mortals daring to act in the name of the divine. They shall all descend into hell. And you, child, it is not too late to turn back." Hakura paused. "Forget the stories you have spoken. I can forgive your ignorance and mistakes and welcome you back as a member of the cooperative. Together, we shall seek eternity in the Holy Mountain." The Nightingale's heart had turned completely cold, suffering a test. Those sisters who endured the torment on Awakening Day and could not persevere were mere insignificant eliminations. Such a notion was hardly different from that of the church. Yet the surrounding witches displayed expressions of agreement, and Wendy remained silent. Suddenly, she felt utterly disinterested. That in the blink of an eye, the founder of the cooperative, the guide for the witches, had transformed into a stranger. She shook her head. "If that is the case, I will take with me those sisters who wish to leave. As for those who choose to remain here, I wish you good fortune." Just as the Nightingale was about to take her leave, a slight sting shot through her calf. She looked down to see a black snake, adorned with blue stripes, biting her leg, a serpent of magical power, silent and capable of employing various toxins, a favorite ability of Hakura. The paralysis swiftly spread throughout her body. The Nightingale opened her mouth to utter something, yet was met with darkness. Chapter 58. The Escape. Uncertain how much time had passed, when the nightingale regained consciousness, she found her hands bound behind a wooden stake, her waist and feet tightly bound with ropes. She attempted to struggle, but her body was pressed firmly against the stake, rendering her completely immobile. She sought to utilize her powers, yet the familiar sensation eluded her. Her connection to magic seemed severed. The nightingale looked down and discovered a transparent diamond-shaped stone hanging around her neck. "You have awakened." Hakura approached her. "How does the sensation of petrifying poison feel?" "To be honest, I had high hopes for you, Nightingale. Yet, you have disappointed my expectations." The nightingale took a deep breath. "You possess the stone of divine punishment, Hakura. Do you comprehend what you are doing? The shackles originally used by the church to suppress witches are now wielded by their mentor against her kin." What infuriated her further was the expression of the onlookers, who seemed oblivious to any impropriety in the situation. "Damn it," the nightingale silently screamed. "Have you not realized that you are becoming what witches once loathed the most? Just a tool. Occasionally, there are unruly children who refuse to heed guidance and require punishment." Hakura responded indifferently. "And you, Nightingale, are that child who needs to be punished, or should I call you Veronica, a woman of noble birth, reduced to a witch, yet still yearning for ascension? I do not comprehend what you are saying. You have disappointed me greatly. When Wendy rescued you from the clutches of nobility, I believed you would resolutely stand by the cooperative side. Look at what you have done now. Just as we are on the brink of discovering the Holy Mountain, you wish to sabotage this grand opportunity." Hakala scoffed disdainfully. "To seek refuge with the prince alongside your sisters? Either you have been coddled for far too long, and your servility has become deeply ingrained, compelling you to find a master to learn how to live. Or perhaps, you intend to sell them all to the aristocracy in exchange for your former status. Everything I do is for the sake of the sisters of the cooperative." Nightingale suppressed her fury, realizing that cursing at this moment would yield no fruit. She hoped that they would no longer suffer the ravages of awakening day and wished for them to live without the worry of basic necessities. "I have no intention of thwarting your plans. The sisters should have the right to choose their own way of life. The border town was undergoing a tremendous transformation, and the steam engine blueprints I brought were a part of it, capable of operating independently and possessing immense power. With such a machine, water could be drawn directly from the mountain streams, sparing people the daily toil." Hakala let out a derisive laugh. "Is this what you speak of?" She turned and seized a stack of parchment from the hands of a witch behind her, brandishing it before Nightingale. "Though I cannot decipher the illustrations, do you truly believe that a heap of cold iron can move autonomously like a living being? Do you think us mere children?" Approaching the brazier, she tossed the scroll into the burning coals. "No." Nightingale cried out futilely, witnessing the designs turn to ash in the flames. "That my patience has run thin. I now offer you a final opportunity," Hakala declared, extracting a red-hot iron mace from the fire. "That if you confess to the entire cooperative that you have been ensnared by the aristocracy's deceit, I may spare your life, though the lash cannot be avoided. This shall be the lesson for your gullibility. Should you remain obstinate, I will have no choice but to pierce your heart with this very mace and impale your corpse upon a stake for all to heed as a warning." Each word dripped with menace. "Do not miss my final act of mercy. Speak your decision." Nightingale gazed at the approaching mace, feeling the searing heat emanating from its tip. Had she been her former timid self, she might have bowed her head in submission by now. But she had bid farewell to her past. She was no longer that fearful girl. She was Nightingale, a powerful witch, unyielding even in the face of death. Closing her eyes, she awaited the final moment. For reasons unknown, the figure of Roland flickered in her mind. "Stop!" a voice cried out, startling her into opening her eyes, when he stepped forth from the crowd, addressing Hakala. "Mentor, look at the white cloth wrapped around your arm. We have endured so many separations. Do you wish to add another? What? Even you have been deceived by her. Wake up, Wendy. Those are but lies." "I do not know." Wendy shook her head. "I do not intend to accompany her to the border town, but one thing I believe is true. The sisters should have the freedom to choose their own way of life." She turned and called out loudly, "Is there anyone who wishes to leave with her?" Silence enveloped the crowd. No one answered. "Then let her depart alone," Wendy said. "She has not committed any act against the cooperative. I cannot stand by and watch you kill her." At that moment, Nightingale fully grasped Wendy's intention that a wave of sorrow washed over her, even when he could not fully believe in her. Thus, when she needed her help to persuade the crowd, Wendy remained silent. Yet she was still that kind-hearted witch, caring for all, extending a hand even when disagreeing with her views. After Wendy spoke, murmurs rippled through the crowd, and soon several stepped forward. Indeed, if she wishes to return to the mundane world, let her go. The church and suffering have already taken too many of our sisters. Mentor, please reconsider. Silence. Hakala bellowed furiously. If we allow her to leave, what of the second or third Nightingale? If she sells our camp's location to the church, we will have nowhere to flee. Before her words had fully escaped, she thrust the iron mace with force, but Wendy was quicker, conjuring a fierce gust that sent Hakala sprawling. Then she hurled a coin. Waving her hand, the rushing air enveloped the coin, hurtling it toward Nightingale. The air dissipated near Nightingale. The coin continued its trajectory, striking the stone of divine punishment at her throat with precision. The crystalline stone shattered upon impact. Traitor! Hakala screamed as she scrambled to her feet, extending her hands toward both Wendy and Nightingale. Two serpentine shadows materialized out of thin air. One lunged, sinking its fangs into Wendy's hand, while the other missed entirely. The rope fell to the ground, still retaining its binding form, but Nightingale had vanished. Realizing the other's capability, Hakala broke out in a cold sweat, summoning all her magical power as multicolored serpents surged forth from her chest, forming a wall of snakes while she retreated hastily. Yet Nightingale was faster. With just a single step, she appeared behind Hakala, extending her hands forward, and the mace that was meant to pierce Nightingale's heart instead plunged through Hakala's body. Chapter 59. The Explorer Mentor. Upon witnessing Hakala fall, the gathered witches rushed forward in alarm. Fool! She coughed, clutching her wound, feeling her lower body completely numb. Quick, go kill that traitor. Meanwhile, Nightingale had already slipped into the mist with Wendy. Upon returning to the crossroads, she saw that Wendy's forearm had turned black, the poison steadily spreading. There was no time for hesitation. Gritting her teeth, she rolled up Wendy's sleeve, tying a strip of cloth tightly around her arm, then drew a dagger from her shoe and plunged it down forcefully. After a quarter of an hour, she severed Wendy's entire arm, carefully wrapping it in her robe and securing it with 2 strips of cloth at her back. As long as they could return alive to the border town, Nanawa could restore this severed limb to its former state. But would they truly make it back alive? It had taken her 3 days to arrive alone. Carrying someone would only slow her down, that if she hurried and slipped down the narrow path, she had no confidence in her ability to climb back up. Wendy's arm continued to bleed. At this rate, she would not last 3 or 4 days, but Nightingale had no choice. She could never abandon Wendy, who had been in a hem. Lightning nodded, asserting that even with the 2 of them in tow, they could advance like the wind. I appreciate your assistance, said Nightingale, deftly binding Wendy's hands behind her back before climbing on a Lightning's back, her arms wrapped around the other's chest. This is quite heavy. Lightning gritted her teeth and slowly ascended, pondering that perhaps she could not move as swiftly as the wind after all. Thus, the 2 of them alternated their progress, when Lightning exhausted her strength. Nightingale would carry her through the mist. Once Lightning regained her vigor, Nightingale would cling to her back, allowing her to lead the way. It was only when both were utterly fatigued and had to pause for rest that Nightingale would tentatively inquire about some fundamental matters, such as her father and her family. Lightning described her father as the greatest adventurer in the world, whose footsteps traversed the vast oceans, that he commanded a fleet of ocean vessels, with the crew affectionately referring to him as Thunder. Her mother had passed away when she was young, leaving her with scant memories. During a storm-tossed voyage, their ship ran aground and sank, casting her adrift to a small island, severing her connection with her father. On that island, Lightning survived for nearly 2 months, utilizing the knowledge and skills imparted by her father, and awakened as a witch in the winter. She subsequently journeyed westward, crossing the strait to reach the southern lands of Grey Fortress, eventually joining the Mutual Aid Society after much wandering. She believed that as long as she persevered in her adventures, one day she would encounter her father amidst some wondrous sight, if he were still alive. Nightingale gleaned little useful information from these conversations. Her abilities could merely discern if the other was lying, not assess the veracity of the content. In other words, if someone asserted that the sun was square and held that belief fervently. Her ability would also deem it true. However, some deductions could be made, such as her undoubtedly being born into affluence. Families struggling at the subsistence level could hardly afford the luxury of adventure. And possessing an ocean fleet corroborated this assessment. Thus, a wealthy ocean merchant might indeed be Thunder's true identity. Moreover, Lightning's golden hair did not resemble the lineage of the kingdom's mainland, but rather appeared akin to that of the fjord dwellers across the sea. Wendy had awakened several times, and Nightingale exerted considerable effort to feed her a few sips of water, only for her to swiftly succumb to unconsciousness once more. Sensing Wendy's declining body temperature, Nightingale grew increasingly anxious. Under their alternating travel, the originally 3-day journey through the strait was completed in merely a day and a half. At the entrance, the steeds procured from the prince remained tethered. Having devoured most of the straw piled before them, Nightingale mounted the horse with Wendy on her back, leading Lightning onward without pause toward the frontier town. Chapter 60. Deployment. The second recruitment in the frontier town proceeded far more smoothly than the first, thanks to the improved food rations for the militia following the winter allocation. Every week on family visitation day, many members would covertly pass along saved bread and jerky to their relatives. Roland instructed Carter and Iron Axe not to interfere with this matter, and the delighted families would bring the provisions home, spreading the news to their neighbors that a troop composed of the common people served as an excellent example of propaganda. Conversations among neighbors proved far more effective than the deliberate promotions from the town hall. Now, most residents of the old district were aware His Highness's militia not only offered generous wages, but also provided 3 meals daily, making the battles against the malevolent beasts seem less perilous. Consequently, the number of recruits from the old district soared during the second recruitment, with even residents from the new district coming forward to enlist. The number of eligible candidates exceeded Roland's expectations, prompting the second militia to expand to 200 members, regularly trained by Carter. When the horn sounded, they would proceed to the city walls, standing by as auxiliary forces. Both the chief knight and the assistant minister had raised objections, noting that the first militia was already capable of handling the battles against the malevolent beasts, making the recruitment of a second force, especially one exceeding the size of the first, seem unnecessary. The food and wages above the standard allocations would burden the finances, and this additional expenditure would yield no significant results. Nevertheless, Roland stood firm in his decision, for these individuals were not being prepared merely to combat the malevolent beasts. He dared not share his brewing plans with his subordinates just yet. Before the Duke took action, he was already contemplating an assault on the fortress. Such a notion, if voiced now, would likely be unacceptable to Carter and Barif. Unlike the frontier town, Longsong Fortress was the official border of the Grey Fortress Kingdom, its walls towering 10 meters high, constructed from solid stone blocks. The Duke and the 6 prominent families of the Western Territories resided within the inner city, with an estimated mobilizable force of around 1,000 soldiers. Theoretically, a militia of fewer than 300 could never hope to capture a fortress in a siege, even with advanced firearms. Furthermore, due to the existence of the Stone of Divine Punishment, witches could not serve as decapitating weapons, a point Roland had repeatedly confirmed with Nightingale. Nobles as illustrious as Duke Ryan and the 6 families would undoubtedly spare no effort in acquiring the Stone of Divine Punishment, though they publicly referred to it as a donation. These stones, obtainable through donations ranging from a few to several dozen gold dragons, could effectively suppress a witch's abilities within a certain range, serving as the church's most potent weapon against demons and representing their largest annual income. Roland's only opportunity lay in field battles. Thanks to the nature of this era, wars among lords were predominantly conscription-based to ensure that their followers did not abandon them mid-battle. Lords typically led their troops into combat, providing Roland with a chance to execute a decisive strike. However, he remained at a loss regarding how to seize this opportunity. After all, his understanding of luring the enemy into a trap stemmed solely from films or historical tales, with no practical experience to draw upon. Since pondering this proved unfruitful, he resolved to focus on what he excelled at instead. He thought. Roland stretched, exited his office, and made his way to the wooden shed in the backyard. The fully assembled Steam No. 2 machine stood quietly at the center of the yard. At first glance, its exterior appeared considerably more polished than that of the Steam No. 1, with the seams of the major components no longer rough and uneven. This was the result of Anna's newfound abilities. Her green flames could penetrate tiny gaps for welding, resulting in a greater integrity in the assembled parts, following the principle that subsequent models should surpass initial ones, and that modified versions should outperform their successors. The Steam No. 2 was now outfitted with a centrifugal governor, AS, the first automatic control and feedback system in human history. Its emergence held profound significance. The structure of the governor was quite simple, consisting of two articulated rods with iron balls welded at the ends and a central rotating rod, resembling the bamboo dragonflies children often played with. By swiftly twirling the bamboo pole, the two spinning blades would rise due to centrifugal force. For the governor, the two iron balls functioned as the blades when the steam engine operated and the main rod rotated. If the output was excessive, the small balls would spin faster, rising under centrifugal influence, and pull the lever to close the valve. Conversely, when the output diminished, the small balls would slow down, descending under gravity to open the valve wider. This mechanism ensured the steam engine operated at a relatively fixed power level. With the governor in place, the Steam No. 2 could now undertake more intricate processing tasks. Meanwhile, the gears that had been sent to various blacksmith shops for production were all completed and neatly arranged in a corner of the shed. If viewed through the lens of industrial assembly line production, none of these gears could be deemed acceptable. They would all be tossed into the defect bin, awaiting reprocessing. Yet in the context of this era, they were rare masterpieces. Gears designed with an involute profile inherently possessed a harmonious beauty, and the wheels, imbued with lard, gleamed with a unique metallic luster. In addition to the gear set, the carpenters had also prepared the bases and supports. Along with other components, he called for Anna from outside to begin assembling the first steam-powered boring machine, in Roland's plan. This would be the quickest route to mass-produce firearms. Relying on the blacksmiths to manually forge each barrel was exceedingly time-consuming and labor-intensive. With the boring machine, he could simply cast iron rods and directly bore holes, producing several barrels in a single day. Furthermore, by changing the cutting heads, the boring machine could also be utilized to cut rifling, significantly enhancing the shooting accuracy of flintlock guns. Thus, he was confident that by the end of winter, he could arm nearly 300 men from both militia groups. However, Roland still felt uncertain. He could not guarantee that his subjects would remain calm enough to load, aim, and fire when faced with a knight's charge, rather than dropping their weapons and fleeing. After all, these two units had been established too recently and lacked any combat experience. Therefore, he must bring forth more formidable firepower to the forefront, obliterating the enemy before they could form a charge. That firepower was artillery, the god of war in human military history. The destructive and intimidating power of artillery far surpassed that of firearms. A 6-pound field cannon possessed enough range to launch an attack while the enemy was still gathering. In this era, a mixed army could hardly maintain discipline under bombardment. Equipping 3 to 4 field cannons would deprive the enemy of any opportunity to charge. He had meticulously planned. Once he had a manual milling machine, he could produce usable gears. With gears and the controllable Steam No. 2, he could obtain a steam-powered boring machine. And with the steam boring machine, he could manufacture various gun barrels and cannon tubes. At least 2 months remain until the end of the month of the evil spirits. Provided that the plan is executed smoothly, the militia of the border town will possess the strength to engage in a full-scale confrontation with the Duke's forces. Chapter 61. The return. As Roland crouched on the ground to install the base, 3 figures suddenly materialized from the void, stumbling upon landing and collapsing to the ground. Anna was startled, and a plume of green flames erupted instantly, forming a wall of fire before the 2 figures. Roland looked up to see that one of the women was none other than the long-absent Nightingale. She appeared to be in a dire state. Her cheeks flushed with an unnatural crimson, and despite the biting cold wind outside, beads of sweat covered her forehead. "Your Highness, please summon Nanoa quickly," she exclaimed, urgency evident in her voice. Roland noticed that the woman bound to her back was pale. Her eyes tightly shut. One of her arms was completely missing, and the cloth wrapped around the severed end was stained dark red with congealed blood. "Cadden, go fetch Nanoa from the medical ward." His heart tightened as he called towards the doorway. "Yes, Your Highness." Aside from these 2, there was a small girl nestled under Nightingale's arm. She seemed to be unharmed, her curious eyes darting around. "You're not hurt, are you?" Roland approached and began to untie the bindings around Nightingale's back, carefully lowering the unconscious woman. "I'm fine, Your Highness." Cough, cough. "I'm sorry. I couldn't bring back the sister from the Mutual Aid Society. Nightingale gasped, her voice weak and weary, clearly having endured a long and exhausting journey. Say nothing more. Rest first. Roland lifted the gravely injured woman onto his shoulder, while Anna supported Nightingale, and the five of them made their way back to the castle. Nightingale's room was adjacent to Anna's, and he instructed a maid to stoke the fire and prepare a large tub of hot water in the room. Once Nanawa arrived, he briefly outlined the necessary procedures for cleansing the wounds before stepping out of the room. As long as she was not dead, Nanawa could restore the woman's injuries and preserve her life. Nightingale had even brought back the severed arm, but it had been deprived of blood for so long that he was uncertain if it could still be reattached. The subsequent cleaning and treatment would require the removal of clothing, and being a new generation raised under the Red Banner, Roland instinctively chose to withdraw. But how did things come to such a pass? He pondered. Could it be that the Mutual Aid Society's camp had been attacked by evil beasts, resulting in only 3 survivors? If this were indeed the case, it would represent a colossal loss. He anxiously paced outside the door, and after about half an hour, the door swung open, revealing the small girl who had accompanied Nightingale back, appearing completely unscathed. She nodded at Roland. You truly are as Nightingale described. Roland was momentarily taken aback. What did she say about me? A prince concerned for witches. The girl gently closed the door, but the shocking news was too overwhelming for the majority of the Mutual Aid Society to believe her. In truth, I scarcely believed it myself, she continued, but as my father says, the world is vast, and all sorts of people exist within it. My name is Lightning. Your Highness, a pleasure to meet you with that. She lowered her head, her right hand pressed against her left shoulder in what seemed to be a form of salute. However, Roland's thoughts were not on this. He keenly caught the phrase the majority did not believe her. Had the camp of the Mutual Aid Society not been attacked by evil beasts? Attacked? No, not at all. Why do you ask? She tapped her forehead with her finger. Then her expression shifted to one of sudden realization. Ah, I understand now. That older sister with the severed arm is named Wendy. She was injured by the mentor of the Mutual Aid Society, Hakala. She proceeded to recount the events that transpired. Roland fell silent upon hearing this revelation. Realizing how gravely he had underestimated the world's cruel oppression of witches. Years of accumulated distrust towards the church and the upper nobility had reached a boiling point among witches. Moreover, Hakala was one of the most radical figures among them. From Lightning's description, it seemed that this leader of the Mutual Aid Society, upon gaining sufficient power, would likely seek to eliminate individuals like himself. Fortunately, Nightingale had returned safely, bringing with her 2 witches that AS for the Sample Community Project. Roland contemplated and decided to let Carl continue the construction. Even if it was not immediately useful, the number of witches would surely increase in the future. Are you a member of the Mutual Aid Society? Not anymore, she shrugged like Wendy and Nightingale. Once we leave, there's no turning back that I fear Hakala would devour our hearts whole. She survived after being pierced by Nightingale. Roland frowned and asked, perhaps. There is a witch in the camp named Leaf who can amplify the efficacy of herbs several times over. Lightning reflected. Using sufficient hemostatic herbs and blood coagulation agents, saving Hakala should not pose too great a challenge. But compared to your witch, the effectiveness would be significantly inferior. That indeed presents a troublesome matter. He mused, worrying about being targeted by the church. Only to end up pursued by witches would be rather ironic. Fortunately, their main objective is to locate the Holy Mountain, so they should be too preoccupied to seek trouble with Nightingale. You mentioned earlier that you did not fully believe Nightingale's words. Why then did you choose to escape the Mutual Aid Society with her? Because of the black machine that exhales white steam, the gray powder that turns to stone upon contact with water, and the snow light that erupts with thunderous roars. Lightning recounted Nightingale's words, emphasizing her conviction. While there may not be a prince who treats witches kindly, these things she spoke of should not be lies. Otherwise, she could not have fabricated such vivid details. This is the instinct of an adventurer. By the way, is that bulky machine I saw in the courtyard the one that exhales white steam? Nightingale seemed to call it. A steam engine, adventurer. Roland automatically disregarded the last question. Indeed, an adventurer. She reiterated, each word carefully enunciated. This is why I chose to follow Nightingale here. Adventurers are filled with curiosity about the unknown. Roland sighed inwardly. Was this what they called a midlife crisis? To pursue something beyond mere survival in this era must indicate a background of privilege. Observing her tomboyish attire and the shining, golden short hair, he could not help but jest. "Are you not called Ezreal?" "Who is that?" She replied defiantly. "I am simply lightning." At that moment, Anna and Nanawa emerged from the room. "How did it go?" Roland inquired. "Was the treatment successful?" Seeing Nanawa nod, he finally felt a sense of relief. In general, severed limbs must be reattached within 6 to 8 hours. Exceeding this time frame would significantly reduce the success rate of the surgery. However, Lightning mentioned that their journey from the camp to here had taken nearly a day, rendering the severed limbs end in a state of gradual atrophy, making conventional surgical reattachment of the nerves nearly impossible. One could only say that Nanawa's healing abilities were indeed extraordinary. The young girl also appeared somewhat exhausted, as if this treatment had consumed a great deal of her energy. Roland offered her words of encouragement. "You've worked hard. After dinner, you should rest with Anna." That he also thought to bring Tigu. Pain over as well. Chapter 62. The Oath. Today's events had left Roland with little inclination to assemble the steam drill. He had specially instructed the chef to prepare an extravagant dinner with unlimited black pepper steak and fried eggs, leaving Anna and Lightning's bellies full to the brim. Nanawa made every effort to maintain decorum. Yet her small mouth remained glistening with oil. In addition to the meal in the dining room, he had the maid prepare insulated porcelain containers filled with tender meat shreds and wheat porridge, to be delivered to Nightingale's room. As soon as they awoke, they would have warm food to consume. After dinner, the next step was to arrange accommodations. Fortunately, the former lord of the border town had been quite particular about grandeur. A town born from mining and early warning systems still had its castle constructed to the standards of a medium-sized town. Hatio put it in Roland's familiar terms. It spanned 900 square meters, comprised 3 stories, and featured a standalone villa with a loft, complete with watchtowers and arrow towers at each corner, along with a front yard and a back garden. Roland arranged Lightning's room directly across from Anna's, intending to reserve the adjacent room for Wendy upon her recovery. Observing Nanawa clinging to Anna like a piece of taffy as they entered the room, he could not help but chuckle and shake his head. Back in his office, Roland poured himself a mug of ale. Plans often fall short of the rapidity of change. He had initially believed that through Nightingale, he could amass a substantial number of witches, illuminating all branches of the technological tree, including chemical, agricultural, and biological fields. Instead, he found that the leaders of the Mutual Aid Society harbored such deep hostility towards the noble class. Neutral figures like Nightingale and Lightning were, in fact, the minority. As for Wendy, according to Lightning, she had not actively sought to leave the Mutual Aid Society. She had merely come to save Nightingale and was compelled to bring her along after being attacked by the serpent demon. Hakala. 2 witches, then, he mused, draining his cup of ale in one go, is certainly better than none. During the meal, he inquired generally about Lightning and Wendy's abilities, learning that the young girl could fly freely in the air like a bird, while Wendy wielded the power of wind. Although these abilities held little utility for technological advancement, if properly harnessed, they could prove significant in the impending war. That he also took the opportunity to probe into the abilities of other witches in the camp, discovering that their talents varied widely, defying any discernible pattern. Some effects could be tenuously explained through scientific theory, while others were utterly unfathomable. For instance, the founder of the Mutual Aid Society, the serpent demon Hakala, could condense magical energy into serpentine forms. These snakes were not mere illusions. They could be touched and could attack foes. The various patterns of serpentine scales signify distinct toxins, as far as Lightning can ascertain. At least 2 effects, paralysis and lethality, are evident. However, Roland has observed that both Anna and Hakara, like most witches, wield their powers predominantly at close range. For instance, Anna's green flames extinguish abruptly beyond 5 meters. Hakara's venomous serpents cannot stray too far from her body either. The abilities of the Nightingale and Lightning operate within even shorter ranges, necessitating physical contact to exert influence on external objects. Thus, when confronted by the Church's formidable army equipped with crossbows and the Stone of Divine Punishment, their only recourse is to flee in disarray. After laboring in the office until midnight, the flickering flames in the hearth began to wane. Roland sneezed, contemplating retreating to his chambers for rest. Upon opening the door to his bedroom, he was struck by an unsettling sense of familiarity. The scene before him was reminiscent of something he had encountered before. A woman sat at the head of his bed, her figure partially cloaked in shadow, with the firelight casting her silhouette upon the wall, resembling a mural. Yet, there were notable differences. She was not clad in her unchanging long robe, but rather dressed in ordinary attire. Her features, once alien during their first meeting, now held a familiarity that made her identity instantly recognizable. Nightingale, that a surge of anxiety coursed through Roland. Could it be that his fortune was finally turning? Nightingale, too, had noticed the prince's presence and rose to approach him. Merely half a day's rest had improved her complexion significantly. The pallor that had once marked her cheeks was replaced by a healthy flush. And her hair regained its luster point. One could not help but admire the remarkable self-recovery abilities of witches. "You have toiled greatly," Roland remarked, clearing his throat to break the silence. "Why not rest a while longer?" "Lightning has already informed me of the situation." Nightingale shook her head, that a sense of unease crept over Roland. Her expression was solemn, eyes alight with an indescribable determination. She had resolved upon something, and Roland recognized that such resolute conviction was a rarity even among men, prompting him to temper his emotions and await her forthcoming words. Yet, Nightingale remained silent. Taking a deep breath, she knelt on one knee, lifting a short sword with both hands, her head bowing slightly. This was a standard knightly gesture, often employed by nobles when pledging fealty to their superiors. "Your Highness Roland Wimbledon, in the name of Nightingale and Veronica, I swear my allegiance to you," she stated with clarity and resolve, "as long as you treat witches with kindness. I am willing to serve you in any capacity, be it as an unyielding shield against malevolence or a blade that cleaves through the darkness, unafraid and unrepentant, until my last breath." Understanding dawned upon Roland. The actions of the Assistance Society had left her profoundly disillusioned, and thus she placed her hopes for guiding the witches squarely upon him, that as a traveler from another realm, he ought to reject such an offer. He was far more accustomed to collaboration or employment, and should he take further steps, those who shared his ideals and ambitions would be regarded as comrades. Yet he was acutely aware that sometimes an unwavering emphasis on equality and freedom was futile. Without a suitable environment for growth, even the finest seeds would are ot that as a prince, he could not deviate from his class before unifying the kingdom. After a moment of contemplation, Roland accepted the sword, adhering to the customs of the court, and lightly touched its back thrice against her shoulder. "I accept your fealty." That Nightingale's shoulders trembled slightly, as though she had finally relaxed. He then extended his right hand towards her. Nightingale took his fingers and gently kissed the back of his hand. Thus, the entire ceremony concluded, although it was peculiar for a witch to perform such a pledge of loyalty. The fact that she executed the entire ritual indicated that Nightingale was not of common birth. Furthermore, her mention of Veronica, "Was that your birth name, devoid of a surname?" Roland inquired as he pulled her to her feet. "Indeed, Your Highness," she replied, "that I harbor no intention to conceal the truth from you. 5 years ago, I severed ties with the Grand family. That surname is no longer connected to me." Nightingale spoke candidly, lowering her final defenses against Roland as she recounted her past. She was born in Silverlight City, a place named for its abundant silver mines. Her father was a viscount, while her mother hailed from a commoner's lineage. Such a union was rare, yet they shared a harmonious relationship. Additionally, Nightingale had a younger brother named Hyde. She spent her childhood in Silverlight City, a period that constituted her happiest memories. Regrettably, this bliss was not to last. During the winter of her 14th year, a riot of vagrants erupted in Silverlight City, and her parents, who had gone to distribute food, never returned. Nightingale and her brother were sent to another branch of the Grand family, the household of her father's fraternal twin. It was during that fateful winter that Nightingale awakened her powers as a witch. She concealed her abilities with great caution, yet they were discovered by Old Gran, who seized her brother and used his life as leverage to compel Nightingale to serve him. With no choice but to comply, she was trained by members of the Thieves' Guild summoned by Old Gran, forced to undertake clandestine tasks such as infiltrating rival merchants' homes to steal contracts and documents, eavesdropping on municipal meetings, and eventually even introducing poison into the vessels of potential competitors. The Grand family's enterprise flourished, yet Old Gran's treatment of Nightingale grew increasingly harsh. Any minor inconvenience would result in physical violence towards her. Aside from performing tasks for him, she was confined to her room, the door barred with iron. What pained Nightingale most was that her brother Hyde scarcely visited her anymore, she began to suspect that old Gran had murdered him. After persistent pleading, he begrudgingly brought Hyde to her, yet her brother disdainfully declared he wished she had never been born, asserting that witches belonged in hell alongside demons. Nightingale shattered under this revelation. But the nightmare continued as old Gran delivered his final blow. Her secret of becoming a witch had been divulged by Hyde, who sought to distance himself from her as far as possible. After sending Hyde away, old Gran coldly warned her that once her brother came of age, he would inherit their father's title. However, if Nightingale did not continue to obey his commands, he could ensure Hyde's silent demise at any moment. Thus, Nightingale, steeped in despair and profound sorrow, became a mere puppet, manipulated by the Gran family, that on the eve of her coming of age, as she returned from completing a task, she encountered Wendy, or rather, Wendy sought her out. Upon learning of the existence of the Assistance Society and that many others like her had not abandoned their fight, a flicker of hope ignited within Nightingale's shattered heart, transitioning from confusion to resolution. She did not linger long in her decision that on her birthday, she endured the torment and experienced a monumental transformation in her powers. The mist no longer merely concealed her form. She discovered that the iron bars could no longer restrain her. Once the symptoms of her coming of age subsided, one fateful night, she crept like a specter into old Gran's chamber and slit his throat with a dagger. As she beheld the gushing blood and the gasping breaths of her assailant, she was unexpectedly calm. Subsequently, Nightingale departed from the Gran household, indifferent to her brother Hyde's fate. Together with Wendy, she embarked on a quest to find the Assistance Society. After sharing her tale, she observed the prince still lost in thought. Taking her leave, Roland remained ensnared in reflection for an extended period. That it was undeniable that every witch bore a lengthy history of suffering. Those who reached adulthood were truly exceptional. And for him, having traversed into this world only to become a prince, he felt remarkably fortunate. The following morning, Roland visited Nightingale's quarters to check on Wendy. After a night of recuperation, Wendy appeared significantly improved, her previously pale arm restored to a healthy hue. Although still somewhat frail, she managed to rise and bow respectfully to the prince. That I am aware of your circumstances. I am grateful for your rescue of Nightingale, Roland stated, producing a parchment from his pocket and addressing the matter directly. It is clear that Hakura can no longer accept your return to the Assistance Society. Instead, it would be prudent for you to remain in the border town and serve me. Should you agree, please sign this contract. Your remuneration will be the same as Anna's, 1 golden dragon per month. Your Highness, Nightingale blinked, hesitating to voice her thoughts. Roland understood her unspoken concern. She did not wish to rush Wendy into making a decision so soon, particularly given the profound impact he had had on her life and the debt of gratitude she felt for saving her in the mountains of despair. That in her view, if Wendy were allowed to stay in the border town for a time, she would inevitably gravitate towards their cause. That I, too, wish we could delay this discussion, Roland admitted, but some matters grow increasingly perilous with each day's delay. He paused, and Wendy remained silent, patiently awaiting his next words. I believe I may have discerned a method for witches to survive their awakening day unscathed. What? Both witches' expressions shifted dramatically, and they inquired in unison. That it is merely speculation, lacking concrete evidence. Roland waved a hand dismissively. The injuries witches sustain while in the camp are less severe compared to those during exile. The only distinction lies in the fact that while in exile, you conceal your identities, fearful of being discovered. Yet in the camp, you are compelled to continuously use your powers to maintain the camp's operations. Wendy nodded thoughtfully. Your reasoning holds merit. Furthermore, Anna had trained her abilities daily at the castle, depleting her magical energy to the point of unconsciousness before her coming of age. Upon awakening, she had successfully navigated the most arduous challenge a witch must face, emerging unscathed. Thus, I surmise this may hold the key to resolving the affliction of the malevolent entities. Witches are vessels of magic. As they develop, their magical reserves accumulate, and when they surpass their physical limits, they inflict harm upon themselves. The month of malevolence is, in fact, the most potent time for witches. That if one can continually release their magical power to maintain it at a safe level, perhaps the torment of the day of awakening will be significantly alleviated, or even completely vanish. Roland paused momentarily before continuing. As the lord of the border town, I could provide a space for witches to freely unleash their powers, where no one will apprehend, judge, or execute you if my conjecture holds true, then without a doubt, the border town is the sacred mountain you have long sought. Witches are taught from birth that this perilous ability is bestowed by demons. And even the most lucid among them might perceive the self-repelling nature of this power as a curse, a vicious cycle where the more one desires to refrain from using it, the stronger the backlash becomes. However, Roland, as a traveler from another world, harbored a completely opposite perspective towards this power. After sifting through the memories of the Fourth Prince and dismissing the existence of true deities, he simply regarded magic as a form of energy, an extraordinary ability that could be controlled by one's own will. Wendy remained silent for a long while before finally asking, "If I were to sign the contract and agree to serve you, what would my first step be?" Over the course of these centuries, some witches have been surreptitiously imprisoned by a select few ambitious individuals due to their unique abilities, treated as expendable resources. Although the Church imposes severe penalties for such actions, it remains difficult to eradicate. When they employ witches, they are equally ruthless. Once their utility is waned, their fate is often tragic. Roland, of course, had heard of such matters. Yet he was focused on long-term benefits, envisioning a sustainable development system that would yield mutual gains. That he smiled and replied, "Your first task is to diligently practice your abilities until you have mastered them completely, just like Anna." Chapter 64. Curiosity. 3 days later, in the castle garden, Sister Anna. Nana pulled at Anna's sleeve. Anna turned her head. "Have you noticed that Nightingale? She seems rather peculiar." "Peculiar?" Anna was taken aback. "Are you referring to her attire?" Nightingale stood beside Roland, no longer clad in her peculiar, rarely washed patterned robe, but instead donned an unusual outfit invented by His Highness the Prince, much like Anna's own, though Anna was reluctant to admit it. Nightingale's tall stature accentuated the advantages of this attire. Her well-proportioned legs, slender waist, and cascading curls, paired with a cloak and a pointed hat, it was impossible for anyone not to be drawn to her first. "It's not about the clothing," Nana murmured. "Don't you think her tone when speaking to His Highness, and the way she looks at him, has changed from before?" "Has it?" Nana pouted. "Fine, Sister Anna, just don't say I didn't warn you later." Baffled, Anna shook her head, choosing to ignore her and instead directing her attention to the other two new witches. The one named Lightning appeared to be of a similar size to Nana. Yet her attire was strikingly different. Anna counted roughly, and noted that her ragged coat had at least 12 pockets sewn onto it. As for the other witch, Wendy, she was dressed in ordinary women's attire, no longer wearing the same patterned robe she had when first meeting Nightingale. However, one aspect particularly caught Anna's attention. Wendy's bosom. It was simply magnificent. "Now that you all have agreed to sign the contract, we shall commence our first training session." Roland, having gained experience from training the first two witches, was now quite adept. "Lightning, you may go first." Lightning raised her hand and stepped out of the tent. Outside, the snow was gently falling, with no wind, and the young girl effortlessly floated into the air, awaiting Roland's next command. "Let us test your maximum flying speed," Roland called out, tilting his head back. "Haha. Watch me." She gave a thumbs up, assumed a starting position, and swiftly circled the castle. Roland estimated her speed to be around 60 to 80 kilometers per hour, a conclusion drawn from his annual high-speed journeys back home. In terms of flying alone, this speed was not particularly fast, comparable to an ordinary pigeon. However, it was said that she could carry Nightingale and Wendy with her on the return journey, which was quite impressive. What does it mean to take off with 100 kilograms of weight? Roland's mind conjured an image of a piston aircraft laden with 100 kilograms of munitions. Yet the subsequent test shattered his optimistic fantasy. When the weight exceeded 50 kilograms, approximately 110 pounds, Lightning's flying altitude plummeted dramatically from over 100 meters to roughly 10 meters, and with close to 100 kilograms of weight, she could barely fly 2 meters above the ground. This meant that if Lightning were to transform into a bomber, even a few kilograms of explosives would place her within the lethal range of the enemy's crossbows due to her lack of altitude. Nevertheless, Roland quickly envisioned a new application for the young girl. Whether for reconnaissance or artillery targeting, she was an excellent candidate. The encirclement plan that had long troubled him seemed to be on the verge of a breakthrough. While the prince tested Lightning's abilities, Wendy observed him quietly from the side. Since leaving the convent, during her 15 years of wandering, she had encountered a myriad of individuals. Commoners, farmers, craftsmen, soldiers, nobles. They all seemed to emerge from the same mold. When unaware of their witch status, They displayed longing and admiration, but once they learned of it, their desires and affections would instantaneously transform into fear and loathing, accompanied by a vile desire that made Wendy nearly wretched. She had believed that she would only ever associate with witches, never to be close to any man again. This was also the reason she intended to reject Nightingale, not out of distrust, but stemming from an internal terror. Yet Roland Wimbledon's presence changed her perspective. She realized her judgment had been far too ordinary, just as she had witnessed countless times upon first encountering Roland in Nightingale's chamber. She had assumed he was exceptionally well concealed, especially with Nightingale present. However, in the following days, his demeanor remained unchanged. Could it be that His Highness's discernment surpassed that of the typical noble? And that contract, when he had initially thought it merely a formality. However, upon unfolding it to read, she discovered it was densely packed with clauses, stipulating not only responsibilities but also outlining her rights. This was simply astonishing. To include witches under his command without stripping them of their freedom was already exceptionally generous. Yet he went further to clarify their rights within the contract. For instance, Article 2.1, Wendy had never encountered such wording before, which stated she could have paid leave, meaning she could receive money without working. The next clause dictated that witches should complete the experimental tasks assigned by the employer, but if any project was deemed difficult or produced discomfort, they could request modifications or outright refuse. The following stipulation mandated that the employer must provide and ensure the safety, housing, food, and salary for the witches, and if these conditions were unmet, the witches could unilaterally terminate the contract. Although these terms were somewhat convoluted, their meanings were clear. The witches signing the contract were not the personal property of the prince. They equally possessed rights that corresponded to their responsibilities. Did I end this contract? She sensed the sincerity of the other party. Had it merely been a formality, there would have been no need for such detailed clauses. With this thought, Wendy involuntarily glanced at Nightingale, fully aware of her experiences and understanding her deep-seated aversion to nobles to this moment. While conversing with Roland, Nightingale's tone and demeanor exhibited a different kind of emotion, one that she likely remained unaware of. It had only been 2 months since she had departed from the main force to venture into the border town, and in such a brief span, Nightingale had completely trusted this man. The fact that she would rather sever ties with the Assistance Society to return to the border town spoke volumes. In her heart, Prince Roland Wimbledon's promise of a true sanctuary for witches seemed far more hopeful than that of the Assistance Society. The actions of her mentor were also heart-wrenching. The creator of the Assistance Society appeared to have forgotten how arduous it was for any sister to survive. When he knew she could not return, given that fate had brought her here, why not trust Nightingale's choice once more? Just as she had believed in her countless times before, Wendy snapped back to reality, realizing Lightning's ability had been thoroughly tested, and all eyes were now upon her. She offered an apologetic smile and stepped outside. Having made her decision, she could not allow herself to fall short of the younger generation. Could she? At that moment, a horn echoed from the west, its sound reverberating through the mountains, shattering the tranquility of the small town. Chapter 65. Ominous omen. Previously, there had been several instances of the horn being sounded, usually signaling the gradual approach of dozens of malevolent beasts attacking the borders, which the militia had become adept at handling. Thus, Roland remained unfazed. He announced a halt to the training, instructing Wendy and Lightning to return to the castle to rest, while Anna escorted Nana to the medical tents to await the injured, that he himself would accompany Nightingale to the city walls. However, Lightning protested, as an adventurer who had been in the Western continent for so long. She had yet to witness a large-scale assault by malevolent beasts, and to speak of it would be a disservice to her identity. That I demand to accompany you. Roland unhesitatingly rejected her protest and instructed Wendy to keep a close eye on Lightning, forbidding her from wandering about during the chaos caused by the malevolent beasts. He then turned to Nightingale, who nodded, stepped forward to grasp Roland's hand, and together they ventured into the mist, heading straight for the city walls. Ever since he learned that Nightingale could bring objects into the mist with her, Roland had become enamored with this mode of travel. With unimpeded passage through obstacles and disregard for the terrain, each stride covering several meters, Roland experienced a certain exhilaration reminiscent of traversing a realm of boundless freedom. Upon reaching the foot of the city wall, he sought refuge in a secluded corner, emerging from the mist to ascend the defensive line alone. The distant fields lay blanketed in pristine snow. Yet he saw no signs of a large-scale assault by the malevolent beasts. Was this a false alarm? He was not the only one pondering this, as murmurs began to circulate among the assembled militia. The prince located Iron Axe, only to find him gazing sternly into the distance, his grip on the horn unwavering. "Did you sound the alarm?" "Indeed, Your Highness. Look." His voice was notably hoarse. "The creature has arrived." The creature, Roland squinted into the distance, where a faint black dot emerged, almost imperceptible against the stark white backdrop. According to protocol, the assembly horn would only be sounded if the patrol deemed the situation beyond their control. Yet, as a seasoned hunter, Iron Axe must have had his reasons. That it is a hybrid. He swallowed hard. "The very one I encountered 6 years ago. Is that so?" Roland furrowed his brow. Theoretically, the malevolent beasts should perish in their assault on the Longsong fortress, lacking intelligence. They possessed no concept of retreat. The fortress had never been breached, yet this creature had survived, thriving up to 6 years later. An ominous premonition stirred within him. However, at such a distance, while he could only discern a faint outline, Iron Axe was able to identify the type of beast with remarkable clarity. His vision was astonishing. Perhaps he had misjudged it, thought the prince. The malevolent beast did not keep Roland waiting long. As it began to approach the city wall, soon capturing the attention of all present with its distinctive form. Unlike the previous hybrid, this creature was not as colossal. At first glance, it resembled an oversized feline. Yet it bore a pair of meaty wings along its back, concealed by its body when not unfurled. Its head resembled that of a lion, yet possessed 2 pairs of eyes, if the extra pair was not mere ornamentation. It could perceive most of its rear without turning. Carter and several hunters had readied their ammunition, standing vigilant. However, the lion-like hybrid did not charge directly. Instead, it halted just outside the effective range of their bows and crossbows. Scanning its surroundings, this distance fell within the effective range of flintlock firearms, yet the probability of an initial hit was nearly non-existent. Before long, it suddenly leaped to the left, unfurling its wings, lifting its massive body into the air. As Iron Axe had described, it possessed the ability to fly or glide over short distances. Surmounting the obstacle, the hybrid quickly sprinted towards the unguarded west segment of the city wall that a chill of foreboding coursed through Roland. His apprehensions were validated. The ability to assess an opponent's strength and exploit weaknesses was a definitive sign of intelligence, something wholly absent in mere beasts, while they might occasionally strike at the vulnerabilities of their prey. Such behavior was instinctual, honed over millennia. They lacked the capacity to judge unknown adversaries, let alone conduct comprehensive analyses of multiple targets. What did possessing intelligence signify? Humanity, through their exceptional intellect and remarkable endurance, had ascended from the primal savagery of the plains to the apex of the biological hierarchy. Roland dared not dwell on this further. He gestured for the chief knight to follow him while instructing the other hunters to accompany Iron Axe in pursuit of the malevolent beast. As it dashed into the unguarded area, it leapt effortlessly atop the city wall and then raced towards the residential quarter, completely disregarding the hunters. "Beast!" Roland cursed vehemently. Men stationed at the second wall segment. "Follow me. Substitute troops, take your positions and guard the wall." At this juncture, he could hardly concern himself with the militia's limited training in stationary thrusting techniques, as movement could easily fracture their formation, rendering them vulnerable to the beast's divided assaults. Carter also led the guards closely behind the prince, their individual combat prowess unparalleled, ready to fill any gaps that might arise, while bringing up the rear was Iron Axe with the firearms unit. Upon entering the old district, visibility was obstructed by the low-lying houses, compounded by the narrow streets blanketed in snow, severely limiting their movements. Roland dared not disperse the group in search of the creature. Instead, navigating the labyrinthine alleys in hopes of discovering the beast's whereabouts, that he regretted not having brought Lightning along, with the which scouting from above, they would not be floundering about like headless flies. After searching for about a quarter of an hour, a blood-curdling scream erupted from deep within an alley. The squad immediately adjusted their course, hastening towards the source of the sound. Fortunately, most of the militia were residents of the old district. With a clear objective, they skillfully navigated the narrow paths, even traversing through the backyards of others. Upon reaching the scene, Roland was met with the horrifying sight of a man bisected, entrails strewn across the ground, a clear indication of death. Heavens, it's Iron Fork, I know him. Damn it, has it fled? Watch out. To the right, someone suddenly shouted. Before the warning could fully register, a dark figure erupted from the wooden shack to the right, accompanied by splintering wood. Crashing through the wall and pouncing into the unsuspecting ranks, pinning a militiaman to the ground, jaws agape to bite. Iron Axe was the first to react. He aimed his firearm, only to find the scattered militia had completely blocked the alley, leaving him with no opportunity to fire, forcing him to push through the crowd step by step towards the target. Other hunters encountered the same dilemma, hastily tucking their guns under their arms, leaping to grasp the eaves, and scaling the rooftops in a few agile movements. The hybrid remained unfazed by the long guns aimed at it, spreading its wings to deflect the panicked thrusts of the hunters. As it clutched the bloodied militiaman, preparing to leap away, gunfire erupted. Several bursts of black blood erupted from the creature's body. Enraged by the lead pellets, the hybrid roared in fury, releasing its prey and launching itself towards the hunters atop the roof. Just as Iron Axe emerged from the crowd, he swiftly raised his firearm before the beast, pulling the trigger. The nearly point-blank shot had no chance of missing, the gunpowder-esque fumes even wafting into the creature's nostrils. The bullet sped forth, piercing through the target's eye and into its skull. The hybrid beast stiffened, collapsing to the ground. Chapter 66. The Battle of Hermes, Part 1. Ice rain fell, washing away the stench of blood in the holy city. As Elijah, sword in hand, gasped for breath. This was not her first engagement at the Hermes defensive line, yet she had never envisioned that the new holy city might one day succumb. The city walls were utterly compromised. Elijah had never witnessed such a terrifying creature. A massive insectoid hybrid surged from the depths, its body clinging to the icy cliffs, bone-like claws embedded like barbs into the wall, inching its way to the top. Yet, its form had not fully emerged from the ground. If mere size were the sole concern, it might have sufficed. However, none anticipated that the monster would open its cavernous maw, unleashing a torrent of hybrid malevolent beasts. Chaos erupted atop the walls. The once orderly ranks of defenders were thrown into disarray by the onslaught of the beasts, and Elijah's vanguard unit was similarly fragmented. She watched helplessly as comrades were devoured by the creatures. Powerless to intervene, the warm blood of the fallen mingled with the black ichor of the monsters, flowing across the stone floor through the cracks. As the retreat horn sounded, the trebuchets stationed in the holy city were activated, hurling granite blocks from above, heedless of the fact that many of their own remained on the battlements alongside the royal troops. Elijah distinctly recalled a massive stone crashing down upon Captain Ducato, and when she managed to rise from the ground, she saw him, along with his armor, embedded in the cracked stone, his body resembling a crumpled piece of parchment, intestines spilling forth from the gaping wound in his abdomen, hot blood pooling beneath him. Had she not leapt just before the stone struck, she feared she might have met the same fate. She thought for how she ultimately fought her way through the chaos to retreat beneath the city wall. Elijah could scarcely recall. The air was thick with screams and curses, everyone swinging their weapons in a frenzy, unsure whether they were battling the malevolent beasts or each other, that of the 100-odd members of the vanguard. Only 12, including herself, remained alive. What shall we do now, Captain? Captain Elijah. Elijah jolted back to reality. Indeed, according to the vanguard's regulations, if the captain fell in battle, the vice-captain was to assume command and lead the remaining troops. She bit her lip until the taste of iron filled her mouth. That we will make for the northern gate of the holy city. If the malevolent beasts seek to breach the new holy city, they must pass through there. This command entailed relinquishing the residential areas between the city walls and the inner city, yet she had no choice. Nothing could be more vital than the church's heart, the Grand Hermes Cathedral. Moreover, there was something she did not voice. If the ice cliffs could not halt these monsters, what could she and the remaining 11 hope to achieve? Perhaps today was destined to be her day of sacrifice to the heavenly kingdom. May you be merciful, she prayed silently, then called out, "The vanguard never surrenders. We move out." "The vanguard never surrenders," the others echoed in unison. The 12 formed a line, sprinting towards the northern gate, the sounds of battle in the walled district gradually fading, ultimately swallowed by the sounds of wind and rain. Upon reaching the northern gate, Elijah noted a considerable gathering of vanguard troops before the drawbridge, seemingly sharing the same resolve, which provided her with a measure of solace. However, in this moment of crisis, the drawbridge was lowered. Elijah frowned and approached a handsome warrior clad in the red robes of the chief judge, offering a fist salute. "Your Honor, I am Elijah, captain of the 4th Squad of the Vanguard. I am Tuktor, head of the Northern Gate defenses. You have endured much," the man nodded. "We have established a first aid station behind the Northern Gate, and if there are any wounded in your ranks, they may be sent there. My lord, I fail to understand why the drawbridge is not being raised at this crucial moment. The malevolent beasts on the walls could swarm at any instant. We must ensure the inner city remains secure. Remain calm. Captain, I am aware that you and your comrades are unafraid of sacrifice, but needless loss is utterly futile. The church is far from its final hour." He wiped the rainwater from his forehead and continued, "Go to the assembly point and await further orders. Should your supply of warming pills run out, be sure to request more from the quartermaster." Upon hearing the presiding judge's words, Elisha realized she was freezing. After disengaging from the battlefield, the sweat and icy rainwater on her body mingled, rendering her nearly frozen in a block of ice. The biting cold wind blew against her, causing her to shiver involuntarily. She extracted a sheepskin pouch from her inner pocket and shook it into her palm, but only a viscous liquid trickled out. It appeared she had accidentally crushed the pills during the conflict. With a sigh, she looked up, only to find a reddish-brown warming pill being offered to her. "Take mine first, Tak." Tor smiled at her. "You can return it later." Elisha did not hesitate. She accepted the pill, crushed it with her teeth, and swallowed it whole, thinking that perhaps they might not have another opportunity to consume such a thing. "Indeed, that would be quite fortunate," Tak surprisingly agreed. "This stuff is simply dreadful." And no sooner had he spoken than a wave of intense nausea surged from Elisha's stomach, a stench so vile that even a battlefield littered with corpses would not emit such a repulsive odor. She felt as though she had ingested a mass of decayed flesh rather than a medicinal pill, an unbearable wave of acidity coursing through her abdomen and radiating throughout her body. The chill dissipated abruptly, replaced by a searing warmth flowing through her veins. Her body temperature gradually returned to normal. The once frozen sweat began to slide down her skin, and plumes of vapor rose from her head as her numb toes regained sensation. But not today. The presiding judge interjected upon seeing her consume the warming pill. "The Divine Punishment Army is en route from the cathedral. The malevolent beasts shall not breach the northern gate. Take your men to the assembly point and ensure to check their pills. Do not wait until the last moment to realize they are gone. The Divine Punishment Army, the church's most elite force." Elisha had heard tales of their prowess, but had never witnessed it firsthand. Yet, even if the Divine Punishment Army was as formidable as the legend suggested, they were still but mortals with mere human strength. It was impossible to triumph over the horde of hybrid malevolent beasts. However, since the presiding judge had spoken, she had no choice but to lead her 11 comrades away from the northern gate towards the assembly point to the west. Here, hundreds of retreating members of the Punishment Army had gathered, standing in scattered groups under the rain, allowing the water to stream down their faces, some even sitting on the ground, appearing utterly dejected. Only a small fraction maintained orderly ranks, awaiting the potential appearance of the enemy. Had this been a few days prior, Elisha would undoubtedly have reprimanded them, but now, she too felt lost. Countless compatriots had perished to establish this new holy city. And one could say that every brick and tile here was infused with the blood of believers and the Punishment Army. The bishop often proclaimed that to possess Hermes was to possess the divine kingdom on earth. Yet today, it seemed that the divine kingdom was on the brink of falling into the clutches of demons. "The malevolent beasts are coming." Someone shouted, "Prepare for battle." Elisha steeled herself, raising her great sword, and gazed at the dark figures rapidly approaching from the sky, shouting, "For Hermes! For the new holy city." Chapter 67. The Battle of Hermes, Part 2. However, the anticipated final confrontation did not unfold. A man stepped before the warrior maiden and pressed down on her sword's hilt. "Everyone, fall back." His voice was not loud, yet it was clear and powerful. Elisha noted that he was one of those still maintaining an orderly formation. His armor adorned with the insignia of a commander. The Divine Punishment Army had arrived. Turning her head, she saw a squad of towering warriors emerge from the northern gate, clad in gleaming full armor that reflected silver light under the rain. Their crimson cloaks billowing behind them, wielding an array of weapons. Some held shields and swords, while others brandished halberds or iron axes. As they crossed the drawbridge, they did not regroup but rather dispersed. charging directly towards the oncoming malevolent beasts. What kind of strategy is this? It is sheer madness. In the face of hybrid malevolent beasts that far surpass humans in strength and speed, only by maintaining formation and combining their forces could they hope for victory. Was their intention to engage in one-on-one combat, and they would allow the Divine Punishment Army to fight alone while they watch from the sidelines? We must go support them. No need, the man shook his head, his expression darkening. That we shall observe. Rushing in will only hinder them. Hinder? Elisha glared at him in anger. Could she be mistaken? Was this man merely a coward? She tightened her grip on the hilt, preparing to bypass him and join the fray, though she felt lost about the future of the new holy city. In the face of the enemy, all she could do was fight to the death. Yet before she could take 2 steps, the warrior maiden beheld an unbelievable sight, that a flying aberration swooped down from the sky. Its form as terrifying as a harbinger of hell, with massive wings cloaked in gray feathers, stretching up to 12 feet when fully unfurled. Its head resembled that of a bird, but bore a pair of ram's horns, and its talons were capable of slicing through a warrior's breastplate. Their typical attack method was to plummet from the sky, stealthy and nearly impossible to evade. Even those wielding heavy shields would be overrun. The immense force of impact could shatter bones and crush ribs, leaving the victim with little hope of survival. The soul counter was to roll away at the moment the aberration was about to land, a slim chance of escaping such a lethal strike. Yet the Divine Punishment Army did not flinch that a silver-armored warrior assumed a stance to face the foe, extending his hands as the aberration lunged at him, meeting its claws with his palms. The force of the collision produced a sound akin to thunderclaps, that a cloud of mist erupted between him and the beast, and the armor emitted a creaking sound as it twisted. His right leg bent, left leg straightened, his body forming a taut line pointing skyward, and for a moment, the aberration was unable to overpower him. Another warrior seized the opportunity, hurling a short spear at the struggling flying aberration. The speed was such that Elisha could only catch a glimpse of a silver flash. The spear struck true, piercing the creature's head and obliterating it. The silver-armored warrior tossed the still-twitching carcass of the aberration to the ground. His arm now grotesquely bent, clearly indicating that the earlier confrontation had not left him unscathed. His arm's bone had been shattered. Yet he unperturbedly drew an axe from his waist and surged towards other malevolent beasts. Elisha could hardly believe her eyes as she witnessed mere mortals combating this horde of monsters. Hundreds of warriors from the Divine Punishment Army plunged into the throng of malevolent beasts, their crimson cloaks resembling a torrent of blood, steadfastly halting the advance of the enemy. Now she grasped the meaning of the commander's words about being a hindrance. These warriors possessed the capability to take on 10 foes each. Their strength, agility, and reflexes rivaled those of the hybrid malevolent beasts. No, they were even superior. Ordinary malevolent beasts stood little chance against them. How astonishing! Elisha felt a surge of genuine elation with this valiant and powerful cadre. The Cathedral of Hermes could not possibly fall Dada. By the way, I haven't asked your name, that I am Elisha Quinn, captain of the Punishment Army. You seem to have known of the Divine Punishment Army's combat prowess? He glanced at her, his gaze as frigid as ice rain, and did not disclose his name, merely stating in a low tone, "My brother is a member of the Divine Punishment Army. That it seems we have triumphed." At the pinnacle of the cathedral, Bishop Maine declared while holding a spyglass. This was the highest point of the new holy city, utilizing the coastal merchant's tool to survey much of the battlefield. Cease the catapults. The Divine Punishment Army is about to storm the battlements. That wasn't victory anticipated, another voice interjected. This man wore the same golden robe as Maine, but his voice was much older. The armies of the 4 great kingdoms have been utterly defeated. Indeed, as a result, their border defenses are rendered meaningless. The final speaker, the youngest of the 3, chimed in. She appeared in her early 30s and was the sole female among the 3 bishops. Over 5,000 well-equipped, well-trained regular troops, and nearly 1,000 knights. Even with immediate reinforcements, it would take 4 to 5 years. Well, she sighed, clicking her tongue. What a brilliant dead-end strategy. However, to achieve this end, we have also lost many members of the Punishment Army. They were the backbone of the church, Maine lamented. If it weren't for the necessity of this plan to yield the quickest results, I truly would not want to cast them into this inferno. The elder stroked his beard, stating, "We have no other choice. The monstrous beasts have emerged, just as foretold in the Holy Scriptures. and time is running out, that if we cannot unify the entire continent and consolidate our strength, only annihilation awaits us. Annihilation isn't entirely undesirable. The woman jested with a light laugh. Humanity is greedy, malicious, and profit-driven, cloaked in the banner of righteousness while committing acts more horrendous than the malevolent beasts. Perhaps even the demons of hell are kinder than we. Hythe. The elder's beard trembled with indignation as he exclaimed, "Your remarks are nothing short of blasphemous. Do you dare to defy the will of the divine?" "There is no need for your concern, Lord Taphurin," Heather shrugged, her expression one of utter indifference. "It is I who presides over the tribunal, not you, moreover. Does the divine demand our survival? How do you know that he does not hold a greater affection for the demons?" Enough, Taphurin, Heather. Maine interjected with displeasure. "This discussion ends here, that I shall report the matter to the Pope shortly. You may return to your respective duties." Once the two departed, Maine stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing northward. Beyond the jagged peaks of the Desolation Mountains lay the eternally wintry realm. And further west, the wilds. That was where it all began. That he knew that Bishop Taphurin spoke the truth. Divine punishment warriors were exceedingly rare, requiring unwavering loyalty to the Church and an indomitable will for transformation. After nearly a century of accumulation, the Church had managed to muster a force of less than 1,000 to combat the malevolent forces. Their numbers were still woefully insufficient. However, the entirety of the North could provide only so many divine punishment soldiers. To procure more warriors, there was no choice but to unify the continent. Of course, Heather's assertions were equally valid. As the Church's adjudicator, she presided over the judgment of thousands of malefactors and witches. Those miscreants, regardless of their ferocity, had not inflicted as much carnage as today as deliberately staged Pyrrhic victory. The higher one rose within the Church, the clearer it became that the divine knows neither good nor evil, nor right nor wrong. How do you know that he does not hold a greater affection for the demons? Reflecting on Heather's words, Maine could not help but chuckle, realizing that perhaps only she could render Lord Taphurin speechless with ire. He mused that the divine neither shelters the populace nor cares for demons. It is solely enamored with the victorious. Chapter 68. The funeral in a desolate area southwest of the border town. A funeral was underway. To call it a wasteland would be an understatement. At some point, this forsaken land had been encircled by a low wall of rough stones, blanketed in thick snow, giving it the appearance of being adorned with a silver lining from afar. Although one could easily step over it, the sight of it invariably reminded Vanna of the border walls. They shared the same hue and form. He had only heard of such ceremonies through itinerant merchants. When a noble or royal family member passed away, the deceased family would gather at the gravesite to play mournful tunes and receive condolences from others, ultimately interring the coffin in the earth. The higher the status, the grander the spectacle. Even the dead were afforded more splendor than the living, he thought enviously. What would happen to those who died in the border town? They would be buried in the misty forest's edge. He wondered if the fiends of the demon moon would unearth the corpses to feast upon them. Death was no stranger to the residents of the border town, particularly each winter when they sought refuge at Longsong Fortress. Huddled in the slums, dying of hunger and cold, or succumbing to illness and injury. Such was the norm, and no one had the time to mourn. It was more prudent to wait until dawn to beg for a morsel of bread in the town center. Yet today, the prince was holding a funeral for a soldier. It was said that he was unfortunate enough to be knocked down while pursuing a hybrid fiend and had half his head bitten off. Vanna recognized the ill-fated fellow, a familiar face from the old district, known simply as Aji, that he had a wife and 2 children. One seemed to be 6 years old, while the younger had only just learned to walk. Under normal circumstances, this family would be doomed. The woman could seek another man to survive, but who would willingly take on 2 dependents? They could either be abandoned by the roadside to fend for themselves or cared for while the mother resorted to the trade of flesh, ultimately succumbing to various bizarre ailments. However, it appeared that the prince genuinely intended to fulfill his promise made during the militia recruitment, for the fallen would not only receive their full pay, but also an additional compensation. What was it called again? Vanna pondered. Yes, the bereavement allowance. To his astonishment, this sum amounted to 5 gold dragons. Furthermore, a monthly ration of food and charcoal would be provided, ensuring that Aji's wife could sustain their 2 children even without working. Well, these seemingly benevolent proclamations might merely be words of comfort. Yet the gold dragons were indeed tangible, that he had witnessed the prince personally hand over the bereavement allowance to the chief knight, who then passed it on to Aji's wife. Goodness, why did he suddenly feel a twinge of envy for Aji? No, Vanna shook his head repeatedly, banishing such foolish thoughts. He would not allow himself to die and leave his wife, who might very well become someone else's spouse. After the funds were distributed, the prince delivered a brief address, which Vanna absorbed fully. Particularly resonant was the phrase, "We shall forever remember the sacrifice made to protect our kin and the innocent," which ignited a surge of warmth within him. Oh, that was it, he thought. It was no wonder that lately, aside from bread and silver wolves, he felt an awakening of other aspirations, at least this winter. They could survive through their own efforts rather than relying on the charity of Longsong Fortress. The final act was the burial. The Aji's coffin was lowered into the prepared grave, and the chief knight instructed everyone to form a line, with each militia member, whether regular or reserve, taking turns to shovel a handful of earth. The procedure was all too familiar to them. Over 200 individuals quickly formed for lines. When it was Vanna's turn, he suddenly felt the shovel grow slightly heavier, and the gaze of his comrades caused each of his movements to slow. As he stepped aside, his gaze inadvertently passed this feeling to the next person covering the grave. Aji's gravestone was a pure white rectangular slab, inscribed with words Vanna could not decipher, and he was not the first to occupy this patch of desolate land. Beside Aji, there was another identical stone, its top blanketed in snow. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Vanna observed the newly appointed captain of the 2nd Militia, Brian, pour a jug of ale slowly over the gravestone, that if this were to be his final resting place. It did not seem so bad, he thought to himself. "Your Highness," Carter suddenly spoke as they made their way back to the castle, "is it truly appropriate for you to act in this manner?" After a moment's contemplation, he shook his head that I cannot quite articulate it, but it feels as though no one has ever treated the conscripted subjects in such a way. They possess neither titles nor noble lineage, not even surnames or given names. Yet you still feel it is right, do you not? Roland chuckled, fully aware of how profoundly impactful this sentiment would resonate with Carter, who was equally committed to the ideals of combat and protection. When individuals begin to ponder for whom they fight and why they fight, the transformation within the ranks becomes unfathomable. For Carter, this meant that when honor is no longer solely the privilege of the nobility, those impoverished commoners, through his training and guidance, could also attain honor by defending their homeland. The sense of achievement was simply indescribable. Of course, the public funeral was merely the beginning, Roland mused, for he had many strategies at his disposal to elevate the collective sense of honor, such as establishing a military flag, a battle song, and creating heroic exemplars. The spirit ever springs forth from nothingness. Only through the unwavering implementation of these practices, instilling principles at every opportunity, would they gradually yield results. To ensure the reliable operation of the post-event system, he even arranged for a follow-up team comprising representatives from himself, the town hall, and the militia to oversee the distribution of food and charcoal. The further he ventured, the heavier Roland felt the burden upon his shoulders. The border town lacked far too much. While it appeared that both mining and livelihoods had stabilized, with adequate food reserves and no reported cases of starvation or freezing thus far, this was considered a miracle by other towns. Even in Grey Fortress, many vagrants and orphans fell victim to the winter each year. Yet, what he desired was far beyond mere survival. The operational capacity of the town hall had reached its limits. With the assistance of Minister Assistant Barov and the 10 or so apprentices he had brought along, they managed to uphold the entire financial and administrative framework of the border town. To expand the departments further, it was imperative to recruit additional administrative personnel. He had inquired with Barov about any promising students or colleagues remaining in the capital, only to receive a cold response. Even if there were, they would not be inclined to come. "Your Highness, are you truly aware of how poor your reputation is in the capital?" Well, that does sound quite reasonable, he thought with a sense of frustration. Upon returning to the castle courtyard, Nightingale emerged from the mist and embraced Wendy, who was waiting outside the wooden shed, with warmth. Lightning circled the unfinished steam lathe, and upon seeing Roland, immediately clamored to assemble the rumored self-operating machine together. Witnessing this scene, he suddenly felt that all his efforts were indeed worthwhile. Chapter 69. Crafting cannons 4 days later, in the courtyard behind the firing kiln of the Northern Slope Mine, two deep pits had been dug into the ground, each circular in shape, tapering from a narrower top to a wider base. The inner diameter of the front section measured approximately 20 centimeters, expanding to 26 centimeters at the rear. These pits served as the molds Roland intended to use for casting cannon shells. The inner walls had been baked by Anna, the top layer of soil sintered into a cohesive shell. The chamber faced downward to ensure superior wall quality during casting, as the upper sections contained more slag and bubbles. The dimensions of all pits were calculated based on the projectiles, and he vaguely recalled that the so-called 6-pound and 8-pound cannons were named according to the weight of the cannonballs. Hence, he would first cast several 12-pound iron balls, then determine the inner diameter of the molds based on the diameter of the iron balls and the thickness of the cannon walls. In the absence of measuring instruments, Roland simply devised his own standards that he cut a piece of iron bar approximately the width of his own ring fingernail to serve as the basic unit of measurement, defining it as 1 centimeter. Subsequently, he created other iron bars of varying sizes based on this unit and etched segment lines onto them. The 12-pound iron ball, measured with a crude iron rod ruler, had a diameter of about 12 centimeters. He determined the thinnest part of the wall to be 4 centimeters and expanded the thickness at the rear chamber to 7 centimeters to prevent bursting, thus arriving at the internal diameter of the mold, .as for the length. Although he was aware of the concept of caliber, all he could recall were the calibers of battleship and main battle tank cannons. He was utterly ignorant of the antique front-loading cannon, considering that a shorter barrel would be lighter and more economical in terms of materials. Roland decided upon a length of 1.5 meters. If the results of the trial firing were unsatisfactory, he could always make adjustments later. When cannons were first invented, they were composed of a wooden core wrapped in iron bars and secured with iron powder, further reinforced with iron hoops, and finally, the core was burned away, resembling a storage barrel. Roland was well aware of the risks of gas leakage and bursting associated with such cannons, which is why he opted for the method of solid casting and drilling with a boring machine. For a steam-powered boring machine, drilling a 6-pound cannon or a 12-pound cannon posed no fundamental difference in difficulty. Adhering to the principle that caliber is paramount, he naturally chose the 12-pound cannon with its larger bore and thicker barrel. Beyond that, it would become impractical for use as a field cannon. Whether the weight of the projectile was calculated based on lead or iron was inconsequential. The key was that it could be fired. After all, he was drawing inspiration from history rather than merely replicating a model. "Let us begin," Roland said, taking a deep breath and addressing Anna. She nodded in response, grasping a steel ingot and suspending it above the opening. Green flames ignited, and the ingot quickly turned red before melting, forming a delicate cascade of molten steel that flowed into the cavity. The surface of the molten steel glowed a fiery orange, while its core radiated a blinding white heat that was difficult to gaze upon. To protect the witch's eyesight, Roland had thoughtfully erected a support at the opening. She merely needed to determine her position in advance, resting her arms on the support pad, thus avoiding the need to stare directly at the molten steel. These steel ingots had been gradually accumulated over time. Anna alone could not usher in an era of steel production, but small batch production was well within her capabilities. With the most challenging temperature barriers now overcome, high-quality steel could be produced using the steel frying method. This was also why Roland felt confident in setting his own cannon barrel dimensions. Compared to cast iron and bronze barrels, steel cast barrels undoubtedly possess greater strength. Even if the dimensions were not perfect, the cannon would not easily burst. The molten steel continued to rise, while the remaining ingots dwindled rapidly, causing Roland a pang of sorrow. How long would it be before he could construct a cluster of chimneys and blast furnaces on his territory to produce an endless supply of steel? For a long time, the output of steel had been one of the measures of the strength of great powers, and he was now acutely aware of this fact as the molds were filled. Anna's cheeks flushed a rosy hue. Roland took out a handkerchief and gently wiped the sweat from her nose. Initially, Anna had shown some resistance, but now she remained still, eyes closed, allowing Roland to tend to her. The falling bangs glowed with a reddish hue reflected from the molten steel, and her delicate neck stirred an instinctive desire to nibble. From his elevated position, he could glimpse the slender curve of her collarbone exposed above her neckline. As he drew nearer, he could even catch whiffs of the subtle fragrance emanating from her. Ahem, all done. Roland put away the handkerchief, simultaneously retracting his burgeoning emotions. That would be enough for today. Well done. I will instruct the kitchen to reward you with an extra portion of black pepper steak for D. The priest of the church often remarked that a witch, once tempted by the devil, could only acquire a singular form of power. Yet he had witnessed at least the manifestations of flame and flight, coupled with the whispers of healing witches, which indicated that this small town harbored no fewer than 3 witches. Undoubtedly, the devil had transformed the Lord's castle into a den of malevolence, and the residents of this place were gradually succumbing to its influence. They had to escape from here as swiftly as possible. After all, he possessed the secret to swiftly constructing border walls. If he presented the alchemical powder he had pilfered from the walls to the second prince, he was certain not only would he avoid punishment, but he would also be generously rewarded. The more he pondered, the more regret he felt for not returning to the Long Song fortress with the fleeing nobles. Now, seeking to depart, he realized that traversing the land was futile. The relentless winter storms would have buried the roads completely. His only opportunity lay with the merchant ships of Willow Leaf Town, which he observed arrived on the first day of each month. Laden with provisions, after 2 to 3 hours of unloading and loading, they would hoist their sails and depart the docks. He had to seize this moment to stow away on one of the vessels. Otherwise, he would have to wait another month. Today was fortuitously the first day of the month. 1, 2, 3, 4. Just then, he heard the familiar chant. Outside the window, a group of young men clad in brown leather armor dashed past, brimming with vigor. Had he not already discerned the devil's scheme, he might have been deceived by this spirited scene. That it was time to set forth, he thought. Donning his fur coat and tightening his belt, he exited the wooden cabin. His neighbor, busy drying fish outside, greeted him, asking if he was heading out so early. It must be said that although the lord of the border town was under the devil's control, the lives of these simple folk had improved considerably, as they dared to hang fish out to dry. After all, when one is ravenous, even the hardest stone-like fish can be devoured whole. Yet Cole had no time to respond. He peeked at the militia team vanishing to the west and made his way directly toward the docks. The townsfolk regarded him as the brother of Iron Paddle, come to visit family from Dragonfall Ridge. Of course, this was a fabrication of his own making. Before eliminating Iron Paddle, he had inquired about the man's name and address, adopting his guise to remain hidden here, for the identity he had conjured. He had no concern whether these fools believed it or not. The snow on the cobblestone path had been cleared just days prior, yet it was now nearly up to his ankles. He maintained a steady pace, conserving his strength. He was not worried about the footprints he left behind. After a day, the snow would cover them anew. Perhaps by the time he reached Golden Spike City, they would still be oblivious. Approaching the docks, Cole finally beheld the eagerly awaited ship from Willow Leaf Town. Bags of wheat were being unloaded from the hold, with guards stationed nearby. He felt his pockets. Within lay 2 gold dragons and 16 silver wolves, his entire fortune. There were 6 guards, and the silver wolves would likely be beneath their notice, while the gold dragons were insufficient to share. Thus, he shifted his focus to the dockworkers. The piled cargo created a blind spot, and knocking out one of the dockworkers was precisely his forte. That if he could manage to slip aboard, he was confident that, enticed by the gold dragons, the captain would likely conceal him and take him away. Just as Cole was preparing to act, shouts erupted behind him that a sense of foreboding washed over him. Turning, he saw several militia members rushing towards him, while others were closing in from the side. He was evidently surrounded. Realizing escape was futile, Cole immediately raised his hands in surrender and knelt in his line of work. One must never resist stubbornly. As long as he divulged all he knew about his employer, he would generally emerge unscathed, or perhaps they would even rehire him at a higher rate. How much one is paid is proportional to the tasks one undertakes, which was the guiding principle of the groundhog Cole. Yet he could not fathom how he had been discovered. Chapter 71. The Spy, Part 2, apart from the flickering flames of the hearth. A redwood lampstand adorned Barrow's desk, its top branching into 4 limbs, the central limb standing tallest, while the other 3 formed a triangular embrace around it. Each limb bore a burning candle, their serene glow resembling a constellation of radiant peaks. The room was infused with the scent of pine resin, reminiscent of sweet, damp decay, lulling one into a drowsy stupor. However, in this border town, he could not demand more. Refinement and elegance had no place in this impoverished locale, and a roof to shield him from the elements was a considerable boon, particularly since he currently possessed an abundance of rooms. His office was situated not far from the castle, in a large courtyard that had once served as the municipal hall under the previous lord. Naturally, when the lord departed, he took all his staff with him, leaving the place entirely under the dominion of ministerial assistants. The rustling of quills and the howling of the cold wind outside formed two disparate realms. Before a wooden table piled high with books and ancient scrolls, Barov was engrossed in his writing. Flanking him were two low, rustic tables, typically unoccupied, serving only to hold manuscripts. When necessary, he would summon a disciple to kneel by the low table, assisting him in organizing materials or drafting documents. The candles on the lampstand had been replaced 3 times already, and aside from the occasional rise to change them, Barov had not paused his fervent scribbling. Time was an exceedingly precious commodity for him, that a stack of documents awaited his attention, and the financial expenditures proposed by the prince required meticulous review. Currently, Barov labored an average of 5 hours daily. Yet he felt no fatigue. Rather, here he could unleash his full potential, brimming with inexhaustible vigor. This was the taste of power, he mused, no longer trailing in the wake of his mentor. All apprentices now obeyed his command, and none dared to hinder or sabotage him, that as long as he fulfilled the prince's orders. He could grasp the reins of the implementation process entirely, that if only the prince's directives could be more straightforward. Barov thought with mild disappointment. For instance, this document bearing Roland's personal seal requested the dispatch of personnel to Willow Leaf Town to recruit managers and to purchase a 2-masted sailing ship. The second point even included a note stating that, considering the cost, a captain, helmsman, and sailors were not strictly necessary, but he found it both amusing and exasperating. Without these individuals, who would navigate the ship back? Were they to simply sail it back on their own after purchase? Moreover, what was the purpose of acquiring a ship? This was the crux of the matter. Trade between the border town and Willow Leaf Town was quite stable. Once winter ended, they could simply notify the other side to increase the number of vessels. That it was utterly impractical for him to buy a ship, especially since the dock at the small town was merely a place for mooring. Lacking any facilities for maintenance or sailors to manage it, it would soon fall into disuse. Perhaps the prince's whimsical imagination had taken hold once more. As for the first point, he could indeed comprehend it. At present, the municipal hall was utterly overwhelmed, with the 10 or so individuals Barov had brought in solely responsible for overseeing commerce, compiling statistical reports, and managing income and expenditure, that he himself was tasked with administrative and legal duties, an evidently unreasonable arrangement. If the prince wished to separate these departments, he would have to expand the personnel of the municipal hall, that a perfectly rational justification. Yet the ministerial assistant was reluctant to relinquish control so swiftly. The satisfaction of consolidating all power into one hand was simply too fulfilling. He thought that even his teacher, the kingdom's finance minister, merely managed the coffers of Grey Castle, while he was the king's hand. Well, only effective in the border town, he mentally added. Although Prince Roland had made such a promise, the path to the throne was still long and arduous. Barov found himself, unbeknownst to him, once again incorporating the 4th prince into the ranks of royal contenders. Previously, he would never have believed that this ill-natured, uneducated scion could ascend to the throne. Since arriving in the border town, his astonishment had been ceaseless to this day. The border town remained steadfast under the watchful guard of the militia, standing resilient in the western front, and it appeared it could endure for quite some time, a fact worthy of commendation. Not to mention the peculiar contraptions he had been tinkering with, even in his grasp of human sentiment. He bore little resemblance to the 4th prince of Grey Castle. He seemed more akin to a devil with an all-seeing eye that moment. A firm knock echoed from outside the door, and Barov, reluctantly pausing his work, called out, "Enter." Stepping through the door was one of his favored disciples, Penholder Yarrow, "Master, yet another rat has been caught." What did he confess? He claimed he was sent by the 2nd prince. "We found a package of cement powder on him, along with some coins and a letter." Yarrow stepped forward, handing Barov a letter wrapped in leather, noting that further information was still being gathered. "Master, regarding his fate, as before, once questioned, compile all the information into a dossier. Then declare him guilty and hang him." Barov replied casually. "Understood." Yarrow bowed and said, "Then I shall take my leave." As the door closed again, Barov did not immediately return to his work, but instead returned to the table, using a letter opener to slice through the envelope, extracting the letter within. The 4th one, he mused, long before the arrival of the month of evil. Roland Wimbledon had summoned him to discuss this matter. The prince believed that as the cement, the new snow powder, and the witches were gradually unveiled, the hidden eyes of their kin would inevitably emerge from the shadows, making this the prime opportunity to eradicate the rats. While Barav concurred with the prince's initial assertion, he disagreed with the latter, in his view. With over 2,000 inhabitants in the border town, it was implausible for every single person to be vigilant. They lacked the manpower and the time to monitor these petty thieves to this. The prince had dismissively responded, "How could there possibly be no one? Every subject in the border town is our EYEAT that time." Barav could not help but feel that the proposal was utterly fanciful, asking these ignorant and dull-witted commoners to monitor any potential appearances of mice. Such a task was completely unfeasible. Yet, the truth was that he was mistaken. During the first census after winter set in, Roland had specifically instructed that all original inhabitants who had resided in the area for over 5 years must be made aware. Although the conspiracy to burn the grain at the Longsong fortress had been thwarted, it had not been abandoned. Enemies had been dispatched to lurk among them. Most of these adversaries disguised themselves as relatives of the townsfolk or merchants who had been unable to evacuate, perpetually seeking opportunities to wreak havoc. Anyone who spotted any suspicious individuals was to report immediately to the town hall. Upon verification of the reports, a reward of 25 silver wolves would be granted. Remarkably, this tactic proved extraordinarily effective. Although there were some initial false alarms, it was not long before the first mouse was caught that moment. Barav recalled Roland's triumphant utterance of a rather awkward phrase. What was it again? He pondered. And indeed, let the enemy be engulfed in the vast ocean of people's warfare. Such peculiar phrasing and syntax. The assistant minister shook his head and spread out the letter in his hand. The individual referred to as the mole repeatedly emphasized in the correspondence that various phenomena indicated that Prince Roland Wimbledon had been replaced by a devil, and Barav could almost read his fear between the lines. Reflecting on His Highness's manipulation of public sentiment, the assistant minister could not help but feel a flicker of agreement, but he took a deep breath and moved the letter to the candle flame. Watching as the paper was swiftly consumed by the fire, turning to ash. Yet, even so, this was a devil unafraid of divine retribution, one that could bestow upon him power, was it not? Chapter 72. The royal council Tyfek Wimbledon sat upon the throne, his palm resting on the ruby scepter, surveying the ministers within the hall. This was the sensation he had yearned for, he thought, as opposed to squatting in Golden Ear City, entangled with merchants over trivial matters. He paused, striking the scepter against the polished marble floor, producing a sharp, resonant sound that drew all eyes upon him. He nodded slightly, signaling for the proceedings to commence. "Your Majesty, I have urgent matters to report," was the first to speak. Sir Weymouth, nicknamed the Knight of Steel Heart, who was in charge of the defense of the royal city. "Might the witch hunt be temporarily halted? Your Majesty, this recent round of searches has escalated to alarming proportions. Just yesterday, I heard that women from common households were arrested and subsequently insulted in the dungeons, with one tragically perishing within. It was later confirmed that they were not witches. Now, the entire outer district is gripped by fear. If this continues, we may face a mass exodus of citizens." Tyfek furrowed his brow. The witch hunt was an initiative he had insisted upon. The truth behind the demise of Wimbledon III had yet to be uncovered. Yet he had never believed his father would take his own life, especially given the eerie smile that haunted him in those final moments. His father had worn the highest quality of the divine punishment stone, and the church had confirmed that the stone remained unaltered and effective. However, none of this precluded the possibility of witches being involved. If anything was peculiar, none could rival the cunning of those sorceresses. He shifted his gaze to Lonley, the executor of the witch hunt, and one of his own protégés. The latter immediately stepped forward, declaring, "Your Excellency, that was merely an unfortunate incident. I have severely punished those responsible." He began to enumerate. The warden, the jailer, and the guards have all received 10 lashes and a fine of 25 silver wolves. 1 life lost, 3 subjected to brutal torment, and the ruffians merely receive a few lashes and a monetary penalty. Sir Weymouth retorted coldly, "Moreover, who granted you the authority to render such judgments? Was it the Prime Minister, Lord Wick, or the Minister of Justice, Lord Lau? Your Majesty, in these extraordinary times, I am compelled to act resolutely." Lonley knelt, protesting, disregarding some trivial setbacks. The witch hunt has nonetheless achieved considerable success. that we have apprehended at least 15 witches infiltrating the royal city, and they are currently being rigorously interrogated. Soon we shall ascertain whether they were conspiring against your highness's father. No, I mean, whether they were devising any plots. Typhek shot him a scathing glare. This fool had nearly revealed his own intentions, though most of the ministers present could surmise the true motive behind his actions. The official narrative must remain that the great Prince Gorin had slain the king. This could not be overturned. 15 witches. The Knight of Steel Heart scoffed derisively. Excellent. It seems the royal city has become a stronghold for witches. Just a few years ago, the church captured 6 accomplices during a hunt in the eastern forests of the kingdom. That it appears your lackeys are more adept than the church's judgment army. Enough, Typhek thought angrily. Lonley is a fool, and his subordinates are equally dim-witted. If it were not for the lack of capable individuals at the onset of my reign, I would never have elevated such a simpleton. Even if one wishes to claim credit, it should not be done through fabricating numbers. That I fear that most of these 15 are likely in the same plight as those unfortunate common women. He had not intended to involve the church in this matter, but now he had no alternative to go to the church and request Priest Faley to verify the identities of these 15 individuals. Cease the torture. Furthermore, every individual you apprehend henceforth must be validated by the priest. Should I hear again that your men cannot maintain control over their subordinates, I will toss you into the moat of the royal city to feed the fish. Yes, your majesty, that I shall attend to it immediately. After dismissing Lonley from the hall, Typhek turned to the Minister of Finance that if any of these individuals are wrongfully accused, along with the previous 3, compensate them with 2 golden dragons. For the one who died in prison, provide compensation to her family. That he paused, and issue 1 more as you wish. The Minister of Finance nodded. Your Majesty is benevolent, Sir Wamos remarked with a bow. Let us proceed to the next topic. Typhek exhaled a breath of frustration. Noticing the ministers remained silent, he continued, since no one has a new agenda, I shall speak. That he turned to the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Sir Blint, the recall order has been issued for over a month. Yet not a single individual has returned to the royal city. Pray tell, what is the situation now? Sir Blint, hailing from the Fairling family, had occupied his position for 30 years. His hair was gray, and his visage bore the marks of age. Teetering on the brink of the grave, he cleared his throat, replying, Your Majesty, there has been no news regarding your 3rd sister, Garcia Wimbledon. However, your 4th brother, Roland Wimbledon. Hassena replied. He stated that once the month of the evil spirits concludes and his subjects are safe, he would consider returning to the royal city. But what? On the envelope, he referred to you as Your Highness rather than Your Majesty or King. Typhek could not suppress a derisive laugh. Still as foolish as ever, my hopeless brother, he mused, that if you intend to return, you should acknowledge me as king, that I could still grant you a fine place to reside, allowing you to live in comfort as a prince. Should you choose not to return, prepare for a desperate struggle. Look at your indecision. Waver between wanting to come back while refusing to submit. What benefit is there in gaining mere words of praise? Let him be. Typhek waved dismissively. What of my 5th sister? Your Majesty, she has gone missing. What do you mean by missing? She initially agreed to the envoy I sent, but a week later, she vanished from the palace, along with her steward and 2 maids. That I have dispatched personnel to search for her, but to no avail. What is this outcome? Are one and all so unwilling to trust me? Typhek felt as though a weight had settled in his chest. He had harbored great expectations for this sister, hoping she would assist him. After all, Tilly had always demonstrated exceptional intelligence, even outshining him at times. Her only disadvantage was that she was a girl. Typhek had previously placed great trust in her, and according to their father's arrangements, he had not intended for Tilly to become embroiled in this turmoil. The territory he had allocated to her was Silverlight City. Not far from the royal city, its commerce was unremarkable, and it lacked the capacity for military training. Yet unexpectedly, his 5th sister had run away. Was this the choice of a clever individual? If she had fled, then let the former lord continue to govern Silverlight City. The search must continue. I cannot allow a member of the royal bloodline to wander among the commoners. He gritted his teeth, suppressing his vexation. Then now only remains my 3rd sister, who has refused to comply? Yes, Your Majesty. Since she is so obstinate, I must resort to more forceful measures. Typhek turned to Prime Minister Lord Wick. The declaration of war required the approval of both the king and the Prime Minister. He was his strongest supporter, so there should be no issues that I intend to dispatch Duke Joy of the Southern Region to compel Garcia to relinquish Bichue Port and escort her back to the royal city. Indeed, Your Majesty, Lord Wick agreed. This matter should not be delayed. Please issue the war order at your earliest convenience, to be conveyed by the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Typhek nodded in satisfaction, preparing to summon the scribe to draft the documents when a sudden clamor erupted outside the hall. Followed by the rapid clatter of hooves. Moments later, amidst the commotion, a knight clad in a blue-striped cloak burst through the doors, striding boldly into the chamber. Typhek recognized him, the illustrious Knight of the Gale. Naaman Mord, he advanced directly to the center of the hall and knelt on one knee. Your Majesty, I have just received news from the south, he gasped, his voice urgent. Your sister, Garcia Wimbledon, has defeated Duke Joy Cole 5 days ago and has captured Eagle City. Moreover, she has declared herself the Queen of Bichue, and the lords have rallied to her cause. The entire southern region is now independent. Chapter 73. The artillery test fire on the western border of the frontier town. Beside the Chishue River, the heavy snow rendered the passage of horse-drawn carriages nearly impossible. IT took the group half a day to transport the first field cannon, freshly constructed, beyond the town's limits. What new contraption is this? Carter found himself growing accustomed to the prince's relentless innovations. A magnified firearm of sorts? Quite so. After directing his subordinates to detach the hooks, Roland personally adjusted the angle of the cannon carriage, ensuring the barrel lay flat, with the support strut planted firmly into the snow. The principles governing both cannon and firearm were identical, thus labeling it as an enlarged musket was indeed fitting. This cannon was designed to fire 12-pound solid iron balls, with both the projectile and gunpowder loaded from the front, ignited by a fuse. Drawing inspiration from historical designs, Roland instructed the carpenters to craft a wooden carriage for it. To enhance durability, areas subject to friction with the ground and stress during firing were reinforced with iron sheathing. The construction of the carriage and wheels consumed nearly as much time as boring the cannon's barrel. 3 carpenters toiled for a week to complete it. Notably, the pair of wheels, each towering over a person, required careful crafting. First, they fashioned 4 equal lengths of square timber, soaked and then heated to bend, creating notches at the ends for jointing, with iron sheathing hammered onto the outer edges of the hubs. This entire process consumed 4 days. Thus, in Roland's eyes, this handcrafted, limited edition 12-pound field cannon radiated an almost ethereal brilliance. The testing was accompanied by an impressive entourage. Carter, the chief knight, and Iron Axe, the militia commander, were just the beginning. Every member of the Royal Guard and knight apprentices was present, along with 20 militiamen assigned to clear and secure the area. Additionally, for the first time, he brought along Nightingale and Lightning. Thanks to Tanawawa, the militia's prejudice against the witch community had diminished significantly, with Tanawawa herself rising to prominence within the group, second only to the prince. Following protocol, the cannon's bore was first cleaned. Although Roland was well versed in its construction, the specifics of operation eluded him. He racked his brain, recalling various scenes from medieval films featuring cannon operation, attempting to devise a systematic approach. As for the actual outcome, that remained to be seen. Lightning, brimming with enthusiasm, extracted a mop-like cleaning rod from beneath the carriage and inserted it into the muzzle. Unlike other witches, Lightning had stipulated that as long as she could personally operate various novel inventions, she would willingly serve Roland without requiring compensation. Faced with such a cost-saving condition, Roland readily acquiesced. After all, when it came to confidential projects, clandestine experimentation would suffice. That he had a plethora of ideas and inventions awaiting realization, and even a few would keep her occupied for quite some time. After a few attempts, the mop failed to extract any debris. But according to procedure, she was required to perform a second cleaning. Switching to another mop, she repeated the process, and the bore was deemed clean. Is everyone clear on the procedure? Roland queried the onlooking knights and militia. This test fire also served as a drill. With the significant increase in musket production, the militia would inevitably transition into formal infantry, with wooden weapons being replaced by firearms and cannons. Seeing all nod in agreement, he instructed Lightning to proceed to the next step. The young girl retrieved a bag containing powder wrapped in paper, stuffed it into the cannon's bore, and rammed it down with a wooden rod. Next, she inserted the projectile and tamped it down once more. With a drill rod, she punctured the powder bag from the fuse hole at the rear of the barrel, then inserted the fuse. thus completing the preparations for firing to prevent any mishaps. Everyone retreated 30 paces, taking cover behind protective barriers. Lightning brought the torch close to the fuse. A spark ignited, swiftly disappearing into the barrel, then a thunderous roar erupted. The forceful expulsion of gases from the cannon's mouth sent snow flying, enveloping the ground in a mist of white. The theoretical effective range of the 12-pound cannon exceeded 1,000 meters. Even without rifling, the projectile's trajectory remained remarkably straight. The armored target, placed approximately 100 meters away, emitted a sharp crack as it was struck head-on by the iron ball, launching it into the air. The ball, undeterred by its descent, bounced across the snow, sending plumes of white powder spiraling upwards. As the smoke cleared, Carter and Iron Axe rushed to inspect the target. They beheld the armor's front completely caved in, with the front plate pressed against the rear, and a palm-sized hole at its center. Clearly, the projectile had pierced the target before continuing its flight for another 100 meters. Even as it rolled upon the ground, its latent power was formidable. "What astonishing penetration!" Carter exclaimed, already envisioning the devastation that would ensue when enemy ranks were breached by multiple cannonballs. By the three gods, Iron Axe began to believe that Roland might indeed be the earthly representative of the Mother of Earth. Who else could wield the flames with such devastating efficacy? Those grains of gunpowder, which he had meticulously studied, were simply a common combustible when ground into powder and ignited. The flames embodied the Mother of Earth's wrath and her most potent weapon, recalling the relentless orange fire that erupted from the depths of the southern lands. He felt a surge of reverence for the prince. Roland was not surprised by the outcome. The 12-pound field cannon was a classic exemplar, especially as seen in the American Civil War, where the Napoleon cannon showcased the truth that larger calibers were undeniably superior. Next, he intended to test the barrel's strength with varying charges. Although he knew this could potentially lead to damage, it was a necessary trial. Upon loading up to 3 charges, the cannon exhibited signs of the muzzle rising and the carriage shifting during firing. Yet the barrel showed no significant deformation. Clearly, the steel-cast barrel demonstrated exceptional strength. Roland ultimately settled on a standard charge of 1.2 times the experimental load, leaving only the selection of gunners and extensive practice ahead. "Your Highness, this weapon is indeed powerful, but it is excessively heavy. Encountering even a single muddy patch could render it immobile." Carter promptly identified the new weapon's shortcoming. Moreover, each firing round required cleaning the barrel and reloading. Given that both powder and projectiles were significantly heavier than those of firearms, it would likely require 5 to 6 men to operate just one cannon. Indeed, but every ounce of effort is worthwhile. With 2 or 3 cannons equipped, the the evil beast, the colossal turtle type, will never breach the city walls. Roland coughed lightly. Inwardly relieved as for the cannon's weight issue, he planned to address it through transportation solutions. Transforming a steam engine into a steamship, even the most rudimentary paddleboat, represented a complex and enormous mechanical undertaking. Rather than attempting to retrofit one himself, it would be more prudent to purchase a 2-masted sailing vessel. Leveraging Wendy's wind manipulation abilities to swiftly transport the militia and cannons behind the Duke's forces, thereby executing a pincer movement to annihilate the living forces of the besieging Duke. Chapter 74. The Shipbuilding Venture. What? We can't afford it. Roland sat in his office, the document requesting the expansion of administrative staff and the purchase of a sailing vessel laid out before him. Barov cleared his throat. "Your Highness, that is indeed the case. The price of a 2-masted sailing ship ranges from 80 to 120 gold dragons, and that is merely the cost of construction. Including the crew, the total is estimated to exceed 200 gold dragons. I already stated that I do not require sailors or a helmsman, not even a captain. I merely need the ship." Roland tapped his fingers on the desk, inquiring. With Wendy's presence, he saw no need for a large crew to operate the vessel. Inland vessels typically employed square sails, operated much like raising and lowering flags. Rowers and sailors were redundant, and anyone could take the helm for a trial. With vector wind power, would he not need to fear the vessel's forward motion? "Your Highness, such transactions do not exist, at least not in Willow Leaf Town," Barov explained carefully. "You may not be familiar with this industry. Generally speaking, the owner of a ship is also its captain. It could be a merchant or a noble. The former recruits their own crew and travels between various town docks for trade or transporting goods. The latter typically hires an agent captain to manage the ship on their behalf. Employees are not compensated monthly, but rather receive payment every 1 to 3 years. Most of the time, the ship and its crew are intrinsically linked that if you intend to purchase a ship from a captain without his hired hands, he would incur a loss in terms of wages. 80 gold dragons, even for a high-ranking noble, is not an amount to be easily dismissed, Barov continued, lifting his mug to take a sip of ale. Regarding your mention of most of the time, yes, he nodded, there are two situations in which a ship may be available for sale. One is when a merchant urgently requires cash and liquidates assets. In such cases, they will dismiss all crew members and hasten to sell the ship. The other is when a new vessel is acquired, which is quite self-explanatory. However, it must be noted that both circumstances are exceedingly rare. Wait, Roland furrowed his brow. You mentioned purchasing a new ship. Where do these ships come from? From Bihue Port, Haifeng County, and Beiwang Cape. Only port cities have docks and the capability to construct ships. So when you said such transactions cannot be found in Willow Leaf Town, you meant that, Roland pondered for a moment. Buying a ship from a coastal city was too far, and without hiring a crew who would navigate the vessel back. In that case, I shall reconsider. Once the minister's assistant took his leave, the prince fell into deep thought that the strategic plan he envisioned. Shipping was an indispensable element. Without swift and convenient maritime transport, he could not encircle his foes with artillery. The forces of the Fortress Duke were generally composed of conscripted farmers, knights, and mercenaries, and their marching speed was hardly commendable, merely slower than his OWAS Carter aptly noted. Relying solely on land routes meant that a mere mud puddle could render artillery immobile. Land transport in this era was far from the asphalt roads of today, lacking even cobblestones. The paths were merely those worn down by the feet of many travelers that on sunny days, the conditions were tolerable. But once rain fell, the ground became a quagmire. Ultimately, would he have to rely on his own ingenuity? Roland unfurled a piece of paper, meticulously jotting down the specifications he required. First, he needed a vessel capable of transporting 1 to 2 pieces of artillery, along with approximately 30 personnel. The ship could operate without an engine, propelled solely by sails. Second, the vessel must navigate inland waters, requiring stability and reliability, with a shallow draft to avoid capsizing. Third, it should be easy to operate, allowing militia members to quickly adapt after brief training. Considering these points, only one answer remained: a flat-bottomed barge. Before Roland's journey, such vessels, with their shallow drafts and low centers of gravity, were ubiquitous along the riverways. The barges, often laden with river sand or gravel and with their gunnels nearly level with the water's surface, could be towed by a single tugboat, much like a train pulling multiple cars. Once the type of vessel was determined, the next crucial decision lay in the choice of materials for construction. Roland penned 3 options on paper: wood, iron, and cement. Crafting a ship from wood represented humanity's earliest advancements in maritime technology, from rafts to sailing battleships, thriving in both rivers and oceans. Regrettably, Roland lacked the knowledge to fashion a flat-bottomed boat from timber, and he had no relevant craftsmen at his disposal. Relying on a few carpenters might result in nothing more than a large raft, one that could collapse at any moment. Constructing a vessel from iron would resemble building a house, with intersecting beams forming the keel, wrapped in iron plating that if Anna handled the welding, the overall rigidity would be assured. However, this approach would deplete their already limited iron or reserves. Unless absolutely necessary, it was clear that these resources were better allocated for producing steam engines and gun barrels. Thus, cement boats emerged as the final option. Having completed the construction of the city walls, there were surplus materials available, and Anna could easily procure sufficient cement powder with just 1 or 2 firings. The construction process would also be significantly simpler than that of an iron vessel. One merely needed to create the shape with wooden molds, arrange iron bars to serve as reinforcements, and then fill in with cement. Even in the rural areas of his homeland, several small cement boats were crafted for fishing. Compared to iron vessels, which required regular rust removal and repainting, this option demanded little to no maintenance once completed. It was indeed low-cost yet robust. Even if he had never learned how to construct a grand ocean-going ship, building a relatively simple cement barge for inland waters should pose no significant challenge. Should it, with a mindset geared towards experimentation, Roland grasped a quill and swiftly began sketching the design of the barge. By the banks of the Chishui River, a walled shelter had been erected. To facilitate launching, Roland positioned the shipbuilding site as close to the riverbank as possible. The shelter provided protection from the elements, with two braziers lit inside to prevent the temperature from dropping too low and affecting the curing of the cement. The wooden molds, crafted by the carpenters, had begun to take shape, outlining the fundamental contours of the vessel. The bow was rounded to reduce resistance, while the stern was square to increase cargo capacity. The barge measured approximately 24 feet, 8 meters in width, with a length-to-width ratio of 3:1, making it decidedly stout compared to conventional vessels, which typically had an 8:1 slender profile. In the center stood two masts, with the masts inserted into the bottom of the vessel and connected to an iron beam running along the center line to the stern. A wooden post was erected as a reserve for the rudder. In other areas, iron bars crisscrossed the structure. The absence of binding iron wire was of no concern, as Anna personally welded the intersections of the iron bars, creating a sturdy mesh across the bottom of the boat. Once the mold and reinforcements were prepared, Roland commanded the workers to commence the pouring process. The mixed cement was ladled into the molds, forming a flat bottom with side walls rising about 1.5 meters, resembling a uniquely shaped large basin at first glance. None of the builders, including Anna, anticipated that this peculiar creation, fashioned from the same materials as the city walls, would indeed become a boat. Chapter 75. The Sacred Mountain, Part 1. Hakkara felt the breath of the person beneath her quicken. "Let's switch," she said in a low voice. "Yezi, you carry me." Traversing the treacherous slopes of the abyssal mountains was exceedingly taxing, especially in the biting cold of winter. The 42 witches could hardly cover much ground in a day before needing to seek a suitable camping spot and recharge their badges to withstand the plummeting nighttime temperatures. "Yes, Master," a witch knelt before her, summoning a magical serpent to coil around her arm and pull her closer. Simultaneously, she noticed the slight tremor of her companion, betraying an involuntary reaction. Damn Nightingale, Hakkara thought bitterly. Had she not repeatedly spurned her kindness, Hakkara would not have had to harden her heart against her sister. This pivotal moment. On the brink of discovering the sacred mountain, Hakkara would not allow any unforeseen incidents. And what happened? The traitor, upon breaking free from her bindings, wasted no time in attempting to stab her. This was the fate of Mercy. A storm of rage surged within Hakkara's mind. That stab had injured her spine. And though Yezi's improved herbs swiftly healed the wound, her lower body had succumbed to paralysis, her feet entirely numb. Once they reached the sacred mountain, she would gather more witches. Someday, she would capture the traitor and tear her apart. "Master, an evil beast approaches ahead," reported the scout with crimson eyes. Her sight could pierce through obstacles and concealments. No traps could elude her gaze. Moreover, she possessed a remarkable ability to track moving objects, having once shot down a crossbow bolt from the Inquisition during a confrontation with the church. "Put me down. Yezi, go assist them." The witch carrying her nodded, crouching to set her down on a stone. Her supporting hands sank into the snow, the cold biting through her palms, and Hakkara thought displeasedly, "Could you not brush off the snow before lowering me?" Yet she kept her thoughts to herself. Yezi was an irreplaceable figure in their group. If the Alliance owed its formation to Wendy's amiable nature, it was Yezi who instilled courage in everyone to follow her lead. Without her abilities, it was feared that a significant number of witches would perish in their flight from the church. With thoughts of Wendy, Hakkara felt a pang of sorrow. She had never anticipated that the very person with whom she had founded the Alliance would betray her due to Nightingale's treachery. Even when Wendy had blown her away, Hakkara had never contemplated killing her. The venom secreted by the serpent of suffering acted slowly, inflicting excruciating pain without immediate fatality. Once bitten by the void, the toxin could be swiftly purged. She merely intended to teach Wendy a lesson. But if left unchecked, the poison would inevitably make its way to her brain, rendering her beyond cure that Nightingale's abduction of her had been a grievous error. Without the antidote from the void, Wendy would scarcely survive the day. Was it fated that she, once a nun of the church, could never walk alongside her sisters until the end? As for the other traitor, Lightning, Hakkara paid little heed. Having joined the Alliance for a brief time, her powers seemingly involved flight, and she often proposed divergent opinions during their search for the sacred mountain, even openly questioning the holy book. Were it not for her violation of the Alliance's principles, Hakkara would have relished the thought of petrifying the chatty girl and abandoning her in the snow. The evil beasts emerged from behind the slope. Two wolf-like creatures. The witches of the Alliance were well-versed in handling such situations. Those sisters without combat abilities drew back. Yezi was the first to channel her magic, causing the weeds beneath the beasts to grow wildly. Green leaves bursting forth from the snow, entangling the enemy's feet. Another witch, Wind Chaser, drained the air surrounding the beasts, and soon the two monsters were gasping for breath, frothing at the mouth, and convulsing as they collapsed to the ground. This was the power of witches, Hakara mused. Mere mortals, armed only with swords, would lose their lives in an instant when faced with two evil wolves. Only those endowed with magical prowess, the favored of the divine, could stand against them, were it not for the stone of divine punishment. No, better to call it the stone of hell. She spat on the ground. Were it not for that wretched stone, how could the church dare to trample upon them? Master, please come up, Yezi said as she approached Hakara, and bowed. Let's switch, Hakara sighed. You must be tired too. The group continued on their path, and by noon, as the snowfall lightened, the stone woman, responsible for camp arrangements, found a sheltered spot out of the wind. The group decided to take a brief respite here, preparing a meal to replenish their energy. The stone woman swiftly transformed the ground, burying the snow beneath mounds of earth and gravel. The surface seemed to come alive, weaving and shifting until it became flat and solid. Each person took on their duties, setting up the cookware they had carried and igniting a fire to prepare porridge. Snowmelt was poured into cups and brought to a boil, infused with herbs improved by Yezi, instantly releasing a rich aroma. Everyone, please hand your badges to Sinor, a young girl called out. She had rare red hair, akin to a dancing flame. Her abilities were also fire-related, allowing her to infuse heat into objects, providing warmth for extended periods. The Alliance's badge, the Sacred Mountain Coin, was crafted by her own hands, though her power seemed trivial. It greatly benefited the Alliance, especially during their arduous journey through the Abyssal Mountains. Without a warming item, one could easily succumb to hypothermia in the biting cold and heavy snow. After finishing their wheat porridge, the group tidied their gear and prepared to continue their journey. According to Hakala's conjecture, the so-called Gate of Hell is, in fact, the key to the Holy Mountain. However, the church has deliberately portrayed it as a place of evil, hoping to deter witches from reaching the Holy Mountain. According to ancient texts, they must traverse 3 stone gates, the final of which is situated in the wilderness. Typically concealed beneath the earth, the gate only rises to the surface when a blood-red moon appears in the sky. They set forth from the camp and have been traversing the desperate mountains for nearly half a month, soon to emerge from the mountain range and enter the wilderness that I in recent days. The appearance of malevolent beasts has become increasingly frequent. Quick, look. What is that? Someone suddenly exclaimed in terror. Hakala lifted her head, her expression transforming into one of astonishment that a city materialized on the horizon. Snowflakes continued to fall from the gray sky, with clouds hanging low, allowing only a vague outline of the city to emerge from the mist. The architecture was unlike anything she had ever seen, resembling towering spires standing side by side. If the numerous black dots adorning the tops were indeed windows, then these spires must rise at least 100 feet high. This was undoubtedly beyond human capability. Even the church's pride, the Hermes Cathedral, known as the pinnacle of the Tower of Heaven, stood merely at 15 feet. Since it could not have been constructed by human hands, there remained but one conclusion. It was a city built by the divine. Hakala was overwhelmed with excitement, a voice within her continuously proclaiming. She had found the Holy Mountain. Chapter 76. The Holy Mountain, Part 2. Sisters, that is the Holy Mountain. We have found it, Hakala shrieked, releasing her elation. Many witches stood frozen in place, awestruck by the spectacle before them, while others responded, embracing their companions in tears. However, Chidong furrowed her brow. Is that truly the Holy Mountain? What is wrong? Yezi inquired softly, echoing her own doubts. The city in the sky appeared nothing like the opulent, golden descriptions from ancient texts. Although the spires were magnificent, they were entirely gray and black, appearing dull even in daylight. Not to mention the crimson mist that enveloped the city, thick as if soaked in blood. Something is crowded within those openings. Chidong's voice was strained. I cannot see clearly, but those things do not resemble deities. Yezi felt a chill creep over her skin. Chidong had the keenest eyes in their group, and her words filled Yezi with an unsettling apprehension that if only lightning had not left with Nightingale, she could have flown closer to inspect. Sisters, the Holy Mountain is right before us, their mentor proclaimed, raising her hands high. Let us exert ourselves a little more. We are on the brink of discovering eternity. With that, she urged the stone woman to carry her forward. Yezi contemplated stepping forward to dissuade her, but hesitated. She recalled Wendy's fate half a month prior. At such a moment, any counsel would likely be futile. Their mentor would not relent until she had laid eyes upon it for herself. The group began to hasten their pace. Once they departed from the mountain's foot, the snow unexpectedly diminished, and the surrounding temperature rose. This was the fabled Forbidden Land, an area unattainable by mankind, Yezi mused. Yet they were now imprinting their footsteps upon this desolate expanse that if lightning were here, she would surely be delighted, wouldn't she? Glancing back, the towering mountains loomed behind them, forming an insurmountable barrier. This led Yezi to wonder if it was indeed the desperate mountains that prevented the malevolent beasts from directly invading the heart of the continent, thus necessitating their detour to the far north. Regardless, if they could truly find the holy mountain, she would no longer have to wander aimlessly, and that would bring her contentment. She sighed softly, recalling how her heart had stirred when Nightingale recounted her experiences in the border town. When Wendy had asked who wished to depart with Nightingale, she had almost stepped forward, eager to declare her name. Yet, in the end, she had failed to surmount the barrier within her heart, succumbing to the shadows of her past. Shaking her head, she resolved not to dwell on bygone matters, quickening her pace to keep up with the group as they dashed across the yellow and white fields. However, strange occurrences soon unfolded. No matter how fast they moved, the city seemed to recede at the same pace, as if they were making no progress whatsoever. After an hour of travel, the holy mountainous location remained suspended in the clouds, neither growing larger nor smaller, as though they had not moved at all. "Mentor, please take a break. The sisters are weary," the stone woman urged. Several individuals had already taken turns carrying their mentor, and she had endured the longest. "No, we cannot stop now." Hakala vehemently rejected the suggestion. "This is a trial from the divine. Sisters, without unwavering resolve, we shall never reach the holy mountain." They could not pause. They must continue onward until the gates of the holy mountain appeared before their eyes. Seeing her entreaties were in vain, the group pressed on. Yet the situation did not change. While on their journey, the witches encountered two waves of malevolent beasts. The second wave featured two distorted hybrids, and Yezi's binding of weeds could not hold for long. One sister was caught off guard, her throat slashed by a claw, blood spilling onto the ground. After a hard-fought battle against these creatures, the group noted that dusk was gradually descending, the daylight fading. The city remained ahead, yet its outline grew increasingly indistinct, as if it were on the verge of vanishing. Based on past experience, they needed to seek a suitable camping spot to establish a base. But the terrain here starkly contrasted with the desperate mountains. It appeared almost entirely flat, and with the threat of malevolent beasts lurking nearby, they could hardly spend the night in such a place. "Mentor, let's retreat to the foot of the mountain. Let Qitong lead the way, and Hong Jiao can provide illumination. Perhaps we can return before midnight." "No," Hakala exclaimed. "We took an entire afternoon to reach this point, hardly pausing along the way. Now, everyone is nearly exhausted. It would be impossible to return at the same pace. Sisters, hold on just a little longer. Only by finding the holy mountain can we truly rest at ease." "What about Sherry?" Someone pointed to the lifeless body of a witch on the ground. "That we have no time to bury her." The mentor shook her head. "Leave her here. The earth will embrace her." Yezi closed her eyes in sorrow. Another sister had departed, and if only she were stronger, Sherry would not have perished in this desolate land, unable to even leave behind a gravestone. Just as the group wavered between advancing or retreating, the stone woman suddenly exclaimed, "Look at the sky. The city is gone." Yezi opened her eyes and looked up to see the sky had transformed into a dark gray, the clouds concealed beneath the shroud of night. The city vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. All stood frozen in place, the silence around them becoming terrifyingly profound, that an unreachable city, an illusion suspended in the air, vanishing without a trace as the sun set. Yezi's mind suddenly recalled Lightning's tales of adventure, those strange mirages witnessed at sea, that a shiver coursed through her, and she murmured, "We have been deceived." Before long, she shouted, "We have been deceived. That is not the holy mountain at all. What we saw was a mirage." "A mirage." Hakala spun around, her expression twisted in horror. "What is that?" Lightning's story had mentioned this phenomenon, often encountered during long voyages, yet it was exceedingly rare on land. What we saw was merely an illusion. The true city may be far from us, or perhaps it does not lie ahead at all. At least that means it truly exists, and has not vanished. I do not know, Yezi stammered. Just then, Qidong suddenly issued a warning, "Be careful. Something is coming." She fixed her gaze to the left of the group, her expression grave. "Another malevolent beast. How many are there?" Chase inquired. Taking a defensive stance, "No." Qidong retreated a couple of steps. "I do not know what it is." As she spoke, a shadow surged forth from a distance, hurtling toward Qidong with blinding speed. Though she perceived the incoming shadow, she was unable to evade it. Unlike a crossbow bolt, it was far too swift that in the blink of an eye, the shadow pierced through Qidong's chest, propelling her backward, impaling her against a tree trunk. It was a spear. Chapter 77. The Holy Mountain, Part 2. Yezi felt as though all the blood in her body had frozen. Two massive, peculiar shadows began to emerge from the left side of the night. Not resembling the typical malevolent beasts at all, as they drew closer, Yezi realized they were two humanoid creatures riding on the backs of hybrids. Their bodies were enormous, easily twice the size of a normal human, unarmored and clad in garments made from an indiscernible material. No, to call them garments was a stretch. They resembled swollen animal hides, tightly wrapping their forms, with many parts bulging grotesquely. The most striking feature was the headgear they wore, clearly modified from the skulls of malevolent beasts, grotesque and fearsome. The eye sockets had been hollowed out and sutured with a piece of reddish-brown crystal that a patched-up tube extended from the lower edge of their headgear. Trailing back to a massive shell-like pouch on their backs, one rider had several spears embedded in his mount, while the other wore a uniquely shaped iron gauntlet. Upon closer inspection, they had only 3 fingers. A single word flashed through Yezi's mind: devils. Engage! Hakala was the first to react, her piercing scream drawing everyone's attention back to the foes. The stone woman pressed her hand against the ground, transforming a large patch of snow into a soft swamp. This can be considered an exceedingly appropriate response. The adversary's mount beneath him is a hybrid creature with the head of a wolf and dual wings, renowned for its swiftness and its ability to soar short distances. However, these two are evidently incapable. Their wings have been severed, leaving exposed bones bound with hemp ropes, clutched in the grasp of a devil. Should they fail to traverse this marsh, they must take a detour, granting the other sisters precious moments to react. Yet the enemy acts entirely contrary to the witches' expectations, driving their steeds forward, plunging headlong into the mire, and then, propelled by momentum, leaping off the backs of the foul beasts, spanning several zhang to land behind the stone woman. There congregated are the non-combatant sisters. Scatter! Before Yezi's command could fully resonate, the devil, donned in 3-fingered iron gauntlets, unleashed a wave of carnage amongst the crowd. His agility belied his formidable physique. A nearby witch, unable to react in time, had her skull shattered by a single blow. Subsequently, 2 more sisters fell victim to the vice-like grip of his robust iron hand, prompting the others to awaken to their peril, fleeing in a state of sheer panic. Only Sinu remained rooted to the spot. Despite her abilities being ill-suited for combat, she did not turn to flee, but instead retrieved a crossbow from her back. Aiming it resolutely at the foe, the iron-handed devil sidestepped, delivering a power. Wendy smiled inwardly. Having just awakened, she hurried over to deliver some food. She must have sneaked in to check on herself a few times. "Speak up, what is it?" She took the basket, pinching a piece of bread filled with cheese and placing it in her mouth. Nightingale sat down beside the bed, knowing that today would be that day for Nanawa. Wendy fell silent. Although it was her first encounter with magical backlash and would not be as violent or prolonged as an adult's day, it could not be deemed entirely safe. The younger one is, the less tolerant they are to pain. She placed the basket on the bedside table and walked over to Nightingale, patting her shoulder. "Did the prince not say that as long as you release your magic daily, you can minimize the torment?" "But that was merely a hypothesis. At least it sounds reasonable," Wendy reassured. Wasn't Anna the same? Even during the most excruciating adult day, she suffered no harm. You witnessed it yourself. She paused before inquiring, "What about Nanawa?" "She is currently in the infirmary." Nightingale couldn't help but smile. "I heard her father, Baron N, acquired a large number of wild rabbits from the hunters, and they are now being sent to the infirmary." They say she must practice until tomorrow. How fortunate to have such a father, Wendy sighed. I can hardly recall my childhood. It's strange, as if there is a blank in my memory. No father, no mother. Ever since I became aware I have stayed in the convent, that it seems I am a bit luckier than you. Indeed, quite a bit. Wendy settled down beside her. Are you feeling anxious? Nightingale remained silent for a moment, then nodded gently. Wendy was acutely aware of what was causing her anxiety. Today was not only a crucial day for Nanawa, but also a pivotal moment that could alter the fate of witches. If Nanawa could safely endure this backlash, it would mean that witches could finally shed the shadow of the devil's minions, and the border town would truly become a holy mountain. One day, all witches would gather here, living lives indistinguishable from ordinary people, no longer needing to roam in fear of the church's hunt. Worrying would do no good. Let us simply take a day off to accompany Nanawa. Take a day off? Nightingale's eyes widened in disbelief. Yes, who told you to share the news with me so early, making me anxious? Wendy replied bluntly. Since we are not in the mood to practice, let's visit Nanawa instead. Isn't it written in the contract? This is called a paid leave. After dinner, Nanawa's room was already filled with people. Anna, Lightning, Nightingale, Wendy, Tigu, and Roland. Upon seeing this gathering, the little girl looked conflicted at Am I going to die? Of course not. Everyone shook their heads in unison that it's only the first time. The backlash won't be too strong. Wendy held Nanawa's right hand. Focus. And you can persevere that if it hurts, just squeeze Daddy's hand, Tigu said. Shaking his daughter's left hand. You become very strong in the infirmary. I'm proud of you. The little girl nodded, her gaze drifting over the crowd until it landed on Anna. Anna stepped forward and kissed her forehead. Just survive, okay? Chapter 79. The answer: all the curtains were drawn, and the fireplace blazed, maintaining a comfortable temperature indoors. Unlike Anna's adult day, Nanawa was awake, to ensure she could concentrate her mind swiftly before the pain arrived. Everyone accompanied her with stories or simple games to prevent her from dozing off. Roland even performed a few coin tricks, leaving everyone astonished, particularly Nanawa, whose eyes were fixed on his hands. Had it been any other time, she would have likely clamored to learn. The magic of this era still lingered in the realm of grand performances. Roland had witnessed acts such as snake charming, fire breathing, and breaking stones on one's chest in the palace, which paled in comparison to the more specialized sleight of hand and illusionary tricks of later times. Finally, Lightning recounted her adventures at sea, navigating islands and fjords with her father Thunder, overcoming whirlpools and reefs, hunting deep-sea sharks and octopuses. Although everyone knew that much of it was fabricated, they listened with rapt attention. Even Roland was captivated. Within his imagined scenes, those sailboats transformed into ironclad battleships racing across the vast ocean, reaching new continents. In truth, he had little understanding of the historical progression of this world, as the documented timeline ceased over 450 years ago. Recalling the knowledge the prince learned from his court tutor, he noted the absence of explanations. Perhaps this fellow had simply not paid attention in class, he thought. The border town lacked facilities like archives or libraries. Once he took control of Longsong Fortress, he would seek out knowledgeable individuals to inquire further. As Lightning finished her tale of exploration, Roland could not suppress a yawn that he glanced at Nightingale, who shook her head, indicating that the magic had yet to change. The absence of precise timing tools was inconvenient. It was impossible to determine how long they had been waiting. Roland poured himself a cup of warm water and resumed his wait. Gradually, everyone began to sense something amiss. The duration had become excessively prolonged. Nanawa was already yawning repeatedly, on the verge of succumbing to fatigue. Nightingale grew anxious, feeling Nanawa's forehead while observing the flow of magic within her. Roland lifted his cup, only to discover it was empty. He approached the fireplace, took down the kettle, and filled his cup anew. As he passed the window, he could not resist pulling back the curtain for a glance. Curious about the snowfall outside, the heavy fabric parted slightly. A beam of light filtered to his delight. He saw a hint of dawn breaking across the darkened sky. Look! Roland flung the curtain wide open, startling everyone who turned to him. Gazing at the distant, faint light, they finally recognized that a new day had arrived. Nanawa had safely endured the day of magical backlash. Roland stretched lazily as he returned to his chamber, discovering two additional figures within, Nightingale and Wendy. Neither displayed a hint of fatigue. Instead, their faces radiated excitement. Are you certain Nanawa's date was today? No, rather, last night? Roland inquired. Indeed, it was just that the changes were so subtle at the time. I thought we had not yet reached the critical moment of backlash. Nightingale affirmed confidently. Your Highness, your assertion is correct. As long as magic is continuously released, its total quantity will increase, while the pain endured by the body will conversely diminish. If a consistent amount of training is maintained daily, all witches have a significant chance of surviving their adult day. In the entire Grey Castle Kingdom, only your territory allows witches to wield their powers freely. In a sense, this place has become the holy mountain for witches. Wendy continued, I implore you to spread this news to as many witches as possible, so that our sisters may arrive at this sanctuary soon. I believe they would willingly serve you. That was my intention, Roland nodded. Once the month of demons concludes, the populace will gain a certain understanding and exposure to witches. At that point, I will arrange for information to be disseminated through rumors. Of course, you should know that I cannot openly recruit witches. That would create a tremendous uproar domestically. He paused momentarily. Unless the church is destroyed or I ascend the throne, then I am willing to assist you in ascending the throne. Wendy seemed to have awaited this very statement, kneeling without hesitation to pledge her fealty. That it was evident her actions were somewhat clumsy, as if she were learning on the spot. However, Roland paid no mind to such details. He accepted her loyalty just as he had with Nightingale. Rising, Wendy smiled at Nightingale. How did I do? The latter shrugged. Passable, I suppose. Roland shook his head helplessly. In that case, you ought to get some rest. You haven't closed your eyes all night. Your Highness, I have another request. Wendy, who had just stood, knelt once more. Speak, Roland said, his smile fading as he asked seriously. Her posture indicated that this was a difficult request to grant. I wish to return to the camp. Wendy. Nightingale looked at her in astonishment, but Wendy's gaze was steadfast. I do not know if they have found the Holy Mountain. Perhaps they have, or perhaps they have not. I hope to venture to the Abyssal Mountains after the month of demons concludes. That if Hakura has not discovered the Holy Mountain, they should have returned to the mountains. That situation is the most perilous. Roland frowned. Your esteemed mentor attacked you without regard for your bond. If she truly wanted to kill me, I would have perished then. Wendy replied, the serpent she summoned was pain, not death. I may not be able to bring back many, perhaps not even a single person, but I can at least convey this news to my sisters that as long as they release their magic daily, they need not endure that dreadful suffering. She spoke. Her voice softened immensely. Your Highness, as long as you continue to treat witches with kindness, my life belongs to you, and I will not easily give it up. That I will protect myself. That I beseech you to grant my request. Roland fell silent. For the sake of caution, he should refuse Wendy. Yet he also understood the significance of such a request to her. If given the chance to save more witches, she would willingly take the risk. Should she refuse, she might adhere to her own command. Yet the sisters lost as a consequence would leave an indelible scar upon her heart. That I promise you. Roland eventually nodded. But it must be 2 months after the month of evil has concluded. And you must journey alongside Lightning. That I will provide you with firearms for self-defense, as well as the Stone of Divine Punishment. Lightning will serve as support from a distance, while you don the Stone of Divine Punishment to negotiate with them. In this manner, Hakura or other witches will be unable to harm you with their powers. Your Highness, allow me to accompany her. Nightingale implored. No, Veronica. Your safety is far more paramount than mine. You are the hope of all witches. Wendy replied with a smile, shaking her head. Take good care of him. Chapter 80. The artillery corps. After a week of being housed in the maintenance room, the concrete vessel was finally ready for launching and outfitting. The summoned workers stood in bewilderment as the prince commanded them to push this painstakingly crafted bathtub into the water. Everyone questioned whether they had misheard. Yet Roland's order was indeed as stated. He instructed the temporary dismantling of the shed, followed by the excavation of a sloped pathway at the bottom of the concrete vessel, leading directly into the river. This portion required utmost caution, for concrete possesses poor tensile and seismic resistance. Even a few cracks would be a minor issue, but if it shattered upon impact, all efforts would be in vain, with logs rolled and ropes bound to control the descent speed. Once all preparations were complete, the workers wrapped a thick hemp rope around the newly driven wooden piles, pulling it taut in a straight line. With a series of commands, they gradually loosened the ropes, causing the vessel's bottom to glide over the logs, producing a harsh screech of friction. Fortunately, everything proceeded smoothly, and Roland beheld the concrete vessel gradually descending into the river, its hull submerged about half a meter. While roughly a meter of the wall remained above the water's surface, the workers were astonished to see that this object, heavier than stone, did not plunge with a resounding crash to the riverbed, but rather floated upon the surface like a leaf. Quickly wrap the rope around the wooden piles a few more times, then secure it, Roland commanded. The hemp rope attached to the vessel could not yet be undone. Otherwise, the concrete vessel would drift southward with the river's current. Though Nightingale did not reveal her form, her incredulous tone unmistakably conveyed her astonishment. How can it float? Well, to put it simply, its average density is lower than that of water. Allowing it to remain afloat, Roland pondered for a moment before responding that as for whether it's made of iron or concrete, it matters little. You should understand this simply by observing a sailboat. A vessel of that size is significantly heavier than a mere stone. The silence that followed led him to surmise that the other party had become ensnared in contemplation. Even Anna might not instantly grasp the concept. Roland chuckled softly and continued directing the workers in their subsequent tasks. The outfitting process was a lengthy endeavor. When heavy snowfall commenced, work had to be halted, and only during lighter snowfalls could they seize the opportunity to continue. The primary focus of outfitting involved laying the deck. Where planks with tongue-in groove joints were affixed to the vessel, numerous short wooden stakes stood between the deck and the hull as supports. Though somewhat wasteful of space, this was deemed acceptable considering the concrete vessel's main purpose. Next came the anti-corrosion treatment. The carpenters were well versed in this process, first applying a layer of pungent oil to the deck, and once it had set, they meticulously painted multiple layers of red paint over it. After the deck was completed, the outfitting progressed to the installation of the upper structure. The so-called upper portion was merely a wooden shed erected between two masts, intended for storing cannons and ammunition. In the event of rain, the crew would have a place to take shelter. The top of the wooden shed was further equipped with a platform for one person to stand, evidently designed for Wendy. As long as she stood atop the shed, her powers would encompass the entirety of the sails. The rudder at the stern was forged from cast iron, and its installation proved somewhat cumbersome, requiring the handle to be threaded through a reserved hole underwater, emerging onto the deck, then fitting an iron ring over it, and welding a clasp in place. The clasp was an L-shaped iron plate, with the long side welded to the handle and the short side capable of rotating freely within the slot of the iron ring. Naturally, the welding task was entrusted to Anna, who, after expressing her astonishment and confusion regarding the floating concrete bathtub, posed the same question as Nightingale. Roland reiterated the answer, only to observe Anna crouching in deep thought. The road to universal education is indeed long and arduous, but on the other side, Vanna found himself in a state of indecision regarding whether to join the artillery corps or the firearms squad. The situation stemmed from an order issued 3 days prior. His Highness the Prince had decided to select outstanding personnel from the 1st and 2nd Militia to form a special unit, and Vanna was delighted to hear his name among those chosen. However, when Iron Axe inquired whether he would join the artillery corps or the firearms squad, he found himself perplexed that he was well aware of the firearms, which were effective against the evil beasts on the city walls, boasting far greater penetration than hand crossbows. Currently, only Iron Axe, the chief knight, and several hunters were capable of wielding such formidable weapons. Vanna should have unhesitatingly opted for the firearms squad, yet he foolishly asked, "What is artillery?" upon learning that it was essentially a 10-fold larger firearm, with a destructive power exceeding that of firearms by 100-fold. He found himself in a dilemma. Clearly, being entrusted with the use of such a powerful weapon would signify His Highness's esteem for him. Thus, joining the artillery corps seemed the superior choice over the firearms squad. However, the thought of striding through the streets of his small town with that upright firearm, drawing the attention of passers-by, was a scene he had always yearned for. While artillery was undoubtedly powerful, it would certainly be too cumbersome to carry. Ultimately, on the final day of decision, he gritted his teeth and chose the artillery corps. The tipping point came in the form of a monthly salary 5 silver wools higher than that of the firearms squad. Thus commenced the rigorous training. An artillery piece required 5 individuals to operate, and Vanna was grouped with Yuzu, Cat Claw, Nelson, and Rodney, due to his prior experience as the vice-captain of the spear squad. He was appointed as the gunner. Compared to firearms, this apparatus required far more effort to maintain. For over a month, he covertly observed Iron Axe's operation of the firearms, believing himself to have mastered the process. However, merely transitioning the artillery piece from a moving state to a firing position involved a complex series of maneuvers. Halt the horses, remove the pin, lift the latch, move the gun carriage, push to the firing point. Lower the supports. These procedures necessitated the synchronized efforts of all 5 individuals. For instance, when lifting the latch, others had to immediately push the artillery forward, enabling the latch to separate from the towing vehicle, transforming 4 wheels into 2, thus allowing the supports to be lowered. Coordination was essential during this transition, for the heavy gun carriage was challenging to dismount from the towing vehicle. Once positioned, the next steps involved loading ammunition and preparing for firing. This aspect was remarkably similar to the firearms, except that cleaning the cannon's bore required the use of 2 brushes alternately. The gunpowder came pre-packaged and was simply loaded into the barrel. Ignition was achieved via a fuse, leading Vanna to contemplate how its efficacy would be compromised in the rain. Fortunately, the gunner primarily needed to oversee and direct others in their tasks, sparing him from excessive exertion. In the initial 3 days, the selected artillery teams had access to only 1 cannon for training. Thus, under Iron Axe's command, the group repeatedly loaded and unloaded the gun carriage, preparing for firing, only to reverse the process again. Vanna suspected that the cannon had become cleaner from incessant cleaning than his own face. Chapter 81. Artillery training. Such training persisted for 2 to 3 hours each day, and once concluded, he would return to the city walls to continue his previous duties. The comrades in the same dormitory, having joined the firearms squad, now boasted about their brand-new firearms behind him. Were it not for the disciplinary rule against fighting, Vanna would have been inclined to silence their incessant bragging. However, he could also discern the discrepancies. The villagers who joined the firearms squad had only been training for a few days before engaging in combat against the evil beasts to hone their shooting skills, while the artillery corps had yet to fire a single round. Moreover, such a heavy cannon could hardly be transported to the city walls. Observing the wall's summit, 2 individuals standing side by side nearly filled the passage. Everyone was accustomed to running along the slope on the inner side of the wall, even if it was steeper, as it was preferable to obstructing teammates during spear maneuvers that AS for the artillery. The 2 wheels alone were wider than the top of the wall, and considering it needed to be fired downward, it seemed impractical in every regard. Could it be that this apparatus was not intended for combating the evil beasts? The ensuing exercises confirmed Vanna's suspicions. The 4 artillery teams were taken by Iron Axe to the riverbank that he discovered, at some point, a massive vessel had appeared in the Redwater River. However, he was uncertain whether to classify it as a vessel. Its exterior resembled the stones used for constructing the city walls, broad and short, and aside from 2 bare masts, it bore no resemblance to a ship. Consequently, Vanna's group engaged in a heated debate. "This is clearly a floating bridge," Yuzu declared first, having previously accompanied a sailing vessel to Longsong Fortress, often boasting of his extensive experience. "The deck is several zhang wide, evidently for stability. I've traveled far and wide. If it were a ship, how would it move without wind?" Rodney scoffed at in the past. This river experienced flooding that washed away the wooden bridges that had stood for over a decade in the fortress. The townsfolk replaced them with floating bridges, constructing wide wooden planks affixed to flat boats, then securing them with iron chains to form a continuous line. That's how they achieve stability. "The farthest I've traveled is Longsong Fortress. And I've roamed the south and north." Rodney retorted that a floating bridge would need 2 masts, lest it be swept away by the wind. "And look at the rear. Isn't that a rudder, lying horizontally? A floating bridge has no need for that," Nelson interjected, remarking that the 2 brothers had always been in perfect harmony, as if they breathed through the same nostril. The wooden framework positioned in between appeared to be a work in progress, reminiscent of a structure that was intended to form a shelter, yet remained unfinished. That it was unequivocally a ship. Vanner, however, was not particularly interested in whether it was indeed a vessel. His focus lay solely on the forthcoming training regimen. The answer soon became apparent. Iron Axe instructed them to drive the horses dragging the artillery carts onto the township, the very name of this ship, which had been personally designated by His Highness the Prince. Upon hearing Iron Axe's introduction, Yuppie's expression turned rigid, while the 2 brothers beamed with pride, preparing to fasten the artillery wheels to the designated stanchions. There were 2 sets of these stanchions, each comprising 4 positioned along the center line of the deck in a fore and aft arrangement, clearly designed to accommodate two cannons at once. Well, Vanner mused, it was now certain that they were not to contend with the malevolent beasts. The Chishui River flowed from north to south, and there were no such expansive waterways within the mysterious forest that as he first stepped onto the deck, Vanner instantly perceived its remarkable stability. The river water flowed past the hull, and the stone vessel remained utterly motionless, as if firmly anchored to the ground. Only when the horses were brought aboard did he sense a slight swaying, that he also noted that whenever a group of artillerymen completed a round of boarding and disembarking practice. Iron Axe meticulously recorded the time. Considering the stanchions on the deck, it seemed that only 2 out of the 4 groups would be utilized. Vanner discreetly shared this information with his team members, prompting them to exert every ounce of effort into each step of the process. The prospect of being reassigned back to the Spear team was a trivial concern compared to the significant matter of losing their enhanced wages. On the 7th day, Vanner finally encountered the long-awaited live-fire training that on this day, His Highness the Prince also graced the event with his presence, observing the gunners as they practiced. Every member of the 4 groups stood tall, exuding confidence as they walked. Having grown familiar with the ammunition loading procedures, Vanner's group was the first to fire the initial cannon. This was his first time witnessing the might of artillery. Amidst the deafening roar, an iron ball, twice the size of a fist, struck the snowy ground a mile away, sending up a considerable spray of snow and mud that ricocheted forward. The trajectory of the iron ball was imperceptible to his naked eye. In a blend of excitement and trepidation, Vanner pondered how His Highness had engineered such a fearsome weapon that if he were to face artillery fire, even encased in full armor, it would likely prove futile. After each group completed a round of firing, the prince would command someone to plant a flag at the location where the first projectile landed, simultaneously cutting a length of twine from the flag to the cannon's muzzle. After 4 rounds, when it was once again Vanner's group's turn, he heard the command to adjust the cannon's firing angle at the junction where the cannon tube connected to the carriage. There was a dial marked with scales of 0, 5, 10, 25, and 30 that though he was unclear on the significance of these markings, he understood that he simply had to follow the instructions. Iron Axe shouted. Angle 5. The strongest among them, Yupi, immediately positioned the cannon brush rod beneath the cannon's powder chamber, leveraging the artillery upwards. Vanner twisted the screw on the carriage until the first white mark disappeared into the hole, at which point Yupi released the brush. As the cannon's rear end settled back, it was slightly lower than its initial position, with the muzzle elevated, perfectly aligning with the 5 mark. The process continued with another 4 rounds of firing. Flag planting, twine cutting, and angle adjusting. Gradually, Vanner began to comprehend the prince's intentions, that he was meticulously collecting the distances each iron ball traveled. The greater the elevation of the cannon, the farther the iron ball fell. This resonated with Vanner's own experiences with archery. Arrows traveled farther when shot at an upward angle, while a flat trajectory caused them to fall swiftly. He couldn't help but wonder if, at a certain velocity, an iron ball might never touch the ground. Along the banks of the Chishui River, the trial voyage of the township was progressing with great urgency, considering the necessity of employing Wendy as the power source. It was imperative that the crew on board be utterly reliable. Thus, Roland selected a cadre of politically sound individuals as the inaugural crew for the township. The captain, who also took on command duties, was the chief knight, Carter. The helmsman was Brian. The rigging and lowering of sails were managed by a squire under Carter, and the messenger was Tigu. These individuals frequently interacted with the witches, and thanks to their subtle ideological transformation, they bore no prejudice against them. Tigu, in particular, extended his affection for his daughter to the entire community of witches. Chapter 82. The Maiden Voyage of the Township Lightning, as the only professional with seafaring experience, naturally took on the role of navigator. In truth, she found the vessel's peculiar design and unique materials captivating. Though it appeared quite crude, it possessed all the essential components of a ship. However, she was uncertain whether it would actually sail. After all, throughout her time at sea, she had mostly been a spectator, as her father consistently denied her request to take the helm or raise the sails. According to the tradition of launching a new vessel, Lightning shattered a jug of ale against the bow, then commanded the sails to be raised. Carter, as the commander, was reluctant to allow the young girl to usurp his authority, so he would always follow her command with a similar one of his own. The sails of the township were crafted from animal hides, predominantly cowhide and sheepskin, interspersed with some exotic materials such as wolf and bear pelts. Thus, they exhibited a patchwork of deep and light colors, reminiscent of a tattered quilt. The sails were trapezoidal, with 4 wooden beams serving as crossbars, and the rigging ran through iron rings at the top of the mast. Descending to the deck, by pulling the rigging, the entire sail could be raised. To simplify operations as much as possible, both masts of the township featured single sails, arranged parallel to each other and perpendicular to the centerline. If a typical 2-masted sailboat were configured this way, one of the sails would hardly catch any wind, rendering it nearly ineffective. However, with Wendy's wind-controlling abilities, this design would instead ensure that the power was evenly distributed on both sides of the centerline, facilitating easier navigation for the helmsman. Once Lightning observed that the sails were raised, she directed the workers on land to untie the twine. The weather was relatively pleasant, with occasional snowflakes drifting down. With the gentle push of the wind and water, the vessel gracefully departed from the shore. The young girl descended beside Brian, exclaiming, "Full right rudder." Carter echoed, "Full right rudder? What does full right rudder mean?" Brian scratched his head, thinking it meant to turn a few circles to the right. No, turn all the way to the left, Lightning said, placing a hand on her forehead. "Forget it, I'll do it myself." She realized that this group was entirely unfamiliar with sailing, lacking even the basic understanding of the commands, that if it were a standard 2-masted sailboat, they probably wouldn't have even unfurled the sails by now. With fewer than 10 individuals, they managed to set the stone vessel afloat, which spoke volumes about the unique design of the township. Grasping the wheel, which was taller than she was, Lightning lifted her feet off the ground and turned to one side. The enormous horizontal wheel was quite heavy for an ordinary woman. Without mechanical assistance, it required overcoming the resistance of the water to maneuver the entire iron rudder beneath the vessel. Yet, for someone like Lightning, who could fly, this posed no challenge at all. She noticed that a stopper was installed beneath the wheel to prevent it from turning too far. And she couldn't help but be curious. Having heard that this ship was designed by His Highness himself, how did he manage to account for such details? Even seasoned sailors might not be aware of the intricacies of a vessel structure. "Wendy, summon the wind." Wendy stood atop the canopy, bemused. It turned out that the prince's inquiry about her fear of heights was for this very reason. To used herself to propel the sailboat. Remembering her usual tasks, such as drying meat or blowing dry her robes, she suddenly felt an odd contrast. She spread her arms wide, entering a practiced stance, allowing the wind to flow evenly beneath her feet and over her head, striving to equalize the wind pressure on both sails. Truth be told, Wendy had not anticipated that this seemingly simple request would prove so challenging. Although she had awakened as a witch 15 years prior, she had never attempted to delve deeply into understanding and mastering her powers. Whether summoning a swift gust to envelop stones for attacking foes or conjuring a tempest to sweep enemies away, she had always released large amounts of magical energy in a single burst. While handling chores at the camp, the winds varied in strength. As long as the task was accomplished, that sufficed. Now, recalling Anna's earnest demeanor during her practice, Wendy felt a twinge of embarrassment. What you must do first is to practice your abilities repeatedly until you have mastered them. Just like Anna, that it appeared this was not merely platitude, so let her journey begin now. She took a deep breath, concentrating all her attention on sensing the wind. Although the wind was not entirely balanced, the sails still billowed, the continuous thrust causing the mast to creak, and the bow of the ship began to veer to the right. "It is actually moving," Carter marveled. The prince transformed stone into a ship and made it float on water. Tigga chuckled, stroking his stubble. What else is beyond his capabilities? The township drifted farther from the riverbank, gradually navigating toward the center of the waterway. Wendy could only generate wind from thin air, unable to dispel the pre-existing north wind. With both forces at play, the direction of the ship's progress was not a straight line, necessitating adjustments to the rudder. Lightning found it challenging to articulate this, so she decided to let Brian experience it firsthand, in order to help him swiftly grasp this sensation. The young girl first directed him to execute several large rudder adjustments, allowing him to experience the correlation between the angle of the wheel's rotation and the ship's bow's sway. After navigating the Chishui River for over half an hour, it was Wendy who first succumbed. It was not a depletion of magical energy, but rather her body reaching its limits. Even swaddled like a zongzi, she could not fully withstand the biting cold winds that a thin layer of snowflakes had accumulated on her cotton hat. And her hands and feet were nearly numb, teetering precariously atop the canopy. Had it not been for Lightning's keen observation from above, she might have persevered until she fainted. Lightning swiftly flew to Wendy's side, gripping her tightly while shouting for Brian to steer the vessel ashore. The latter yanked the wheel hard to the right, causing the bow to gradually veer left. Lightning, still holding Wendy, descended onto the deck, where, despite only being able to shield one side of the sail from the wind, it at least provided a brief respite from the chill, preventing her body temperature from plummeting too rapidly. Moreover, such a delicate maneuver as docking was not a task Lightning dared to entrust to a novice who had only just learned to steer, despite her own limited skill. After a flurry of activity, the small-town vessel finally made landfall, and at the moment of impact with the riverbank, the hearts of all on board raced. The collision emitted a dull thud from the ship's hull. But fortunately, it appeared to sustain no significant damage. The crew quickly furled the sails and set up a gangplank to disembark. That a stroke of misfortune turned fortunate was that during the trial run, they had not chosen a straight path, but instead practiced turning back and forth in the wider sections of the river. Thus the small-town vessel had not strayed far from its starting point. Lightning, carrying Wendy, flew directly towards the castle, while Carter gazed at the stone vessel with a sigh. Without the witch's assistance, they would never manage to return the ship to the dock. Chapter 83. The Northern Carriage Driver for most inhabitants of the North. Winter is a time of barren harvest, particularly in towns near the Hermes Plateau. The month of evil spirits brings not only relentless rain and snow, but also bitter cold, hunger, and death. However, for the legless White, every winter, the church's emissary would come calling, requesting him to drive to the border of the Wolfheart Kingdom several times, rescuing suffering orphans and transporting them to the old holy city. This was a lucrative arrangement, earning him nearly 20 silver wolves per trip, and it was indeed a noble deed that as the month of evil spirits drew to a close, this carriage ride would likely be his last. Sir, perhaps you should stay inside the carriage. The snow is expected to fall for quite a while. Unlike us, who are accustomed to braving the elements, you mustn't risk freezing. He suggested that it's nothing to worry about. The emissary replied, taking a swig from his flask. The new holy city is far colder than here than on the plateau. Even leather and armor offer no protection against the frigid air. They invade your body like a devil with no respite. Without warming pills, it is no place for an ordinary person. You speak the truth. White nodded repeatedly, having never been to the new holy city and having no desire to go. What was there to see in a land of unyielding ice and vile beasts? Yet, as an experienced carriage driver, he could always find a new topic of conversation, and this emissary was far more amiable than his predecessor. Your gloves, they are made from the wolf pelts from the western borders of Grey Fortress. Aren't they? Oh, you know of this? Indeed, sir, White beamed with pride. I have been in this profession for nearly 30 years, initially driving for a baron, then for a countess, and even for the little princess of Wolfheart. Had it not been for an unfortunate accident that broke my leg, I might still be at the count's estate. They had plenty of gold dragons, and discussions of Grey Fortress furs and silverware. Winter-esque jewels and fjord crafts would go on endlessly, leaving his ears weary. I see. So that's how you acquired your nickname. What kind of accident was it? Ah, it was a refugee uprising. Those ruffians would do anything for a morsel of food. White spat, recalling the incident. They surrounded the carriage, and to protect the countess, I had to urge the horses to run wildly. The horses were spooked, and I was thrown off, the carriage overturned. And that is how you broke your leg? The emissary inquired curiously. What of the countess? She fared better. The carriage was cushioned with soft padding and thick quilts, but she emerged bruised and battered. She ran away, leaving me behind on the road. White retorted indignantly that I dragged my broken leg home and spent everything I had saved to acquire a prosthetic limb, he said, tapping the copper rod that protruded from his trousers. Yet the count's estate dismissed me under the pretense that I could no longer drive. Those damned nobles! It is indeed a pity, the emissary paused, but the divine has not forsaken you. You now drive for the church. Heaven is merciful. Yes, sir, heaven is merciful. No, if the heavens were truly merciful, I would not have encountered such a fate. White thought, when I needed it most. It did not come to my aid at that moment. Cries of a child echoed from the carriage. Hold on, White tightened the reins, gradually bringing the two horses to a halt. The emissary leaped down and circled to the back of the carriage. Soon, the sound of a whip cracking resounded from within. Poor child, he sighed, bear with it. This is your savior. Without the emissary, you would not survive this winter. Only to become a lifeless body on the streets. Before long, the emissary returned, climbing back onto the driver's seat. Now let's go. Are you secure? Drive. White shook the reins, and the carriage resumed its journey. Are they all from various parts of the Wolfheart Kingdom? Mostly, the churches and towns across the kingdom shelter some orphans, especially during the winter when food is scarce. The number of those we take in multiplies several times. The church's monks can hardly manage alone. So they also commission reputable drivers to assist with the transport. You have performed admirably, White. My predecessor spoke highly of you, that it is my honor to partake in such acts of charity. White grinned. Sir, will they all be sent to the convent? Forgive my curiosity. Though they are orphans, their characters may vary. Some, despite their youth, have experienced much. Could such individuals taint the sanctity of that place? The divine will render judgment. Even if they are guilty, they will be granted a chance for redemption. That's so. That is indeed a good thing. White lifted his gaze to the sky, noting the hour. It is getting late. Sir, should we not find lodging in the next town? If the weather permits, we should reach the old holy city by noon tomorrow. The emissary exhaled. Find an inn, one with a courtyard where we can park the carriage. You go prepare some food for them. Certainly, White replied. This town was the thoroughfare from the Wolfheart Kingdom to the old holy city, and it was not his first visit. He quickly found the inn where he had often stayed. Maneuvering the carriage into the courtyard, he accepted the coins from the emissary and went to purchase food for the orphans. As usual, sweet potato porridge was the most suitable choice, cheap and palatable. After watching them divide the porridge, White limped back to the inn, ordered a loaf of buttered bread, and began to eat at the bar for the emissary. He surely had better places to be. If it had been 10 years ago, before his leg was broken, he would have ordered a glass of wine at the tavern and perhaps found someone to toss a few dice. He had always had good luck back then. Now, however, White patted the coin pouch in his pocket and decided it was best to return to his room for some rest. In the evening, he heard some commotion in the courtyard. Rising to lift the curtain, White saw the inebriated emissary unlocking the carriage door and climbing inside. Moments later, he dragged out 2 orphans. Behind him stood 2 others, their attire suggesting noble lineage. White lowered the curtain and returned to his warm bed. Such occurrences were not new to him. The previous emissary had done the same. Survival is the greatest fortune, he mused, better to endure temporary suffering. Once we arrive at the holy city, you will embark on a new life. At least in the convent, you need not worry about hunger or cold. With a yawn, White sank into a deep slumber. At dawn, he resumed the journey with the emissary. The trip was remarkably smooth, and they arrived at the old holy city half an hour ahead of schedule. There, a church carriage awaited them. It seemed these pitiful souls still had a distance to travel, but that no longer concerned him. Here is your reward. The emissary tossed a bag of fabric towards him. White caught it and counted twice in his palm. Indeed, 20 silver wolves, a fair sum. He nodded and bowed. I hope to see you again next year. The emissary did not respond but waved him off. White noticed that several other carriages were engaged in similar tasks. Perhaps they had come from other kingdoms? He wondered, but one thing struck him as odd. All the passengers disembarking appeared to be young girls. Did the church only adopt female orphans? He shook his head, dismissing these thoughts, and drove the carriage back home. Chapter 84. The mechanisms of Hermes Bishop Maine descended step after step along the spiral staircase, delving deeper into the earth's depths. This was a naturally formed sinkhole, deep enough to submerge 4 towers of the heavens, and with a diameter ample enough to house a lord's castle. Initially, the pit was not dim. The high vaults retained skylights, through which beams of light streamed into the underground, casting serpentine patterns upon the icy stone walls. As he descended, the light gradually dimmed, soon merging with the stone. Yet at the center of the pit, a faint blue glow reflected, becoming more pronounced with each step downward, ensuring that even without a torch, one would not find themselves in utter darkness. The staircase beneath his feet resembled a slender serpent, coiling tightly against the rocky wall. The steps, meticulously fashioned from granite, were rectangular, 3 fingers thick, wide enough for 2 individuals to walk side by side. One end was embedded into the rock face, while the other hung precariously in midair. To avert the risk of an accidental fall, a wooden railing stood at the edge of the overhang. with ropes interwoven between its posts, though he had never counted the exact number of steps. He understood that the installation of each stone slab was a Herculean task. The masons of the church relied on ropes to lower themselves down, chiseling deep grooves into the unyielding stone, into which they deftly inserted each slab. Every movement had to be executed with utmost caution, for should a rope slip or snap, it would send as many as 300 souls plummeting to the abyss below. If the grand cathedral of Hermes, towering above, symbolized the indomitable spirit of the church, then the hidden mechanisms at the bottom of the well represented its true core. Embedded within the stone wall beside the stairs were the stones of divine retribution, with a century of judging warriors stationed every 100 steps, while within the mechanisms, a host of divine soldiers stood ever ready to repel intruders. Between the dome and the cathedral floor, countless sandbags and rubble lay concealed. Should the defenses of the holy city falter and a retreat become necessary, the Pope would activate the trap, burying the place beneath a cascade of sand and stone. Though this was not his first venture into the Hermes mechanism, the sensation of traversing in midair still left him dizzy. Especially when he glanced around, he often felt an unsettling illusion of plummeting. Only when his feet finally met solid ground did he allow himself a moment of relief. At the bottom of the pit lay a vast, circular white grindstone, its surface as smooth as a mirror, allowing one to clearly see their reflection upon standing atop it. Thanks to the craftsman's clever design, the light streaming in from the skylight overhead refracted multiple times within the well, converging perfectly upon the grindstone at the bottom. Even without the flicker of a torch, the pit was not enveloped in complete darkness. Only within the depths could one discern that sunlight was not devoid of color. Illuminated by the rays, the grindstone emitted a soft blue glow, casting a chilling hue upon the entire pit. A closer inspection revealed that in the brighter areas, countless specks of dust danced in the air, reminiscent of the minute creatures described in ancient tomes, utilizing the naturally occurring hollows in the mountain wall. The church interconnected them, further expanding and constructing the Hermes mechanism. That it was precisely due to these extensive openings that the air circulated freely, dispelling any sense of decay typically associated with being deep underground. As Maine stepped into the mechanism's entrance, the security tightened significantly. Here, the judging warriors operated in groups of 5, guarding each checkpoint. These were the church's most loyal knights, bound to serve in the mechanism for life, never to return to the surface in truth. Only he and the Pope had the privilege of entering and exiting. Even the esteemed archbishops, Heather and Typhon, were barred from this place. Yet, Maine was also unaware of the countless branching paths within the mechanism. Aside from the main thoroughfare leading directly south, numerous side passages flanked it, often revealing further branches as one ventured deeper. Some had been appropriated by the church, while others had been sealed off entirely. He had heard tales of a few masons who, during the construction of the mechanism, had inadvertently strayed into the unmarked paths and subsequently lost their way, never to return. The straight main path continued into the heart of the mountain, with a checkpoint established approximately every 30 zhang, about 100 meters. Maine was aware that each segment of the checkpoints served a distinct purpose. The outermost section was a living area for the warriors stationed at the pit's bottom. The second section housed an archive storing documents, manuscripts, and ancient tomes. The third section was a prison, holding those unfit to see the light, as well as the innocent. Having passed through 3 checkpoints, Maine halted. Beyond lay the mechanism's secretive zone, the source of all research and invention of the church, which he could not access without the Pope's consent. During his tenure as archbishop for over 3 years, he had only ventured in once. Maine turned left, veering into a side passage. The passage was brief, and soon he reached its end, where he encountered a bishop. The guarding judging warrior immediately saluted. "My lord." Maine nodded and opened the door. Inside was a corridor, illuminated by burning pine resin torches, resembling countless flickering points of light in the darkness, extending endlessly along the passage. Flanking either side were numerous sturdy wooden doors, each adorned with a numbered plaque. The warrior raised his torch, leading the way. Maine walked while observing the changing numbers on the plaques. Upon seeing the weathered door marked with the number 35, he paused, extracted a key, and gently turned it in the lock. The sound of the lock clicking open echoed sharply in the silence of the pit, reverberating down the corridor to AS of signaling. Anguished cries emerged from behind several doorways. Some male, some female. Listening closely, he discerned pleas such as, "Let me out. Help me. Please, just kill me." Maine remained unmoved. He commanded the warrior to stand guard at the door, entered the room, and shut the wooden door, isolating the cacophony of voices beyond. Through the iron bars, the bishop beheld an elderly man slumped against the head of the bed. Though perhaps he was not truly old, his hair was now white, and his forehead was lined with deep wrinkles. His beard, long untrimmed, nearly reached his neck. Having been deprived of sunlight for so long, his skin appeared ghastly pale, and his limbs were as thin as twigs. Maine glanced at the food tray beside the bars. Its contents were scarcely touched. He sighed. "You ought to take better care of yourself. The church does not lack for sustenance. Your meals are prepared to royal standards, save for the absence of wine. Even the fish is the finest cod from the port of Baishui. Surely, you must be familiar with its taste, King Wimbledon." After a moment, the old man responded, slowly lifting the covers and shifting to the edge of the bed to gaze intently at the archbishop. "If you were trapped in this wretched place, could you still eat?" He rasped, his voice hoarse, as if choked by something. "It has been 6 months in here, and I have heard nothing. What has become of my son? My daughter?" Maine noticed countless marks etched into the walls, seemingly scratched out by fingernails. Was this how he kept track of the days? He pulled up a stool, facing the king. "Must you inquire about matters that will only bring you distress?" The king fell silent for a while. "I am of no use now. You have come to send me on my way, have you not?" "Indeed. Then what does it matter to a dying man whether he feels joy or sorrow? Before I die, I only wish to know their fates." By the end of his statement, Wimbledon's voice had nearly escalated to a roar. Maine could not help but think that, despite everything, as a king, his dignity and composure were still admirable. That on the way to Hermes, after being replaced by the fervent believers, he had made numerous attempts to escape. Even in captivity, he had not succumbed to madness but rather sought to negotiate for his freedom. There were no curses, no hysterical screams. This was a rarity in the mechanism's prison that if not for the impossibility of altering the plan, Maine would have been reluctant to waste such a man on internal intrigue. Perhaps his personal visit was also motivated by the desire to inform him of recent events, Maine thought. Otherwise, a mere command would have sufficed to have a judging warrior end his life. "Your eldest son, Goran Wimbledon, is dead," Maine slowly stated. "Your second son, Tefiko Wimbledon, sentenced him to death by beheading on charges of treason and regicide. Your third daughter, Garcia Wimbledon, has declared independence in the Southern Territories. Self-styling as the Queen of Baishui, and war with Tefiko is now inevitable. Today, as for your fourth son and fifth daughter, we have not received much news. They are likely still alive. What are you saying? Treason? Independence? What have you all done?" "An edict for kingship," he articulated, "to distribute your children across various regions, declaring that whoever governs their territory best shall be the next king." Wimbledon shut his eyes in anguish, and after a prolonged pause, he murmured, "Why, you took advantage of the day of prayer, confined me to a chamber, stripped me of my clothes, and the stones of divine retribution. You replaced me with a witch. Yet you could have gradually seized this country, allowing the church to stand tall in every town. Why issue such an edict for kingship? I could never possibly," caught in a fit of agitation. Wimbledon hunched over, coughing violently. "I could never issue a decree that would incite my children to slaughter one another," Maine silently completed in his mind. "Perhaps you would not, but your children may not adhere to your wishes. They have grown and developed their own ambitions. For instance, your third daughter, Garcia, had already secured Baishui a port 5 years ago. Even without the edict, would she remain passive while Goran ascended to the throne upon your natural demise? Most critically, we do not have the luxury of time to proceed slowly. You must have also noticed that the witches' powers are not everlasting. Damn it, what benefit is there to the church in having them fight amongst themselves? The church may thus find itself engulfed in flames, and its followers may perish in the throes of war, leading the kingdom into utter chaos." At this juncture, Wimbledon suddenly froze, disbelief etched upon his face as he raised his gaze. "Could it be that you desire to?" A fit of more intense coughing abruptly interrupted the king's words. Once he finally regained his composure, his voice became as frail as a whisper, as if the coughing had sapped all his strength. "You wish to obliterate the royal family." "Precisely so, though a more accurate description would be the eradication of the monarchy." Maine could not help but internally commend the sharpness of this judgment, having endured nearly half a year in this lightless dungeon. Merely retaining one's sanity could be deemed an act of unwavering will, and those capable of coherent thought could be counted on one hand. The monarchy obstructs the church's growth, no matter how feeble. It will inevitably sprout like a tender shoot. Only through its complete eradication can the church truly claim dominion over this kingdom. Wimbledon's countenance aged considerably in an instant. Perhaps he had only appeared elderly before. But now even his spirits seemed to wane, the light in his eyes dimming. Grey Fortress is the largest territory among the continental kingdoms, boasting a vast number of soldiers, making open warfare disadvantageous for the church. We have long devised our plans for this. Your kingdom will undoubtedly suffer significant losses of warriors and mercenaries in the civil strife. Within 2 to 3 years, our judging army shall easily seize control of the entire Grey Fortress. You need not be overly sorrowful. You are not the sole fallen monarch. The other 3 kingdoms share your fate. Henceforth, there shall be no division of the 4 great kingdoms. Dawn, Wolfheart, Eternal Winter, and Grey Fortress will all vanish. Upon this fertile land, there will exist but a singular authority, the Church. Wimbledon fell silent. This man who had seized the throne by force from his brethren now appeared as though life itself had ebbed away from him. Even Maine felt a twinge of pity, though his heart harbored no regret. The Church had similarly paid a steep price. Numerous exemplary followers willingly became pawns, throwing themselves into this grand scheme without hesitation. The figure portraying Wimbledon III was none other than a devout judge within the judging army, whose faith was unwavering and loyalty to the Church absolute. He was destined to undergo the transformation ritual of the Divine Punishment Army. Yet, for the sake of the mission, he was substituted by the witch to assume the guise of the king, meeting a dishonorable demise in the royal palace of Grey Fortress, that he could have had his name inscribed upon the monument of the Hermes Church. Now, the Church could only entomb his name for eternity. Just as Maine thought Wimbledon would remain silent, he suddenly spoke, cursing. I curse you. I shall await you in the depths of hell." His voice grew fainter, and Maine had to concentrate fiercely to discern his words. Regrettably, this world knows no hell. Even if it did, it would not belong to us. Everything we do is for the sake of survival. Only by unifying the 4 kingdoms can the Church consolidate its greatest strength to vanquish the true enemy. Otherwise, the bishop paused, observing that Wimbledon's hand had slipped lifelessly, his head tilted to one side. The rise and fall of his chest entirely ceased. This was the fate of a king, yet it marked a new beginning for us, he mused. Maine tucked the porcelain vial into his cloak and stood to depart. Pushing open the wooden door, the corridor lay in hushed silence. As though the cries and wails had never echoed, he conveyed a few instructions for the aftermath to the judging army warrior stationed by the door, turning away without a glance as he made his way toward the mechanism outside. Chapter 86. The Witch's Dilemma. Yezi was at a loss as to how she had endured these past days. Having spent nearly half a month returning from the savage lands to the camp in the Despair Mountains, to evade the malevolent beasts, she cautiously concealed herself among the stout trunks, only proceeding to the next hiding spot upon confirming the absence of such creatures nearby. Though her heart raced with urgency, she had no other choice. If discovered by the hybrid beasts, she would be unable to escape their pursuit unaided. Over a dozen sisters had fallen victim to the devil's slaughter, and the abilities of the remaining sisters were ill-suited for combat. As the iron-handed demon plunged into the crowd, they scattered in a blind panic. Yet how many could possibly return alive to the camp? Yezi felt an overwhelming sense of uncertainty, daring not to contemplate the horrifying question. Her method of constant evasion consumed considerable magical energy, allowing her to traverse only a little over 10 miles a day, especially as she had to reserve magic for her overnight shelter. Once her provisions ran out, she transformed some wild fruits into sustenance to stave off hunger and thirst. The emblem of the Mutual Aid Society had long lost its warmth, and she could only wrap herself tighter in tree bark. The thought of Sino, who had perished at such a young age, made Yezi's tears flow uncontrollably. To compound her misfortune, on the 4th night, she encountered the devouring demon. The onslaught of blows nearly made her forget the incident. A searing pain erupted suddenly from her chest, swiftly radiating throughout her body, nearly causing her to lose consciousness. She bit her tongue until it bled to muster the will to combat the agony. Under the relentless torment of the devouring demon, Yezi had contemplated surrender, yet thoughts of the 20 or so sisters who might still be alive, waiting for her return at the camp, or injured and in need of her healing, stirred her resolve, urging her to persevere. Fortunately, this bout with the devouring demon was not prolonged. When she finally broke free from her suffering, her body was riddled with wounds, blood soaking the inside of the trunk. To avoid attracting the malevolent beasts with the scent of blood, she had to endure the pain, shedding her garments to seek refuge in another grand tree. There, she coaxed the bare branches to sprout green leaves, fashioning them into garments to ward off the cold. Guided by her magic, the branches became her needle, and the leaf veins her thread. Throughout her journey, she had not tasted a single cooked dish, nor sipped a drop of warm water. Upon entering the Despair Mountains, despite adding 2 layers to her leaf garments and wrapping her hands and feet snugly, the rapidly dropping temperatures and snow that reached her ankles still frostbitten her toes. Thus, she trudged along, stopping intermittently, dragging her numb feet, until at last, she reached the camp. Upon seeing the familiar figures of her sisters, Yezi collapsed to the ground. When she regained consciousness 2 days later, prolonged exposure to the cold had severely injured her feet. Herbs could not halt the spreading gangrene, forcing her sisters to amputate 2 damaged toes from both her left and right foot. Yezi paid little heed to this. Simply surviving felt like a blessing compared to those sisters who would never return. Yet upon witnessing the white bandages wrapped around the arms of the surviving sisters, an overwhelming sorrow surged from the depths of her heart. From the original 42 sisters, only 6 remained. After comforting Yezi for a time, the eldest, Shu Wan, recounted the experiences of their party. During her struggle with the devil, the non-combatant witches seized the opportunity to flee toward the camp. That night, they encountered the malevolent beasts, a horde of wild boars. The group was powerless to resist, scattering in every direction. Those captured by the beasts faced grim fates, but they could not afford to dwell on that to be why the following morning, they were targeted by a wolf-like hybrid beast. And only 8 managed to escape. Fortunately, once they entered the Despair Mountains, the malevolent beasts did not pursue them further. A few days after returning to the camp, 2 sisters exhibited symptoms of magical backlash. Perhaps the Mutual Aid Society had suffered too great a blow this time, casting a shadow over the future. Neither of the 2 could withstand the devouring demon. Meanwhile, the combat witches had yet to return. And when everyone presumed them to have perished at the hands of the devil, Yezi unexpectedly returned. So, what are the others? Hong Jiao, Chasing Wind, and the esteemed Mentor. How are they faring? Yezi shook her head. I am the only one who survived. That's so. Shu Wan replied softly, clearly having anticipated this answer. Then please rest well. Moreover, she hesitated before continuing. Yezi, while you were unconscious, we discussed that if Hakura does not return, we hope you can assume the role of mentor. Yezi was taken aback, then closed her eyes. Indeed, after suffering such a harrowing blow, the Mutual Aid Society could not afford to remain leaderless. It would undoubtedly crumble to dust. Yet the purpose of the Mutual Aid Society was to seek the Sacred Mountain, to attain freedom and a place of rest. Now, the quest for the Sacred Mountain had turned into a mere illusion. No, the Sacred Mountain itself was a ruse. It did not exist within the Despair Mountains, nor in the savage lands. In that case, was there still a reason for the Mutual Aid Society to exist? Her mind was in turmoil. Even without looking at them, she could feel the sisters' expectant gazes, needing someone to step forward and lead the disoriented crowd onward. Let us seek out Nightingale, Yezi spoke after a prolonged silence. What? Seek her out? You mean to go to the border town? What if she is deceiving us? Wendy is there as well. Perhaps she has long since perished. The sisters clamored in disarray. Shu Wan clapped her hands to silence them and inquired of Yezi. What if Nightingale's words are yet another deception? You may wait in a safe place outside the town. She opened her eyes. Allow me to ascertain the situation first, that if she speaks falsehoods, I will take on the role of mentor. If I perish in the town, Shu Wan, you will lead the sisters onward. But Yezi forced a smile. I know your abilities are ill-suited for combat and not particularly helpful for the camp's daily operations. However, I now understand that the strength of one's abilities does not correlate with their suitability for mentorship. The mentor serves as a guiding light, rather than merely the most capable individual. Regrettably, I have come to this realization rather late. If the mentor of the Mutual Aid Society had been the patient and meticulous Wendy, would the outcome have been entirely different? You, like Wendy, were among the earliest to join the Mutual Aid Society, and you stand as a matriarch among the sisters. Having journeyed from the eastern part of the kingdom alongside everyone to the abyssal mountain range, your wealth of experience and cautious demeanor have not gone unnoticed. No one is more suited than you to assume the role of mentor for the sisters. The tome fell silent for a moment. What if everything the Nightingale said is true? If that were the case, then the Mutual Aid Society would no longer be necessary. Yi Zi murmured, "The border town shall become our new holy mountain." Chapter 87. Winter's Twilight, Part 1. Prepare. Thrust. Vanna forcefully thrust the spear in his hand. And then his hands trembled violently, the shaft creaking ominously that a wolf-like creature was impaled on the spear's tip, its fur bristling, blood-red eyes wide as saucers, and its gaping maw revealed 2 rows of sharp teeth, the largest nearly the size of his thumb. This was his first encounter with a malevolent beast at such close quarters. The creature flailed its claws in the air, snowflakes even splattering against his face. Vanna's mind went blank, and instinct, honed through training, took over as he subconsciously gripped the spear tighter and exerted more force forward that a moment seemed to stretch infinitely as he witnessed the spear bend to its breaking point, the tip sinking deep into the creature's abdomen, and he feared that the next instant, those razor-sharp claws would rend his face asunder. With a resounding crack, the spear could no longer withstand the beast's momentum and shattered into 2 pieces. It was this sharp sound that restored the flow of time. The beast plummeted downward, just as it had arrived, its claws scraping against the battlements, sending shards flying, along with the severed spear, crashing heavily to the ground. The rifle squad, loaded and ready, fire at will. Immediately, 2 barrels extended beside Vanna. He quickly stepped back half a pace, lifting his head to avoid the debris and smoke from the gunpowder from reaching his eyes. As for his ears, he had no time to spare. The rifles fired in quick succession, and Vanna approached the battlements again, noticing a pile of various malevolent beasts lying at the foot of the wall. Someone poked him from the side. He turned to see his roommate grinning widely at him. What is there to be smug about, having just touched a gun for a little over a week? Vanna shot him a glare and shifted his gaze back to the battlefield. When His Highness's artillery squad comes into play, you will realize that the iron pipe in your hands is nothing but a mere walking stick. The cat's claw passed him a new wooden spear. Had these beasts gone mad? It had already been 2 or 3 hours, hadn't it? They are mad by nature, Vanna thought as he readied his spear, awaiting the next wave of assault. What time is it now? Approaching noon. The cat's claw exhaled, glancing quickly to either side while the hunter was distracted. Where is Grapefruit? What about Brother Rodney? Do not lose focus. Do you wish to be disemboweled by a wolf beast? Vanna retorted sharply. They have been assigned to other segments of the wall, perhaps in Group 3 or 4 to be by the way. How did you end up in Group 1? I am a substitute for the team, he chuckled. Wherever there is a need, I'm there. Just now, one of the older men got injured, and it was my turn to step in. Prepare. The voice of the hunter-observer interrupted Cat's Claw. Vanna saw a dozen malevolent beasts swiftly approaching. Now he could quickly distinguish various types of beasts. This wave comprised 2 wolf creatures, while the rest were wild boars, foxes, and a bear, posing little threat to the battlements. Thrust, despite this, he obeyed the command, thrusting his spear in unison with his comrades. Indeed, this time the spear met nothing but air. He retracted the spear and caught a glimpse of the wolves being felled by other members of Group 1. As the slower beasts gathered at the foot of the wall, the rifle squad pressed him beside him, ready to fire freely downward. This repetitive motion had continued from dawn until now. When the initial horn had sounded, most were still lost in slumber. Vanna stifled a yawn. This time the assault from the malevolent beasts was fiercer than before, with what used to be 1 or 2 waves of incursions now relentless. The carcasses of beasts piling up at the base of the wall. To end the interim, the second militia team had replaced them, hastily consuming some food before returning to the battlements. Yet unexpectedly, Vanna found himself more composed than he had anticipated. Hearing the command to thrust and retract the spears, leaving the rest to the rifle squad, all of which felt just like the drills they practiced daily. The seemingly nonsensical rules and movements that had once baffled him were now proving invaluable and remarkably effective. Others appeared to be in similar spirits. Although their grips on their spears were tight and their expressions serious, some substitutes looked quite nervous, yet all stood tall and resolute, not a single one retreating a step. However, Vanna understood that their greatest confidence stemmed not from the daily drills, but from the prince. Only after the rifle squad fired did Vanna steal a glance toward the watchtower in the middle of the wall. That was where His Highness stood. From the moment the horn had sounded, he had been present on the battlements, standing shoulder to shoulder with everyone, without a moment's respite. Even when Vanna had been rotated off to eat, the prince remained atop the watchtower. Breakfast delivered personally by the chief knight. Reflecting on the previous lord, who had always departed early by boat at the onset of the demon month, followed by the nobles, with commoners last, those with spare coins could leave by paying with silver wolves, while those without means had to rely on their own 2 feet to reach Longsong Fortress. The mere thought of this filled him with vigor. Indeed, they belonged to the Prince of Grey Fort's forces. Entirely different from the patrolling teams of the border town. Those brigands, emboldened by their armor and weapons, often ran rampant in both the new and old districts, extorting local merchants as their prey. In Vanna's view, aside from the 2 captains of the patrol team, the rest were hardly distinguishable from ruffians. In contrast, the militia was a formidable force. Under the prince's leadership, they could hold the fearsome, malevolent beasts at bay, preventing them from advancing upon the town, a feat that had previously only been achievable by Longsong Fortress. Take a look at Fishball, the notorious coward of the old district, often the target of ridicule. After joining the 2nd militia team, he now wields the spear with surprising confidence. And then there's Femi, towering yet always a step behind, a favorite target for mockery in the old district. Now, his spear-thrusting technique is swift and fierce, surpassing most in skill. Vanna knew that while others concluded their training, he would push himself to practice an additional 100 thrusts, simply because the prince had once told him. The less agile the bird, the earlier it must take flight to keep pace with others and ultimately surpass them. Why, despite initially joining merely for those 2 eggs, do I now feel a sense of gratitude for my enlistment in the militia? Each day brings subtle changes, each day a step further than the last. Vanna believed that it wasn't just him. Everyone felt this way, and he could not quite articulate his emotions, perhaps summarizing it with the prince's frequent words during training. They were a team unlike any other in this era. 2 brief blasts of the horn jolted Vanna into alertness. This signified the emergence of a hybrid malevolent beast that he gazed into the distance, spotting yet another lion-headed hybrid, strikingly similar to the one that had previously breached the walls. This was the 2nd he had encountered today. However, this time felt different. In addition to the rifle squad, they had other allies. Vanna tilted his head slightly, catching a glimpse of a golden-haired girl hovering beside the prince. Chapter 88. Winter's Twilight, Part 2. Do not be so hasty. It has not yet approached. Roland sighed as he watched Lightning, eager for action. Heaven knows why she is so intrigued by the challenge of confronting malevolent beasts. For she is hardly the fighting type and shows no fear that a typical person might exhibit in the face of such creatures. Follow the same strategy as before. Do not overexert yourself. You are merely to lure the beast, drawing its attention toward you. Be mindful of your altitude. While it cannot fly, it poses a significant threat when it leaps. I know, Lightning replied confidently. I figured out its weaknesses the last time it came. Do not worry. It won't even brush against the hem of my garment. But as she spoke, the hybrid malevolent beast had already neared the battlements, leaping over a series of obstacles toward an unguarded section of the wall. This time, however, no militia members intervened. They remained in their designated areas, awaiting the next thrust command from the Hunter Observer. Now, let the special operations against the hybrid malevolent beast commence, Roland commanded solemnly. Lightning, who had already taken flight, paused mid-air, glancing back at Roland. What is it? That phrase of yours? Lightning pondered for a moment before shaking her head, somewhat puzzled. Never mind, I'm off. As he watched the young girl dart away, Roland awkwardly smiled and turned to Anna and the nightingale behind him. Do you find this strange as well? Indeed. Both nodded in unison. Well then, it appears that even in a different world, exaggerated lines remain exaggerated. You both be careful. Your Highness, you too. The nightingale bowed, then took Anna's hand and entered the mist. Roland clasped his hands behind his back, standing against the wind, striving to project the image of a great boss, but he was aware that many would take a moment to glance back at themselves amid the chaos of battle. So despite the tingling in his feet, he stood resolutely at the highest point of the city wall, ensuring that all could see him. No matter the circumstances, the prince remained with them. Since he could not join the fray in person, he could at least inspire their spirits in this manner. This incursion of the malevolent beast had surpassed any previous assault in intensity. According to Iron Axe, in years past, only 1 or 2 hybrids would emerge during the entire month of the demon. Yet this year, the border town had already encountered 4 hybrid beasts. The duration of their onslaught was unusually prolonged, as the vile creatures continuously emerged from the enigmatic forest in waves of dozens, relentlessly charging toward the walls. Fortunately, the production of flintlock rifles had surged in the past month, and now a 100-strong rifle squad was fully armed. Without this, maintaining such an efficient killing rate would have been implausible. Were it bows and crossbows, it would be a struggle just to draw them back, in a protracted battle. The advantage of firearms, which demanded little in terms of physical stamina, became increasingly apparent. Of course, the escalating consumption of gunpowder was a source of concern for Roland. He had already begun contemplating dismantling the 20 or so packs of explosives in the warehouse to repurpose the gunpowder for the rifle squad's use. Meanwhile, lightning had already soared above the heads of the hybrid beasts. She retrieved a stone from her pocket and hurled it at the creature. The stone struck precisely upon its cranium, the sudden impact causing it to recoil, only to realize the source of the attack was from above, in a provocative manner. Lightning lowered her altitude, weaving past it and flying close to the center of the town, although the hybrid possessed a degree of cognitive capability. The young girl in front of it was evidently deemed non-threatening. It lunged forward, wings spread wide, gliding nearly 100 meters with a few powerful leaps. Lightning immediately pulled up, executing a swift turn in midair, maneuvering around several low buildings, veering into another street. This serpentine dance. She lured the enemy to the town's central square, the very site agreed upon with Nightingale for their assault, due to the acute sense of smell possessed by the lion-headed hybrid. Even Nightingale, obscured by the mist, would be detected. Thus, before they initiated their attack, it was crucial for her to divert the beast's attention as much as possible. Lightning executed her role flawlessly. The hybrid was now visibly enraged, its increasingly frantic instincts overshadowing its scant rationality. It opened its maw and leaped repeatedly into the air, yet the unencumbered Lightning was far more agile than the beast, taunting it with her vertical maneuvers, rendering its every leap futile. Nightingale, meanwhile, had reached the square from another direction. Unlike Lightning, who had navigated through the mist, she disregarded the surrounding houses and fences, proceeding in a straight line. Anna's flames could only reach 10 steps, 5 meters, necessitating an approach from behind the beast's tail to minimize the risk of detection. Having encountered numerous complications when dealing with the first hybrid, Nightingale was now entirely familiar with Anna's attack style. As she closed the distance to the beast, now merely 30 steps away, she surged forward at maximum speed, the ground seemingly contracting beneath her, nearly covering the remaining distance in a single stride. By the time Anna regained her composure, the creature's tail was almost brushing her face. "Now," Nightingale exclaimed. The black and white world surrounding Anna receded like a tide, and in the blink of an eye, she found herself back in the familiar town square. Green flames flickered at her fingertips, swiftly expanding into a colossal fiery cage that engulfed the beast. Nightingale swiftly retreated, the searing heat waves crashing against her, already inflicting a burning pain, the intense heat capable of melting steel. The hybrid beast scarcely had time to struggle before it was reduced to a fireball, crashing to the ground. It appeared they had succeeded. Wendy, temporarily standing guard in Nightingale's stead, observed the emerald flames rising in the distance and remarked with a smirk, "It seems I did little to contribute. If it were possible, I would wish for all of you to remain off the battlefield," Roland said, maintaining a relaxed posture with his hands behind his back. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware that without the witches bolstering the defense today, the militia would inevitably falter against the hybrid beasts capable of leaping over the walls. Even Nanawa had arrived at the foot of the wall, quickly tending to the injured soldiers under the protection of Baron Tigu. This marked the first occasion Roland had publicly showcased the power of the witches before all the militia members. A development that filled him with satisfaction. Nanawa, known within the ranks as the Healing Angel, had evidently elevated the witch's reputation to new heights, after Anna and Nightingale teamed up to slay the first hybrid atop the wall. Cheers had erupted from the crowd. Of course, he understood that not everyone would be entirely at ease with this situation, yet it was undeniably a rare occurrence. With a preliminary consensus established within the militia, the subsequent plans Roland had would be much easier to implement. Suddenly, the gunfire atop the wall diminished, and Roland noticed the beasts beginning to retreat. They were actually withdrawing. He could scarcely believe his eyes. At that moment, a beam of light pierced through the thick clouds above, cascading down to the ground, followed by a second, then a third soon. The gray sky was rent asunder by a multitude of rays, all merging into a blinding and indescribable brilliance. The earth became suddenly illuminated. The day the sun rises once more shall mark the end of the demon month, that a brief tranquility enveloped the city wall. And then a wave of jubilant cheers surged through the border defenses. Gradually, the townsfolk emerged from their homes, joining in the exultation. They celebrated the long-awaited sunlight, their safe passage through the winter, and their beloved prince. Their voices coalescing into a torrent that resonated throughout the entire border town. The Song of the Demon Month concludes. Chapter 89, Celebration, Part 1. This year, the border town was markedly different from years past. In previous years, upon the conclusion of the Demon Month, they would have to wait an additional month in the slums of Longsong Fortress until the snow had completely melted before embarking on their journey home. Upon returning to the town, they would mostly be greeted by a scene of devastation. Houses left unattended for months lay in ruin. Some flimsy wooden structures had already succumbed to the weight of the snow. And some townsfolk even found malevolent beasts lurking within their homes, gnawing at cabinets and tables, and dragging in hay and rags to fill the corners, clearly treating this refuge from the wind and snow as their lair. They often needed a week to repair their homes and replace waterlogged, moldy furniture. As for the persistent stench of decay, the local residents had grown accustomed to it. However, this year, the border town was reborn. The snow was swiftly cleared away, and colorful paper banners, distributed by His Highness the Prince, adorned doorsteps. From a distance, the once drab and dilapidated town transformed into a vibrant spectacle, a sea of colors blending together. News spread quickly that on the first day following the conclusion of the Demon Month, His Highness would host a grand celebration dance in the square. Anyone could attend, and not only was there no fee, but rumors circulated of free food being distributed. A dance. That was an event reserved for the upper echelons of society. They had only heard of it through the tales of well-traveled merchants. Yet even they could not participate. Merchants claimed that simply possessing wealth did not guarantee an invitation to such an affair. His Highness, allowing everyone to join. Your Highness, this might not be prudent, the chief knight cautioned. There are neither musicians nor a designated dance leader who will set the rhythm for the dance. Moreover, in such a remote location, even nobles might not dance. Your subjects will only end up ruining everything. Carter had only attended one dance during his time in the capital, hosted by a marquis to celebrate his daughter's birthday. Elegant strings intertwined with spirited drumbeats as ladies twirled gracefully to the lilting melodies, while the gentlemen showcased their swift and powerful steps when the drum sounded, sometimes spinning, sometimes tapping, harmonizing their movements with the rhythm. During breaks, attendants weaved through the crowd with drinks and snacks as the men scanned the room for their desired partners, gathering the courage to approach by the time the final piece was played, with successful suitors enjoying a romantic interlude once the event concluded. Carter sighed, although the youthful him had failed to secure a dance with his cherished lady. The elegant and romantic atmosphere remained a cherished memory, replacing the poised nobles with these villagers who dealt daily with stones and beasts. Goodness, he could scarcely imagine such a scene without a dance leader. Indeed, Roland had instructed the militia to dismantle the stone sculptures and gallows in the square. Iron Axe and the militia would fulfill that role. That Sandman? Carter was taken aback that I asked the captain of the rifle squad. Iron Axe had finally earned the chief knight's recognition for his performance during the Demon Month, and the mention of his heritage was no longer a point of contention. However, being a Makin, how could he possibly comprehend the etiquette of the continental kingdoms? Roland smiled mysteriously, because what I am organizing is not a conventional ball. You will see when the time comes. The preparations required were minimal, primarily involving the removal of obstacles in the square and erecting a pile of firewood at the center. Brick tables were constructed alongside the woodpile for barbecuing food. Indeed, this was Roland's spontaneous idea for a celebratory dance, a fusion of a bonfire gathering and outdoor barbecue. The question of how to foster a sense of belonging among the populace regarding their homeland had been a matter of serious contemplation for the prince. Nationalism and ethnic pride were concepts far too complex for these villagers, who had spent their lives working for their lord and were barely literate. Only their personal wealth and kin were worthy of concern. The more backward a society, the more short-sighted it becomes. This is a rule of civilization's development. Civilization will ultimately expand to the size of its ideas, Roland believed wholeheartedly. However, this does not imply that the cultivation of the spirit can be overlooked. The victory celebration is but one of the transformative methods he has devised at In Truth. He finds it incomprehensible that there are no celebrations marking the end of the malevolent month in this world. The annual invasion of the vile beasts is akin to a natural disaster, and overcoming such malevolence surely warrants grand commemoration. Thus, he resolved to designate the first day following the conclusion of the malevolent month as Victory Day. In all territories belonging to him, this day would not only be a public holiday, but also a time for various festive activities. Should this tradition endure for 3 or 4 years, it would become ingrained in the customs of the land. The inhabitants would gradually come to realize that their experience under his stewardship is markedly different from that of those ruled by other lords. Before noon, the square was already brimming with people, the militia forming a ring to keep the crowd at bay from the pile of firewood. It seems that free food is indeed quite enticing. Roland mused, as at least half the townsfolk had gathered. The only shortcoming was that the square was somewhat cramped. Apart from the circle of empty space around the woodpile, over 1,000 individuals were nearly shoulder to shoulder. Leaving little room for movement, he noticed some children had already climbed onto the nearest rooftops to catch a glimpse of the square below. Being the inaugural celebration, it was bound to have its imperfections. Estimating that the time was ripe, Roland took to the stage to deliver his address. This marked his second public speech in the square, and he felt considerably more composed than during his previous attempt. Good afternoon, my dear subjects. That I am Roland Wimbledon, the 4th Prince of the Grey Fortress Kingdom. That he opted for the same opening as last time. Yet this occasion yielded a vastly different response before he could finish. The crowd erupted in fervent cheers. Long live His Highness the Prince. Long live the Prince. A warmth surged within his chest. This time, he had not orchestrated any prearranged applause. Witnessing the spontaneous ovation from the militia and the townsfolk filled him with a sense of achievement and contentment. As the cheers began to wane, he raised his hand for silence. The malevolent month has come to an end, and thanks to the valor of our militia, the vile beasts have not breached our walls even once. Our border town has triumphed over a formidable enemy at a minimal cost, proving that as long as we unite, we can stand firm here without relying on the charity of Longsong Fortress. They sought to threaten our town with famine and cold, but today's victory has shown them that all their efforts are in vain. Indeed, I long to never return to that place. With His Highness the Prince, we shall never go hungry during winter. At last, we are free from their extortion. Oh, His Highness is benevolent. Seizing upon the escalating enthusiasm of the crowd, Roland continued, let us celebrate this glorious and honorable victory. This is a day to be remembered. I declare that from this day forth, the first day following the malevolent month shall be known as Victory Day. The celebratory ball is established for this purpose. My dear subjects, revel in this day. Now, let the ball commence. A torch was hurled into the grease-smeared pile of wood, igniting a blaze that instantly infused the square with a vibrant atmosphere. Chapter 90. The Celebration, Part 2. 6 whole roasted oxen were wheeled to the bonfire, if not for the militia escorting them. Roland suspected that the enthusiastic crowd would have already devoured the oxen as they passed. This represented the entirety of his stock from the castle cellar. Contemplating the arrival of the next merchant ship without any meat left for himself brought tears to his eyes. To orchestrate this celebration, he had essentially emptied his coffers. The royal chef brought from the capital was responsible for seasoning and supervising the cooking, while the grilling was entrusted to 6 of the strongest militia members. A metal rod was inserted into the mouth of the ox and placed on a brick platform beside the fire. The flames leapt high, and even from 2 or 3 meters away, one could feel the searing heat. Soon, the skin of the ox crackled, fat oozing from its pores, releasing an enticing aroma. Naturally, the roasting of the meat could not leave the guests idle. At Roland's signal, Iron Axe, accompanied by a squad of militia members, made their entrance. The ornate and intricate court dances were ill-suited for this occasion. Without extensive training, even the basic steps might elude them, let alone exhibiting graceful movements. To ensure simplicity while allowing for self-expression, the dance of the common folk was evidently more appealing. Iron Axe and his comrades stood with hands on their hips, one arm intertwined with that of a partner. Forming a chain as they circled around the bonfire, the accompaniment. Several horns of varying pitches resounded. They began to move clockwise, kicking forward with each step while calling out, "Ha hey! Is this what you call leading the dance?" Carter exclaimed, eyes wide, that of course it is, and it's simple enough to remember. The militia practiced for merely a quarter of an hour last night and mastered the steps. Roland chuckled. Would you like to give it a try? Carter shook his head in refusal, feeling as though something within him had shattered. Farewell, enchanting maiden. Farewell, bittersweet memories of youth. Other militia members began to clap in time with the dancers, with each round of steps eliciting applause. The rhythmic cadence invigorated the crowd, who eagerly joined in. The clapping grew faster. Iron Axe and his team increased their speed, and soon, signs of disarray began to appear in the human chain. Before long, one member stumbled, causing a cascade of falls, and the spinning abruptly halted. The crowd was momentarily stunned, yet the militia's applause did not falter. Rather, it intensified like a tempest. Iron Axe helped the fallen comrade to his feet and called out to the crowd. Did you all see that? Who wants to give it a try? If you fall, that counts as one round completed. Those who join the dance will receive a piece of delicious honey-roasted meat. The longer you endure, the more meat you shall earn. If the invitation had come from the nobility or affluent families, the townsfolk might not have been so eager to participate. Subconsciously, they viewed the gentry as lofty figures, often treating commoners as mere chaff, and it was not uncommon for them to retract their promises. However, seeing the familiar militia members, their neighbors, beckoning them, they could no longer contain their excitement, with one brave soul stepping forward. Soon a second and a third followed suit. The next round of dancing commenced, though this time, most of the dancers were townsfolk. Despite the simplicity of the movements, everyone was thoroughly enjoying themselves, especially with the honey-roasted meat as a reward, leading participants to put forth their best efforts. This was precisely the scene Roland had hoped to witness. Besides the roasted meat, there was also bread, fish cakes, and barley wine, all of which would be distributed after the beef was gone, and the celebration would continue into the night. However, Roland would not remain there for long, that he assigned Carter to oversee security at the event, leaving the closing remarks to the assistant minister before departing. He had a private celebration to attend, set in the castle's rear garden. As evening descended, the backyard remained brightly lit. Similar to the central square, a bonfire blazed here as well. The difference was that the chicken meant for roasting had all been cut into pieces. The seasoning and oil were self-prepared, entirely mimicking the outdoor grilling style. This novel self-service approach captivated the witches, and in Roland's eyes, it was a rare spectacle. Anna, for instance, coated the chicken pieces with seasonings and then enveloped them in green fire, instantly producing a fragrant piece of chicken. Nightingale displayed her astonishing knife skills, the carving knife flickering in and out of sight as she skillfully danced around the chicken, and upon peeling it, the bones fell away intact. Of course, there was also wine. The bottled grape wine brought from Willow Leaf Town was evidently more suited to the palates of women than barley wine. Lightning polished off half a bottle by herself. Although Roland wished to remind her that minors were prohibited from drinking, she floated in mid-air with the bottle, making it difficult to intervene. After a moment's consideration, he decided to let it be. As the barbecue progressed, Roland began to feel slightly tipsy. Leaning back in his chair, he gazed at the group of joyful maidens before him and felt an overwhelming sense of contentment. This was the life a prince ought to lead. He mused, and indeed, it was for the witches as well. With their exceptional abilities and beauty, they should not be treated as prey. Had they existed in the era before his journey, they would have surely been the center of attention wherever they went. What he could do now was merely to allow them to live as normal individuals within this small realm. That moment, Lightning descended, plopping herself on Roland's lap. Before he could react, she unexpectedly pressed a kiss to his cheek. Although the act was executed with remarkable swiftness, it did not escape the notice of the other witches. She giggled and flew away, noticing Anna, Nightingale, and Wendy staring at her in astonishment. She waved her hand to explain. According to the customs of the fjord, during the victory feast, women are allowed to kiss the leader. My father always lets me kiss him. Grey Fortress has no such custom. Roland felt his inebriation lift significantly. Cough, Lightning, you're drunk. Hurry back and sleep. No way. Lightning protested. I often drink with everyone while sailing, and I've never lost. Roland had no choice but to seek assistance from the witches. That he turned to Wendy, who nodded and conjured a downward gust of air, sending lightning tumbling down. Just before she hit the ground, Wendy stepped forward to catch the girl, disregarding her protests, and carried her straight toward the castle. "Don't mind that girl. She's just had a bit too much to drink. You all continue to eat. There will be dessert later." Roland immediately sensed a shift in the atmosphere, particularly in Anna's gaze, which sent a chill creeping up from his feet. Only Nanoa remained entirely unaffected, her focus unwavering as she continued to roast the chicken wings in her hands, as if nothing had transpired. As the campfire gradually dwindled, Roland instructed Nightingale to escort Nanoa home while he went to the well to splash cold water on his face, preparing himself for bed. This minor incident did not weigh heavily on Roland's mind. In his eyes, Lightning was merely a child yet to mature. However, upon reaching the doorway to his third-floor bedroom, the prince's heart skipped a beat. He beheld Anna leaning against the doorframe. Chapter 91. The Heart's prison moonlight poured through the corridor's window, illuminating one side of the woman's face, her eyes reflecting a soft blue light, akin to stars in the darkness. Anna leaned slightly against the door, most of her figure enveloped in shadow, yet her silhouette remained discernible. Her well-nourished form was a far cry from the emaciated appearance she once bore. As a newly adult woman, her physique was perfectly proportioned, exuding the unique, youthful allure of her age. Roland feigned composure as he approached slowly. She noticed him and straightened, their gazes locking. That it was merely an accident. "I did not foresee her actions," he began. "That I understand. She is still young. I hardly took it to heart. I comprehend that as well." That I, in contrast to Roland's expectations, Anna did not display any signs of sulking. Her countenance bore no trace of displeasure. Instead, it was marked by a serious demeanor. There was not a ripple in her lake blue eyes, and Roland realized she remained the straightforward woman he knew, one who neither favored pretense nor required it. Indeed, she initiated the conversation. "I cannot act as boldly as Lightning did in front of everyone, so I chose to wait for you here." After uttering this, a faint blush appeared on her cheeks, yet she did not shrink back. Her eyes remained steadfastly locked with Roland's, her expression remarkably earnest. That Roland's heartbeat slowed by 2 beats. He wished to articulate something. Yet at that moment, all words felt superfluous. Perhaps she was bothered by Lightning's actions, but grievance or complaint was not her way. She would express her desires directly. That a forthright and earnest child should not be turned away, he thought. Bending slightly, Roland brought his cheek close to Anna's. Her breath brushed against him, akin to the gentle spring breeze that stirs the heartstrings. The sound of their slightly anxious breaths resonated clearly in the silent corridor. And then, a soft lip pressed gently against Roland's cheek. "Good night, Your Highness," Anna whispered softly. Wendy reclined against her bed's headboard, perusing the book in her hands. This was a rare moment of leisure for her, a lifestyle she had never dared to imagine during her time at the convent. Having arrived in the small town not long ago, she had developed the habit of cleansing herself before sleep. Donning a silk nightgown, unfastened and unbuttoned, sitting cross-legged in her bed, with a soft pillow propped behind her, reading books borrowed from the prince. Today, the task of settling Lightning had consumed considerable time. Thus she had no intention of returning to the back garden, and had gone straight to bed after washing up. The book was a historical account of the origins of the church. Despite growing up in a convent, her understanding of this subject was rather limited. The abbess had repeatedly instructed them to heed God's teachings, yet had never mentioned God's name. This had puzzled her in childhood. Everyone had names, so why did the most exalted divine being not? The accounts in the book echoed the rumors she had heard later. Initially, there were 3 major churches on the continent, each deeming the others heretical, worshipping evil deities. This war of faith persisted for nearly a century, culminating in the current church's resounding victory, proclaiming that the evil deities had been vanquished. And from henceforth, there would be but a singular name for the divine, the term God itself. The subsequent passages detailed the glory and immortality of the church, including the establishment of the old and new holy cities, and victories over the wicked witches who sowed chaos. This struck Wendy as quite peculiar. She had previously borrowed the history of Grey Fortress and a brief history of the continent from Prince Roland. The former meticulously documented the kingdom's founding, development, and significant events, detailing the names of each king, their marital statuses, and the fates of their offspring. The genealogical sections resembled a comprehensive family tree. A brief history of the continent. On the other hand, emphasized the evolution of the four great kingdoms, the alternation of power and political strife. Yet the biographies of the rulers remained crucial records. However, the Church's historical account made no mention of any pope's name. Instead, like the divine, it merely substituted the term pope for the names of all past leaders. After reading through, it seemed as though he alone spanned centuries of history. This was utterly illogical, rather than a record. It felt like a deliberate obfuscation to that moment. Nightingale suddenly appeared in the room. Wendy set down her book, intrigued as she gazed at her companion. So late, and yet you come to see me? The latter rubbed her neck and sat at the edge of the bed. I just escorted Nanawa home. Where is Lightning? She fell asleep as soon as she hit the bed, mumbling Papa over and over. Wendy shrugged. Despite her audacious demeanor, she is still just a child. In your eyes. Everyone is a child, Nightingale retorted, snatching the book from Wendy's hands. The prince has advised against reading at night, especially in bed. Insufficient light can harm your eyesight. Indeed, what the prince says, Wendy replied. The two engaged in idle chatter for a while, discussing Silverlight City, the Abyssal Mountains, hearing of witch murders in the small town, and their joint efforts with the prince against the malevolent moon. Nightingale spoke intermittently, while Wendy chimed in occasionally. This was the unspoken understanding forged over 5 years of companionship. Time flowed gently until the candles were nearly extinguished, at which point Wendy covered her mouth to stifle a laugh. What is it? Can't sleep after witnessing Lightning's antics. What are you talking about? What else could it be? Wendy chuckled, shaking her head. Veronica, we are witches. You should know that. Nightingale fell silent, and after a long pause, she softly replied, yes. This is fate, a destiny from which all witches cannot escape. That Wendy's smile faded as she sighed softly. Roland Wimbledon's the 4th prince of the kingdom, and our task is to assist him in ascending to the throne and becoming the king of Grey Fortress. He will govern the nation well and provide a haven for us sisters. However, he is ultimately a king. When the time is ripe, he will marry a duke's daughter or a princess from another kingdom, and they will bear offspring, one or many, boys or girls. The boys will inherit the kingdom, while the girls will be wed to other prominent nobles that at this juncture. Wendy paused momentarily, uttering the words that Nightingale, or indeed, all witches, would prefer not to hear. Veronica, we are witches, and witches cannot bear children. Even if one were to think optimistically, imagining that after the prince had ruled for 100 years, the sisters might finally be free to traverse the kingdom as equals. Occasionally, an exceptional which might ascend to the upper echelons and be ennobled, yet the fact remained that witches could not reproduce. They would not have descendants to carry on their family's legacy. Nor would those noble houses consider marrying a witch. The heavens had bestowed certain gifts upon them, yet had simultaneously taken away others, such as fate, she murmured. May you be merciful, did I understand, Nightingale whispered softly. After bidding Nightingale farewell, Wendy felt a heaviness in her heart. Yet she believed in her friend's resilience. After all, they had overcome so many trials together and would not falter at this hurdle. She held steadfastly to that belief.